Chapter 1 Dreaming of Ghosts. At the funeral of her boyfriend of 3 years, Tang Ruin discovered she had been betrayed that very day. She folded 19 in a gold ingots, each filled with a laxative after incinerating them. She still felt it insufficient clad in a little dress. She peered at Hintrancio fanite, club over theers. She had embodied the person hid him most suitable for marriage. Never on scene gauging Janana scandalous behavior no divinda ningus hortsker tonight. She resolved to revel in thworld of pleasure. Under the streetlights, Tang Ruin skiing load with a luminous whiteness, and the body-hugging Drisak's intuited hair alluring figure, instantly attracting the covetous gaze soft numerous men summoning her courage. Sheglant's back, only to be over come by a wave of nausea in that moment. A revelation struck her the myriad wasto exact revenge in a scoundrel, provide and prioritized high roan fort. Wrapping herself in a trench coat, Tang Ruin returned home, changed in Taka's loungewear, ordered a feastafot, and opined a bodily Fred wine shine dulged alone until theirly whores, finally succumbing to adrosis lumber perhaps a twastruathate, widochcupius themand by day manifest sin dreams at night shed dream to fey muscular man his, exuding an intoxicating gaureo virility. Tang Ruin found herself lying facet tophus with him, unable to rest his theurgito touch his prominent nosatio penedices. She was captivated Bethias blue adepts hatzer passi the beautyavani western celebritish ediver encountered a flicker of surprise. Crossed his gaze upon seeing her moments later. He cupped the bacco furhead and kissed her without citation their passionate. Primal overjed throughout a night, leaving her breath lessened earning. The following day, Tang Ruin awoke with rosy cheeks Sanday new found realization here ex-boyfriend was butamer lipstick-wearing yet. She had never been with Unils, so how could her dream feel so vividly real? Shyly cradling her face in her hands, her thoughts were clouded with colorful imaginings throughout had a latter thate of evening. As had passed Bethibar from the previous night. A blonde man suddenly obstructed her path. Excuse him, beautiful lady, it didn't get Thechin Sitosk 40 hour number last night Kudai Usheri hour contact information? The man wore a snug, low-cut shirt that tacks into it to dis broad shoulders but narrow hips, his physique appearing what frailint the past. Tang Ruin might have found high mappy alling, but following Thevent soft the previous night, she furrowed her brow in confusion how Kudaman lacked pectoral muscles? Or abdominal definition? Died he even qualify him in? Disdainfully Shepper set her lips, casting a judgmental glance at this physique before hast eye, slipping away, eager to escape before Becamirate that night. She closed Hirias with anticipation, hoping for repiatoff her previous dream Theman and Deidre appeared, albeit Tata Frentona this time in it for Vinhair, kneeling before her, fervently proclaiming, "Thank you, beast god, for granting Methegod as Sazim a wife." Aiding the serpent clan through their tribulations. Asha lifted his gaze. Tang Ruin beheld a pair of emerald greenies, dazzling like the most exquisite of gemstones compared to them and from the night before. This only had a distinctly eastern appearance, with striking features in Percy Lane skin, reminiscent to fey outh step erect life from a kamiabu cupanotisinger, hepist momentara liboforisings weaved lightest and before ear. His imposing height off nearly 190 centimeters exuding a narrow dominance yet. His embrace Washington, Asha tenderly pulled here into his arms. Wife, him murmured affectionately, nuzzling her cheek. Tang Ruin instinctively recoiled, her face flushing crimson observing Gary action. Demon chuckled softly, reassuring her, "Don't worry, might our wife shall begin till." Tang Ruin found herself believing easing conting words, experiencing an entire night of delightful turmoil, and awakening with new sensations the next day. Shedder Nedto Beta 4 confirmation Thofsha possessed Abasic understanding of zoology, Shesup further validation indeed. There were Etwo serpents involved after twa consecutive and night Sophie indulgence. Shubby gone to suspect she had been bewitched, perhaps since nared be a succubus. While flating pleasure sentencing, it could very well lead Toperil seizing the opportunity of the upcoming holiday. She saw tout a reputed fortune teller how proclaimed that she was experiencing Gazer Joff romantic prospects, with not just own but several switters. However, regarding these romantic prospects, Haymoosed, stroking Wiscoti, how many exactly? Had gestured 5 fingers 5? Tang Ruin gasped. Thefortunatella replied, V500 for further discussion. 500 was erbitant, and she hesitated to part with harmony instead. She resolved to inquire directly in her dreams that Tevening once again, the man with Ravin Hernd Emeraldias appeared, his gaze ablaze with warm hand excitement before he could closet the distance. She hurriedly asked, "Were you? What was it you needed help with?" He introduced himself as Yin Qing, the Serpent King, Hailing from Ariel, known as Beast World due harsh conditions in Beast World, females are pin struggle to survive, resulting in an imbalance of molesto families to propagate a lineage. Asingolf molekud take multiple mole partners, with the female air fered toswy fin the partner sas beast chu spinstingru and waste through a fehabitached the beast guttagrintha. Ash spoke, had tightened his embrace, near lie enveloping here entirely yet, Tangruin found comfort in his protective hold, for she had always been Simeonu halakadasans of security and King continued, Wiley Atherisis Machu's partners based on reproductive eviability. Our serpent clan cannot lar produce with our own kind yet. In recent years, we have struggled to hatch femalebi asman. Tangruin adid in understanding having studied pet medicine. Sharik led the twin incubation temperatures ranging from 23 to 29 degrees Celsius, primarily males naxari h in contrast, temperatures between 30 to 33 degrees Self-Eldfamalesnake shared this knowledge with Yin King and guided him through Tenasessera steps in the following night's dreams. Given that Beast World lacked thermometers, it proved challenging to regulate temperatures. Throughout the day at work, Tangruin pondered this matter her aspiration wastobi comi veterinarian, but duetto her motheral turing her application, she missed the opportunity to attend Herdeser University, although she later enrolled in a college program for pet medicine. Adult education lacked practical experience, thus, this dreamlike and overfilled her with anticipation. However, that night, as hintered the dream realm, she found herself forcibly claimed Themon paned her hands above her head with Onand, his entire being pressing down upon her. His scarlties resembled those of Phaedriged beast, shrouded by a swirling black mist for the first time. Fear gripped Tangruin in her dreams. Previously, she had felt liberated, knowing it was merely Adrium. Had displayed no tenderness, acting with an intensity thought felt almost vengeful. His movements became frantic, and Tangruin cried out in terror, "Let go! Release him!" Yet, no matter how she pleaded, Hesh had no sign of stopping at the culmination. A pair of black wings sprouted from his back, seemingly to prove his true nature. Tangruin co-read in a corner, trembling uncontrollably Themin Lemetiver, Augt smile curling at the corner soft as Matthew Bestramberho your primary beast has bandis. Sholdi audera to escape, is shall devour you. Ash spoke, Heka staglansa thy sewn hands, where claws are up Ted from his fingers. Tangruin awoke kind of panic, convinced that a succubus sway saplay, seeking to exploit their vulnerability Shequaclesa to pansent 500 Totha fortune teller, her massages intin theirly whores bite not clock the following morning, she finalers of a response. Chapter 2 Katina Trap 5. Tangruin. What does that mean? Fortune teller. Did note inquire about how many romantic prospects you had last time? Tangruin. What about the others? Fortune teller. None. Tangruin. Have been dreaming goth different men frequently. Fortune teller. Dreams often reflecto yurt hot if I war frequent lidreamin goth such matters. It may indicate physically should I suggest consulting ga traditional Chinese medicine a practitioner. Tangruin. I seek some method more mystical. The fortune teller fell silent for 5 seconds. Dreaming of romantic prospectus known as seen peach blossom and overabundancy of fiend peach blossom signifies the possibility of calamity. Akantoth peach blossom calamity, which brings sorrow, heartbreak, and suffering ire come in trust engine sciencean seeking medical attention to restoria, or health. Tangruin's lips twitched twould Shiva recover that 500? Nevertheless, she obediently went to consult a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Nowadays, it's Rereto Simeoni our regain such good health, the doctor marked, raising her hand. Tangruin quickly interposed her hand, blocking fecal number display doctor. Is there actually nothing wrong with him? Themidally ged female doctor furrowed her browno. Tangruin lowered her voice. What taboo excessive indulgence, kidney deficiency, or anything off the sort? Ash spoke, shallow where gaze, nervously licking her lips. Theodore Wasajar wondered if those outside could overhear with a spirit of dictation. The doctor on Sigain placed her hand upon the patient's pulse after halfaminute. She declared, there is nothing amiss or blood flows freely, and dorkidney energistable. Buddy have been dreaming goth different men frequent, lilately, the patient replied, her head nearly buried beneath thitable the female doctor removed, her glasses sands, scrutinized Tangruin's face earnestly as shall prescribe Smacal, consider undergoing a comprehensive examination or consulting a psychiatrist. Up and leaving the hospital, Tangruin felt as though she might true live suffering from mental illness. Cherie Turnedomi and Berwed her medicine, but lacked the courage to e the doctor sad vice to retire early the demon from last night was for tutorifying mere lie contemplating jit sent shivers down spinous for his appearance, he must they be in handsome. All the previous own shad been striking the demon lord cood hard libin alesso tang ruin kooden lyri callis imposing, figure sufficia to say, strangling hair would be kinto dispatching Murika resolutely. Shed aside dead to forga sleep that night. Yet, it is impossible for a person to remain away key indefinitely at Savin and the morning. Tang Ruin prepared herself tali for the surly while seated. Changing her shows, a suit and wavy oaf dizziness over to her master, Savim. Tang Ruin up and here is to find herself standing, with a novice cavern a thwither hair stumble toward her from the cavey entrance he peered to be around 18 or 19. Hishin some face mared be fear did he just call her master? Tang Ruin abrupt lie stepped to the right touch. The youth felt at the ground, looking back at her with that pitiable expression as, for an arrow of Tang Ruin's lips so, hethato to deceive her? The demon lord had discovered that she was so frightened she could not sleep, thus sending gasiming liherm lesyoman to absorb her vitality ruse, alifit. Although traditional medicine had assuredero fair good health, what did it matter what he absorbed? I ascertainly note anything beneficial. Tang Ruin glared at youth with fierce determination, onlato suddenly not a cv vid trail off bloodwinding around us nawadian looking further up, she observed a 3-inch long gashanya scaff histang ruangispt, wincing gatha sight had been running so schwift limament. Notice singer gaze, the youth bitha slip, lowering guises, his thick lashes obscuring ease motions, hafelsolent, embodying a figure of great grievance. Just as Tang Ruin was about to speak, a tremendous commotion echoed from the cavey entrance a throng of creature surgidine wolves, bears, elephants, lions, and leopards Tang Ruinless their balancy and felt a theg round hatchasomho when reads. Where were the beast Minchi had been promised? In the blink of finny, the youth transformed into his malarangered fox, leapin jinto Tang Ruin's embrace. What sort of was this? Uro rescuing a fox. Goddess, please hand a mover. Theber spoke. Unconsciously, Tang Ruin tightened her hold on the fox, while clung to her arm with his delicate white paws, creating an image of mutual reliance. Suddenly, Tang Ruin glanced down at the fox and stammered to Theber. What will happen if I turn him over toy? Why, we shall skin him, remove his tendons, and offer a masalasido thephaline warriors. Tang Ruin's inquiry was, in truth, about what would happen to her. Beat hearing thire words softened her heart in her childhood. Shahadans had his maldogonati, her mischievous brother had, Kikadite, and instead of her primanding him, Thermother praised his strength, encouraging him to kick again. Tang Ruin had leaped to protect a little dog, only tone up confined long side I tath the time, that agad clung to herm, trembling in fear. Just as the fox was snow. Gathering her courage, Tang Ruin asked, died Hazeth the death? Well Thebir hesitated thuffa twasnathim, he belongs to the red foxglin. Tang Ruin understood they believed Thuake, and when they couldn't overpower them, they sought to teasier targets. Just as he was about to inquire further, the little fox sudden libero adinto her arms, pressin jits rear indinto her side, desperately seeking refuge, as if it were at the safest place Saint World. Tang Ruin shart softened with grievance seska me det soud do unit feel ashamed. A host of fierce beasts, bully ingamera fox? The beasts exchange edge lances, murmuring amongst themselves, no matter how any interprets it, high still any off goddess beastly husbands. Hemph, yetha tu cadvante jeeft he situation year sego. Do not forget he the husband soft goddess. Tang Ruin perkedu furiers, faint lit discerning thire evident fear o pharaoh the husbands, perhaps sishud have emi husbandses, with u directly, she declared, raising her chin and deliberate lie raising her voice. The trula lower red here head send retreated like, you are safe no. Up in hearing this, the little fix lifted ite shed from Tang Ruin's embrace, first opening oni golden eye to confirm safety before unveiling theatherit joyfully wagged its tail, suddenly licking her chin. Tang Ruin. Shun ceremonious lie tossed high ma side had she just been licked be a fox spirit? The little fix Linda Dan transformed back in Tothiath, gazing gather with that pitiful expression in his large golden eyes. Have I full anew favor with ya, master? Here I zeth his right hand in azalem vow, is wordeth beast god, I had no part in that incident otherwise, let him be flay Dan bledrita makermits. Wait, Holden. The Majerison chills down, spine you need not swear to mis implidnotharm. The demon's sheams were atrilliantless. It shall never harm ya, the youth declared resolutely, it will remain eternally loyal toy. Loyalty? She had just discovered that she had been deceived by her first love for 3 years. Theuth gazed at Tangruan with deep affection, leaving her feeling semi-way awkward to admit, I prefer your fox form. When he transformed into a fox, at least he could notice other with his gaze. No sooner had she spoken than Theuth morphed into a bright, light-colored little fox, limping toward her blood-dripped from, forming gascarlatrell behind. He struggled to reach her, swaying precariously as she approached instinctively. Tangruan extended her hand to catch him. Osha's eye to standed Libyan the face of suffering would surely weigh heavily on her conscience. Tangruan waskled in exempli wit address, its fabric shimmering sut, lila camotherov pearl sheeter re-piece from the him to bandageth the little fox least to land an move. The little fox obedient lay beside her, gazing up with an expression of fatheration. At that moment, Tangruan realized that his dream was not occurring at night. Some light streamed into the cavern from above, illuminating the space now was bright. A sudden hot struck Harifal off thighs, was merely an illusion conjured by Thiedman, perhaps simply walking to awaken her from. Chapter 3. Another world. Where are you going, my dear wife? Tangruan's form stiffened, and without turning her head, she replied, I'm stepping out for a bit. Be good and don't follow me. I will return shortly. So, she wishes to play a game with her. She was curious to see if the NPC would awaken self-awareness. The little fox fell silent for 2 seconds and obediently responded. Then I will wait for your return. Excellent. The NPC's character remained stable. Tangruan approached the cave entrance and dashed outside. A blinding light struck her, rendering her unable to open her eyes. Once she adjusted to the brightness, she found herself not back in the real world, but rather in an endless grassland. To her left, a tall man with antlers tended to a flock of sheep, the moving herd resembling clouds drifting in the sky. To her right lay a serene lake, where several robust men were working together to gather a fishing net from the water. Plump fish leaped from the surface, their scales glimmering like stars in the sunlight. What a harmonious and beautiful scene! Tangruan smiled, a pastoral idyll, the dream of countless workers. So, she was playing this game, was she? She took a step back, aimed for an open direction, and charged forth. As long as she kept running in one direction, there must be places in the game that were beyond its visual rendering. Time slipped by as she ran, until the sky darkened. Tangruan was utterly exhausted and, with her legs giving way, she fainted. Save me, my dear wife, came the little fox's desperate call from the darkness. Tangruan opened her eyes, gazing helplessly at the cave ceiling. If the trick didn't work, would the game restart? Slowly, she looked towards the entrance, only to be startled by the sight of a pair of long legs. The man was clad in black athletic gear, the designs on his boots reminiscent of scales, exuding an exotic flair. Looking up, she saw he wore only half armor on his upper body, 8 sculpted abdominal muscles arranged like neatly stacked bricks. His chest was firm and robust, radiating a potent aura of masculinity that struck her face like a wave. She couldn't help but sniffle. Something seemed about to spill forth. Had she found something intriguing again? My dear wife. My dear wife. The little fox's cries jolted Tangruan back to reality. The little fox, bloodied, was being held aloft by the man, whose grip resembled claws, his knuckles protruding ominously. She recognized that hand. Tangruan's company occupied the 8th floor. One day, when she was unable to take the elevator, she descended the stairs and noticed a pile of old cardboard boxes cluttering the fire escape of a nearby restaurant. After hanging up the phone, a sense of unease lingered within her. Despite the fact that the fire brigade was on its way, the flames were spreading rapidly. Suddenly, she recalled that her boss was still on the 8th floor. Following his divorce, her boss had set up a room in the office for himself and his 4-year-old son, Dodo, who spent his days playing in the company. Dodo was a charming little boy, often sharing his treats with her and others. Over the past year, Tangruan had watched Dodo grow up. Yet, with such commotion, surely her boss must have heard it. After some contemplation, her anxiety compelled her to call him. Although he hadn't granted her triple overtime pay, it was a matter of life and death. The call was quickly answered. Xiao Tang, is there something wrong? Where are you, boss? Tangruan detected the sounds of cats and dogs in the background, surmising that he was out negotiating with a pet shop again. Are you in a meeting? What's the matter? What about Dodo, my son? Her boss asked in confusion. The restaurant downstairs exploded. A moment of silence ensued on the other end, as if he had just comprehended her words. "I see," he swore, followed by the sound of overturned furniture. "How did you find out?" "I'm staying at the hotel above our company. Xiao Tang. The key to the company's main entrance is on top of the fire hydrant outside. Can you?" Her boss's words were frantic, perhaps realizing the absurdity of his request. "I'm heading over right now." Dodo is innocent. She genuinely liked the child. Tang Ruan sprinted down the fire escape from the top floor to the 8th. The heat from the 6th floor had already transformed the 8th into a furnace. She successfully located the key atop the fire hydrant and opened the door to find Dodo sobbing against the entrance. Tang Ruan scooped him up, preparing to retrace her steps when a resounding crash echoed. The path she had just traversed was instantly engulfed in flames. With no choice left, she dashed down the corridor. Wong Wong, Wong 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 Wong. At that moment, her phone rang, but Tang Ruan had no time to listen. She ran with Dodo to the corridor's end, where a window stood ajar. If the fire brigade had arrived, they would be saved. However, the fire brigade had yet to show up. In the chaos, her phone slipped from her grasp. "Xiao Tang, you must save Dodo. I'll give you triple pay." "No. I'll give you the company. I'll give you $1 million. You must save him." "I found Dodo, but we're trapped," Tang Ruan shouted. Glancing down, she saw her boss appearing below, attempting to rush upstairs. Just then, the fire brigade arrived and restrained him. The firefighters spotted Tang Ruan and quickly deployed a rescue mat, inflating it. Tang Ruan swung one leg out the window, waiting for the mat to fill with air before jumping. Suddenly, another loud bang reverberated. A tremendous wave of heat propelled her and Dodo outward. Instinctively, Tang Ruan shielded Dodo in her embrace, thinking, surely, she wouldn't be that unfortunate to fall before the mat was fully inflated. "Ah, Tang Ruan, are you all right?" Tang Ruan was flipped over on the ground. She raised her hand to wipe the soot from her face, only to meet a pair of round, shiny eyes. "Dodo?" "Yes, it's me." The chubby girl with dark eyes placed her hands on her hips. "There are beasts by the creek. Why did you come to such a dangerous place again?" Tang Ruan sat up. "I lost the chickens I was raising. They seem to have wandered into the forest." "Forget those reckless chickens. Do you remember what day it is today?" "Coming of age ceremony?" Tang Ruan feigned ignorance knowingly. "Yes, it's the coming of age ceremony. You've made yourself look like this. Are you afraid someone will mistake you for a bride?" Tang Ruan slowly climbed to her feet, revealing a broad smile. In truth, that was precisely her intention. 3 years ago, after falling from a height, Tang Ruan found herself in the beast realm. Upon awakening, she was pursued by a one-eyed wolf and, while fleeing, fell into a stream in the cave valley, where she was rescued by a beast man, the husband of Dodo's mother. The cave valley, with its concealed entrance, was removed from the conflicts of the beast realm, becoming a paradise for the groundhog beastmen. "Hurry and wash up." Just as Dodo finished speaking, the sounds of the coming-of-age ceremony began from a distance. "In no time. Hong Shu is coming today. I'll head over first. You wash up and come quickly." Hong Shu was a male beastman that Dodo admired, dark, short, and robust, perfectly fitting the aesthetic of the groundhog beastmen. As for Tang Ruan, her pale and slender appearance was seen as a sign of poor health among them. Regardless, she was merely there to make up the numbers. Tang Ruan, covered in volcanic mud, stood beside Dodo, perfectly contrasting her friend's beauty. This made Dodo so furious that her eyes almost rolled back into her head. In reality, the coming-of-age ceremony was not a husband selection event. However, beastmen with mutual affection often took this opportunity to be together. When Tang Ruan fell, she had lied about her age for her own safety. Claiming to be 15, beyond that, she remembered little. After all, beastmen lived for about 300 years, and their appearances did not change significantly for a long time. Moreover, since her arrival, she had indeed appeared somewhat younger than before. Dodo's mother was the chieftain of the groundhog tribe. She placed a fruit symbolizing maturity atop Dodo's head. When it was Tang Ruan's turn, she smiled gently at her. Tang Ruan felt a warmth she hadn't experienced in years, akin to a long-lost maternal love. "Mother, mother!" Dodo tugged at her mother's skirt, receiving a roll of the eyes in return. "Why haven't I seen Hong Shu?" "Hong Shu is on lookout duty. He'll be here soon." When the groundhog beastmen stood guard, they transformed into beast form, perched atop large stones, scanning the surroundings. It was reminiscent of a once popular meme. Even though Tang Ruan knew their sounds were not a groundhog explosion, she couldn't help but mentally dub them every time she thought of it. Just as Tang Ruan was lost in thought, a massive creature flew overhead, followed by a wet groundhog being tossed to the ground. Chapter 5. She is tempting you. Hong Shu, with Do-Do's scream. A heavy thud echoed nearby. A colossal wolf, towering at nearly 2 meters, turned its head, exposing its gleaming white teeth. It growled lowly, slowly advancing toward the beastmen. All the groundhog beastmen stood frozen in shock. They had never witnessed such a scene. Many of these beastmen had never left the cave valley since birth. Even the beasts of the Shadow Forest were merely tales passed down through generations, with few having encountered them. After a few seconds, the beastmen erupted in a groundhog explosion, fleeing in panic. Tang Ruan was knocked down by someone behind her, as more massive shadows swept overhead. More giant wolves charged into the valley. Just as Tang Ruan attempted to rise, a massive wolf paw landed on her abdomen. "Don't move, little female." The enormous wolf's head loomed closer, its icy blue eyes glinting with a cold smile. "Though you are filthy, a starving wolf will eat anything." Outside the gathering place of the groundhog tribe, a stream flowed. On the other side lay the unfathomable forest. The water in the stream was warm, reaching around 50 degrees Celsius at noon. Tang Ruan had boiled hot spring eggs in it several times. Such high temperatures were unappealing to both beastmen and wild beasts, creating a protective barrier that kept the groundhog tribe safe from attacks by forest predators. At that moment, all the groundhog beastmen were thrown into the stream. Tang Ruan was the last to be tossed in. She submerged in the crystal-clear water. A dark cloud spread around her. When Tang Ruan struggled to emerge from the water, she appeared much cleaner. The wolf with icy blue eyes furrowed its brow at the sight. "Tang Ruan, are you hurt?" Do-Do cautiously approached her. Cradling the beast-formed Hong Shu in her arms, "I'm fine." "How's Hong Shu?" Hearing that Tang Ruan was unscathed, Do-Do breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. Everyone is safe." She had been terrified when she saw Tang Ruan under the giant wolf's paw. Her courage had nearly failed her. Hong Shu just fainted from shock. "What about your second father?" Tang Ruan inquired. The groundhog tribe consisted of fewer than 40 members, so it was easy to notice who was missing. Moreover, her second father was the one who had rescued Tang Ruan. They took him away. They asked second father to lead them to the granary. Do-Do lowered her voice. "Their goal is food." "Are they coming for the food?" Tang Ruan's eyes darted around, and it was no wonder they had not been directly killed. At least her life was momentarily spared. "Dare to deceive me, and I shall end your existence." A furious roar echoed from the cave in the distance. A jolt of apprehension surged through Tang Ruan's heart. Moments later, an irate brown wolf dashed back, clutching a limp groundhog in its jaws. With a fierce throw, it launched the creature into the air, but the trajectory was not towards the stream. "Daddy too." Both Do-Do and Tang Ruan exclaimed in alarm. In the nick of time, a figure leapt from the water, catching the groundhog just before it hit the ground. Thud. Do-Do's mother, a robust figure, landed heavily. The stream was already rife with mud puddles, splattering muck onto the brown wolf. The muscles around the wolf's mouth twitched as it growled. "I will kill you." As it spoke, it lunged for Do-Do's mother's neck. Suddenly, a low growl resonated. The teeth that had latched onto Do-Do's mother's neck slowly retreated. The brown wolf cautiously glanced at the alpha wolf, lowered its posture, and murmured a few words in its ear. Tang Ruan suddenly recalled the customs of the beast world. Beastmen do not consume their own kind. It was said that infighting among kin would invoke the curse of the beast god. They must still hold some reservations about such matters, as Tang Ruan pondered. She looked up to find 5 colossal wolves had transformed into human form before her. She gazed at the man before her, silver-gray hair, icy blue eyes, and a muscular build, unconsciously stepping forward. The man shot her a frigid glance, starkly different from her memories. Tang Ruan quickly retreated, assuring herself that this could not be him. He had been so tender in her dreams. And there were many wolves of this hue. Furthermore, she had been quite busy that day and had not seen clearly. The man's icy gaze swept over the crowd as he spoke softly. "I am Wolf Hunter, the chief of the wolf tribe. Our hunting grounds have been ravaged by heavenly fire, and countless beasts have perished. We have come here solely to procure sustenance. I hope for your cooperation. Otherwise, his gaze inadvertently landed on Tang Ruan's face, as he noticed that this small female seemed to be watching him intently. Dead beasts do not receive the beast god's protection, he declared loudly. This proclamation, akin to a proverb, stood in contrast to the idea that infighting among beastmen would attract a curse, implying that the beast god would offer no concern for those who had perished. When starvation reached a certain extent, one would care little for such matters. Tang Ruan's eyes met with Wolf Hunter's, and she wondered if he might remember her. If the beast world existed, then everything that transpired in her dreams should be real. Yet, he appeared to have no recognition of her. Brave warriors, Tudo's mother stepped forward after ensuring her beast husband was settled. My mate has already taken you to gather food. Is there anything you find unsatisfactory? You call this food? The brown wolf, now a youth, pulled a sweet potato from his waist and took a bite. I want meat. Meat. Tang Ruan noticed a deep scar on his chest. Tudo's mother replied nonchalantly, Our tribe primarily consumes fruits and roots. We rarely eat meat. The brown wolf youth interrupted her. Stop lying to me. I can hardly resist eating humans. With that, he shifted back into his beast form. Wolf Chi, Wolf Hunter called softly, and Wolf Chi immediately complied. He was quick to acknowledge his mistake, but felt compelled to point out that there were indeed others here who had eaten meat. Following Wolf Hunter's command, Wolf Chi and another black wolf dashed deeper into the tribe. Tang Ruan suddenly recalled her missing chickens. They must have been taken by them. She had 7 chickens, all quite bold, often flying over the stream during the day to wander in the forest, returning at night to rest. Tang Ruan fervently hoped that her chickens had not succumbed to a sudden desire for a midday nap today, for they would hardly suffice to satiate these wolves. She cast her gaze back at Wolf Hunter, who did not seem like a wholly unreasonable beastman. Being a chief, he must possess a strong sense of faith. Otherwise, he would not repeatedly prevent his kin from consuming their own kind. Perhaps, if they could not find meat, they would leave. As Tang Ruan contemplated this, a sudden commotion erupted. An elder from the Groundhog tribe fainted, followed closely by a 3-year-old beastman collapsing as well. Tang Ruan clenched her fists, struggling to stand. With noon approaching, the water temperature was rising. Her fair skin flushed a shade of pink amidst the tan skin of the beastmen, rendering her particularly conspicuous. Her hair, dampened by the fog, hung limply as she gazed at Wolf Hunter, appearing quite pitiful. Boss, that little female is tempting you, a shorter wolf beast suddenly remarked. Just when Tang Ruan, on the verge of fainting, regained her senses, she instinctively tugged at the beast's skin draped over her. Meanwhile, Wolf Hunter remained silent. Almost simultaneously, the two glanced aside. I know where to find meat. Chapter 6. Taking them to feed the beasts. Tang Ruan stepped forward. It will soon be noon, and the water temperature will rise to 50 degrees. Scalding, heat stroke, dehydration, and internal injuries, none of them will survive. Tang Ruan was uncertain whether Wolf Hunter was aware of this situation. If he did know, then he was indeed subjecting them to a slow demise akin to boiling a frog. How cruel! You intend to lead us? The shorter male beast questioned again, skepticism etched across his face. Yes, I will take you. You must let them come out first, Tang Ruan insisted to Wolf Hunter. At that moment, Wolf Chi and the black wolf returned. Wolf Hunter instructed Wolf Chi, accompany her and see what she finds. No, Tang Ruan exclaimed, it is very dangerous there. Sending 2 people will guarantee they do not return. Dangerous? Wolf Hunter's cold gaze fell upon her once more, and Tang Ruan felt an invisible pressure compelling her to lower her head. The valley forest was teeming with wild beasts. Bringing me along would only hinder you. At the very least, at least 3 people must accompany me. They were 5 in total. She would take 3, leaving 2, which would still allow for potential resistance against the Groundhog beastmen should they attempt anything. Wolf Hunter frowned slightly. The presence of wild beasts also meant the potential for prey, a common understanding among beastmen. He nodded. Wolfemo, Wolfyu, you 2 escort the others out and keep watch. He turned to the shorter male beast. Wolfong, you and Wolf Chi come with me. Understood, boss. The 3 transformed into their beast forms, and Tang Ruan walked ahead of the 3 gigantic wolves. Tang Ruan, As they neared Tudo, she called out softly, filled with concern. Tang Ruan offered her a reassuring glance. Do not worry. She would either satiate them or use them to feed the wild beasts of the valley forest. When Tang Ruan first arrived in the beast world, she dreamt daily of how to return. She had once explored the valley forest and encountered a 10-meter-long python entwined with a 2-meter-high wild boar. In the end, the wild boar was brutally strangled. Tang Ruan had escaped because she was covered in volcanic mud, and the well-fed python had deemed her a disgusting little jester, ignoring her. However, since that incident, she had never dared to return. The quartet had scarcely entered the forest when they stumbled upon a hen. One of Tang Ruan's chickens. Before she could react, Wolf Chi had already bitten it dead and swallowed it whole. The poor hen didn't even have a chance to squawk before meeting its demise. Tang Ruan's legs turned to jelly in fright. She thought, Little Red Riding Hood is truly brave. Indeed, there is something to eat. Wolf Chi exclaimed excitedly, then belatedly glanced at Wolf Hunter. Shouldn't the prey go to the tribe leader first? He must be famished. I forgot. Fortunately, Wolf Hunter had grown up with them and did not hold a grudge. His gaze settled on the small female at his side. Can you walk? He inquired. Tang Ruan assumed he was concerned upon noticing her trembling legs, and she casually replied, It's fine. I can manage. Then hurry up. Tang Ruan sprinted ahead, while the wolves trotted leisurely as they ventured deeper into the forest. The trees grew taller, and the light dimmed. Upon reaching a nearly pitch-black area, Tang Ruan halted and pointed towards a dense darkness. This is the entrance to the valley forest. Inside lies the prey you seek. 3 pairs of gleaming eyes sparkled in the dark. Aren't you going in with us? Wolf Feng's voice rang out. As a pair of yellow glowing eyes drew closer, warm breath fanning against Tang Ruan's neck, she instinctively shifted away, colliding with a furry wall. I cannot see in there. It is too dark. I would surely be devoured if I entered. Tang Ruan stammered nervously. But aren't Groundhog tribe members supposed to possess excellent vision in the dark? Wolf Feng pressed, inching even closer. With nowhere to retreat, Tang Ruan found herself pressed against the furry wall, gazing at 2 points of icy blue light. This beast doesn't seem to know how to budge. She thought, I am not a groundhog beast man. I accidentally fell in here and lost my memory. And they rescued me. That explains why Wolf Chi suddenly spoke up, a hint of amusement in his tone. You are quite beautiful. You cannot stay here. The wolf hunter spoke with an air of indifference. But I cannot see. Tang Ruan still trying to negotiate. Sending them in is akin to delivering a meal to the colossal beasts. What would be her role? A dessert after the main course? Absolutely not. He rejected her once more. Though his response was but 2 words, the formidable pressure of the beastman deterred anyone from uttering another syllable. After a moment's pause, Tang Ruan said, Very well, may I bring something inside? If that is permissible. She retrieved 2 stones from her waist and crouched down, exploring the ground for a while. With a couple of sharp sounds, a spark ignited, instantly setting ablaze a handful of dry straw. The flames cast a subtle glow around them, and from beneath the wolf hunter, Tang Ruan glimpsed the scenery on the other side. Thorns twisted like blades. She could not help but gasp in shock. No wonder she had collided with him without him budging. Had he moved, she would likely be dead by now. Suddenly, she felt a surge of gratitude towards the wolf hunter. Suggesting he should face death seemed overly cruel on her part. Yet, in the next moment, a giant wolf paw extinguished the flames. Celestial fire. Celestial fire. Wolf Feng and Wolf Chi seemed to have been startled and only then remembered to shout. What do you intend to do? The wolf hunter growled low, baring his ivory teeth. Tang Ruan fell back in terror. You wish to incinerate us? The wolf hunter stepped closer, his claws resting upon her chest, sharp nails pressing against her throat. No. If I wanted to burn you, I would not survive either. Perhaps finding some logic in Tang Ruan's words, the wolf hunter retracted his claws. She gasped for breath, acutely aware of his earlier warning about celestial fire causing casualties among his kin. Her intention was merely to frighten them away, at least to dissuade them from their plan to take her inside. This thing must not appear before me again. Oh. Tang Ruan obediently discarded the fire stones. Then I shall wait for you here. Come up. Before she could finish her sentence, the wolf hunter suddenly crouched beside her. What do you mean? Tang Ruan inquired. Wolf Chi and Wolf Feng were equally taken aback. Only the wives and the frail could ride upon the backs of the mighty beasts. Clearly, Tang Ruan did not fit the category of the weak or the elderly. Thus, the implication of the leader was that since she was so feeble and afraid of death, it would be safest to accompany them. So it is weakness, she mused, realizing the misunderstanding. With no other rationale at hand, she reluctantly climbed onto his back. Upon entering the vast cavern, she truly felt as though she had stepped into the depths of the shadowy forest. The atmosphere was warm and humid, perfectly suited for reptiles and burrowing creatures. In places, beams of light poured in, illuminating the space even more brightly than outside. Leader, this place resembles the cave we once inhabited. Wolf Chi exclaimed with excitement. Stay vigilant, the wolf hunter replied cautiously. Upon reaching a fork in the path, 2 tunnels lay before them. Little female, which way shall we go? The wolf hunter asked. To the left. Tang Ruan replied without hesitation, for it was there that she had encountered the giant python and wild boar. The wolf hunter suddenly let out a cold laugh. Did you not just say that you could see nothing? Chapter 7. Sensing her scheme, Tang Ruan responded, the lighting here is somewhat better. The wolf hunter was too disinterested to expose her deceit. Wolf Chi, Wolf Feng, you proceed to the right, I shall take the left. Yes, yes. Wolf Chi and Wolf Feng expressed unwavering trust in their leader, harboring no concern for his solitary venture. The only one unsettled was Tang Ruan. As the leader of your clan, will you not bring anyone along? Perhaps it would be better if all 4 of us acted together. The creatures here are quite formidable. I do not wish to perish in this place. Tang Ruan swore that her words came from the heart. Initially, she had intended to exploit the chaos to her advantage, but now she merely wished to escape with her life. Was her life truly in peril here? With a soft whimper, she buried her head in the nape of the wolf hunter's neck, desperately trying to diminish her presence. The beasts cannot see me, cannot see me, cannot see me. If they bite, let them bite him. Not me. You are speaking aloud, the wolf hunter remarked. Do you seem to have little faith in me? She retorted. Just as her words fell, something fell from above. Wolf hunter! Tang Ruan's warning was cut short as the wolf hunter leapt aside, swiftly seizing the fallen object with his powerful jaws. Tang Ruan could hardly discern what it was, only that it resembled a thick snake. By the time she comprehended the situation, the creature had been tossed into a well-lit area, writhing for a moment before falling still. It truly is a python. It bore a resemblance to the one she had encountered 3 years prior. Could it be a descendant of that serpent? If so, this cave had become a python's den. As if to validate her thoughts, a succession of snakes tumbled down from above, all thick and lengthy. The only thing Tang Ruan could do was grip the wolf hunter's fur tightly, clinging to his waist to avoid falling. Minutes later, she heard the wolf hunter's slightly labored breathing in the silence. If you do not loosen your grip, I shall be left bald, he said. Tang Ruan, feeling embarrassed, released her hold and climbed down. The instant her feet touched the ground, she sensed something slimy beneath her. Without needing to think, she knew what it was. There was no water in this cave. As she walked further, she stepped upon something round and slippery. Biting her lip to suppress a scream, Tang Ruan felt both admiration and fear for the wolf hunter. Having traversed the beast realm for 3 years, this was her first encounter with such a formidable beastman. Yet, this impressive beastman currently stood on opposing sides with her. Help me move the prey, the wolf hunter commanded, already shifting into human form, tossing several pythons over his shoulder. Tang Ruan could only grit her teeth and oblige. But the pythons were heavier than she had anticipated. Having dragged one over, she found the others already piled up by the wolf hunter. He extended a hand toward the prey, and in an instant, all of it vanished. Space. He possessed the power of an extraordinary beastman. Tang Ruan recalled hearing from Mama Potato that only a rare few beastmen possessed such abilities. When she traversed here, she too had acquired a unique skill, an ability to assess injuries and determine the appropriate herbs to use, as well as understanding their effects upon seeing them. With this skill, she had crafted herself a bug-repelling belt and an ointment for insect bites, having nearly succumbed to mosquitoes when she first arrived. However, due to the majority of herbs growing in perilous forests, and the fact that the cave valley enjoyed a spring-like climate with few illnesses, she had not utilized this ability again. Keep up? Seeing the wolf hunter had taken several strides ahead, Tang Ruan hurriedly followed like a small tail. Upon exiting the cave, Wolf Chi and Wolf Feng awaited them outside, seated comfortably atop a python nearly a meter in diameter. Their legs crossed. It turned out that the female snake was in another cave, and this one likely served as her nursery. Realizing this, Tang Ruan felt an inexplicable sense of relief. "Leader, why are you so slow? Were you held back by the need to protect the little female?" Wolf Chi asked with a grin. Just as Tang Ruan opened her mouth to deny it, the wolf hunter interjected, "She is on my back." Reluctant to leap too quickly. The two beastmen responded simultaneously with knowing looks. Tang Ruan thought to herself, if you were slower than others, do not use her as an excuse. She doubted he could move any faster with all those snakes around. "The sun is setting. We must hurry back," the wolf hunter declared, collecting the large snake into his space once more. He transformed back into a massive wolf, lowering himself to signal Tang Ruan to climb aboard. This time, she swiftly found a comfortable position, contemplating his earlier remark about her nearly pulling out his fur. Hesitating, she finally placed her hand upon his furry ear. "Wolf hunter, what is the delay? Why have we not departed?" Wolf Feng called from the front, "We're coming." The three giant wolves raced through the forest at an astonishing speed. Several times, Tang Ruan felt they were on the verge of colliding with a tree. Yet in the blink of an eye, the scenery changed. He truly was moving at a pace significantly faster than before. However, the ear she grasped grew increasingly warm, almost to the point of scorching her hand. She wondered if she had inadvertently hurt him. If so, surely he would speak up. Upon their return, the wolf clan released the groundhog beastmen and tossed Tang Ruan a piece of snake meat. "This is a reward for you," the wolf hunter stated expressionlessly. Tang Ruan cradled the blood-soaked snake meat, gingerly placing it on the ground, her lips twitching as she said, "You really need not be so courteous. I intend for my clan to settle here. Please inform them. Tonight, free half of the cave for us. Tomorrow morning, other beastmen will arrive." Without needing Tang Ruan to relay the message, the wolf hunter's voice resonated for all the groundhog beastmen to hear. Although the wolf clan did not restrict their freedom, the groundhog tribe would instinctively gather together, feeling safer that way. "Half? Where shall we reside?" To her astonishment, there still existed the wolf clan orcs. "How are we to survive?" "Esteemed chieftain," Mother Potato stepped forward. "For generations, we have roamed this modest territory. Although the fruit trees flourish here, prey is scarce. The forest across the brook is far more suitable for your kind to dwell in. Henceforth, my clan shall not cross the brook even a single step. We shall coexist peacefully. What do you think?" This was the best solution Mother Potato could conceive, for they were no match for the wolf clan. "Humph!" Wolf Hunter suddenly scoffed. "The beasts of the gloomy valley forest are ferocious, and the forest beyond is rife with venomous insects and thorns. Residing there is perilous. Two of my clansmen have already succumbed to insect bites." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Tang Ruan. The delicate skin of the little female remained unscathed. Is it possible that these insects have a preference for the robust males? Moreover, he too had not been bitten. How peculiar. Tang Ruan, feeling guilty, licked her lips. She had indeed forgotten about the insects. It was her fault for having worn an insect-repelling belt during her first visit, which had deterred the pests from approaching her. Alas, the longer one lingers in the forest— "What are you pondering?" Wolf Hunter suddenly inquired. Tang Ruan. I am not thinking about anything." Wolf Hunter twitched his nose, seemingly catching a whiff of her scheme. Tang Ruan froze for half a second and took a step back. Wolf Hunter suddenly lunged forward, wrapping his arms around her waist. Chapter 8. Where are your eyes wandering? Wolf Hunter held her waist with one arm, bending down as his nose brushed against her shoulder, taking a gentle whiff. Tang Ruan. Her entire head flushed crimson in an instant. She instinctively pushed him away, but to no avail. "Oh, not move." Wolf Hunter's magnetic voice resonated in her ear. "Unless you harbor ulterior motives, Tang Ruan." She ignored his words, shifting from a sudden push to a sustained effort with both hands. Yet it was evident that no matter her approach, he remained immovable. The disparity in strength between male and female beasts was simply too great. Strangely, she recalled that dream. How that figure had been equally forceful, holding all the power. What time is it? And why is she still contemplating such indecent thoughts? Wolf Hunter's nose trailed down her shoulder, sniffing along her form. However, aside from the moment his nose had brushed her shoulder, he maintained a distance of at least 10 centimeters from her. Yet, the greater the distance, the more intimate it felt. What was more alarming was that Wolf Hunter stood with his back to the groundhog orcs, his towering figure completely shielding Tang Ruan from view. No one could see what he was truly doing. Thus, the expressions of the groundhog orcs were one of utter shock. Mother Potato. Tang Ruan, sacrificing her allure to protect our clan, is truly moving. Potato. Ah, Tang Ruan is going to be devoured. The wolf beast must have a taste for the hairless. No, she must rescue her. If it weren't for Sweet Potato and Potato's 5 older brothers holding her back with all their might, Potato would have already rushed to snatch Tang Ruan from the wolf's jaws. Fortunately, events did not unfold as she had feared. Just then, Wolf Hunter gently tugged at a grass rope tied around Tang Ruan's waist. Pulling it free, from the very first moment she had approached him, he had caught a whiff of a unique herbal fragrance. He initially thought it was a characteristic scent of her kind, but after this day of interaction, he realized that her aroma was the most delightful of all. Even without this, she still smells lovely. The wolf clan's sense of smell is remarkably acute, and he unconsciously inhaled deeply. Is this the secret behind why the insects do not bite you? His broad palm cradled the slender insect-repelling belt as if cradling her very life. Tang Ruan candidly admitted, I simply did not anticipate that your wolf clan, despite your prowess, would be fearful of such minuscule creatures. It sounded less than sincere. Wolf Hunter curled the corner of his mouth into a smirk. He did not believe her fibs. If she claimed it was merely forgetfulness, he would be even less inclined to accept that. Tang Ruan lowered her gaze, ceasing her explanations. Make 4 more of these for me. Wolf Hunter clasped his hands and turned to leave. As soon as he departed, the groundhog orcs surrounded Tang Ruan. Are you all right? Potato rushed forward, enveloping Tang Ruan in a warm embrace. The plump Potato stood at a mere 1 meter and 50 centimeters tall. Tang Ruan couldn't help but reach out to pat her head. Tang Ruan, do not craft any for them. They are encroaching upon our territory, and they deserve to be bitten by the insects, one orc suggested. Indeed. We must not provide them. However, if they did not yield to them, they would undoubtedly seek trouble with Tang Ruan, Potato remarked. Why not create some fakes? Nonsense. Mother Potato's furious roar silenced all the orcs. Grasping Tang Ruan's hand, Mother Potato's eyes sparkled with hope. Tang Ruan will craft them, and she must do so earnestly. The Groundhog clan, being weaker in strength, had lived in hiding for many years. Whether they could rely on the Wolf clan to rejuvenate their kind depended entirely on Tang Ruan. The following morning, over a dozen Wolf clan orcs entered the Hollow Valley. Sweet Potato stood atop a large stone, providing live commentary. 2 females, 6 cubs, and 2 elders were brought in, along with one more who appeared frail and weak. Potato's second father, while massaging Mother Potato's shoulders, remarked, I had suspected as much. Mother Potato squinted her eyes in delight. If the Wolf clan were still as formidable as in days past, they would not have chosen a place like ours. The Hollow Valley was a veritable paradise for the groundhog orcs, free from the wild wolves who roamed the wilderness. It was merely a larger prison. The greatest advantage of the Hollow Valley lay in its concealment, making it difficult for outsiders to discover, a perfect place for recuperation. There's still a chance for us to reclaim our land? Second father inquired. Last night, all the groundhog orcs had relocated to the granary, further distancing themselves from the gloomy valley forest. However, the caves here were limited, and the makeshift ones were quite cramped, making their stay uncomfortable. During the day, they gathered outside. Rather than reclaiming their land, it would be wiser to devise ways for them to expand it. As Mother Potato spoke, she turned her gaze to Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan understood. If the Wolf clan acquired the insect-repelling belts, they might discover the forest is far more suitable for their habitation. Eventually, they would vacate the groundhog territory. She hastened her movements. Would you like to measure the waist of their chieftain? Mother Potato suddenly asked. Tang Ruan, is that necessary? I will just weave longer ones. She felt it wise to avoid provoking him, yet her mind still conjured images of the man's solid 8-pack abs. His waist should be long enough. Never mind, I will weave longer ones, just in case. The result was that Tang Ruan ran out of materials, managing to craft only 3 belts. Wolf Hunter held the 3 belts, each nearly matching his height, deep in thought. Am I merely a plaything in your heart? Your beast form is grand and powerful, naturally resulting in a thicker waist. Heh, heh. She forced a laugh. Upon hearing her compliment, Wolf Hunter's expression softened slightly. Cut them up. Give them first to the females and cubs. He tossed the 3 belts to Wolf Chi all right. Wolf Chi accepted them and leaned closer. Little female, would you like to measure my waist first? He gestured to his abs. Tang Ruan noticed one of his abs bore a swollen, purplish bite from an insect. Suddenly, a remedy formula flashed in her mind. What are you staring at? Wolf Hunter's stern voice startled her in nothing. She had no intention of revealing the antidote to them. Let them suffer for a few more days. I lack materials. I need to gather some from the forest nearby, Tang Ruan stated. The Wolf clan had taken control of the path leading to the forest, and she felt it prudent to greet them. I will accompany you, Wolf Hunter declared. I need more to provide each Wolf clan orc with one. Yesterday, he had not considered it thoroughly. Today, he realized that aside from the insects, there were no particularly dangerous animals in the nearby forest, ideal for the cubs to play and train. For the Wolf clan to thrive, they could not rely solely on the few males to sustain the tribe. It was imperative to strengthen the next generation as soon as possible. Very well. But, she initially intended to say, but we do not have insect-repelling belts and cannot venture deep into the forest. We may not be able to gather enough materials. She suddenly noticed that the belt Wolf Hunter had taken yesterday was now wrapped around his wrist. Wound thrice and tied in a tight knot, her belt, adorning his wrist, appeared oddly fitting. All right then, with Wolf Hunter accompanying her, Tang Ruan boldly ventured deeper into the forest. As they walked, she discovered an abundance of useful materials. This is useful. This is useful. This is also useful. Tang Ruan felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure trove, continuously pulling up plants. This one treats rheumatism and colds. This one is excellent for bruises. She proclaimed, this place is a sacred gathering ground. The Wolf Hunter observed her struggling to embrace the herbs and proactively assisted her by stowing them away in her storage space. He crouched beside her, plucked a small blade of grass identical to the one in Tang Ruan's hand, and lowered his head to inhale its scent. This should not be a material for the belt. Chapter 9. Truly well-protected Tang Ruan, caught red-handed. Yet I can die without admitting it. The aroma of the herbs, when blended, would indeed change. She felt unjustly bold, her hands remaining busy. Is that so? The Wolf Hunter smiled at her profile, seemingly intrigued by her extensive knowledge of herbs. If his memory served him correctly, the grass he held had hemostatic properties. He had seen the shaman use this herb for healing, but alas, the shaman of the Wolf tribe had perished. Sensing his scrutinizing gaze, Tang Ruan abruptly turned her head, her eyes meeting his with unwavering determination. Yes, their noses nearly collided. The Wolf Hunter turned his face away, clearing his throat. There's still time. I shall accompany you. Take your time and gather more. Tang Ruan thought, with him so close, he might devour her. Was this merely to convey that? Was he unwell? She rubbed her slightly flushed cheeks and resumed her task, having gathered an abundance of herbs. The Wolf Hunter escorted Tang Ruan back. Along the way, she encountered many unfamiliar faces, mostly women and children. There were also elderly individuals lounging at the cave entrance, their skeletal frames occasionally breaking into coughs. So, had the other male beasts of their tribe perished? Were only these 5 remaining? Tang Ruan instinctively glanced at the Wolf Hunter's profile, recalling a documentary she had watched that stated wolves prioritize sharing food with the female wolves. Pups and elderly. Was it the same for the beastmen of the Wolf tribe? In a world where the strong devour the weak, it seemed the most vulnerable were thriving within the Wolf tribe. The Wolf Hunter and his kin were indeed very protective. Suddenly, she felt he was a person of great responsibility. Mom, is that a groundhog beast man? A disheveled little boy suddenly leapt from the cave where she once resided. Pointing at Tang Ruan, startled, Tang Ruan immediately noticed a tall, gaunt female beastman trailing behind him. Do not shout so loudly. Upon seeing Tang Ruan, she scrutinized her from head to toe, a slight smirk playing on her lips. After Tang Ruan returned her smile, it dawned on her. Why was she smiling at someone who had usurped her home? The Wolf Hunter placed the herbs at the entrance of Tang Ruan's new cave. I have urgent need of this. If I finish weaving before tonight, I can find someone to assist you. He spoke with a calm, commanding tone. He had meticulously studied the belt, and the weaving technique was quite simple. However, discerning which herbs were used was challenging. She had spent an entire night weaving the previous 3 belts, and besides the fact they were too long, they bore a hint of emotional weight. Just as she was about to decline, Potato Mama emerged from the cave. Rest assured, clan leader, we will assist Tang Ruan. Then thank you in advance. I shall bring remuneration, he replied. If there is anything you need, do not hesitate to seek me. Potato Mama nodded slightly. After the wolf hunter departed, Potato Mama gathered everyone to lend a hand. The beastmen, who typically subsisted on plants and fruits, were quite skilled at identifying flora. Soon, they began categorizing the herbs they had brought back and weaving alongside Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan, how come I never knew you were adept at shamanic arts? Potato asked. In the beast world, medical knowledge was often regarded as a form of sorcery. Tang Ruan chuckled awkwardly. I'm not sure. Perhaps my former clan members were shamans. It suddenly came to her. Potato nodded with trust. Indeed. And you still do not know your beast form. It seems you must wait until the day you become a wife to discover it. Why would I learn my beast form only upon becoming a wife? Tang Ruan inquired, puzzled. The female beastmen weaving with her erupted into laughter, while the males sitting nearby, drying the herbs, cleared their throats awkwardly. Potato leaned into Tang Ruan's ear. Is it really that stimulating? Potato. Potato Mama shot her a reproachful glare, then joined in the laughter. During dinner, everyone sat together to gnaw on sweet potatoes. Red Sweet Potato gazed at the sweet potato in his hands. A frown etched across his face. Must I consume this until the fruits ripen? The groundhog beastmen had strategically placed their granary here because the caves were shaded, making food storage easier. However, the fruit trees here naturally did not flourish. You could eat mine, Little Potato said, blinking his big eyes as he approached, offering his potato in exchange. Red Sweet Potato took a bite of the potato and then kissed Little Potato on the cheek. This is far tastier than sweet potatoes. I am in love with the idea of food. Red Sweet Potato could savor even the simplest things, while Tang Ruan felt differently. She longed for her chickens, at least back then. She had 2 eggs daily to supplement her protein intake. Suddenly, she spotted the piece of snake meat hanging from a tree branch. After the blood had dried, it appeared quite appetizing. Perhaps it was worth considering. Tang Ruan ignited a fire and set up a pot. The pot was a concave stone she had discovered by the creek last year. In the chaotic circumstances of the previous night, she had enlisted Red Sweet Potato's help to carry it over, highlighting its significance to her. Next came the boiling of water, cutting the meat, and removing the blood froth. A few groundhog beastmen, drawn by the aroma, hurried over. Are you preparing that? Last year, Tang Ruan's chicken had fallen prey to a weasel, leading her to tearfully prepare a pot of potato stew. That evening, the entire tribe had come to her home for a meal. The groundhog clan was not averse to meat. It was simply that fruits were more easily obtained, and meat was found in the terrifying forests. Tang Ruan nodded. Yes, please fetch some more potatoes. Absolutely. Immediately, a beastman rushed to the granary and returned with a pile of potatoes, assisting her in cutting them into small pieces with a stone knife before tossing them into the pot. Once it was nearly cooked, Tang Ruan extinguished the fire and retrieved her secret treasure, a small pouch of salt. The water from the creek was salty, while the water they typically drank came from springs in the mountains. Tang Ruan sprinkled the salt made from creek water into the pot. Under the chemical reaction of the salt, the aroma spread swiftly throughout the tribe, as if it had sprouted legs. The beastmen formed a line, holding large leaves folded into bowls to receive their portions. Naturally, they did not take without giving. Some exchanged other food items, while others who were satiated assisted nearby. Just as Tang Ruan was about to take another bowl, she suddenly noticed that all the beastmen had vanished. Tang Ruan. Instinctively, she glanced to her right and saw all the groundhog beastmen standing against the wall, resembling reprimanded schoolchildren. Little female, the chief sent me to fetch the belt. The sound. Tang Ruan turned to her left and saw Wolf Chi, holding a chicken in his left hand and resting his right hand on his hip. Grinning at her. Chicken, that is my chicken. She had thought it was long gone. Seeing her gaze fixed on the chicken, Wolf Chi brought it closer. You want this? Tang Ruan boldly nodded. Then it's yours, he proclaimed, brimming with generosity. Really? She hadn't expected him to be so accommodating, of course. But what's in your pot? Let me have a taste. He swallowed hard, the aroma wafting towards the wolf tribe. Certainly. Tang Ruan dashed to the depths of the cave, retrieved her cherished large wooden bowl, and filled it with soup and meat. Wolf Chi accepted it. Thank you. He shoved the chicken into Tang Ruan's arms. You took my chicken, so I'll keep the sheep the chief promised you. My sister has cubs waiting for their meal. Tang Ruan. Wait, what sheep? Hadn't Wolf Hunter mentioned he would bring compensation? Before Tang Ruan could process it, Wolf Chi had already hoisted the little lamb he had carelessly tossed aside and turned to leave. Tang Ruan. Is it too late to regret now? The satiated groundhog beastmen returned to their caves to rest. With little in the way of entertainment, the beastmen retired early for the night. Only Potato and Red Sweet Potato remained outside the cave, counting stars and discussing the moon. As Tang Ruan watched their retreating figures, drowsiness began to overtake her when suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from outside the cave. In an instant, she was yanked from the ground. You dare to poison me? I will kill you. Chapter 10. Only beast husbands may touch. Tang Ruan raised her hand, gripping the one that clutched her throat, struggling to utter a word. Let go. The hand recoiled as if pricked by something, and she was abruptly released. Yet before she could catch her breath, someone seized her shoulder and slammed her against the wall. Her back collided forcefully with the stone, pain shooting down her spine to her throat. Tears blurred her vision as she discerned a pair of brownish-yellow eyes in the darkness. Wolf Chi, do you think my wolf tribe would hesitate to kill you? He spoke hastily. Hesitate? Tang Ruan was infuriated to the point of laughter. They had driven all the groundhog orcs into water heated to a scorching 50 degrees, resulting in numerous orcs suffering from heat stroke and severe burns. The blisters on their bodies had yet to subside. They had attempted to bite them several times, even threatening to devour them. How could she possibly believe they wouldn't dare? It was the groundhog orcs who were too naive, thinking that surrendering their territory would spare them from the wolf clan's wrath. Little did they know, an ambush was in the works, truly despicable and shameless. Upon seeing the derision in Tang Ruan's eyes, Wolf Chi's gaze flickered momentarily, as if in contemplation. Then, he glared at her with an intensity that seemed ready to explode. It was indeed she who had poisoned them. That evening, he had taken the food she provided back to his sister's cub. Xingxing, in turn, had shared some with Wolf Yu's father, By Midnight. Both Xingxing and Wolf Yu's father had succumbed to the fire poison. Neither the cubs nor the elder beasts were spared. It was utterly vile. Wolf Chi extended his clawed hand towards Tang Ruan's throat, but suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air from outside the cave. Let go of my mother. Sweet Potato. Let go of Sweet Potato. Tang Ruan, fueled by an unknown surge of courage, shouted at Wolf Chi. What are you doing? What are you doing? Wolf Chi grinned maliciously as he dragged her out of the cave and tossed her onto the ground. What are we doing? It pales in comparison to your treachery. Treachery? Tang Ruan raised her head from the ground. Are you all right, Tang Ruan? We've relinquished the cave to you. What more do you want? How can you be certain we are the ones who poisoned them? The voice of a groundhog orc reached her ears. Tang Ruan, taken aback, exclaimed, What poison? Who poisoned them? She glanced anxiously at Wolf Chi. Tang Ruan, this pack of wolves insist you poisoned us to drive us to extinction. We also consumed the snake meat. If it were poisoned, wouldn't we all be dead by now? One of the groundhog orcs interjected. Realization dawned on Tang Ruan as she turned her gaze back to Wolf Chi. Did someone from the wolf clan eat the food I provided and suffer an adverse reaction? Ha! Wolf Chi crouched down, seizing Tang Ruan's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. The leader was right. You are indeed the descendant of a shaman. Shamans are adept not only at healing but also at poisoning. The other day, they witnessed you manipulating heavenly fire in the forest. For a shaman who can control heavenly fire, poisoning is nothing to her. It was their oversight. Tang Ruan surveyed her surroundings. Wolf Mo and Wolf Feng had surrounded the groundhog orcs, while Wolf Yu was beneath a tree, with all the capable males of the groundhog clan hung up in the branches. There was a plan, a conspiracy. It seemed the wolf hunts had sanctioned this. How foolish she had been to once think he was a reasonable leader. Release them, and I can save him. Tang Ruan understood that proving her innocence was futile. Saving lives took precedence. Now you admit it? Wolf Chi snarled, I will not grant you another chance to approach my family. Wolf Yu glanced over. Wolf Chi, my father. In an instant, Wolf Chi transformed into his beast form, emitting a low growl. Wolf Yu ceased speaking. Wolf Chi transformed back into his human form, crouching before Tang Ruan. Suddenly, Tang Ruan noticed the area where Wolf Chi had been bitten by the poisonous insect appeared to be festering. A thought struck her. Could the fire poison he mentioned be a fever? An allergic reaction from insect bites could indeed cause a fever. Just as she intended to share this revelation with Wolf Chi, he stood up and swiftly approached the groundhog orcs, seizing a younger male beast and tossing him at Tang Ruan's feet. I will make a cut on this cub. If you fail to save my family before his blood runs dry, I will ensure all of you accompany him to the grave, he declared, revealing his sharp claws. The young male beast, terrified, instantly transformed into his beast form. Tang Ruan instinctively lunged forward, and at the same moment, Wolf Chi swiped with his claws. The sharp edge severed a lock of Tang Ruan's hair. Wolf Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. In that instant, a gust of wind swept through, knocking Wolf Chi to the ground. As the earth trembled, Tang Ruan's severed hair floated gently to the ground. A massive silver-gray wolf stood protectively in front of her, the moonlight cascading over his silky, gleaming fur. His icy blue eyes resembled ancient glaciers. What are you doing? His voice was deeper than when in human form. Tang Ruan recognized him as Wolf Hunt. He was unaware of Wolf Chi's actions. This was fortuitous. There was still a chance for resolution. Boss, Wolf Yu stepped forward. This female has poisoned Xingxing and my father with fire poison. Wolf Hunt turned his gaze towards Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan, cradling a groundhog, lay weakly on the ground, her large, watery eyes filled with fear. I didn't. You must believe me. Her voice trembled as she pointed at Wolf Chi, her fingers shaking uncontrollably. He bears the marks of insect bites. He may have brought the pests back. Some individuals experience allergic reactions from bites, resulting in persistent fevers. It is indeed fever. It is hot. It causes fainting. She was unsure if Wolf Hunt understood her words, but she had to seize this opportunity to explain everything clearly. He was the only one who could save them now. But you gave us the pest-repelling belt, didn't you? Wolf Hunt countered. Tang Ruan was taken aback. She herself could not fathom why the belt had suddenly ceased to function. Wolf Chi suddenly seemed to remember something and approached Tang Ruan once more. Wolf Hunt's gaze followed him, wary of him making another move against the young female. So, you intentionally provided us with a faulty belt to bring about our demise. Tang Ruan shook her head vigorously. I truly do not know, but I can assure you, the insects can indeed cause fevers, and I have a way to treat it. I want to allow her to try. Wolf Hunt interrupted Wolf Chi. Boss, we cannot let her go. She is too dangerous. Have you forgotten? She can wield heavenly fire. Our territory was devastated by heavenly fire. She is a terrible shaman. Tang Ruan was uncertain what Wolf Hunt had said to them, but it was clear that in the eyes of the Wolf clan, she was seen as an old witch. Unless Wolf Chi's gaze fell once more upon the trembling little groundhog in Tang Ruan's arms. Tang Ruan stared at him anxiously. Suddenly, two faint buzzing sounds interrupted her thoughts. She looked down to see a wasp at her feet. Squinting slightly, she seized the wasp and pressed it against her arm. With a sharp sting, the wasp's venomous stinger pierced her flesh, causing Tang Ruan to nearly leap in pain. Mere seconds later, her skin began to swell as if filled with water. The insect thrived on blood. The pest-repelling belt would reduce its feeding desire, but if provoked, it would still attack. Tang Ruan withdrew her hand, revealing her delicate arm now swollen and reddened. The wasp was crushed beyond recognition, leaving no indication of whether it had been the one to sting her. Noticing the astonishment in Wolf Hunt's eyes, Tang Ruan grasped his paw and placed it on her slender arm. The searing heat coursed through her skin into his palm. The inner side of her arm was the softest part of a female, meant for a beast husband's touch. How could she allow this? Chapter 11. With me here, no one dares to touch you. Tang Ruan sensed his sharp fingertips retract slightly, and a triumphant smile graced her lips. He believed her. She then turned to grasp Wolf Chi's clawed. It must have been the insects that were startled, causing them to attack the beasts. Why had the pest-repelling belt failed? Was the illness among the wolf clan caused by the insects? None of that mattered. What was crucial was to convince the wolf clan that this incident had nothing to do with the groundhogs. Follow me, Wolf Hunt interrupted Tang Ruan's actions, positioning himself between her and Wolf Chi. His towering figure completely shielded Wolf Chi. Boss, has everything I said fallen on deaf ears? Wolf Hunt's roar silenced the four wolves, their heads bowed in submission. It was his leniency towards them that had emboldened them to act without his consent. He surveyed the area, issuing orders, until the matter is clarified. No harm shall come to any groundhog orc. Release the orcs from the trees and let them return to their caves to rest. Wolf Hunt gestured for Tang Ruan to climb onto his back. Wolf Chi abruptly raised his head, yelling defiantly, "Boss, aren't you simply wanting to claim this little female as your mate? For her. You disregard your own kin?" He had seen through the fact that the boss had taken an interest in this little female and deliberately concealed it from him. Tang Ruan suddenly realized that only a mate could ride on a male beast's back. Thus, as she was halfway up, she found herself awkwardly dangling, clutching at Wolf Hunt's fur around his neck. "Get up!" Wolf Hunt ignored Wolf Chi once Tang Ruan clambered onto his back. He leaped onto a large rock. Surveying the crowd from an elevated position, as the wolf clan faced adversity, he had stepped up as the new leader, knowing many harbored dissent. Yet, their lives were intertwined, having established an unbreakable trust. Therefore, he had never imposed his authority over his kin. Never did he expect they would dare to act against his orders and ambush the groundhog orcs. His forbearance had led to this. Anyone who defies the Wolf King's decree shall be exiled from the clan. The howls of the wolves reverberated through the valley, causing the creatures within to tremble in fear. The Alpha's command was the highest decree issued by the leader of the wolf pack. There was no room for defiance. Having spoken, he turned and dashed towards the territory of the wolves. Wolf Hunter, accompanied by Tang Ruan, arrived at the cave she once called home. A tall, slender she-wolf was slapping the face of a comatose pup. Just as Tang Ruan approached, the she-wolf turned alertly and instantly transformed into a light brown giant wolf, lunging towards Tang Ruan. Wolf Moon, Wolf Hunter was as swift as lightning, grasping Tang Ruan's shoulder and pulling her aside. Upon hearing Wolf Hunter's voice, Wolf Moon reverted back to her human form, her gaze fixating on the hand Wolf Hunter had placed on Tang Ruan's shoulder, scrutinizing it closely. "She is here to help us." Wolf Moon seemed to have great trust in Wolf Hunter. Acknowledging his words, she stepped aside. Tang Ruan hurriedly moved to examine the pup. The cave she had previously inhabited had a skylight, and illuminated by the moonlight. She discovered several marks of insect bites on the pup's neck. She touched its forehead, and a method of treatment flashed through her mind. "I need to go back and fetch some supplies," she said to Wolf Hunter. "All right, I will accompany you." As Tang Ruan and Wolf Hunter made their way back, the groundhog beastman had already been returned to the cave, but 4 wolf beasts still stood guard at the entrance. "Alpha, how is Star doing?" Wolf Feather rushed over to inquire. Wolf Hunter glanced at Tang Ruan. "The high fever is due to insect bites. I am about to administer medicine to him. He will recover soon." Seeing Wolf Feather's intent gaze upon her, as if he had something to say, she assumed he doubted her. Grabbing his hand, she placed it on her arm. "Wolf Feather, I have a fever too. If I cannot cure Star, I cannot survive either. Trust me." His fingers brushed against her warm, soft skin, and Wolf Feather hesitated for a moment, retracting his hand as if shocked, his ears tinged with a hint of red. All right. Upon their return, several wolf beasts trailed behind Wolf Hunter. Tang Ruan applied the crushed herbs to the spots where Star had been bitten. Star visibly felt much better, no longer gasping for breath as he had moments before. Hearing that Tang Ruan was going to start a fire to brew medicine, Wolf Red became resistant. "Have you all forgotten how the wolf tribe's territory was lost? It was due to the heavenly fire. She is going to summon the heavenly fire." In an instant, Wolf Moon transformed into a brown wolf, pinning her younger brother beneath her paw. "You useless creature. If it weren't for you bringing back the insects, Star wouldn't be in this state." Wolf Red looked aggrieved, as if he hadn't invited the insects, and besides, he had been bitten for several days without issue. As he thought this, he glanced down. "Why is my wound leaking?" "Generally tough. Wolf beasts were unperturbed by blood, let alone a few insect bites. Though it was painful and itchy, they typically brushed it off. To his shock, it had become so infected. Little female, I need treatment too. He called out in a panic towards Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan pretended not to hear. After a couple of attempts, she used flint to ignite a small bundle of straw, then gathered some branches and stones to construct a makeshift fire pit. She set a small stone pot above it and began brewing the medicine. Suddenly, a shadow fell over her. Thinking it was Wolf Red approaching, she instinctively shrank her shoulders as a hand seized her wrist. Turning her head, she met a pair of icy blue eyes. "How is your wound?" Wolf Hunter turned her arm to reveal the spot where she had been bitten by an insect. She had treated Star earlier. She had also applied medicine to herself. The swelling had subsided, but it was still quite red. Wolf Hunter's gaze bore into her arm, his brow furrowing slightly, feeling as if a stone was pressing down on his heart. Seeing her disregard him, he assumed she was frightened. After several attempts to speak, he managed to utter, "Do not be afraid. As long as I am here, no one will dare to harm you." Tang Ruan abruptly pulled her hand back and bowed her head to stoke the fire, rolling her eyes in the process. "Stop pretending to be so sincere. If it weren't for him telling the wolf beasts that she was a witch, they wouldn't have suspected her." Wolf Hunter leaned in closer, softening his tone. "Afterwards, I will take the entire clan to apologize to the Groundhog tribe." Tang Ruan shifted away slightly to no need. Approximately an hour later, Star awoke, and the fever had subsided. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Gathering around Star in celebration, Wolf Feather squeezed to the front. "Witch doctor, please check on my father. He is in the same condition as Star," he implored. "When did she become a witch doctor?" Tang Ruan blinked in confusion. However, now is not the time to correct these misunderstandings. She followed Wolf Feather to the adjacent cave. There was still plenty of medicine left, and Tang Ruan repeated her method of brewing. The condition of the old beast man quickly improved. At this moment, a considerable number of wolf beasts had gathered outside the cave. Tang Ruan then realized that Star's situation was not isolated. There were others, including Wolf Feather's father, who were also affected. They must have been bitten while together, and at that time, they hadn't had the insect-repelling belts. Right when I returned, I found I had been bitten. But who would pay attention to such minor injuries? They hadn't anticipated that the insects in the valley were so venomous. In the future, they would have to keep their distance from the forest. It turned out that it was not the Groundhog tribe's witch doctor who was responsible. Through their conversations, Tang Ruan learned that when the Wolf Tribe beastmen first entered the cave valley, Wolf Red had dragged them along to hold a rally. His implication was for them to follow Wolf Hunter and work together to strengthen the Wolf Tribe. Consequently, the insects he had brought back had taken the opportunity to feast. At this moment, Wolf Red, the target of everyone's ire, was squatting innocently in a corner. "I didn't mean it. Ever since I was young, I have attracted insects. You all know this. I am just like my father, Tang Ruan. If he weren't so unpleasant, she could use a friend who could help attract insects like a mosquito repellent lamp." For those with mild symptoms, Tang Ruan provided herbs. For the more severe cases, she personally attended to them. After several hours of continuous work, Tang Ruan, feeling fatigued, noticed a purple mist surrounding a feverish little female beastman. Instinctively, she waved her hand, and the mist scattered in an instant, only to quickly regroup, albeit with a much lighter hue than before. "What are you doing?" Wolf Hunter asked. Tang Ruan replied, "Could she be seeing ghosts?" She stood up to disperse the purple mist again. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness overcame her. Chapter 12. The Alpha is no longer desired. Tang Ruan, Wolf Hunter was quick to catch her. Tang Ruan shook her head, mustering her strength. This sudden sensation of energy depletion was most likely due to low blood sugar. Leaning against Wolf Hunter's embrace, she hazily made her final instructions. "If I don't wake up, you must feed me honey water." Then, she lost consciousness in a state between dreams and reality. Tang Ruan felt something soft land on her lips. Instinctively, she wanted to resist, only to realize that the person clumsily pried her lips apart and delivered a stream of sweetness into her mouth. The sugary sensation filled her with comfort, and she drifted back into a blissful slumber. When she opened her eyes again, she was met with a round face magnified like a potato. "Tang Ruan, you are finally awake." Potato pulled her up from the ground and into a tight embrace. Tang Ruan, you are finally awake? Woohoo! Tang Ruan nearly choked. Let go. You're suffocating me. Oh, oh. After a hard-earned escape from Potato's grip, Tang Ruan suddenly recalled something. Did you feed me honey water while I was unconscious? Potato's face suddenly flushed, her small eyes sparkling, appearing hesitant to speak. Wouldn't it be better to pretend that it was you who fed me? Tang Ruan immediately understood. Though they were best friends, such an intimate act would still be awkward. To avoid further embarrassment, Tang Ruan refrained from pressing the matter. Little Potato suddenly flung herself into Tang Ruan's arms. Sobbing uncontrollably, Tang Ruan, no matter what happens, we will always be the best of friends, Tang Ruan. It was just a kiss. It's not that serious. During Tang Ruan's unconsciousness, the groundhog beastmen had somehow gathered numerous animal skins to create a thick bed for her. Since her time in this world, she hadn't slept on such a soft bed. After a simple meal, Tang Ruan lay down once more. She slept soundly until evening, finally feeling rejuvenated. With renewed energy, Tang Ruan stepped out of the cave, only to pause abruptly, withdrawing the foot she had just stepped forward with. Outside the cave stood a dense crowd of wolf tribe beastmen, each wearing a frown, their faces drawn with fatigue, upon seeing her. They rushed forward. Witch Doctor, you are awake. The one who spoke was Wolf Feather's father, a white-haired beastman leaning on a cane. The witch doctor is awake? Yes, wonderful. They were significantly taller than the groundhog beastmen. Tang Ruan, accustomed to the height of her fellow groundhog kin, stumbled back in surprise. Do not be afraid. Wolf Hunter unexpectedly appeared behind her, steadying her. The wolf tribe beastmen hurriedly expressed their intentions. Yes, yes, witch doctor. We have come to thank you. One beastman set down the prey he had been carrying. From now on, we are one family. Whoever bullies you will be bullying us. Another orc set down a chicken, and Tang Ruan recognized it as hers. Tang Ruan. The wolf hunter approached her with solemnity, stating, on behalf of my entire clan, I extend our sincerest apologies to the groundhog tribe for the events of last night. As he spoke, he bowed towards each direction of the caves. Tang Ruan understood that the groundhog orcs were surely hiding within, eavesdropping on this expression of remorse. The crowd dispersed, revealing a clearing piled high with wild fruits, many of which were rare specimens found only in the forest. Nearby trees hung heavy with prey, which at first glance appeared somewhat intimidating. You need not apologize to me, Tang Ruan thought, recalling the previous night when Wolf Chi sought to harm the groundhog pups. She felt she had no right to forgive on behalf of others. I know. Wolf Hunter's icy gaze flickered. Thus, we intend to relocate. Upon hearing this, the groundhog orcs, who had been hiding in their caves, cautiously peeked out. Where will you go? Tang Ruan instinctively asked, regretting her inquiry immediately. What business was it of hers? Although she had observed that the majority of the wolf tribe consisted of the old, weak, and ill, invoking pity would be the folly of the naive. Wolf Hunter smiled bitterly, but there will always be a place for us. The groundhog orcs could hardly contain their excitement at the prospect of the wolves actually departing. Wonderful! We can move back, they rejoiced. Finally, they are leaving. Bless the beast god. Bless the beast god. Why not stay? Suddenly, a resonant voice interrupted their elation. Chieftain, what are you saying? Mama Tudu emerged from the cave and walked directly to Wolf Hunter. A faint, enigmatic smile gracing her lips. You may stay, but only on the other side of the creek. The other side of the creek led to a forest rife with venomous creatures. This. The groundhog orcs erupted in applause, exclaiming, the chieftain is brilliant. Let us bite them to death. But they had anti-insect belts. The prey they brought was indeed hunted from the forest. You must know I have an anti-insect belt. I would like to try my hand in the forest as well. Come on, with those short arms and legs of yours, don't forget the chieftain's beast husband. Shoo! Mama Tudu provocatively glanced at Wolf Hunter. So, what will it be? Stay, or kindly vacate my hollow valley? She lifted her chin defiantly, locking eyes with the wolf. The groundhog tribe was certainly no match for the wolf tribe, nor for any other race. If the wolf tribe could find this place, others would inevitably follow. The wolf tribe's leader, however, was one who could reason. Had they encountered those devoid of reason, they would have been exterminated long ago. Why not take advantage of them and let them become the guardians of Hollow Valley? Besides, there was Tang Ruan. All right, Wolf Hunter readily agreed, but I must ask for a few days' time. No problem. Wolf Hunter cast a lingering glance at Tang Ruan, as if he wished to speak but thought better of it. Turning, he led the wolf tribe away as soon as they departed. The groundhog orcs rushed out, exclaiming, even before the wolves arrived, we had never seen such an abundance of goods. The pelts of these prey are exquisite. They can be fashioned into clothing. Mama, I want potato stew for dinner. Wait until your sister Tang Ruan is better. Mama won't be cooking. Watching the groundhog orcs reveling in their happiness, Tang Ruan exhaled in relief. How wonderful, Tang Ruan. Is this just your chicken? Hong Shu picked up the chicken from the ground and handed it to her, flashing a broad smile. But it seems to be dead. Tang Ruan felt as though she had been struck in the heart. Her beloved hen, which she had nurtured for 3 years. Ah, she lamented. She shot a fierce glare at Hong Shu. Was it just a kiss with your wife? Why do you act so peculiar? Suddenly, Tang Ruan stumbled as someone embraced her from behind. She turned to find Xing Xing, half her height, clinging to her like a piece of chewy candy. Why isn't the shaman returning with the chieftain? Tang Ruan pried his tiny hands apart, replying, because I am neither a shaman nor a member of your tribe. A look of confusion crossed Xing Xing's face as he ruffled his tousled hair. But you are already with the chieftain. Xing Xing, Wolf Yu's voice called from afar. Xing Xing released Tang Ruan and dashed towards his mother. Mama, if the shaman doesn't want the chieftain, does that mean the chieftain will be left alone? Chapter 13. The Pact. Tang Ruan mused on the vivid imagination of children in the days that followed. The wolf tribe busied themselves searching for suitable caves within the forest, while the groundhog orcs busied themselves packing their belongings. The bounty provided by the wolf tribe was indeed overwhelming. The fruits could be sun-dried, while the meats, if not preserved, would spoil quickly, and the air was already beginning to carry a hint of decay. Tang Ruan decided to venture to the creek in search of salt and spices to create 5-spice jerky. Previously, she had only 5 chickens and had been reluctant to consume them. Now, she felt liberated in her ability to eat meat. As she walked, she mentally reviewed the steps for making jerky. Could it be that her extraordinary abilities extended to culinary arts? How delightful! Upon reaching the creek, she spotted a large brown wolf whose front paws were on one side and back paws on the other, straining to balance itself across the narrowest point of the stream, forming a makeshift bridge. Occasionally, wolf pups would leap onto its back. Oof! The brown wolf grunted as the pups joyfully scampered across. Tang Ruan, upon seeing her, Wolf Chi awkwardly forced a smile. Hey, little female, see how our leader punishes me. He raised a front paw in greeting, only to promptly fall into the water with a splash. He sprang back up like an ant in a hot pot, exclaiming, so hot, so hot. Humph. Tang Ruan's lips curled slightly in amusement. Serves you right. Her voice was barely a whisper as she turned to walk away, unaware that wolves had exceptional hearing. Wolf Chi lamented, I must have thoroughly offended her. Tang Ruan searched along the creek for a while and gathered most of the spices she needed, though one type remained insufficient in quantity. Just as she contemplated giving up, she raised her head and met Wolf Hunter's icy blue gaze. For some reason, she recalled the dream she had before her transmigration, causing her ears to flush. No need. This should suffice. She replied, if you gather more at once, you can minimize your trips. He was aware of her disdain for them, but couldn't resist the urge to draw closer. Tang Ruan acknowledged the validity of his point, but before she could voice her refusal, Wolf Hunter transformed into a large silver-gray wolf, his upper body low to the ground. His head rested on the earth, creating a slope suitable for climbing. In an instant, all the wolf tribe members by the creek turned their attention to her, while Wolf Chi gaped in shock. What is he doing? Tang Ruan thought. He need not do this. She could manage on her own. By adopting such a low posture, he implied that if she didn't ascend, it would reflect poorly on her regard for the wolf tribe. Should anyone harbor a grudge, Tang Ruan had no choice but to climb up. You may hold onto my ear. All right. What a peculiar request. With a gentle leap, Wolf Hunter was on the opposite bank. Wolf Chi stared at their retreating figures, taking a moment to close his mouth. Has the boss lost his mind? His actions towards the little female were clearly those befitting a mate. He was serious. Just like before, when Tang Ruan collected herbs, Wolf Hunter mirrored her every move. Before long, a mound of herbs and spices nearly reached her height. "These herbs you didn't gather last time. What are they for?" Wolf Hunter inquired, holding a fiery red fruit and sniffing it. "Achoo!" Tang Ruan couldn't help but chuckle. "That's wild chili. I'm gathering these to make jerky." "Jerky?" Upon hearing this, Wolf Hunter's cold eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity akin to that of a university student. Tang Ruan explained, "It's a delicious treat." Remembering the delectable dish she had prepared not long ago, the aroma had wafted over to the wolf tribe. Wolf Hunter instinctively swallowed hard. "Once I succeed in making it, I'll share some with you," she offered as a gesture of gratitude for his assistance. Upon hearing that she would share, Wolf Hunter's expression transformed, grinning radiantly. "Really? You want to give me some?" "Yes, I will." "But don't you dislike me?" he asked cautiously, squatting beside her. His innocent demeanor stirred an impulse within Tang Ruan to ruffle his fur. How could such a fierce wolf exhibit a gaze akin to that of a puppy? "Dislike is not the right term," she rationally assessed. "If I were you, I too would strive to secure survival for my kin." Moreover, the recent incidents were instigated by Wolf Chi, whether attempting to kill or ambush them. It was all that scoundrel's doing. Overall, you remain a reasonable orc, but struggle to control your subordinates. Wolf Hunter nodded like a chastised schoolboy, explaining, "The former chieftain is Wolf Chi's father. When Wolf Chi was young and injured, his strength was insufficient, and the former chieftain entrusted the position of leader to me. However, he still wields considerable influence within the tribe. Yet you are correct. I shall enforce stricter management in the future." Tang Ruan halted her actions of pulling out wild ginger, staring blankly at him. What could his obedient expression possibly signify? Had he taken some sort of medication by mistake? Noticing her struggle, Lang Lai reached out, grasped her hand, and with a firm tug, the wild ginger came loose, causing Tang Ruan to lean back. His other hand appeared just in time to support her. "Tang Ruan, thank you." "You need not thank me," he replied. He was too close, still holding her hand, and the scent of sunlight emanating from him made Tang Ruan feel slightly flushed. Why did it all seem so ambiguous? This wolf, could it be that he had taken a liking to her? No, she must lock her heart away. The fortune teller had warned her that this world was rife with romantic calamities, none leading to a good end. She withdrew her hand, stood up, and retreated a distance. Lang Lai watched her retreating figure, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips, as expected. She remembered nothing. On that fateful night when Tang Ruan had fainted, he had fed her honey water with his own mouth. Suddenly, a radiant glow emerged from her wrist, revealing a faint red wolf tooth mark on the inner side. Thus, she became his wife, and he, her beastly husband. Under normal circumstances, a contract could only be forged by drinking the blood of a male during a ceremony. Yet, legends spoke of lovers among beastmen who could, under the blessing of the beast god, bypass this requirement. Against all odds, they had found themselves entwined in such a fate. However, it seemed the beast god had erred. She did not love him. In fact, she even loathed him. Lang Lai escorted Tang Ruan back, only to encounter Tu Do and Hong Shu holding hands. Tu Do suddenly appeared busy, glancing up at the sky and then searching the ground for something. Had it not been for Hong Shu standing there in a daze, she would have fled. Tu Do. "Oh, why doesn't Mother tell Tang Ruan that she is already the wife of the wolf tribe leader?" No wonder Mother dared to let the wolf tribe stay. The question is, did Lang Lai also not mention it? Does he wish to keep it a secret from Tang Ruan for a lifetime? And as for Tang Ruan, how foolish! Not only was she unaware of her own beastly nature, but she also failed to perceive the contract formed with a human. She was bursting to speak. Truly suffocating. Seeing Tu Do in such a frenzy, Tang Ruan assumed she was still embarrassed about their kiss and turned to retreat into the cave. "You can leave the things at the entrance." Lang Lai. "All right. Tu Do. Gather everyone to help. We need to prepare a meal." Understood. Once Tu Do departed, only Hong Shu and Lang Lai remained, exchanging glances. Hong Shu suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Lang Lai. It was evident that Tang Ruan harbored no affection for the wolf tribe leader, but one could hardly blame her. The wolf tribe leader was tall and pale, with large eyes and a prominent nose, hardly appealing. He probably feared humiliation, which was why he didn't dare confess to Tang Ruan. Hong Shu approached and patted Lang Lai's arm. "Fear not. An ugly husband will eventually meet his wife, Lang Lai. Tang Ruan had been busy with everyone throughout the day. The meat had marinated well, and she herself had absorbed some flavor. In the evening, she went to the spring to wash up. Bathed in moonlight, she suddenly noticed a small triangular red mark on the inner side of her wrist, which refused to wash away no matter how much she scrubbed. Chapter 14. You are destined to be mine. The next morning, Tang Ruan set out early. She aimed to find something in the forest before the stream warmed up, to remove that unidentifiable mark from her body. Little did she expect that someone would be earlier than her. Yes, a bit higher. That branch, to her astonishment, the wolf tribe was so formidable. In the future, she would need to enlist their help. Being tall certainly had its advantages. Those few beast husbands of hers looked robust, yet none could leap that high. What a pity they had missed their chance. Outside the cave, the female groundhogs were teasing. When Tang Ruan looked up, she saw Lang Lai in beast form leap gracefully, hanging the meat on the highest branch. Yesterday, they had attempted to hang the marinated meat to dry. But the groundhog beastmen were limited by their jumping ability. The higher branches were too soft for climbing. In the end, they had all huddled together. Tang Ruan had worried about the meat spoiling last night. But now, seeing it hung in an orderly manner, even on the treetops, she felt relieved. Sensing Tang Ruan's presence, Lang Lai spun in midair and elegantly landed before her, transforming back into his human form. Tang Ruan, his voice brimmed with joy, even a hint of anticipation. Tang Ruan, Lang Lai was here early to help. You mentioned yesterday, I'm worried it might spoil if hung like this, so he came early to assist. Ah, such a diligent beast. Don't you all have anything better to do? Tu Do clenched her fists at her sides, her face turning crimson. The two female beasts speaking suddenly seemed to have a realization and smacked their foreheads. We have things to attend to. Off we go. Tang Ruan thought he was truly wonderful. Tang Ruan. Lang Lai continued to look at her expectantly, standing before her like a mountain. Thank you. This expression of gratitude, she felt compelled to utter. Today, she could not escape it. Could she? Are you going out? Tang Ruan discreetly hid her pouch behind her. Are you heading across the stream? Lang Lai pressed on. I will accompany you. Lang Lai, familiar with the terrain, transformed into his wolf form, even selecting the angle for her to step. Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan quickly glanced at the little Tu Do, seeking an ally. Hey? Where's Tu Do? Ah, I came to inform you that we have found a new cave to dwell in. Tomorrow, you can move back. Oh, who told him that we needed help hanging meat? Is there a traitor among the groundhog tribe? With all the wolves in the forest, do you truly not need me by your side? Hearing this, Tang Ruan realized she indeed required his presence. What the other wolves thought was unclear to her. But Lang Lai had inexplicably begun to develop feelings for her recently. Having him around would ensure her safety. All right, in the forest, Tang Ruan was not searching for herbs this time, but for a fruit tree known as the bubble tree. Last night, she had been unable to rid herself of that small triangle, and in the process, her skin had turned red from scrubbing. Suddenly, a bright idea struck her, and she envisioned the bubble tree. The leaves of the bubble tree, when rubbed, would produce bubbles, similar to the effect of soap pods. Have you found it yet? Lang Lai inquired. Not yet. Tang Ruan nodded. It's a tree that bears purple fruits. She glanced at Lang Lai. If you have matters to attend to, you may go. Indeed, several wolves were busy nearby. If not, I meant to say, I can take you higher, for a better view. Tang Ruan thought his suggestion reasonable. Lang Lai carried Tang Ruan and leaped halfway up the hillside, revealing a breathtaking vista of the valley below. It turned out that certain areas above the forest received abundant sunlight, only obscured by the trees. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot skyward from the forest. Tang Ruan instinctively tightened her grip on Lang Lai's ear. Fear not, it is Lang Yu. Tang Ruan looked up to see Lang Yu standing beside a recently fallen tree. Tall and elegant, the sunlight glinted off his silver hair, dazzlingly bright. He merely raised a hand, and the severed tree was effortlessly sliced into segments by the wind's blades. Impressive! Tang Ruan couldn't help but exclaim. She had thought only Lang Lai possessed such abilities. What's so impressive? Cutting trees is hardly extraordinary, Lang Lai replied, his tone lowering. For some inexplicable reason, Tang Ruan felt as though this wolf was slightly displeased. Lang Lai lapsed into silence. Tang Ruan bit her lip, seizing the opportunity to clarify her feelings. In this world, she had no intention of seeking a partner. If one day she were to return to her original world, the heartache would be hers alone to bear, and she, being a romantic at heart, sometimes found herself lost in thoughts of love. Lang Lai. Suddenly, Lang Lai leaped with her from the hillside. Simultaneously, several sharp glints flashed by, and trees in various locations fell at once. Lang Lai landed near one of the fallen trunks. Here is the bubble tree you wanted. Tang Ruan looked at the neatly severed trunk, feeling exasperated. The tree was blameless. She distanced herself from him. Quickly gather what you need and return home. This wolf is becoming somewhat unpredictable. Lang Lai. Did I frighten the little female? Lang Lai leaned closer, attempting to engage her in conversation. What do you need these leaves for? Tang Ruan hurriedly stuffed the leaves into her pouch. Nothing much, just something unsightly on my wrist. These leaves can serve as a cleanser to wash it away. Unsightly? Like this. Tang Ruan swiftly raised her hand, showing him the triangular mark on her wrist. I've gathered what I need. Let us head back. To her surprise, Lang Lai seized her hand, his gaze icy and penetrating. You wish to wash this away? Tang Ruan was filled with trepidation. Even when the wolf clan first arrived at the cave valley, he had never exhibited such a frigid and desolate gaze. Noticing Tang Ruan's silence, the wolf hunter instinctively tightened his grip, as if by holding on a little tighter, she would truly be unable to escape. You're hurting me. Upon hearing her voice, his rationality abruptly coalesced, and he loosened his hold. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Ruan withdrew her hand and turned to flee deeper into the woods. The wolf hunter lingered for a moment, an uncontrollable urge to approach her, protect her, and even possess her coursing through him, undoubtedly a consequence of their bond. Yet she showed no inclination to accept him as her beast husband. Once a contract is established, it remains binding unless the wife perishes. The constraints it imposes endure indefinitely. Tang Ruan found herself lost in the forest. She hadn't seen the wolf hunter follow her, but she felt an unsettling presence lurking behind her. Rustling sounds akin to some reptile. It must be a figment of her imagination, she reassured herself, yet a chill coursed through her. The cave valley, known for its perpetual spring, had never felt this cold. Suddenly, a white shadow darted past. Tang Ruan shrieked. Taking a step back, it was a little lamb. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. The prey sent by the wolf clan a few days prior had included sheep, but they had all been slain. She had longed to raise a pair of sheep, envisioning fresh milk and the potential to cultivate a flock, which could eventually provide meat for the Marmot clan when necessary. Although primarily herbivorous, the Marmot clan would still require hunting when pregnant females needed sustenance. Point 2 of Potato Mama's beast husbands had vanished under such circumstances. Tang Ruan stealthily approached the little lamb. Lunging forward, unsurprisingly, it bolted away. She pursued it relentlessly, and before she realized it, she had reached the banks of a stream. The sun was setting. If she didn't leave the forest soon, it would be perilous. She pointed at the lamb that had escaped into the woods, declaring, "Wait for me, you will be mine sooner or later." With that, she made her way home. Not long after she departed, the anguished cries of the lamb echoed through the forest. Chapter 15. Wait until I grow up. I will be your beast husband. Ba 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 ba. Xing Xing led a snow-white lamb to the entrance of Tang Ruan's cave, with Potato Brothers' cub, Mao Mao, squatting in front. What is this? Mao Mao asked curiously. A sheep? Haven't you seen one before? Xing Xing replied proudly. I have eaten it, Mao Mao stated. Indeed, there were sheep among the prey they sent, Xing Xing remarked, licking his lips. He had always enjoyed lamb. The chief asked me to deliver it to the shaman. Where is she? Shaman? Mao Mao blinked his round eyes. Being a few years younger than Xing Xing, he struggled with the terminology. Just then, Tang Ruan approached Xing Xing. Where did this lamb come from? Upon seeing Tang Ruan, Xing Xing's eyes lit up, and he rushed forward, hugging her waist. Shaman, the chief found this in your old cave. He said it belongs to you. That explanation is rather far-fetched, however. The thought that the one following her was the wolf hunter and not some wild beast brought her some relief. Yet she could not accept the lamb. She needed to find an opportunity to clarify matters with him. Xing Xing, this lamb is not mine. Please return it. Xing Xing pouted, looking aggrieved. Shaman, Do you not like the chief? Do you not want him as your beast husband? As he spoke, he released Tang Ruan and slowly retreated. If you dislike the chief so much, perhaps wait until I grow up. I will be your beast husband. Tang Ruan was momentarily taken aback. This little brat was quite insightful. Before she could respond, Xing Xing suddenly transformed into a half-human, half-brown wolf and dashed toward the wolf clan territory. I've delivered the lamb. If you want it back, go find the chief yourself. Tang Ruan pondered. Has she fallen into a trap? Turning her head, she saw Mao Mao still squatting on the ground, watching the lamb. She picked up Mao Mao and brought him to Potato, instructing her to hand him over to her elder brother, Cassava. Potato Mama was deep in discussion with several elder beastmen when she spotted Tang Ruan and beckoned her over. Tang Ruan, I need to discuss something with you. Potato Mama said. What is it? In your cave, there are many pelts sent by the wolf hunter. I know they belong to you. However, Cave Valley may soon face a rare cold wave that occurs once every few decades. For everyone's safety, I hope you can part with some. We could exchange food, or I could return them once the newly skinned pelts are dried. Tang Ruan stood in stunned silence for 3 seconds before realization dawned upon her. Those pelts were a token of gratitude from the Wolf clan. She had thought they were a gift from the Marmot clan. Potato Mama remained silent for a moment, rubbing her temples. This child truly lacks awareness. She hasn't even realized that the wolf hunter is already her beast husband. Potato Mama refrained from informing the clan about this matter, believing the wolf hunter to be too formidable. Such a powerful beast man could only be safe with a wife who willingly accepted him. Otherwise, even if he could not harm her, he could easily allow others to do so. However, through her observations over the past few days, Potato Mama had discerned that the wolf hunter harbored feelings for Tang Ruan, whether due to the contract or instinct. But what of Tang Ruan? Was she truly unaffected by the contract? It was the wolf hunter himself who brought this. Fearing you'd be uncomfortable while sleeping, Potato Mama emphasized that it was the wolf hunter, not the entire clan. Tang Ruan nodded, acquiescing to her arrangement. Very well, I will remember your kindness, Potato Clan. That evening, the Marmot clan busied themselves sewing fur coats and stockpiling food. They had always been united and prepared for the impending cold wave. In just one night, one specifically notified the Wolf clan. Yet that night, the forest echoed with the lamentations of animals. Once again, Tang Ruan suspected that there were traitors among the Marmot clan, perhaps what should be called a Marmot traitor, a lackey of the wolves. The next morning, Tang Ruan was awakened by the cold. She wrapped herself in pelts and stepped outside her cave, greeted by a landscape blanketed in snow, with feathery flakes continuing to fall. The Marmot clan had already begun their relocation efforts, and she heard that the Wolf clan had moved to the other side of the stream the previous night. Tang Ruan returned to her original cave, which had a skylight above, on her way. She worried about drafts, only to find that the hole had been blocked by a large rock. After several trips in and out, she confirmed that she hadn't mistakenly entered the wrong cave. What a stroke of luck! Inside her cave, Tang Ruan lit a bonfire, placed stones on it, and cooked potatoes and jerky, seasoning them with her homemade spices. Before long, the aroma of potatoes and sweet potatoes wafted through the air. Sweet Potato, you should learn well from Tang Ruan. When you become my beast husband, you must prepare meals for me as well as you command. My wife. Sweet Potato saluted Tang Ruan, but then suddenly caught sight of the lamb tied up in the cave. Tang Ruan, can you trade the lamb with me? Potato had mentioned wanting lamb meat a few days ago. No, I need to keep this lamb. Immediately, Potato recalled Tang Ruan's plan for raising sheep. Are you planning to use this lamb to breed many little lambs? So we can drink sheep's milk and eat lamb meat every day in the future? Indeed. Tang Ruan affectionately patted Potato's head. Her best friend understood her the best. But how can one breed with just a single lamb? Tang Ruan sighed, thinking she could only wait for another ram to fall from the sky. The following day, a ram appeared in her cave, still covered in snow. Contemplating this ram, Tang Ruan fell into deep thought. If she hadn't suddenly acquired the ability to wield the language of spirits, then it meant Tang Ruan visited Potato's home. Before long, Sweet Potato appeared in her cave, having been stepped on by Potato. Speak. When did you join forces with the Wolf clan? I am not in league with them. We are friends, Potato. You must believe me. I would never betray the Marmot clan. Friends? Have you forgotten that you nearly became someone else's snack? Sweet Potato exclaimed. So Potato was concerned about him. He climbed up and hugged Potato's leg future wife. The message about the cold wave was relayed to Wolf Hunter at the chief's behest. What about the lamb? Potato placed her hands on her hips. Sweet Potato suddenly began to wink furiously at her. Potato was taken aback. Oh, right. She should support the Wolf Hunter and Tang Ruan being together. Although the Wolf Hunter wasn't worthy of her friend, he was, after all, a chief. Fine. I will help her find a handsome marmot beast man to make up for this. Potato cleared her throat and helped Sweet Potato to his feet. Tang Ruan, they gave you 2 sheep. Shouldn't you personally send something over to express your gratitude? Were they just discussing this? Mama also said not to owe the Wolf clan any favors. All right. Outside, the gentle snow continued to fall, and the biting cold wind pierced through her pelt attire. Despite wearing fur, the beastman's sewing skills were limited, and the wind still rushed through the seams. By the time Tang Ruan reached the stream, she was nearly frozen solid. Is anyone there? Is there anyone from the Wolf clan nearby? She called out twice by the stream, but the only response was the whispering of the wind. Suddenly, it dawned on her that who would venture out in such weather? Determined to clarify matters with the Wolf Hunter as soon as possible, she steeled herself. Tang Ruan found a spot where the water was shallowest, tossed the jerky to the opposite bank, and then removed her outer garments and leather boots. Cradling them in her arms, she waded into the water, feeling blissfully comfortable, reluctant to return to the shore. Just as she uttered those words, her foot slipped, and with a startled cry, she fell backwards into the water. Watching her clothes and shoes drift away with the current, a children's song suddenly echoed in her mind. Goodbye, mother. Tonight I shall set sail. Tang Ruan thought, oh no, could it be that she has truly awakened the spirit of words? Chapter 16. How many do you intend to collect? Help, is anyone there? Can someone rescue the little girl whose clothes have been swept away? In the middle of the stream, only her head remained above water. She had been submerged for several hours, yet not a single beastman had passed by. If she stayed any longer, night would fall. Whether she returned or ventured toward the Wolf tribe's territory, the distance was sufficient to turn her into an ice pop. All she could do was hope someone would discover her soon. Tang Ruan had been in the water for so long that she felt drowsy and closed her eyes. Snowflakes landed on her eyelashes, and suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the forest. She jolted to attention. It was exactly like the day she had heard in the woods. The Wolf Hunter, she called out in delight. The sounds from the forest did not cease in response to her shout. Instead, they grew louder. A chill ran through Tang Ruan. The sound did not resemble the footfalls of wolves at all. Suddenly, a dark shadow sprang from the woods, twisting its body as it lunged towards her. Tang Ruan barely caught a glimpse of what it was. It resembled a centipede, but was 3 or 4 meters long. Instinctively, she recoiled, her legs turning to jelly, half floating in the water. Help! At that moment, several glimmers of cold light sliced through the azure sky, and the gigantic centipede was instantly cleaved into 6 pieces, its flesh thudding into the water. Ah! Chunks of flesh landed before Tang Ruan, their appendages still writhing. She was nearly scared to death, thrashing about and choking on water. Yet, the horrifying flesh continued to approach her with the current. In that instant, Tang Ruan wished she could just die. Suddenly, a pair of large hands reached into the water and pulled her out. A warm cloak enveloped her. At that moment, she was mere inches away from the man before her. He was incredibly warm, his body almost feverish. Tang Ruan's gaze fell just below his collarbone, and as she realized she was so close to a man, she instinctively tried to retreat, only to be drawn back instantly. Did you not ask me to save you? The man's voice was laced with mockery. What's the matter? Do you find me so detestable that you would rather freeze to death? Tang Ruan lifted her head and beheld the sharply defined jawline of the Wolf Hunter. A faint smile played on his lips, his gaze icy, and silver-gray hair dusted with snow. In that moment, she felt even colder. She curled her toes and pressed her feet against his instep. The Wolf Hunter frowned slightly. You swear it was merely an instinctive action. The ground is too cold. Could you please take me back? She asked. I only have 1 piece of clothing. How do you propose I return? The Wolf Hunter chuckled. Oh, you seem to have a rather unkind tone. Not long ago, he had behaved like a well-mannered pup in her presence. What had changed so quickly, turning affection into disdain? Then I'll wait for you in the water. Please inform Potato for me. The wolf hunter noted her willingness to face danger rather than command him like a wife. Suddenly, he moved his hand from her back to her waist, pulling her closer. This brought them into even closer proximity, generating more warmth. With his other hand, he grasped her chin and leaned down to meet her gaze. Little female, by what right do you command the leader of the wolf tribe to assist you? He looked at her expectantly. Tang Ruan was taken aback. Had she not considered that he had always been quite accommodating? Yet, he was right. She certainly wouldn't dare to command Potato, her mother. Then it's no trouble at all. She pushed his hand away and slipped out from under the cloak, the wolf hunter. She would rather freeze than issue him commands. He suddenly grew fierce, yanking her back and removing his cloak, wrapping her tightly within it. Then, he hoisted her onto his shoulder. What are you doing? Was he planning to abduct her? I am taking you back to the wolf tribe to find you some clothing. Tang Ruan thought perhaps she had overreacted. As darkness descended and the snow fell heavier, the wolf hunter appeared in no rush to return. Carrying her, he walked at a leisurely pace, leaving a solitary trail of footprints in the snow. Tang Ruan watched as snowflakes landed on his taut back, only to melt away instantly. Are you not cold? Why not transform into a wolf then? The wolf hunter chuckled lightly. Are you expressing concern for me? Or is this a command? Tang Ruan wished she could slap herself. Perhaps it would be best to remain silent. This wolf had turned from love to hate. How could she speak without provoking him further? Time passed, and the wolf hunter eventually set her down. We've arrived. I will borrow a piece of clothing from Wolf Moon. All right. She followed him into the cave, feeling a sense of security in his presence amidst the unfamiliar surroundings. To her surprise, the wolf hunter halted abruptly after just a few steps. Tang Ruan nearly bumped into him. She peeked around his shoulder. What's wrong? Do not look. She had already seen two intertwined figures were silhouetted in the darkness, their breathy gasps echoing from the shadows. Tang Ruan felt relieved that her night vision was poor, but the wolf hunter must have seen everything. Pulling her back, he retreated a few steps, standing at the cave entrance with his lips pressed tightly together and a grim expression on his face. Tang Ruan cautiously studied his profile. He had mentioned that this was Wolf Moon's cave. Witnessing Wolf Moon with a male beast had clearly enraged him. So, the wolf hunter truly held feelings for Wolf Moon. Tang Ruan's mind raced. The wolf hunter had spoken of Wolf Chi being the son of the former chieftain, making him a prince. Wolf Moon was the princess, the knight in love with the princess, yet unable to have her, ultimately witnessing her marry another. Years later, the princess's husband passed away, and he became the new chieftain. Though he had encountered the unexpected her, he suddenly realized he still loved his moonlight. Tang Ruan's eyes sparkled. She had read many versions of this story. She reached out and patted the wolf hunter's shoulder. It's all right. Can't beast men have multiple mates? As long as you work hard, you will surely succeed. The wolf hunter. How many do you intend to collect? Tang Ruan. I hadn't thought about it. Humph. Does a female not consider the males? Before forming a bond, mating would incur the beast god's curse upon the male. Wolf Moon had always looked down upon Wolfimo, deeming him a low-born black wolf. Why would she suddenly wish to do so? If later, she refused to accept Wolfimo as a mate. What would he do? Seeing his grave expression, Tang Ruan was at a loss for words to comfort him and decided to change the subject. Could you help me find some clothing first and take me back? Ha! The wolf hunter laughed in exasperation. And you, clearly bound to me, yet constantly wishing to erase that connection. Suddenly, the wolf hunter grasped Tang Ruan's hand. On her delicate wrist, the triangular mark remained. He sighed in relief, lowered his head and bit down on her wrist. How can I work harder? Chapter 17. You brought this upon yourself. Tang Ruan gazed at the 2 rows of faint bite marks on her wrist. Why was he still biting her? It must have been the overwhelming stimulus from earlier. You still haven't told me how you plan to work harder, the wolf hunter pressed. Faced with his intense gaze, Tang Ruan momentarily lost her focus. You could always ask him, she suggested, pointing towards the cave. How was she to know? She had never pursued anyone. Her ill-fated ex-boyfriend, who had tragically passed away, had helped her during her most difficult times, and their relationship had naturally progressed from there. While she was still in school, he was already working, leading to their infrequent meetings. Although they had shared romantic moments, the feeling of being in love had always felt somewhat lacking. Of course, it later became clear that he had never truly been in a relationship with her. She was merely a diversion from his real girlfriend. The past was too painful to recall. Noticing her furrowed brow, the wolf hunter wondered if he truly had not tried hard enough. Come back with me. The snow is falling heavily. Prompted by the wolf hunter, Tang Ruan finally noticed the thick, downy snow that had begun to fall. She had been sheltered within the cloak, feeling no chill, while the wolf hunter stood bare-chested in the snow. Before she could react, he hoisted her up once more. Back in his cave, the wolf hunter set Tang Ruan down on a fur mat and turned to leave. Moments later, he tossed her 2 pieces of fur. Change out of those, they're wet. Feeling him turn his back, Tang Ruan quickly changed into the clothing within the cloak. Could you please find me a thicker outer garment? It's already dark. I need to return early. Are you certain? A sudden howl of frigid wind echoed from outside the cave, accompanied by hailstones that pelted the stone walls with a staccato rhythm. Tang Ruan remarked, "It seems we truly cannot return." The temperature within the cave plummeted. She had felt quite warm in her heavy cloak just moments ago, but now she was beginning to shiver. Recalling that her firestone and jerky had been tossed aside by the lakeside, Tang Ruan felt an intense wave of regret wash over her. Lang Lai procured some furs and wrapped them around Tang Ruan, cocooning her like a silkworm, which allowed him to finally relax and lie down beside her. Though he only covered himself with a thin layer, it suddenly dawned on Tang Ruan that he would be sleeping here tonight as well. Yet, this was his cave, his resting place. Should she really ask him to leave? Moreover, who would envelop someone they intended to betray in such a manner? Turning away, she soon drifted off to sleep. The following morning, the snow had ceased. As Tang Ruan opened her eyes, she was met with the sounds of commotion outside the cave. Did you two spend the night together? I thought you said there would be no wife. A sharp female voice pierced the air. Stepping outside, Tang Ruan caught sight of Wolf Moon, whose eyes were red-rimmed as she glared fiercely at her before turning away. From a distance, Xing Xing waited until their mother had gone far enough before daring to approach. Tang Ruan patted Lang Lai's arm. It seems she misunderstood us. Aren't you going to explain? Lang Lai turned to her. His gaze icy. There is no misunderstanding. Tang Ruan was about to say more when Lang Lai suddenly thrust something into her arms. Found this by the lakeside. Her eyes brightened as she retrieved the firestone, and then she handed back the now frozen jerky, grinning as she said, "This is for you." For me? Lang Lai's expression visibly brightened. You were trapped in the water yesterday just to bring me jerky? Actually, there's something else I wanted to tell you. Achoo! Lang Lai sneezed suddenly, and Tang Ruan's expression shifted. Are you coming down with something? He had wandered in the snow bare-chested for so long and had given his furs to her. It would be remarkable if he didn't catch a cold. Tang Ruan hastily reached out to feel his forehead. As her hand made contact with him, a treatment method began to form in her mind. Fortunately, he did not have a fever. She sighed in relief. But the ease with which colds spread in the tribe meant he needed treatment promptly. Lang Lai scrutinized her expression. Aside from sneezing, is there any other discomfort? Tang Ruan asked anxiously. After a 2-second silence, Lang Lai replied, I feel unwell. Where do you feel unwell? Is your throat sore? Are you dizzy? Yes, both. Oh no. It must be influenza. You need to find someone to accompany me back for medicine. Just then, Tang Ruan spotted Wolf Feather approaching. She attempted to greet him but was caught by Lang Lai. Who do you intend to have carry you back? Only a beast husband may carry his own wife. Tang Ruan was at a loss for words. Is that really so important? Hasn't he already carried me many times? Cough, cough, cough. Lang Lai suddenly coughed so violently he could barely stand. Tang Ruan had no choice but to support him. I need to fetch the medicine to help you digest the cough medicine from the last time we foraged? Yes, I have it here. Huh. You need to help me inside. I lack the strength. Tang Ruan assisted Lang Lai into the cave, where he opened a space revealing an array of herbs that appeared as fresh as if they had just been picked. How did you acquire so many? I noticed you liked them, so I saved them while chopping wood. Tang Ruan, thrilled, selected what she needed and quickly ignited a fire pile using the firestone, but she still required a pot to brew the medicine. Spotting a suitably sized stone in the corner of the cave, she moved it over. If only I could carve a hole in it, but alas, you lack the strength. Lang Lai replied, Let me handle it. Wolf Feather entered and took the stone from Tang Ruan. enveloping it in a white vortex. Moments later, the stone had been transformed into a bowl. Wolf Feather, you are incredible, Tang Ruan exclaimed in admiration. Wolf Feather smiled slightly. I saw you brew medicine last time. Cough, cough, cough. Chief, how are you? Upon hearing Lang Lai's coughing, Wolf Feather asked anxiously, I'm fine. Lang Lai shot him a piercing glance. Wolf Feather, instinctively taking a step back, asked, Did you need something from me? My father is ill. I heard the shaman is here. What ailment does he suffer from? The same ailment as you, Lang Lai replied, but he is feigning illness. Many wolf beasts exhibit similar symptoms, all related to last night's sudden drop in temperature. After Tang Ruan prepared the medicine for Lang Lai, she went to check on others. Before leaving, she instructed, rest well if you are weak. She also requested Wolf Feather to visit the Groundhog tribe. The Groundhog tribe had learned to make fire and, fortunately, no one was ill. Tang Ruan returned to Lang Lai's cave in the evening, only to find that he had not consumed the medicine she had prepared for him. Why haven't you taken it? I am already well. I am very strong. Tang Ruan observed him for a moment and noted that he indeed seemed fine. She voiced her thoughts. I wish to teach the wolf tribe how to make fire. Tang Ruan sent Wolf Feather back to fetch some firestones from the Groundhog people. Wolf Feather had also relayed the situation from the Groundhog tribe to Lang Lai. Lang Lai agreed that while fire could be fearsome, it was indeed useful for warmth. Thus, he gathered the wolf tribe's beastmen. Tang Ruan meticulously taught them how to create fire with the firestones, build a fire pile, roast clothing and food, and even how to extinguish flames with snow. She provided her instruction with utmost care, treating all questions from both males and females with equal respect. Lang Lai watched her diligently work. A swell of pride surged within him. His wife was truly remarkable. She was not merely a female relying on her ability to bear offspring, ignorant and reckless. Previously, Lang Lai had not desired a wife because his father, a beast man with advanced abilities, had long endured mistreatment from his wife, ultimately leading to her demise at his hands before he took his own life. As a result, he had been cast out from the Snow Wolf tribe. Had he not been fortuitously rescued by Lang Chi's father, he would have perished long ago. He had never shared this history with anyone, yearning for acceptance. By the time Tang Ruan finished her tasks, it was already deep into the night. Upon returning, she found Lang Lai peacefully asleep. The firelight danced upon his flaxen skin, the rise and fall of his chest in sync with his steady breathing, revealing a perfectly sculpted set of abs. Tang Ruan found herself captivated, standing there for a moment longer than intended. She inhaled deeply, retrieved a piece of beast skin, and draped it over him before lying down behind him. Turning away, as night fell, a blizzard returned, forcing them to endure another night together in a half-dreaming state. Tang Ruan felt a chill and instinctively edged closer to the warmth, only to collide with a comforting wall. She pressed her face and hands against it, letting out a soft, contented sigh. This time, you leaned in on your own. Chapter 18. For beast husbands. When Tang Ruan awoke the next day, she found herself nestled in Lang Lai's embrace, her head resting on his arm, her arms around his neck, and one leg precariously draped around his waist. Tang Ruan cautiously lifted her head to meet his penetrating ice-blue gaze. Hello, she stammered, feeling embarrassed. I must have dozed off last night. Dozed off? Lang Lai's expression darkened noticeably. He pressed his lips together, remaining silent as if grappling with something internally. Tang Ruan attempted to retract her leg, but he seized it firmly, maintaining their current position. At that moment, she suddenly became aware of a hard object pressing against her other leg. Realizing what it was, her face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Seeing her reaction, Lang Lai chuckled lightly. My dear wife, are you feeling shy? He had never heard of a female beast feeling bashful in such situations. Typically, females, unbound by the constraints set by the beast god, were more proactive in these matters. Some were even quite promiscuous, indifferent to the male's fates, while they themselves could freely choose whether to bear offspring. Tang Ruan's response might seem peculiar to other beast men, but Lang Lai found it endearing. Unable to resist, he leaned down and placed a kiss on her forehead. Tang Ruan's heart raced, and she desperately sought to escape, pushing against his chest, but to no avail. If you could just shift a little and let me go. I cannot comply. Lang Lai not only refused to move back but tightened his embrace. Grinning at her, Tang Ruan had no choice but to exert her legs in an effort to break free. Lang Lai's voice became strained. "My dear wife, if you continue moving, I may truly be compelled to act." Tang Ruan fell silent. Time slipped away, perhaps lulled by the warmth of his embrace, and she drifted off to sleep once more. When she awoke again, it was due to hunger. Lang Lai was no longer beside her, and the wind and snow had subsided. The bright sunlight at the cave entrance instilled in her a fleeting sense that everything that had transpired was merely a dream. She had come to clarify matters with him. Yet how had it transformed into this? Even she felt a twinge of something akin to attraction. Shaman! Shaman! The stars wept as they rushed in, collapsing before her with a thud. "What are you doing?" Tang Ruan hurried to assist. The star remained kneeling, motionless. Though young, it possessed considerable strength. "Witch doctor, could you please give the chieftain to my mother? Give him to your mother?" Tang Ruan felt a tumult of emotions. The star wiped its tears, saying, "Ever since you moved into the chieftain's cave, my mother has become terrifying. She claims the chieftain is hers and that you should die. I don't want the witch doctor to die. Nor do I want my mother to be like this." Tang Ruan stared in shock, her eyes wide. She had not anticipated that Lang Yu harbored such hatred towards her, viewing her as the interloper who threatened her bond with Lang Lai. Yet it seemed she indeed was that third party. "Get up first," Tang Ruan urged. "If the witch doctor agrees to give the chieftain to your mother, it's not as if you even like him." Tang Ruan opened her mouth. "Like him? It's not that I completely dislike him. I simply feel there is no future between us. I cannot agree." The star's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at her incredulously. "But my mother said you didn't want the chieftain. Yet I cannot decide for him. Lang Lai is a beast man, not an object belonging to anyone. He can choose who he likes. He may be with your mother, but it cannot be at my behest." The star blinked, its large, wet eyes showing a flicker of understanding. "A beast husband is merely an item of the wife, is he not? If a wife dislikes a particular beast husband, she can give him away." The sound of footsteps crunching on snow interrupted them. Tang Ruan looked up to see Lang Lai standing there, having arrived unnoticed, sunlight streaming in behind him. She could not discern his expression, but it seemed he smiled slightly. "Everyone prepared the roast meat using the method you taught. Come eat with us?" "All right," Tang Ruan sighed, casting a glance at the star. Lang Lai strode over and effortlessly hoisted the little one onto his shoulder, gripping its thigh with one hand as he headed outside. "Adult beast matters do not require your concern, little one." Suddenly, Tang Ruan recalled how he had carried her in a similar manner just the other day. How embarrassing! Yet, her heart raced. What was this feeling? Oh no! She was going to become lovesick. The meat roasted by the wolf tribe lacked salt and spices, naturally not as delectable as her own, but Tang Ruan was hungry and savored it nonetheless. "Witch doctor, will you be staying with us this time?" an elderly female beast asked, grasping Tang Ruan's hand. Tang Ruan smiled gently. "I must return. My friends are over there, Otto." The female beast appeared somewhat disappointed. She glanced at Lang Lai, who was seated diagonally opposite, and Tang Ruan followed her gaze to see the disappointment in his eyes. Yet she could not alleviate his sadness. She never intended to be with a beast man. Firstly, the fortune-teller's words had indeed come to pass. She had entered the world of her dreams. Thus, any blossoming romance here would ultimately bring her harm. Secondly, with the situation involving the star's mother entangled, did that not make her a third party once more? Tang Ruan was quite troubled by this matter. Although she believed Lang Lai's intentions would not be as vile as her ex-boyfriend's, she detested becoming embroiled in complicated emotions. It was imperative to find an opportunity to clarify things with him. Avoiding Lang Lai's gaze, she strategically took a sip of water. "Why not let our chieftain accompany you back?" Tang Ruan spat out her drink. Did these wolf beasts intend to sell their chieftain to her due to her medical skills? The speaker was Lang Yu's father, who looked at Tang Ruan with a broad grin, genuinely awaiting her response. Tang Ruan wiped her mouth. "No, thank you. I believe the wolf tribe needs a chieftain more than I do." Lang Yu's father pondered for a moment before slapping his forehead. "Witch doctor, if you don't mind, perhaps you could take my son along too. That way, the chieftain remains as the primary beast husband in the wolf tribe, and my son can accompany you to the groundhog tribe to look after you." Tang Ruan's lips twitched. Was he serious, or merely jesting? You sly old beast. How could the witch doctor's second beast husband be your son Lang Yu? Our Lang Chi is a legitimate descendant of the former chieftain. With pure blood, the named Lang Chi suddenly found his chicken leg less appealing. He instinctively locked eyes with Tang Ruan, feeling a rush of heartbeats. The little female, though somewhat weaker, was undeniably lovely. If only he could hold her to sleep every night. Tang Ruan chuckled awkwardly. Everyone, please do not tease me. Haha. Lang Yu's father replied, all right, then we will settle for third place. How could you forget about Lang Mo? That child is the most honest. With the witch doctor. At least he won't be deceived by wicked females. Unfortunately, Lang Feng already had a wife. Tang Ruan silently rose, suddenly feeling a sharp gaze directed at her from across the way. She looked up and collided with Lang Yu's fierce glare. Lang Mo sat beside Lang Yu, rubbing his hands anxiously as he gazed at her. The beastmen grew increasingly animated, already assigning roles to Tang Ruan's 4 beast husbands. Just as the elders were discussing who should name Tang Ruan's first child, the temperature around them plummeted. The beastmen couldn't help but shiver, looking up at the sky. Would it begin to snow again? The radiant midday sun illuminated the ground, and they suddenly recalled that their chieftain possessed the ability of ice. Mom, why has my roast meat frozen solid? A female beast covered her cub's mouth, and all the beastmen bowed their heads, bracing against the pressure emanating from Lang Lai. Lang Lai slowly stood, walked over to Tang Ruan, and took her hand, leading her deeper into the forest until they reached a stone wall where he finally paused, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. Oh, not heed their words. Your future beast husbands, he inhaled deeply again, must pass my scrutiny. Only those stronger than I deserve to be your beast husbands. Tang Ruan blinked. You need not worry about this matter. Chapter 19. Do you wish to kill her? Lang Lai paused, turning around. What does she mean? Who does she fancy? Lang Mo, Lang Yu, or Lang Chi? Tang Ruan decided to be forthright with him. She took a few steps back. Lang Lai, I know you have feelings for me, but in this lifetime, I do not plan to have any partners. I understand you wish to become my beast husband because I can bring benefits to the wolf tribe, but rest assured, even if I am not your wife, as long as the wolf tribe does not oppose the groundhog tribe, we will forever remain friends. I will still lend a helping hand whenever you need it. In recent days, Tang Ruan had increasingly grasped her mother potato's intentions. The arrival of the wolf tribe had rendered the once perilous forest far less dangerous. Should any ill-intentioned beastmen intrude, the wolf tribe would protect their home alongside them. For this place was also their home. Lang Lai frowned as he gazed at her, his eyes shimmering with confusion. His hands tightened at his sides, and in an instant, his expression turned wounded. He reminded Tang Ruan of the little dog thrown out by its mother on a snowy day. You do not intend to keep me? His voice was filled with disbelief. He had thought they had grown closer over the past few days. Tang Ruan was merely different from the other female beasts. She cared for him, even for the entire wolf tribe. Did all of this stem from mere kindness? Suddenly, Lang Lai approached Tang Ruan, grasping her hands and pinning her against the stone wall. His warm breath brushed against her forehead, and the world around them fell silent, leaving only the sound of his heavy breathing. Tang Ruan was nearly startled to tears by his sudden movement, but she held back her tears and bravely lifted her head. Sneering, what? Is the noble chieftain of the wolf tribe planning to force a little female like me? Lang Lai's grip suddenly slackened as he gazed at her reddened eyes, his heart feeling as if pierced by a stone awl, agonizingly rendering him breathless. Had he hurt her? Did she truly despise him? Do you know that it is said beast husbands, influenced by the contract, will love their wives unconditionally, even willing to die for a single word from her? Tang Ruan was baffled as to why he suddenly shared this with her, her eyes widening as she struggled to maintain a brave facade. But I like you. I believe it has nothing to do with the contract. Tang Ruan gritted her teeth. But I do not like you. He abruptly released her, stepping aside to allow her passage. Go ahead. I will find a female beast to send you off. Thank you. But no. Tang Ruan sidestepped him and entered the forest, quickening her pace until she was unconsciously running, as if fleeing. Yet she was unsure of what she was escaping from. Suddenly, Tang Ruan stumbled over something, rising to clutch her twisted ankle in pain. The low growl of a beast echoed from not far away. Following the sound, She looked over to see a disheveled giant wolf rising slowly from the grass, its single eye glowing a haunting yellow in the dim light. Tang Ruan felt as if she had seen it somewhere before. Was it a beast man from the wolf tribe? What was it doing here? Suddenly, from the distant forest, a thunderous sound akin to the collapse of the heavens and the earth reverberated. The one-eyed wolf, upon hearing the noise, turned and fled. In the end, Tang Ruan was returned by a female beast. She retreated to the cave, remaining indoors for several weeks. Firstly, her sprained ankle was healing rather slowly. Secondly, the snow continued to fall heavily. The binding ceremony, originally scheduled for the full moon, meant to unite Potato and Sweet Potato, would also have to be postponed, as the moon was nowhere to be seen. It was said that in the realm where the beast god resides, one could behold the largest moon in the world. The beast god cherished the moon, thus holding the binding ceremony on this day would garner the beast goddess blessings. Potato sketched a grand full moon on the ground. "Do you think the beast god would appreciate my drawing of the moon?" she inquired, her round, sparkling eyes gazing expectantly at Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan was aware that Potato had recently become somewhat obsessed. According to Potato's mother, based on celestial signs, their ceremony with Sweet Potato would need to be postponed for at least a few more months. Tang Ruan approached and gently patted her friend's shoulder. Of course, the beast god would undoubtedly adore it. In truth, Tang Ruan harbored skepticism towards the beast god. Her. The binding ceremony among beast men was akin to human weddings. Just as humans could forego a wedding and merely obtain a marriage certificate, beast men who truly loved each other should be able to do the same. If you can't wait, perhaps you should just move in together. Potato fell silent for a moment, then suddenly jumped up, pointing at Tang Ruan and exclaimed, "Tang Ruan, don't you dare tempt me. Are you trying to bring harm to Sweet Potato?" Tang Ruan thought to herself, indeed. One should never discuss their friend's romantic entanglements, regardless of whether they are human or beast men. A hint of annoyance crept into Tang Ruan's voice. "I only suggested that because I saw you were unhappy." "How did it turn into me wanting to harm him?" Potato pouted, explaining that if a female were to mate with a male without holding a binding ceremony, the male would be cursed by the beast god and would meet a tragic end. "Is it really that serious?" Tang Ruan mused. Suddenly, she recalled the numerous opportunities Wolf Hunt had to approach her, yet he had never dared. It dawned on her that he must have feared for his life. She had previously thought him to be exceptionally composed, a true gentleman. With a self-deprecating smile, she wondered why she was thinking of him again. Lately, even in her dreams, she encountered his sorrowful ice-blue eyes. "Oh," Potato sighed, "if only we could be like you and Wolf Hunt, without the need for a binding ceremony, yet still receiving the blessings of the beast god, becoming true partners." Tang Ruan responded, "What?" Potato quickly covered her mouth. "What did you just say?" Tang Ruan pressed. "What did you say, Tang Ruan?" "I didn't quite catch that." Potato, still covering her mouth, eventually succumbed under Tang Ruan's intense gaze. She had longed to voice her thoughts. "Tang Ruan, you are truly oblivious. Haven't you noticed the beast husband mark on your arm?" "The beast husband mark?" Tang Ruan recalled seeing female groundhog beastmen adorned with such a mark after their binding contracts. However, those marks were black, small as a mung bean, or large like a birthmark. She turned her wrist, pointing at the small triangle. Potato rolled her eyes. "Sister, that's a wolf fong. A wolf fong. Such a majestic and imposing beast husband mark. And it's a vivid red. The higher the rank of the beast man, the more vibrant and exquisite the mark left on the female. But I haven't formed a binding with him." Potato recounted the day when Tang Ruan had fainted, and how Wolf Hunt had hurriedly tried to feed her honey water, during which they inexplicably formed a bond. Exceedingly rare to find such a connection among beasts. "How fortunate you are," Tang Ruan pondered. "So does that mean she and Wolf Hunt are chosen by the beast god?" But she had repeatedly rejected him. She had even made her dislike for him quite clear. She told him she would never have a beast husband. She said she didn't like him. I see that akin to dragging a beautiful woman off the street, insisting on marrying her, only to later inform her that she is actually averse to marriage and should keep her distance. Placing herself in Wolf Hunt's shoes, she realized he was the leader of his clan, and he had been played for a fool. Tang Ruan felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. So, she had long been his wife. She wasn't the one causing the trouble. Suddenly, Tang Ruan chuckled. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Mother forbade me from saying anything, Potato explained. She said we can't be sure if Wolf Hunt is truly willing if you cling to him. She fears he might retaliate and have you killed. We must wait until we are certain of your mutual affection before speaking of it. A beast husband could only rid himself of the contract by slaying his wife. Wolf Hunt must loathe her by now. Right? Does he wish to kill her? Chapter 20. The blossoming of romance. A woo. The distant howls of a wolf pack echoed. Tang Ruan shivered. What is that sound? Potato dashed outside for a moment, then rushed back in. It's clear now. It must be the wolf clan hunting. Hunting? Why haven't I heard them before? Potato continued to refine her moon drawing. Sweet Potato mentioned that since the cold wave began, the prey in the forest has dwindled. Food scarcity has driven many creatures from the shadowy woods in search of sustenance. The wolf clan must hunt collectively, both for safety and to ensure that if they catch any monsters, it would sustain them for a few days. Tang Ruan recalled the enormous centipede she had seen by the lake that day and felt a wave of nausea. So, they can only eat monsters now? Potato blinked. What else could they do? If you're concerned, why not bring your beast husband over? Our situation is somewhat unique. Potato shook her head. If you truly don't like him, just be honest with him. Once he finds a suitable wife, he'll willingly leave, thus saving you from potential harm. Tang Ruan fell silent. Approaching the cave entrance, she stepped outside, the snow accumulating up to her thighs. It was indeed necessary to clarify things. Although it seemed a daunting task, what she had thought was merely a brief period of sunshine turned out to last 3 days, melting even the accumulated snow. Could the cold wave be coming to an end? Potato's elder brother, Cassava, stood beside Potato's mother, cradling a little one, and inquired, could it really be so short-lived? It's unlikely, Potato's mother replied. Potato's second father emerged from the cave, draping a fur coat over Potato's mother's shoulders. The clan members inquired whether they could venture out to gather fruits while the weather was fair. They also wished to stroll by the river, as the children were nearly going stir-crazy. The cold wave had arrived unexpectedly, leaving many fruits unharvested. Once the snow receded, only the area by the stream remained lush and green, a sight that was tantalizing to behold. However, for the safety of the clan, Potato's mother forbade them from straying too far from the cave. Go ahead. Just remind them to return immediately if it starts to snow. Otherwise, she seemed to recall something and suddenly grasped her second father's hand. I only have you left. Upon hearing that they might be allowed outside, the young groundhogs scampered out. Tang Ruan wrapped herself in furs, loaded up on dried meat, and prepared to set out as she stepped outside. She bumped into Sweet Potato. Are you going to deliver something to the wolf clan? Tang Ruan replied. Is it that obvious? No need to deliver it, Sweet Potato said. They'll be coming over soon. Also, they don't want meat. They want potatoes. Tang Ruan pondered seriously, then asked in confusion. Are they really seeking another wolf beast husband for Potato? Sweet Potato's dark face turned a deep shade of red in frustration. I meant edible potatoes. Edible potatoes? Tang Ruan knew that the wolf clan was in dire need of food, but the idea of them switching to a vegetarian diet was utterly astonishing, and no wonder she had thought that way. Sweet Potato explained to Tang Ruan that because the wolf clan was struggling to catch prey, they could exchange a small amount of meat for a significant quantity of potatoes to fill their bellies. Thus, this trade had quietly commenced a week ago. Potato's mother had turned a blind eye on one hand. Their food reserves were ample enough to last 3 years, with each groundhog beastman receiving more than they could consume each month. On the other hand, the groundhog beastman's fertility had significantly decreased due to their long-term abstinence from meat. Consuming meat would also help them keep warm. However, the wolf clan's appetite was 3 to 4 times that of the groundhog beastmen, and such private trading was merely a drop in the bucket for them. Consequently, Wolf Hunt decided to negotiate directly with Potato's mother. Tang Ruan had never anticipated that when she next encountered Wolf Hunt, he would appear in such a state. On his left shoulder was a burn the size of a palm, with the skin entirely missing, revealing raw, crimson flesh. His back bore a claw mark nearly a foot long, oozing with blood. There was also a shallow wound on his face, stretching from his temple to his cheek, narrowly missing his eye. She hid within the cave, watching him converse with the clan leader from a distance, her heart aching with each beat. How could someone so formidable sustain such grave injuries? A plump groundhog rolled to Tang Ruan's feet, transforming with a thud into a short, chubby, adorable girl. Potato tugged Tang Ruan back into the cave. Mother disapproves, she stated, though Tang Ruan, however, found herself preoccupied with other thoughts. Was the clan leader afraid that the wolf clan would fail to uphold their promise and provide meat? No, they had discovered a gorge behind the dark forest. It was rumored that in that gorge, even ferocious beasts like tigers were reduced to mere prey for other monsters. Such a terrifying place was only dared to be approached by the wolf clan. Fortunately, all the monsters were trapped within the gorge. Was that why he sustained such severe injuries? Tang Ruan clutched her chest, her heart aching painfully, her romantic feelings blossoming. What could she do for him? Tang Ruan, could you take a look at the wolf clan leader? Suddenly, Potato Mama's voice echoed from outside the cave. Before Tang Ruan could rise, Wolf Hunter had already bowed his head and entered through the low cave entrance. Seeing this, Potato discreetly slipped away. Wolf Hunter lowered his gaze and approached Tang Ruan. I've caused trouble. His eyes remained fixed elsewhere, seemingly unwilling to meet hers. Tang Ruan extended a trembling finger and prodded his shoulder. Wolf Hunter let out a muffled grunt. The tousled hair concealed his furrowed brow, but it was still evident that he was in great pain. Hastily, Tang Ruan recalled the medicinal recipes in her mind and set about preparing the remedy. Before long, she returned with the medicine. Wolf Hunter stood there, as still as a statue. The medicine may be quite stimulating, Tang Ruan cautioned, and it could hurt as the remedy was applied to his wound. Wolf Hunter inhaled deeply, pressing his lips tightly together. If it hurts, you can cry out, Tang Ruan said. It's nothing. What? Tang Ruan didn't quite catch that. This pain is nothing. Tang Ruan chuckled lightly, inexplicably annoyed. It was painful just to watch. How could he be so stubborn? If he remained unaware of the consequences of his injuries, would he have to endure such suffering every day? She no longer handled the medicine with caution and quickly applied it. Remarkably, Wolf Hunter did not emit another sound. She couldn't help but admire him. So, you truly have no fear of pain. He hesitated, as if he had something to say. This pain is nothing at all. Tang Ruan realized he was implying that compared to the pain she inflicted, this was trivial. She felt an impulse to slap herself. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly noticed a swirling purple mist enveloping Wolf Hunter, identical to what she had seen before she fainted. Instinctively, she waved her hand, and the mist immediately thinned. The wound on his shoulder visibly shrank. Tang Ruan was taken aback. Could it be that this mist represented his injuries? And that aside from healing, she could also actively dispel ailments? Excited by the possibility, she began to fan the air. What's wrong with you? Wolf Hunter exclaimed, watching as his wound continued to diminish with the dispersing mist. Don't worry about it. I'll heal you right away. Chapter 21. I'll help you kill him. Tang Ruan. Wolf Hunter grasped her hand, concern etched on his face. Tang Ruan gazed at him, her excitement radiating as she reached out her other hand to gently caress his cheek. The wound on his face instantly lessened in size. Wolf Hunter tensed at her unexpected touch. What are you doing? His voice was hoarse. Tang Ruan suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, drawing him closer. She wanted to see how the wound was healing. Her fingertips glided over his injury. It turned out that direct contact yielded better results. Wolf Hunter lowered his head, gazing into Tang Ruan's dark, pearl-like eyes. The longing he had felt over the past few days surged forth like a flood. Uncontrollable, he leaned down and captured her lips, enveloping her in his embrace, leaving her no room to retreat. Tang Ruan was left dizzy from the kiss, her peripheral vision catching sight of his shoulder wound, now only the size of a fist. Wonderful, she responded with even more fervor. Lost in the kiss, she was flooded with the same feeling she had experienced when she first dreamed of him. He must be Wolf Hunter. There was no doubt, he was the lover from her dreams, though he seemed to have forgotten. Or perhaps what she dreamed of was a glimpse of the future. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Had Wolf Hunter not held her tightly, she would have collapsed to the ground. Wife, what's wrong? Wolf Hunter noticed her distress. He lifted her and gently placed her on the fur blanket. Suddenly, he noticed that the wound on his shoulder was nearly healed, while Tang Ruan appeared extremely weak. Just as she had been that day, high-level beastmen could transfer their energy to others. After Tang Ruan had fainted that day, he had not only fed her honey water but had also shared a portion of his energy with her. Perhaps it was this act that led the beast god to believe he loved her enough to sacrifice himself, thereby binding them together. Was she, too, sharing her energy with him just now? Yet, energy alone could not heal. And she appeared so frail. How could she possess the abilities of a high-level beast man? Moreover, why was she willing to sacrifice herself for him? He was merely one of her beast husbands. He should be the one making sacrifices. Furthermore, she had yet to acknowledge his identity. Wolf Hunter's heart ached fiercely as he leaned down and kissed her lips once more, determined to return the energy to her. Tang Ruan, groggy, opened her eyes to see the wound on his shoulder returning. Meanwhile, a warm energy spread through her body with his kiss. What was happening? The wound was growing larger. Although she couldn't comprehend the situation, she vaguely sensed that it had to do with the kiss. She tried to push Wolf Hunter away, but she had forgotten their disparity in strength. Wolf Hunter suddenly lifted his head, looking at her in confusion. A drop of bright red blood adorned his lip. A mark from where Tang Ruan had bitten him. "No more kissing me," she shouted, flustered, seizing the opportunity to crawl away from beneath him. In an instant, Wolf Hunter's expression turned hurt. Did she only respond to him to heal his wounds? Did she use this method to heal other beastmen as well? Tang Ruan, seeing his expression, realized he had misunderstood. She hurriedly explained, "I don't dislike you. It's just that healing is more important right now. We can discuss other matters later, all right?" If she didn't help him heal today, he would go out tomorrow bearing injuries once again. Wolf Hunter suddenly let out a cold laugh, his voice tinged with self-mockery. "What other matters are you referring to?" She was merely trying to buy time to escape him. Our relationship. Why not discuss it now? He pulled her back into his embrace, resting his chin affectionately on her shoulder. As long as he could be with her, even an extra moment was worth it. Tang Ruan took a deep breath. "Wolf Hunter, the reason I was reluctant to accept you before is that I feared becoming a wife." Wolf Hunter froze momentarily. Tang Ruan continued, "When I was very young, my father passed away. My mother's subsequent beast husbands were cruel to both her and me." Her voice lowered as she recalled the fond memories with her father and the painful experiences of being whipped by her stepfather, along with the sight of her charming mother being held down and beaten, only to say the next day that it was masculinity. Tang Ruan fell silent, but from her instinctively tensed body, Wolf Hunter sensed her fear. There were indeed males in this world who dared to abuse their wives and children. Where is he? I will help you kill him. His voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling resolve. Tang Ruan shook her head. They are already dead. Let them be gone. She had never intended to return to her original world. Yet, what if one day she did return? What would happen to Wolf Hunter? "Are you afraid I will be like your mother's beast husband?" he asked cautiously. Yes. Tang Ruan's words were half-truths. She dared not let Wolf Hunter know that the groundhog beast man had deliberately concealed the truth from her. Fearing his resentment, Wolf Hunter fell silent, and after a while, his voice carried a hint of anger. "What do you take me for?" Tang Ruan, feeling tense, quickly replied. "I didn't mean it that way. I absolutely trust you and respect you. You deserve the best. If one day you no longer like me, I can always send you to someone you do like." To be honest, Tang Ruan was still somewhat afraid of him. The disparity in their strength was akin to that of a chick against a big bad wolf. Past experiences had made her pessimistic about relationships. Thus, she wanted to clarify beforehand that if he were to change his mind one day, at least she could preserve her life. Wolf Hunter's grip tightened around her, as if he had made a certain decision. That day will never come. Tang Ruan smiled, agreeing with whatever he said. Since love had arrived, she decided to enjoy the present moment. They could discuss future matters later. "Will you return to the wolf clan with me?" Just as Wolf Hunter's voice fell, a commotion erupted at the cave entrance. "Still haven't found them?" "No, it's already dark. What should we do?" "Have you seen Mao Mao?" "No. I heard he was with a cub from the wolf clan." Tang Ruan and Lang Lai emerged from the cave, while Mao Mao's father, Muxu, paced restlessly. Mao Mao claimed he was waiting for a friend and stubbornly refused to return. "So I had to carry him back." To my dismay, he vanished without a trace. Muxu's wife kicked his calf, causing him to collapse to the ground. "You can't even keep an eye on a child. What use are you to me?" Potato Mama observed her son kneeling on the ground, furrowing her brow. Let's split up and search. The wolf clan also came to assist, Lang Lai remarked, and Potato Mama cast a sidelong glance at him. She had just rejected the wolf clan's help, not wanting to owe them a favor. Lang Lai hastily added, the wolf clan possesses excellent night vision. Since the cold wave, many creatures dwelling in caves have emerged to forage. Finding people is of utmost importance. Mom, Mau Mau might be eaten by a monster. Muksu tugged at Potato Mama's fur coat. Very well, Potato Mama replied with a slight nod to Lang Lai. Today, Lang Lai had brought along Lang Chi and Lang Feng. Lang Feng would return to the clan to inform everyone to help. All right. Upon receiving Lang Lai's command, Lang Feng dashed away like the wind, his grayish-brown figure swiftly merging with the night. Several groundhog orcs gasped in astonishment. Wow, that was incredibly fast. Muksu's wife gazed longingly in the direction where Lang Feng had disappeared. If only her beastly husband were as capable. Tang Ruan's impression of Lang Feng was still rooted in their first encounter. His stature was relatively small among the wolf clan. Little did she expect him to run so swiftly, and no wonder he could survive in such a harsh environment. Lang Lai transformed into his beast form, and Tang Ruan climbed onto his back. When they arrived by the stream, Lang Feng had just returned. Tribe leader, I've already notified everyone to search good. However, there is another matter. Lang Feng's face revealed concern. The star is missing. Chapter 22. He is not a coward. Someone overheard him mentioning the intention to catch a mouse. Lang Feng suddenly had a realization and scanned the crowd of groundhog orcs. Must be that the star and Mau Mau plan to play a game. They've met before, Tang Ruan hurriedly interjected, fearing the groundhog orcs might misunderstand. Lang Feng glanced at Lang Lai but refrained from finishing his sentence. In truth, the star's original words were that he wanted to catch a mouse to eat. Why would they catch our groundhogs? A groundhog orc exclaimed. I've seen that little one called Star. He's half a person's height in beast form. How could he play with Mau Mau? The wolf clan hasn't had a proper meal in ages. They wouldn't dare to eat Mau Mau, would they? Don't talk nonsense, Potato Mama reprimanded. However, while she could silence her kin's tongues, she could not control their thoughts. Muksu's wife glared fiercely at Lang Chi, recalling his previous threats to them. It seemed he might be the one who had devoured her child. Lang Chi shot her a sidelong glance. That little bit of meat isn't even enough to satisfy a wolf cub. Lang Chi, Lang Lai scolded. Yet those lost in their thoughts were roused by Lang Chi's remark. Indeed, Mau Mau was not substantial enough to fill a wolf's tooth gap. His beast form was smaller than a wolf's paw. However, it could not be ruled out that a curious wolf cub might have consumed Mau Mau. Why wolf clan never eats orcs, Lang Lai assured them. Yet when they first arrived at the cave valley, they had indeed displayed a predatory demeanor to intimidate the orcs. Thus, Lang Lai's words lacked persuasive power. Let us focus on finding him. If the child encounters a monster, it could cost him his life. Tang Ruan's words reminded everyone that this was not the time for mutual disdain. Deep in the forest, after a discussion with Potato Mama, Lang Lai jumped onto a rock. All male orcs of the wolf clan will search the depths of the dark forest. Females should take care of their young and search the outer forest with the groundhog orcs. As he spoke, his warning gaze fell upon Lang Yu and the nearby Lang Imo. Recently, these two had monopolized the cave. While the star roamed outside every day, even spending nights in other orcs' caves, the others in the wolf clan were not oblivious to their antics. Suddenly, rustling sounds filled the air. They don't even care for their own children. Frolicking with male orcs every day, Lang Imo was also unafraid. If she did not form a bond with him later, she might as well await her demise. That was uncertain. Lang Yu was the daughter of the old tribe leader and was quite responsible. Hadn't she previously cavorted simultaneously with several male orcs, only to be discovered by the old tribe leader, who took them all as her mates? At that moment, an invisible pressure descended, silencing the two females. They were horrified to discover the tribe leader's icy gaze fixed upon them. Meanwhile, Tang Ruan perked up her ears but failed to catch the remaining words. What was wrong with Lang Lai? It turned out he had a history with Lang Yu, which explained her intense resentment towards her. Tang Ruan shook her head, casting aside thoughts of romance. Now was not the time for fanciful notions. Finding Mau Mau and the star was the priority. The group dispersed to search, but Muksu remained rooted in place. Upon seeing the wolf clan depart, he immediately followed. Why are you coming along? Lang Lai turned back suddenly. I'm going to find my son. Don't make things worse. Lang Chi stepped forward, his hot breath brushing against Muxu, an overwhelming sense of intimidation causing Muxu to sit down abruptly. The monsters there are tenfold, even 100-fold stronger than you. Do you wish to be their meal? Lang Chi's words drew laughter from some members of the wolf clan. Feeling humiliated, Muxu trembled as he stood up. If I don't follow, how will I know what truly happened? What if your young ones killed Mau Mau and framed it on a monster? What did you say? Lang Chi leaped forward. Muxu, shut your mouth. Potato Mama's voice rang out simultaneously. Lang Lai intervened, blocking Lang Chi's path, who was left gasping in fury. Why should they help these ungrateful beings? Potato Mama approached Lang Lai, saying, Tribe leader, please take him along. Both Lang Lai and Muxu were taken aback. Potato Mama continued, regardless of whether he lives or dies, it has nothing to do with the wolf clan. If he dies, I will simply consider him a son I never had. After all, I still have 4 other sons like him. Muxu realized that Potato Mama was provoking her own child. Lang Lai's gaze shifted to the distance, resting upon a young female orc who was crouched on the ground, crafting a torch. Does the tribe leader not trust us at all? I have placed my wife in your care, he remarked. Upon hearing Lang Lai's words, Tang Ruan rubbed her cheeks. It was so cold at night. Yet her face felt warm. In the end, Muxu chose to follow. Perhaps to prove to his mother that he was not a coward. Hong Shu, Tu Do, and Tang Ruan formed a group. Due to the limited number of makeshift torches, the tallest among them, approximately 169 centimeters, held the torch. Tang Ruan walked ahead, constantly fearing that her hair might catch fire. Ouch! Tu Do suddenly stepped on something. Tu Do, are you all right? Hong Shu quickly knelt to check. Tang Ruan was not given a chance to intervene. After a brief examination, Hong Shu informed Tang Ruan, Tu Do's foot is injured. I'll take her back and come looking for you later. All right, Tang Ruan nodded. As the two departed, the surroundings instantly darkened. Fortunately, the forest was illuminated by the remaining snow, faintly lighting their path. The calls of orcs echoed around them. Star, Mau Mau, Star. Thus, Tang Ruan felt no fear. After walking for a while, she suddenly sensed something following her from behind. The footsteps mirrored her own, perfectly in sync with her rhythm. Tang Ruan quickened her pace, then abruptly stopped. The footsteps also halted but were clearly a beat behind. Tang Ruan turned around swiftly, and a figure whizzed past her side. Judging by its form, it was a wolf. Tang Ruan breathed a sigh of relief. It must be a member of the wolf clan walking just behind her. She lifted her foot to continue calling. Mau Mau, Star Mau Mau. However, unbeknownst to her, at the moment she lifted her foot, a massive creature behind her also raised its paw. Reaching a point where the path ended, Tang Ruan found herself before a stone wall. There was a fist-sized pit on the wall, radiating outward like a spider's web, filled with blue ice that sparkled under the moonlight, creating a beautiful sight. Tang Ruan gazed at this magnificent scene. Recalling that it was created by Lang Lai's powerful punch, she swallowed hard, secretly resolving to treat him better. Turning around to retrace her steps, she was suddenly confronted by a person emerging from the darkness. Lang Yu stared at her expressionlessly. Have you found the star? Tang Ruan hurriedly inquired. Lang Yu raised her head proudly, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Chapter 23. Let us cooperate, a fragile groundhog orc. Tang Ruan reached for her waist and retrieved a sharp stone, an implement she typically wielded as a knife. Wolf Moon observed her actions. A sneer of disdain crept across her face. Tang Ruan resolved to steady the situation first. I know you favor Wolf Hunter. We can discuss this matter upon our return. What is paramount now is to locate the star. Otherwise, he may fall prey to the monsters. Upon hearing this, a flicker of change crossed Wolf Moon's countenance. Yet her gaze quickly hardened with ferocity. This diminutive groundhog orc was indeed clever. How could she, possessing such a formidable mate as Wolf Hunter, ever bear to relinquish him? She reeked of his essence. Without needing to speculate, it was clear what had transpired between them. Jealousy churned within Wolf Moon. So, this is how you ensnared Wolf Hunter. Wolf Moon transformed into her beast form, poised to pounce on her. Suddenly, she halted, her senses alert as she glanced toward the adjacent woods, realizing that someone else harbored the same animosity toward Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan, perplexed, could not comprehend the situation. At that moment, a distant call from Wolf Hunter resonated. Though Tang Ruan could not decipher the words, she recognized the tone of victory. Wolf Moon hesitated, then pivoted and dashed toward the source of the sound. Upon Tang Ruan's return, she found the wife of Cassava and Wolf Red embroiled in a heated argument. "What have you done to Mao Mao? Why is he carrying him? Mao Mao is covered in blood. Look closely. That is the blood of my wolf cub. To protect this little one, my wolf cub was also injured." Transformed into beast form, Mao Mao hung his head, a gaping wound cleaving his foreleg. "Then why hasn't Mao Mao awakened? My beast husband was perfectly fine when he left. How did he lose consciousness? Is he dead? You owe me a beast husband," the wife of Cassava shouted, glancing at Wolf Wind. Wolf Red let out a low growl and leaped in front of the wife of Cassava. "We brought him back. Do not be so ungrateful. What makes you so formidable? If it weren't for us taking you in, your wolf clan would have starved long ago." Wolf Red licked his lips deliberately. "That is not certain. If you hadn't taken us in, I would have found another way to fill my belly." "Enough! Enough!" Potato Mother and Wolf Hunter spoke simultaneously. Tang Ruan realized that the conflict could not be resolved in haste. Only those directly involved could dispel the misunderstandings. She squeezed her way to the front of the wife of Cassava and extended her hand. Trusting Tang Ruan, the wife of Cassava hurriedly handed over Mao Mao. In his beast form, Mao Mao was no larger than a palm. Tang Ruan pressed her hands together, concentrating intently, striving to recall the sensation of dispersing the purple mist. In no time, the purple mist dissipated from Mao Mao, and he awakened. Everyone stood in astonishment at the spectacle. What did she just use? She didn't use anything. How did she wake Mao Mao? Was Tang Ruan truly a descendant of a shaman? Perhaps the most powerful one? Tang Ruan, accustomed to the dizziness following healing, swayed slightly but managed to maintain her balance. "I am here." Wolf Hunter had appeared behind Tang Ruan, his hand resting firmly on her shoulder. Allowing her to lean back with ease, "Mama!" Mao Mao reached out to the wife of Cassava. Tang Ruan returned him to her. Mao Mao transformed into a childlike form, pointing at the ground where Star lay. "I caught a mouse to eat." At this proclamation, everyone turned to stare at Star in shock. "You truly mean to eat him?" the wife of Cassava exclaimed sharply. Star blinked his innocent, wide eyes. "I did not. I merely took him to catch mice. But then the monster in the cave returned, and we had to hide." "You claim to have hidden, yet what of those injuries upon you? You are clearly lying." Star suddenly cast a timid glance at Wolf Moon, then quickly turned his face away. "Those are injuries from before," Wolf Moon said coldly. Numerous Wolf Clan orcs glanced toward Wolf Moon. Their own cub had been harmed. Why hadn't she summoned the shaman for help? Was it not because she harbored feelings for the clan leader? The clan leader had once declared he did not want a wife. Yet now he was with the shaman. The wounds bore the mark of a predator's slow, deliberate strike. "Star, how did you sustain those injuries?" Wolf Hunter inquired. Star lowered his head, stammering, I? It wasn't me," Wolf Moon interjected hastily, fearful that Star might reveal too much. She had initially intended for Star to sustain minor injuries to lure Tang Ruan over, only to eliminate her unnoticed. Yet this little rascal seemed either to be playing or acting deliberately. Having gone off to catch mice with the groundhog orc, Tang Ruan regarded Wolf Moon with confusion. She could comprehend her hatred for her, but why direct such cruelty toward her own offspring? Sensing the scrutiny of the crowd, Wolf Moon straightened her posture. "Why cub misbehaved? What is wrong with me teaching him a lesson?" Wolf Hunter replied icily, "Star is not only your cub, but also the future of the entire Wolf Clan. Given your heavy-handed approach, let Wolf Wind raise Star from now on." Wolf Wind, surprised by this proclamation, lifted his head. He had been separated from his wife and cub during a chaotic battle, and their bond had been severed ever since. Yet, he had always believed they were alive. Each time he saw a female with her cubs, he would reminisce about his wife and child. Now, with Wolf Hunter entrusting Star to him, it provided the utmost solace. Tang Ruan had anticipated Wolf Moon would refuse, yet to her astonishment, she agreed. Star, perhaps fearing Wolf Moon, slowly made his way to Wolf Wind's side. "Though not divert the topic. Your cub intends to eat Mao Mao. I have lost a beast husband. How will this debt be settled?" The wife of Cassava screeched frantically. Mau Mau is fine. That is splendid. If the wolf clan can compensate me with wolf wind, that would be even better. She gazed at him with longing, captivated by such a powerful male who adored cubs. Yet Wolf Wind's attention remained solely on Star, oblivious to her gaze. I had given you Cassava before. Why did I not know you were so ungrateful? Potato Mother finally could no longer remain silent. Once a male has taken a wife, he belongs to her. She should not have intervened. Yet it was evident that this reckless female was sowing discord between their clans for her selfish desires. Leader, you may fear them, but I do not, Potato Mother muttered. Wolf Wind finally noticed her gaze, suddenly letting out a low growl at her. The wife of Cassava recoiled in fright. Not afraid, are you? He mocked. As tensions escalated between the two factions, Tang Ruan extricated herself from Wolf Hunter's embrace. I will awaken Cassava and have him clarify. The small ones would not believe, but surely the elder's words would hold weight. Wolf Hunter grasped her arm. You cannot expend energy on others any longer. I shall handle it. Energy? What energy? Tang Ruan blinked, realizing he had misconstrued her words. I did not give anyone energy. I merely expelled the illness from them. Indeed, that purple substance must be what the elders refer to as illness, as Tang Ruan spoke. All the orcs gazed at her with heightened reverence. A shaman could perceive what was invisible to them. Her ancestors must have been servants of the beast god. The beast god sent Tang Ruan here to rescue us. Tang Ruan offered an awkward smile as she approached the unconscious Cassava. Regardless of your methods, you must not harm yourself any further. Wolf Hunter grasped her hand, but she brushed him aside, deliberately raising her voice. Dispersing the illness will drain a significant amount of my energy. Generally, in his condition, I would not intervene. A mere half-day of rest would suffice for him to awaken. Yet, to uncover the truth and eliminate misunderstandings between our clans, I must resort to self-harm to save him. Alas, I hope you all understand my intentions. Having said this, she winked at Wolf Hunter from a vantage point only he could see. Cooperate. Wolf Hunter? Tang Ruan placed her hand on Cassava's waist and twisted fiercely. Ah, Cassava cried out in pain, sitting upright. Tang Ruan's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Wife, wife. Wolf Hunter enveloped Tang Ruan in his arms, lifting her chin to offer her his energy. Suddenly, he hesitated, feeling someone tracing circles on his chest with their nails. Chapter 24. Her dreams were still too conservative. Wolf Hunter. Tang Ruan. What has happened to you? Sister Tang Ruan. What have you done to her? Numerous groundhog orcs surged forward. Wolf Hunter turned, a single glance halting them in their tracks. My wife has gone so far as to harm herself to save the groundhog orcs and prove the innocence of our wolf clan. Have you not yet realized the gravity of the situation? Potato Mother remained rooted in place, exchanging a brief look with Wolf Hunter. What must we repent for? The wife of Cassava interjected. You were the ones who wanted to eat my cub and then rendered my beast husband unconscious. Tang Ruan is one of the groundhog clan. We owe you nothing. This is not the timid Cassava speaking. It is the stars, adorned with fur, venturing out to catch mice for sustenance. I, too, was rendered unconscious by the sight of a monster. The groundhog clan, at this moment, witnesses Tang Ruan slowly awakening. Wolf Hunt, let us depart. Wolf Hunt cradles Tang Ruan and starts to leave. Hey, Tang Ruan is one of our kin. She is my wife. Wolf Hunt's voice, though not loud, resonates with authority. From now on, if you need to see my wife for any matter, come to my wolf clan. The second father of Tuber approaches Tuber's mother. Tang Ruan is a rare shaman. How can we allow the wolf clan to take her away? Shouldn't we keep her and leverage the wolf clan? Tuber's mother chuckles softly. Do you trust Tang Ruan? The second father replies without hesitation. Of course, I trust her. That child is my savior. With Tang Ruan among the wolf clan, we can mitigate many unnecessary troubles between our tribes, Tuber's mother asserts, casting a glance at the wife of Cassava. As long as we do not provoke them, we can coexist peacefully. Wolf Hunt brings Tang Ruan back to the cave and lays her on a fur blanket. He leans closer, and Tang Ruan hastily reaches out to cradle his face. We cannot engage in such acts during the day. What? Wolf Hunt is puzzled. We cannot, during the day. Tang Ruan's face flushes crimson. I see now, he states, capturing one of her hands and kissing her palm. Besides, it is already nighttime. Tang Ruan, feeling embarrassed, withdraws her hand and rises, explaining her earlier actions. She possesses the ability to see the injuries and ailments on the beastmen, as well as to dispel them. Wolf Hunt has never encountered such a unique power. His wife is indeed remarkable. His pride swells further. However, expelling the illness from Mau Mau also drains your energy, so I must provide you with strength. Wolf Hunt attempts to lean in again, but Tang Ruan places a hand over his mouth. Does she not wish for a kiss? With such a handsome lover before her, how could she resist? Yet, she fears worsening his injuries. Tang Ruan's gaze lands on his shoulder. If you wish to replenish my energy, please roast some meat for me. I still need to prepare medicine for the stars. Wolf Hunt affectionately ruffles her hair. Very well with that, he departs. By the time Tang Ruan has prepared the medicine, Wolf Hunt returns, shouldering a piece of meat. He lifts his hand, and with a swift motion, several thin slices are cut from the meat. He places the slices on a stone slab and roasts them according to the method Tang Ruan taught him. Soon, the meat is ready to eat. That moment, Wolf Wind appears at the cave entrance. Tang Ruan hands him the prepared medicine to apply to the wounds. Though the injuries of the stars appear alarming, they are merely superficial. I will check on him first thing in the morning. Thank you, Wolf Wind replies, quickly adopting a parental role. When Tang Ruan returns, the meat is ready. Wolf Hunt blows on it and brings it to her lips. She eagerly takes a bite. She is genuinely hungry. Having missed dinner and worked tirelessly, to her surprise, the meat is tough, dry, and somewhat bitter. Has it been burnt? She struggles to chew a few times before swallowing. Glancing at the meat in Wolf Hunt's hands, it does not seem burnt. Upon seeing Tang Ruan's troubled expression, Wolf Hunt's gaze drops in regret. I will find a way to catch you a sheep tomorrow. What kind of meat is this? Tang Ruan inquires curiously. Tiger meat. Tang Ruan covers her mouth in disbelief. She has certainly gained new knowledge. She never expected the king of beasts to be so unpalatable. Her hand brushes against the uncut raw meat, and a recipe begins to form in her mind. No worries, I can prepare it better next time. Determined not to waste any, she understands how hard he worked to hunt the tiger, forcing herself to fill her belly. Wolf Hunt carries Tang Ruan to the fur blanket. Outside, snow begins to fall again, and it turns chilly away from the fire. Tang Ruan curls up in the blanket, suddenly realizing that her seating area has become much softer. Upon closer inspection, she finds that it is no longer merely several layers of fur, but rather a plush resting place. Wolf Hunt brings in a tiger skin, spanning nearly 3 meters, and drapes it over her. Instantly, she feels much warmer. However, what size must the tiger have been to yield such a large skin? Wolf Hunt joins her, propping himself up on his hands to gaze at her, a smile of uncontainable happiness gracing his lips. Is my wife pleased with her nest? Tang Ruan nods, yes, but why this sudden concern for detail? Previously, he had not even covered himself while sleeping. A male must prepare his nest well for the female to wish to reside there. Tang Ruan is taken aback. Over these past few days, they have had no contact. She assumed he had given up. Little did she know, he had been secretly arranging his nest. He had never contemplated abandoning her. He simply feared he wasn't good enough. Tang Ruan suddenly recalls the enormous claw marks on his back. Could they have been inflicted during the hunt for this very tiger? Her heart aches. As she sees Wolf Hunt waiting for praise with an innocent expression, she adds, I am very satisfied. I truly like it. Wolf Hunt pulls her into his embrace, rubbing his nose against hers. Then, my wife. How about we explore your satisfaction with me, your beast husband? As night deepens and snow blankets the ground, a soft rustling sound fills the air. I am satisfied, quite satisfied, Tang Ruan murmurs as she drifts in and out of consciousness. Repeatedly, she whispers, Wolf Hunt, I am satisfied. Let us continue tomorrow, shall we, my wife? I am not yet satisfied. Tang Ruan finally comprehends the term lecherous as he truly embodies the essence of it. Her dreams have been far too conservative. Had it not been for the need to tend to the star's injuries the next day, she would have loved to remain in bed all day. Last night, she felt as though she might fall apart. The star's wounds have scabbed over. Tang Ruan wishes to dispel the illness but fears that her weakened state may lead to her fainting. For now, she must change the star's bandages. If you feel unwell, you must tell me, though not move around for the next few days. The stars lower their head, clutching the fur blanket tightly, seemingly avoiding her gaze. Remembering that day when the stars pleaded for her to release Wolf Hunt, Tang Ruan takes the initiative to ask, "Are you angry with me? Angry that I took Wolf Hunt away?" Upon hearing this, the stars shake their head rapidly. "The clan leader loves you, and you love the clan leader. You both should be together." His understanding brings her relief. Tang Ruan reaches out to stroke the stars' messy hair. Suddenly, the stars lift their head, unease etched on their face. "I in the future do not come to change my bandages anymore." "Why not?" At that moment, a sound echoes from the cave entrance, the crunch of snow beneath footsteps. Tang Ruan assumes Wolf Wind has returned and turns her head. Instead, she sees a tall figure silhouetted against the light at the cave entrance. "Mother, Uncle Wolf Wind will return soon," the stars exclaim anxiously. Chapter 25. He truly eats humans, I know. They have gone hunting. Wolf Moon enters the cave. "I brought you something." She places a piece of fur beside the stars. With a twitch of her nose, she thinks, "Damn that female. She is already mated with Wolf Hunt. Wolf Hunt is hers. How dare she touch what belongs to her?" Years ago, she sought to claim him as her beast husband. He had declared that he would never take a wife, vowing to protect the Wolf clan for life. Theo draw his attention. She transformed all his friends into her beast husbands. Yet in the end, she still failed to win him over. Now, the Wolf clan is left with just a few members. She thought he would never belong to her, let alone anyone else. Yet, Tang Ruan has inexplicably claimed him. What right does she have? Tang Ruan instinctively tightens her collar as Wolf Moon's gaze makes her feel utterly uncomfortable, as if she might be devoured at any moment. "I must take my leave." Tang Ruan stands and swiftly exits the cave. On her way, she ponders. Should she tell Wolf Hunt about this? But Wolf Moon has not caused her any tangible harm. How would Wolf Hunt react if he found out? Tang Ruan, lost in thought, collides with a beastman. "I apologize." The beastman slowly turns around, lame, hunched, one-eyed, and bearing a face marred by grotesque scars. Tang Ruan is taken aback by his appearance. She has never seen such an unsightly individual in her life. The old beastman fixes his murky yellow eyes on her. This eye seems oddly familiar. Suddenly, someone grabs her roughly. "Little female, your clan members say, thank you for helping us find our kin yesterday, and have sent something." Wolf Chi drags her away. "Wolf Chi? Who is that person? I've never seen him in the Wolf clan before. Stay away from him. He is not one of the Wolf clan," Wolf Chi warns tersely. "Not one of us? How did he end up here?" Wolf Chi halts, a look of disgust crossing his features. "He insisted on following us. What can I do? The beastmen are already scarce. I cannot kill him. Just know he is a cursed beastman." "Cursed?" Tang Ruan does not comprehend. What could have led to his curse? The wolf, Chi-Cha, rose from his position, impatience etched on his face as he curled his lip. "I told you, don't regret asking." Tang Ruan inquired, "Is this a terrifying story?" She nodded, her curiosity piqued. "He has devoured orcs." Tang Ruan's eyes widened in shock. He eats people?" Observing her fearful demeanor, Chi-Cha found her resemblance to a frightened little rabbit exceedingly amusing. He took a step closer, deliberately licking his lips. "Indeed. I have consumed countless orcs." Fragments of memories flashed through Tang Ruan's mind. A singed, one-eyed wolf lunging at her, her frantic effort to throw sand at it, and her desperate flight, culminating in her falling into the stream of the hollow valley. She had suffered a nasty fall, rendering many details unclear. In retrospect, the one-eyed wolf she had encountered in the woods that day must have been him, the very beast that had pursued her. Tang Ruan trembled uncontrollably. Chi-Cha, taken aback by her apparent timidity, hastily clarified, "Little female, I was merely jesting. I did consume orcs, but only their corpses. I was so famished that I could not discern the difference. After death, orcs transform into beast forms. Some of the smaller orcs indeed resemble animals," he continued, but deep down, she knew the truth. He truly feasted on humans. "What about Wolf Hunter?" Tang Ruan asked. Chi-Cha gestured in a direction. "He should be back by the sweet potatoes." Tang Ruan turned and quickly made her way towards that direction. "Hey, little female, don't report me," Chi-Cha exclaimed, flustered as he chased after her. Upon spotting Wolf Hunter, She dashed into his embrace, holding him tightly to feel secure. The surrounding orc wolves witnessed this scene and silently gave a thumbs up to their leader. Indeed, the leader was remarkable. In just one night, he had made his mate reluctant to part with him. Previously, some had speculated that Wolf Moon had accepted everyone but him due to the leader's inadequacies. Sweet Potato was left speechless, realizing that after mating, females become so dependent on their males. He too needed to bond with Potato soon. Wolf Hunter gently ruffled Tang Ruan's hair. Be good. We'll cuddle later. I need your help with something. Wolf Wind and Wolf Ink approached, supporting Wolf Feather, blood dripping from his wounds. Inside the cave, Tang Ruan focused intently, placing her hands over Wolf Feather's injuries. Wolf Hunter held her shoulders, continuously channeling energy into her. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. Boss, I'm fine. Don't waste your energy, Wolf Feather protested, trying to sit up, only to be forcefully pushed back down by Wolf Hunter. Stay still. Tang Ruan's gaze fell upon the large patch of fur beneath Wolf Feather. Soaked in blood, she shut her eyes. Their daily tasks were fraught with danger. After a considerable time, Wolf Feather's bleeding finally ceased, and his wounds healed somewhat. Wolf Hunter rose, his complexion pale. Chicha rushed over. Boss, how are you? Can you still use your abilities? Wolf Hunter surveyed the surrounding tribesmen and nodded. Chicha sighed in relief, thankful that his leader's powers remained intact. In his youth, Chicha had once sustained a grievous injury, a wound that pierced his chest, and it seemed he would not survive. It was Wolf Hunter who had sustained him with his energy until the wound slowly healed. However, following that incident, Wolf Hunter had been unable to use his abilities for a long time. Now, the Wolf clan needed Wolf Hunter's powers to hunt in the treacherous canyon to survive. He absolutely could not afford to lose his abilities. The food sent by the groundhog orcs will suffice for a while. For now, everyone should refrain from hunting in the canyon, Wolf Hunter declared, bypassing Chicha, denying Wolf Feather's father a chance to speak. Tang Ruan hurriedly followed them. Once they departed, Chicha remained rooted in place, pondering why, if Wolf Hunter's powers were indeed intact, he had suddenly prohibited everyone from hunting. As Wolf Hunter stepped into the cave, he stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Wolf Hunter? Tang Ruan quickly steadied him. Having sensed his unease earlier, but since it was energy expenditure, she could not identify his ailment. Are you all right? She asked with concern. I'm a bit tired. Could you accompany me for a short rest? Of course. I'll stay with you. I want to go anywhere. On the soft couch, Wolf Hunter curled up, cradling Tang Ruan as if she were an infant. Soon, his steady breathing filled the air, though his brow remained tightly knit. Tang Ruan, Tang Ruan. The voice of Sweet Potato echoed from the cave entrance. Just as Tang Ruan emerged from Wolf Hunter's embrace, he grasped her arm firmly. She turned to see him still with his eyes closed and reassured him. Don't worry, I'll be right back. I just need to talk to Sweet Potato. Only then did he release her. Outside the cave, Sweet Potato rubbed his hands together. I shouldn't disturb you at this moment. He peered into the cave, but Potato's injury seems rather severe. No wonder they had not returned since that day. I'll accompany you to check on him, Tang Ruan exclaimed hastily. No need. Sweet Potato waved his hand. Just give me the medicine. Potato is injured, and I can't take care of him. Wolf Hunter needs you to. I trust Potato will understand. After a brief struggle, Tang Ruan returned to the cave, retrieved the medicine, and brought it back. When you grind it and apply it to the wound, if it's not healed in 2 days, come find me immediately. All right. Sweet Potato accepted it. Tang Ruan hesitated before asking, could you inquire with the leader if we could borrow some food from the Wolf clan? She wished for Wolf Hunter to rest a bit longer. Sweet Potato nodded. Sure. I'll find an opportunity to ask. He then produced a dark, spiky ball from his pocket and handed it to Tang Ruan. This is what injured Potato that day. Make sure the Wolf clan is cautious in the forest. Tang Ruan accepted it, observing that it appeared to be a fruit, quite hard, covered in hundreds of spiny protrusions resembling a small sea urchin. Suddenly, a line of text appeared in her mind. Yajaberry. Seeds are edible. Chapter 26. Even if her intention was to poison him, he would willingly accept it. The raw fruit is mildly toxic but can be consumed when heated, offering a soft, sweet taste that replenishes energy. Wasn't this simply chestnut? The following morning, just after the snow had ceased, Tang Ruan set out with a bag on her back. The location where the Yajuberries had previously appeared was still blanketed in snow. After digging for a while, her hands turned bright red from the cold. During the process, she was pricked by a Yajuberry, and blood immediately oozed from her fingertip. Thankfully, the freezing temperature caused the bleeding to stop after a few moments. With a hefty bag of Yajuberries slung over her shoulder, she exited the forest, eagerly grabbing a stick to begin pounding them. She needed to crush the Yajuberries so that the seeds could be extracted. However, the fruit was frozen solid, and it took her considerable effort to break a few open. The sounds of her work attracted the nearby wolf cubs. "Shaman, what are you doing?" "Making something delicious. Come help." The cubs imitated her actions, extracting seeds from the Yajuberries. Tang Ruan built a fire and tossed the seeds into the flames. Before long, she heard the crackling sounds, startling several of the younger cubs, who transformed into their beast forms and ran several meters away. Yet suddenly, the enticing aroma wafting from the fire drew them back. "Can we eat it, Shaman?" Tang Ruan found a stick and used it to poke the roasted Yajuberry seeds, allowing them to cool slightly in the snow before cracking open the shells. She tasted one first, sweet and soft, far sweeter than any chestnut she had ever had, with an added fruity fragrance. She gleefully stomped her feet in delight. This was the most delicious thing she had tasted in her 3 years in the beast world. A group of wolf cubs watched her with longing. Drooling profusely, she shared a few with them, and they eagerly stuffed them into their mouths, shells and all. "Delicious, Shaman. I want more." The wolf cub's strong teeth were indeed impressive. After teaching them how to eat properly, she handed over the remaining seeds and promptly roasted the rest for herself. Everyone was enjoying the feast. When Tang Ruan finally came back to her senses, she suddenly realized, "Oh no, I intended to save some for Wolf Hunter. Have you all finished eating the shaman's food? How shameful." The voice came from Star, who had been watching from a distance for quite some time. Tang Ruan thought he would soon join them. But to her surprise, the little fellow showed remarkable restraint. Star approached, the oldest among the wolf cubs, practically a little king with his hands on his hips and his head held high. He commanded, "Go help the shaman find some more." At Star's command, the cubs transformed back into their beast forms, each grabbing a large bag belonging to Tang Ruan and dashing swiftly back into the forest. Tang Ruan called after them, "Be careful not to get hurt." "Over there." The stars themselves remained motionless in their places. After a considerable time, he suddenly stared at her like a little adult and said, "You must take care of yourself and refrain from venturing into the forest alone. Otherwise, before I have matured, you might perish." Tang Ruan replied, "Thank you." Before long, the little ones returned. Just as Tang Ruan finished roasting the second batch, the previously boisterous children fell silent. Curious, she lifted her head, only to find Wolf Hunter standing before her. Having appeared unbeknownst to her, upon seeing him, Tang Ruan raised her darkened hand, revealing a freshly roasted fruit. She proudly exclaimed, "Wolf Hunter, you must try this. It's incredibly delicious." Wolf Hunter fixed his gaze upon her fingers, his pupils gradually losing warmth in a swift motion. He scooped her up from the ground and returned to the cave. He tossed Tang Ruan onto the soft couch and lowered his head to take her injured finger into his mouth. Without granting her a chance to speak, he wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her, energy flowing ceaselessly into Tang Ruan's body. How could this man so readily transfer energy without provocation? Tang Ruan struggled against him, but she could only reluctantly savor the moment. Yet perhaps due to the considerable energy he had expended the previous day, a silver-gray tail suddenly emerged. Seizing the opportunity while he adjusted his position, Tang Ruan grasped his tail. Wolf Hunter, caught off guard by the first person to seize his tail, was momentarily stunned. Tang Ruan held his tail with one hand while covering his mouth with the other. Wolf Hunter could not indulge in such indiscretion in broad daylight. With a worried expression, he looked at her and said, "My wife, I am attempting to save you." Tang Ruan recalled the small words that had lingered in her mind since yesterday. Raw food is mildly toxic. Realizing he had misunderstood her, she hastily explained, "The roasted ones are harmless and quite delectable. Don't you believe me? Just try it." Without waiting for his response, she pressed a fruit she had been holding into his mouth. Wolf Hunter stared at her in shock. This fruit, once consumed during the direst hunger within the wolf clan, had caused those who dared to eat it to suffer from severe vomiting and ultimately death. He had witnessed his kin perish before his very eyes. Now, she was assuring him it posed no threat, even shoving a piece into his mouth. Yet, for reasons unknown, Wolf Hunter found himself willing to heed her words. Perhaps, facing her expectant gaze, even if her intention was to poison him, he would willingly comply. After chewing a few bites, his eyes suddenly lit up. How sweet! Sweeter than any fruit he had ever tasted. No wonder those beastmen could not resist consuming so much. Tang Ruan wore a proud expression. Is it delightful? Wolf Hunter inquired. What is the one thing you most desire at this moment? If he were to perish shortly, Tang Ruan pondered, finding no particular desire within her. However, through her observations over the past few days, she discerned that Wolf Hunter possessed an attachment personality, enjoying her company immensely. How about I accompany you? Tang Ruan suggested. Yes, I too wish to be with you, Wolf Hunter replied, pulling her into his embrace, blissfully closing his eyes. Tang Ruan was unsure how long she had slept, but her head now throbbed slightly. At last, Wolf Hunter released her and excitedly exited the cave, summoning the Wolf Clan beastmen to gather the fruit. The fruit was abundant throughout the forest. They had even felled many fruit trees while clearing a square, which now lay in a heap. Together, these fruits could sustain them for another 2 months. Initially, the beastmen were somewhat perplexed, but upon learning it was Tang Ruan's suggestion, they sprang into action. Before long, the Wolf Clan's fruit had amassed to a height comparable to a tree. One female beastman expressed concern. Shouldn't the adults eat first? The little ones should refrain. Wolf Hunter understood her sentiment, suggesting that the young consume potatoes instead, as there was still some meat available. No, I want to eat the fruit, a young beastman protested, tugging at his mother's hand to plead. More children chimed in. I want to eat the fruit, it's so delicious. Mom, I want it too. Listening to the children, many wolf beasts changed their expressions. When did you eat it? It was the shaman who fed us this morning. It was so sweet. How could she give such a thing to the children? She herself had eaten it, and since the shaman said it was safe, it should be fine, right? But my father died from eating the fruit. The chatter among the beastmen abruptly ceased, a heavy pressure descending. Wolf Hunter's gaze swept over the crowd. I too have consumed it. Chief. Chief. Wolf Hunter regarded the crowd sternly. If I am well tomorrow, the fruit will become our primary sustenance to help us weather the cold wave. But remember, it must not be eaten raw. After Wolf Hunter departed, Wolf Moon asked Star, did you eat it too? Chapter 27. Just steal it, go ahead and bite me. Star nervously edged closer to Wolf Wind. I didn't eat any. Wolf Moon's expression showed disappointment as she met Wolf Wind's vigilant gaze. Tang Ruan, not far away, overheard the beast's conversation. This matter had indeed been poorly considered on her part. She was unaware that the fruit, which to her resembled candied chestnuts, was perceived as a lethal poison by the wolf beasts. However, the fruit merely induced vomiting and diarrhea. The true cause of death among the beasts was likely malnutrition. In their frail condition, the added strain of vomiting and diarrhea drained their last bit of strength. Ultimately, as long as one could eat well and be nourished, they would not succumb to death over minor ailments. Although the fruit could satiate hunger, its protein content was low. If only they could find food rich in protein, Wolf Hunter would no longer need to hunt daily. The next day, everyone emerged from the cave unscathed. They gathered at the entrance of Wolf Hunter's dwelling. Shaman, please teach me how to roast. My child kept me awake all night. I tasted one that my child brought back. It was indeed delicious. Completely different from the raw one. The raw one was crunchy and left my mouth numb. The words of this female beastman further confirmed Tang Ruan's suspicions. They were indeed malnourished. Stronger beastmen could consume it without fear of losing their lives. Excellent! Seeing everyone so enthusiastic made Tang Ruan exceedingly happy. However, roasting took time. Today, I will teach you a simpler and tastier method. Her gaze swept across the crowd. Wolf Feather was injured. Wolf Hunter was in recovery. Wolf Ink was inexperienced, and Wolf Wind had to care for Star. Wolf Chi, could you accompany me to the Marmot clan? Me? Wolf Chi pointed to himself. Are you sure? Tang Ruan nodded. The pot is too large. I cannot carry it. Wolf Chi pursed his lips, glancing between Wolf Hunter and her, indecision flickering in his eyes. Are you really certain? Just the two of us alone. the Marmot clan doesn't seem to like me. Precisely because they dislike you, I want to go with you, to improve their perception of you. Hurry, carry me. We can return before lunch. Why was she so difficult to persuade? If she could carry it, she would do it herself. I'll accompany you. Wolf Hunter's voice resonated from behind. Tang Ruan immediately refused. No, you need to rest. Didn't you just retract your tail? Noticing his displeasure, Tang Ruan waved her hand and whispered in his ear. I'd rather not sleep holding a big gray wolf. Wolf Hunter furrowed his brow. Did she truly despise his beast form? How about letting the eldest carry you while I carry the pot? Wolf Chi suggested. All right, let us do that. Before Tang Ruan could respond, Wolf Hunter stepped forward, his cold gaze landing on Wolf Chi. Wolf Chi shivered at the intensity. As Tang Ruan opened her mouth to speak, the surrounding area suddenly erupted in a cacophony of coughs. The chief is right. The chief is wise. May the chief return early. Tang Ruan sighed. Well then, all right. Wolf Chi took a deep breath. Let us bring back a small life. Upon reaching the Marmot clan, Tang Ruan first attended to the injuries of the Potato. Potato's wounds had nearly healed. After chatting for a while, Potato reluctantly bid Tang Ruan farewell as she exited the cave. You've returned with great difficulty. Why not stay for a night? I'll come back in a few days to keep you company. She had only been away for a few days. Her best friend truly cared for her. Potato pouted. In a few days, there may no longer be a place for you here. Tang Ruan was startled, thinking Potato was upset, and was about to comfort her, only to see Potato's face flush with excitement. Mom said that according to the celestial signs, there will soon be clear weather, just in time for the full moon. Ah, Tang Ruan exclaimed, grabbing Potato's hand in joy, feeling happiness for her. Congratulations, you'll finally marry Sweet Potato. Marry? Potato blinked in confusion. It means to obtain a beast husband. The Potato squinted its small eyes in delight, while Tang Ruan spoke in an odd manner, a servant of the beast god, distinctly different from others. Hand in hand, the two approached the entrance of Tang Ruan's den. Suddenly, the Potato halted in its tracks, eyes widening in terror. What are you doing? It exclaimed, startling the nearby groundhog orcs. Why, are you stealing Tang Ruan's pot? Wolf Chi flashed a wicked grin. Just took it. What are you going to do about it? The Potato hesitated, touching its small incisors. Tang Ruan seized her hand, declaring, I need the pot to cook. The Potato's eyes sparkled. All the groundhog orcs who heard her words brightened up. Tang Ruan is going to cook. Sister Tang Ruan is going to cook, however. It was for the wolf clan. Noticing the look of disappointment on the groundhog orcs' faces, Tang Ruan suddenly felt as though marrying had made her forget her family. She glanced at Wolf Hunter, who smiled and nodded. If everyone wants to eat, you can come back with me to the wolves. Hurry and grab your bowls. I'm going. Thus, 3 individuals set out, and upon their return, a string of groundhogs clung to Wolf Chi's tail. Hey, be gentle. You're pulling out my fur. I can't help it. I have 3 beast husbands now, can't ride on your back. Who said that? Sitting atop Wolf Hunter, Tang Ruan remarked, did she not just say she wanted Wolf Chi to carry her? Feeling she might have stirred trouble, the pot was set up, the fire ignited, and diced tiger meat was added to the pot to eliminate the blood foam. Various spices and salt were added, along with the Potato's nutty fruit. Simmering together, finally, a sprinkle of wild chili was necessary. Wolf Chi held a bowl, eating with glee. Tang Ruan, what is this red thing? My mouth feels like it's been scorched by heavenly fire. Just say if it's tasty or not. It's delicious. Although a bit hot, the nutty fruit is sweet and meaty, melting in my mouth. And this tiger meat, it's not bitter at all. Whoever becomes your beast husband is truly fortunate. Wolf Chi praised sincerely. While other female beasts waited for the males to prepare the meat, only Tang Ruan could do everything and was so gentle, treating the leaders so well. If only he could suddenly. Wolf Chi shivered inexplicably. What was wrong with him today? Eating so warmly, yet feeling chills. He lifted his head, locking eyes with a pair of icy blue ones. Understanding dawned. Wolf Chi turned away, continuing to devour the meat and slurp the soup. Wolf Hunter approached Tang Ruan, attempting to take the spoon from her hand. Let me do it. Sit down and eat. Tang Ruan evaded him. No, I already ate. The privilege of a chef is to taste the first bowl. Moreover, She genuinely adored the sight of everyone gathering for a meal. In her childhood, she lived in a village with her parents, and during festivals, everyone would come together to dine. At tea the time, she hadn't thought much of it. But now, reminiscing, each moment was filled with the flavor of happiness. Later, her father passed away, and her mother remarried in the city, where she never again experienced that feeling. Suddenly, a pair of twig-like hands appeared before Tang Ruan. The one-eyed orc with murky yellow eyes gazed at her pitifully. Chief's mate, could you spare me a little food? Chapter 28. I can take care of you. Tang Ruan stared into the one-eyed orc's eyes. Frozen in place. How could he be here? Did he completely forget her? If he remembered, how could he dare to show up here, not fearing that she would tell Wolf Hunter about the past? The one-eyed wolf orc pressed his parched lips together, looking very hungry. Use my bowl. A groundhog orc shoved its bowl into his hands, thinking Tang Ruan was at a loss for what to do since the old beast hadn't brought one. Wolf Hunter stepped in front of Tang Ruan, blocking her line of sight. You can ignore him. He is not one of our kin. This old beast frightened your mate. It's fine. We don't need him. Tang Ruan stepped out from behind Wolf Hunter. She was curious if he truly had no recollection of her. Yes, she dished out food. She asked, I heard you're not from this tribe. How did you end up here? The old beast's eyes sparkled, fixating on the food in the bowl, saliva nearly pooling. I don't know where my kin went. When I woke up, I remembered nothing. They gave me something to eat, and that's how I survived. Afterward, I just followed them. Thank you. Thank you. The old beast bowed repeatedly to Tang Ruan before slowly retreating. His pitiful appearance evoked sympathy. If he truly remembered nothing, must he still bear the consequences of his past mistakes? Tang Ruan turned her head to see Wolf Hunter watching the old beast's retreating figure with displeasure. Noticing Tang Ruan's gaze on him, he immediately donned a gentle smile. I'll have someone drive him out of the tribe. You won't see him again. He could never allow such a beast, one that had consumed its kin, to be near his mate. Wolf Hunter, Tang Ruan suddenly asked earnestly, if one day someone tries to harm me, what would you do? Wolf Hunter's expression darkened. Who? Tang Ruan grasped his hand. I am just saying if, but I'm not hurt. Kill him. He didn't even hesitate. With that declaration, an aura of authority radiated from him, causing several orcs dining nearby to lift their heads in awareness. Understood. Tang Ruan smiled. Then let us first send him to a place where he cannot reach me. After all, he remembers nothing, and judging by his condition, he wants to live many more years. Tio asked her to command others to kill. Such a thing was still beyond her. Tang Ruan decided to explore the woods anew. Since she could find the nutty fruit, there might be other delicious treats as well on a sunny day. She took Wolf Hunter into the forest, followed by a few playful youngsters. Mimicking Tang Ruan, they looked at whatever she looked at, picking up items with care and stuffing them into Wolf Hunter's arms. Wolf Hunter knelt down and patted the youngsters on their heads. You're amazing. The little ones hopped away in glee. You really like children, Tang Ruan blurted out. Wolf Hunter turned his head, sunlight filtering through the leaves and illuminating his eyelashes. Not particularly. I just wish someone would praise me like that when I was young. Tang Ruan gazed at Wolf Hunter, contemplating his background, which was not better than hers. At least she had a mother who, despite favoring sons over daughters, occasionally shared a bit of maternal love with her. Wolf Hunter, on the other hand, was retrieved by Wolf Chi's father, and likely his parents were no longer alive. He must have lacked familial affection even more than she did. Then from now on, I'll praise you, Tang Ruan said. Wolf Hunter blinked. Tang Ruan realized something felt amiss. What I mean is, we're family. Family should encourage each other. Family. Wolf Hunter chewed on those words, his heart softening as though melting. He was now someone with a mate. He had a home. The feeling was wonderful. Wolf Hunter stepped closer, lifting Tang Ruan's chin and gently kissing her. Sunlight fell upon their nearly touching eyelashes, warming and illuminating their hearts. Over here. Come quickly. Ah, he bit me. From a distance, the youngster's shrill cries echoed. Wolf Hunter's eyes snapped open, transforming into a giant wolf, dashing toward the source of the sound. With Tang Ruan following closely behind. One little one cried while raising a hand, clutching a plump rat that had bitten his lip. The orc and the rat were locked in a battle of wills, neither willing to concede. The bitten child wailed in despair. Wolf Hunter transformed back into human form, taking the rat from the child's grip with a crunch. Tang Ruan instinctively touched her own neck. Sometimes, his gentleness made her forget he was actually a fierce beast. "Are you all right?" Tang Ruan approached, inspecting the childish wound. 2 small bite marks were bleeding. But the injury wasn't too deep. Orcs probably didn't need vaccines, right? She glanced at the plump, gray rat that Wolf Hunter held. It wasn't the kind of rat commonly seen in cities. Where had she seen it before? She couldn't recall at the moment. "What do you catch these for?" she asked curiously. "The shaman. They're delicious," one child exclaimed. "They're even better when roasted." Another child chimed in excitedly. Seeing Tang Ruan's interest, "We'll roast it for you later." Tang Ruan grabbed Wolf Hunter's hand, extending a trembling finger. Her innate aversion to rats held her back for 3 seconds, but she finally gathered the courage to poke it. "Nutria? Nutritional value is rich? Bamboo rat?" Tang Ruan exclaimed, and suddenly it dawned upon her. This creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the bamboo rat from her original world. The words in her mind continued to flow. Herbivorous, a singular diet, remarkable reproductive capabilities, maturing in 2 months, a maximum weight of up to 2 kg, a gestation period of 45 days, producing 8 to 12 offspring per litter. Tang Ruan's eyes widened in excitement. Just a short while ago, she had been fretting over insufficient protein. But now, was this not the solution? With such strong reproductive abilities, as long as they were nurtured properly, the population could multiply 10-fold. 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Were there more around here? Tang Ruan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Wolf Hunter tilted his head in confusion, his eyes betraying a lack of understanding. Did his wife enjoy eating rats? What was his beast form? Anyway, a fox? Or perhaps a cat? There were so many possibilities, but they all seemed to prefer hiding in their burrows. "Shaman, I will lead you." Several young ones tugged at Tang Ruan, pulling her into the woods. With Wolf Hunter closely trailing behind, he helped as well, and before long, they had caught 7 or 8 of the creatures. However, Tang Ruan had her stipulations. They must not be harmed, and absolutely not killed. Wolf Hunter, whose powers had yet to be restored, found that his claws could easily turn the bamboo rats into mere flat cakes. In the end, only 2 survived, both traumatized with PTSD. This simply would not do. One of the bamboo rats was unwell and had to be disposed of. Tang Ruan placed the foaming rat and the deceased one together, showing no trace of the fear and disgust she had just felt. Wolf Hunter sought help from his clan, and upon learning that it was Tang Ruan's request, the beastmen were filled with excitement. They had come to understand one essential truth. Following Tang Ruan would undoubtedly lead to delectable treats. Ever since her arrival, the Wolf clan had switched to a vegetarian diet yesterday and now to a rat diet today. If the beast got heard of this, he would surely die laughing. Wolfyu kicked aside a snowdrift and wandered off in boredom, while Wolfimo stuffed a bamboo rat into his bag. It was a special time. As long as they could fill their bellies, that was sufficient. Besides, they had eaten bamboo rats in their youth, and he recalled that Wolfyu quite enjoyed them. "Who enjoys rat meat?" Wolfyu suddenly exclaimed, startling Wolfimo into silence. Only a male lacking prowess would dare bring back a rat. Males who brought back rats were unworthy of returning to the den. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Wolf Hunter in the distance. Wolfimo followed her line of sight. It had indeed been so in the past. But now, was not the clan leader also catching rats for his wife? He had temporarily lost his powers. A male without abilities was simply unworthy of having a wife. Wolfimo lowered his head. Choosing silence, he understood that Wolfyu did not harbor feelings for him. He was merely a tool for her, serving her needs. But that was all right, as long as he could be by her side. That was enough. Wolfyu gazed greedily at Wolf Hunter's figure. Her beast husband had always been the most outstanding in the clan. He had been, and would always be, standing some distance away. Wolf Hunter, with his exceptional hearing, caught this remark. He cautiously turned to Tang Ruan at his side. "If I lose my powers, would you consider me useless?" Tang Ruan, busy counting the bamboo rats in her bag, replied without looking up, "Of course not. I can take care of you." Chapter 29. "Then take it off you. You will take care of me?" Wolf Hunter thought he had misheard. His wife, his female, intended to support him? A female without a beast husband could scarcely survive. How could she possibly care for him? But then he considered there were some females who possessed many beast husbands, and not all of these husbands were particularly capable. Some were favored merely for their looks or for specific traits that delighted the female, who would then use the food brought by other husbands to sustain him. Was that what she meant? Was she planning to find a few more beast husbands to support him? Tang Ruan noticed Wolf Hunter's sudden silence and turned to look at him. She saw his melancholic blue eyes glimmering, his face reminiscent of a Greek sculpture bathed in golden sunlight. Unable to resist, she reached out and playfully rubbed his face. "You look so handsome. Even if you were useless, I would still take care of you." She smiled like a mischievous cat. Wolf Hunter's mood plummeted. So it turned out, in her eyes, he was so ineffectual, it was truly challenging to find more bamboo rats. Tang Ruan led several beastmen to the stream to cut a large amount of grass. Near the cave where they resided, they discovered a smaller cave, where they tossed the bamboo rats and grass inside. Finally, Wolf Chi and Wolfimo brought over a few stones taller than a person to block the entrance. Wolf Chi, hands on his hips, asked Tang Ruan, "When do we eat?" Tang Ruan handed him a few dead bamboo rats. "We'll roast these for dinner." "Just these?" Wolf Chi grimaced. "It's not even enough for the two of us." Wolfmo glanced at Tang Ruan, nodding obediently. "You're being too stingy. We worked hard all afternoon, expecting a lavish feast." Wolf Chi greedily eyed the cave. "These cannot be eaten now. Then when can we eat?" Tang Ruan replied mysteriously, raising an eyebrow, "When they turn from 20 to 200.200. Wolfimo exclaimed in surprise. Wolf Chi furrowed his brow, suddenly reaching out to touch Tang Ruan's forehead. "You didn't eat something strange while catching the bamboo rats, did you? Are you poisoned?" "Speaking nonsense." Tang Ruan swatted his hand away and shared her plan to breed the bamboo rats with Wolfimo and Wolf Chi. Upon hearing the plan, Wolf Chi and Wolfimo were astonished. "Oh, it can be done this way?" Wolf Chi stammered, excitement bubbling over. They had never thought of raising their prey. With enough meat, they would no longer need to venture into dangerous territories to hunt. Hope gleamed in Wolfmo's eyes. Tang Ruan nodded proudly. "I also have 2 sheep with the groundhog tribe. I'll bring them back in a few days. Once they give birth to lambs, we can continue breeding. Although sheep take longer to mature, in a few years, we will have plenty of sheep by then. I can feast on lamb every day." Wolf Chi licked his lips, having almost forgotten the taste of lamb after feasting on all sorts of oddities. Tang Ruan was simply incredible. So clever. Wolf Chi found her irresistibly adorable and couldn't help but ruffle her hair. "Don't mess with my hair," Tang Ruan protested, struggling for a while before escaping his grasp. Meanwhile, not far away, Wolf Hunter observed everything unfolding, his gaze lowered, casting a shadow over his features. Dinner was still potatoes and tiger meat stew, a dish they had been consuming for several days. Fortunately, no one had grown tired of it yet, and today they had Tang Ruan's special rat meat skewers. Wolf Chi imitated Tang Ruan, using a stone knife to cut the meat into small pieces. "Why go through all this trouble? Can't we just roast it directly? You wouldn't understand. This way, it absorbs the flavor." She had just unlocked the secret recipe for barbecue seasoning. Wolf Hunter edged between the two, swiftly slicing the meat into neat pieces with a few swift motions. "You are too impressive," Tang Ruan applauded. Wolf Chi looked enlightened. "Why didn't I think of that?" With a few more swipes, the meat was cut into tiny cubes. Tang Ruan nodded in satisfaction. Wolf Chi beamed with pride. But then he met Wolf Hunter's piercing gaze. He quietly took a step back. "Wolf Chi, stand beside Tang Ruan and learn properly." Wolf Yu's voice suddenly rang out from a short distance away. Sitting on the ground, a sly smile played at the corners of her mouth. "Once you learn, you can cook for your wife, and she won't have to work so hard." Her words were vague, implying that Wolf Chi might become Tang Ruan's beast husband. Many beastmen in the Wolf clan had long wished to pair the old clan leader's son with Tang Ruan, and they joined in the teasing. "Wolf Chi, learn well. The clan leader is busy. You must take care of the shaman." "Exactly. Among the males, some must hunt while others attend to the females. You and Wolf Hunter have always been the closest. Like family. Who would have thought that you would really become family in the end?" "Haha." Wolf Chi, standing in the corner, said nothing, seemingly accepting the opinions of others. Tang Ruan desperately waved her hands. "Everyone, stop joking. I have no intention of taking a beast husband. Wolf Hunter is enough for me." "Shaman, Don't speak too soon. What female has only one beast husband? You would be embarrassed to admit it. Exactly. A single female can't handle it alone. The clan's outstanding males all have their eyes on you. You have no idea. When I had 5 beast husbands, life was splendid. Each had their day, and if the mood was right, we could all sleep together. The female beastmen sighed dreamily, and the beastmen erupted in laughter. Tang Ruan's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Was this something she could endure hearing? Shouldn't they be paying for such remarks? Everyone, please stop joking. The clan leader will get angry. Tang Ruan cautiously glanced at the profile of Lang Lai. His hands already clenched into fists at his sides, yet he struggled to restrain the oppressive aura emanating from him. The others were right. Allowing Tang Ruan to belong solely to him was indeed selfish. She required the care of multiple beast husbands, and what if one day he were to perish? What would she do then? Eventually, a smile graced his lips as he turned away in silence. Just as Tang Ruan was about to pursue him, she was seized by a female beast. Witch doctor, you haven't finished your teachings yet. Lang Lai, Tang Ruan called after his retreating figure. A throng of beast men swiftly encircled her. Don't spoil him too much. Not even the chieftain can. Are you truly resolved never to take another beast husband in your lifetime? All of us males will face our day. It's better for him to comprehend early on and consider your needs. At the very least, you should have 2 beast husbands. How can one male sufficiently attend to a female? Tang Ruan was entangled in their clutches until all had eaten, finally seizing the opportunity to escape. Lang Lai had not returned to the cave. After searching, she found him at a hot spring in the forest. Within the valley, there were numerous hot springs of various sizes. When Tang Ruan traversed here, she laid in the crater of an extinct volcano, which housed a vast expanse of hot springs. The water, filtered through the earth's layers, emerged in the valley with minimal salinity, making it safe for drinking. Approaching the hot spring, the mist enveloped her as the moonlight cascaded upon his smooth upper body. The wound on his shoulder had yet to fully heal. Hurry up and come out once you're done washing. Your wound cannot be soaked. Why should I come out? Lang Lai lowered his gaze and took a few steps back, seemingly opposing her, almost entirely submerging himself in the water. Come up. I need to talk to you. She had to clarify her intentions today. She genuinely had no plans to take another beast husband. Having him alone was sufficient. In every regard, he was utterly perfect in her eyes. Let us speak here. This isn't convenient. Someone might overhear. Then you come down. Tang Ruan protested. If I go down, my clothes will get wet. Lang Lai lifted his gaze, his ice blue eyes exuding the arrogance of a superior. Then take them off. Chapter 30. Lang Lai, isn't living good? Tang Ruan fixated on his captivating eyes. Moments later, she removed her clothing and stepped into the water. Lang Lai stared at her in disbelief, his heartbeat nearly drowning out his reason. Had he just issued a command to his wife? And she had complied. Did she truly care for him that much? Lang Lai had come here hoping to clear his mind, forcing himself to abandon unrealistic thoughts. Tang Ruan could not possibly belong to him alone. Yet now, he found himself wavering. If he persisted, could she indeed be his alone? But that would be profoundly unfair to Tang Ruan. A female protected by only one beast husband could scarcely survive in the face of calamity. Lang Lai inhaled deeply as Tang Ruan slipped, plunging headfirst into the water. Wife? Bubbles surfaced as Tang Ruan emerged with just her eyes visible. Lang Lai observed, the water isn't deep, but if you're sitting, it can only reach this height. Tang Ruan surfaced, gliding towards him. All right, don't be angry anymore no matter what they say. I will not take another beast husband. She comforted her own man, and witnessing his jealousy filled her heart with sweetness. Lang Lai watched her unsteady steps through the water, fearing she might choke, and swiftly pulled her close. Their bodies pressed together. Tang Ruan instinctively tried to break free, but one foot slipped. Tang Ruan exclaimed. Half a second later, Lang Lai rescued her from the water. Cough, cough. Why is the water so deep here? Seeing his shoulder exposed, she had thought he was sitting, only to realize he was standing. Tang Ruan's head barely reached Lang Lai's shoulder, and the water could easily drown her. A non-swimmer, she abandoned her modesty, clinging to him like an octopus. You can hold me tight. I can't swim. A smug smile crept across Lang Lai's lips as he supported her with both hands in the water and leaned down to kiss her. After a long moment, he reluctantly pulled away. Tang Ruan gasped for air, her cheeks flushed, the warmth enveloped her, and her head felt slightly dizzy. Dio think he could kiss her for so long without her pushing him away. Yet she dared not relax her grip, fearful of slipping beneath the surface, while he still had a free hand to tenderly caress her slightly swollen lips. If you hold me with both hands, I might fall. Is there no faith in me, wife? Tang Ruan's lack of confidence was not in him but in herself. She had once gone swimming with a former boyfriend and ended up submerged in the deep end. He had struggled for ages to pull her out, leading to her developing pneumonia. He had claimed it was because she was too heavy to lift. Since then, she had harbored a fear of water that could submerge her head. Lang Lai's gaze shifted from confidence to a hint of disappointment. Tang Ruan quickly reassured him, "Of course I believe in you." His lips curled into a smile as he leaned down to nuzzle her neck. "Wife, I feel your affection." Sensing the change in his demeanor, she protested, "This isn't the place. We should go back." "Why?" Lang Lai gazed at her with an expression of forlorn pity. "It would be inappropriate if someone sees us." He pondered for a moment, then raised his hand, causing a circular blue light to appear in the distance, only to vanish in an instant. "What was that?" Tang Ruan exclaimed in surprise. "A barrier created with my abilities. No one can disturb us now." Lang Lai grinned like a schoolboy eager for praise. "Your powers have returned?" Tang Ruan asked, somewhat excited. "Yes, they've returned a little, but just now I used them all up." Tang Ruan realized that he had taken advantage of the situation. As Lang Lai prepared for a second round, Tang Ruan found herself devoid of fear of the water, realizing he would ensure she wouldn't choke. Yet, she was truly exhausted. "Wife," Lang Lai's voice was hoarse, laced with longing. Tang Ruan's expression stiffened. It seemed he had discovered that his affectionate demeanor was effective with her. "No," she put on a stern face. Lang Lai regarded her, his expression remaining pleasant despite her sudden shift. Suddenly, Tang Ruan recalled a saying. Those loved tend to be fearless, so, did Lang Lai sense her love for him? "I have a request. If you agree, we will go back. Learning to negotiate, are we?" The beastmen had been right. She could not spoil him too much, but she was willing to indulge him, just as he indulged her. "All right," Tang Ruan nodded. "I want to be your first beast husband." Lang Lai replied firmly, "From now on, no matter how many beast husbands you take, I must come first. You must always believe that I am the one most worthy of your reliance. Regardless of what happens, I will never part from you. But what if we get separated? What if you return to your world?" Lang Lai's gaze was resolute. "Then I will find you, no matter where you are. I will certainly locate you." Tang Ruan looked at him earnestly, knowing that his words were not mere flattery. He truly meant it. "All right. But aren't you already my first beast husband?" Lang Lai blinked, realizing Tang Ruan had misunderstood. And he took the time to explain. Being the first beast husband did not merely refer to the first one a female possessed, but rather one bound by a special contract. Should the day come when the wife passed away, it would reflect poorly on the first beast husband. He would either take his own life or await the wrath of the beast god. Many beast families had females who, for the sake of their offspring's upbringing after their demise, no longer formed first beast husband contracts. "Do you wish to die with me?" Tang Ruan exclaimed in shock. Lang Lai, isn't living good? She couldn't comprehend. The notion of dying for love was nothing but a fairy tale to her. "Not at all," he embraced her tightly. "Without you, I cannot endure a day." Tang Ruan lowered her gaze. Realizing she believed herself to love him deeply, but suddenly recognized that her love paled in comparison to his. She had never considered that if Lang Lai were to be gone one day, she might follow him into death. Even now, mere contemplation brought her pain, not a desire for martyrdom. Moreover, she still didn't know whether she was human or beast. The lifespan of a beast was around 300 years. While for humans, living to 100 was already a miracle. If she were to agree to his request, it would equate to robbing him of half his life. Such unfairness was unbearable. "Let me think about it." Lang Lai's expression grew pained. "If I am no longer here, and you two are gone, who will care for our offspring?" Tang Ruan attempted to reason with him. Lang Lai lowered his gaze. "You will eventually have other beast husbands. But the child would be pitiful without their biological parents, wouldn't they? The wolf hunter abruptly lifted his head, as if recalling his own origins. Tang Ruan remarked, "Even for my sake, you must take care of yourself. Therefore, I shall never agree to you becoming my first beast husband." Subsequently, Tang Ruan lost track of how long the two remained in a stalemate, the atmosphere plummeting to an icy stillness. Fortunately, fatigue overcame her, nearly causing her to tumble into the water. "Wife!" The wolf hunter hurriedly caught her in his arms. Seizing the opportunity, she feigned sleep. Her final memory was of him single-handedly lifting her from the water. The thick cloak enveloping them both. One of his hands cradled her head, fearful of her being scratched by the low-hanging branches. Tang Ruan suddenly realized that, in the presence of the wolf hunter, she did not feel overweight at all. She believed she had deftly sidestepped the matter, but to her surprise, for several consecutive days, the wolf hunter rose early and returned late, scarcely acknowledging her on the first day. He ventured to the groundhog tribe, retrieving her sheep. On the second day, he returned to the groundhog tribe, trading meat for potatoes and some fruits. On the third day, he brought back the potatoes. Chapter 31. He can only curse me, but he cannot take my life, my life. Tang Ruan held Potato's hand with one hand while covering her mouth with the other, feigning infatuation. Did he really say that? He wouldn't want to live a single day in a world without you. Woo-woo, I'm so touched. This wolf tribe leader, though of average appearance, had a remarkably sweet tongue. No wonder he could deceive you. Tang Ruan replied, "Do you have some misunderstanding about what it means to look average?" "Never mind. The aesthetic sense of the groundhog people is indeed unique in the entire beast world." "Oh, what do you plan to do?" Potato inquired. "Certainly, I will resolutely disagree." After a moment of consideration, Potato added, "Actually, I would quite like to have Sweet Potato as my first beast husband. The first beast husband holds the highest status among all your beast husbands, akin to the head of a household. My father is the first beast husband. Potato's mother has 3 beast husbands, and the second father who remains by her side is not Potato's biological father. It is said that Potato's first beast husband and her biological father perished in the Valley of Shadows." However, shifting her tone, Potato mused, "But I want to ask him to be my first beast husband. I simply cannot bear it." Tang Ruan wore an expression of knowing. "See, I told you so." Standing at the cave entrance, the wolf hunter took a deep breath before stepping outside. Moments later, the sound of trees collapsing echoed through the forest. Tang Ruan, Potato. The cold wave ushered in a brief warm spell. Tang Ruan took several wolf tribe beastmen into the forest to search for new food while assisting Potato in collecting fruit seeds. According to groundhog tradition, during the bonding ceremony, the necklace worn by the female must be strung with various fruit seeds. The greater the variety of seeds, the more abundant the future food supply will be. Tang Ruan discovered a tree bearing yellow fruits. She placed her hand on the trunk and closed her eyes. Moments later, she opened her eyes and sighed. It was a fruit of little nutritional value and not particularly palatable, but the seeds could be used to craft a necklace for Potato. She tiptoed and tried several times, but could not reach them. At that moment, she found herself missing the wolf hunter somewhat. Just as she contemplated calling other beastmen for assistance, a hand resembling a dry branch appeared above her head, plucking the fruit from the tree. Instantly, Tang Ruan's muscles tensed. She slowly turned around to find a grinning, one-eyed old beast standing behind her. His face was marred by scars that twisted together, revealing 2 yellowed tiger teeth, reminiscent of the frightful wolf face from her memories. Tang Ruan stepped back a few paces. "Is the tribe leader's wife afraid of me?" The old beast chuckled. Tang Ruan instinctively nodded, then hurriedly shook her head. "Is it because I look terrifying?" "No," Tang Ruan blurted out. "Then why?" He kindly extended the fruit towards her. "Do you truly remember nothing at all?" "Remember what?" The old beast blinked his murky yellow eye. "With age, many things become unclear. It's fine." Tang Ruan quickly accepted the fruit and turned to run towards the area with more beastmen. "Tribe leader's wife." I remembered. Tang Ruan's body shuddered. Halting her steps, "I wanted to ask if you could speak to the tribe leader for me, to allow me to stay with you all and have a bowl of soup. Otherwise, I might perish in the forest." He hunched his back, coughing twice, appearing exceedingly weak. Tang Ruan did not look back as she hurried to the other beastmen in the distance. The old beast slowly straightened his back, his yellow eyes glinting with cold light. She indeed remembered. Therefore, before the wolf hunter discovered it, she must make her disappearance. Otherwise, it would surely be him who perished. As lunchtime arrived, Tang Ruan prepared to return with the beastmen. Sister Shaman, someone said there's a tree with little red fruits over there. A small brown-haired female beast suddenly rushed in front of Tang Ruan. Who said that? The little female looked no larger than a 4-year-old human child, blinking her large eyes as she pondered seriously. I don't know who said, just that someone did. Red little fruits made Tang Ruan instinctively think of cherries. If she could find a cherry tree, then the morning would not have been in vain. Where is it? I just saw it. Right over there. I'll take you. Tang Ruan followed the little female beast to a slope. At the end of the slope stood a cliff, and in front of the cliff was a fruit tree. The slope and cliff shielded the fruit tree from the wind and snow. The tree's branches were laden with fruit, resembling grapes in size. Tang Ruan's spirit soared. Quickly, call everyone to help. She eagerly slid down the slope, placing her hand on the tree trunk. The cherry tree, sweet and juicy, matures in 2 years, bearing fruit in the autumn that can be preserved for a long time. Just as she had imagined, ecstatic, she opened her pouch to begin picking. I'll gather plenty to bring back for everyone to taste. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted behind her. Tang Ruan turned to see a massive tree trunk rolling swiftly towards her. Thud! The tree trunk collided with the cherry tree, causing it to splinter. Countless fruits rained down upon Tang Ruan. The fallen cherry tree formed an angle with the cliff, and Tang Ruan curled up within this angle. She struggled to rise from the ground. Thankfully, her reflexes were quick. A wave of fear washed over her. Why would a tree trunk roll down? I should return first. She climbed atop the half-human-sized trunk. Suddenly, a magnified wolf face appeared before her. The one-eyed wolf's murky yellow eyes fixated on her, its gaping maw dripping with viscous saliva. Little female, your scent still smells as delicious as it did 3 years ago. Tang Ruan's eyes widened in alarm as she hurled her bag at him. The bag contained flint and the fruits she had collected. The one-eyed wolf's face was knocked askew. Seizing the moment, Tang Ruan scrambled up the other side of the trunk. The one-eyed wolf moved even faster, shaking its head and sending her flying. Thud! Tang Ruan's back collided with the cliff. A rush of metallic sweetness surged from her throat. It hurts so much. It feels like my insides are bleeding. She fell to the ground, forcing herself to rise. She could not afford to fall. If she did, she would truly die. Aren't you afraid that the wolf hunter will find out and kill you? She gritted through the pain. If you die, then no one will know. The one-eyed wolf stepped forward. The foul stench emanating from its body was nauseating. Suddenly, Tang Ruan recalled Wolf Chi-SW after the wolf hunt. A pebble tumbled down with a clatter from the cliff above, atop the precipice. The sharp claws of Wolf Moon were deeply embedded in the trunk of a tree. To her surprise, luck had favored her. Not only had she avoided a fatal collision, but that old beast had failed to bring about her demise. Wolf Moon shivered slightly and turned with a smile. Wolf Inc., you've returned. Wolf Inc. approached, a deer slung over his shoulder. Yes, the valley above is somewhat improved compared to before, yet there are still scarce game. I couldn't find the cattle you requested, so I brought this instead. He tossed the deer at her feet, startling her as it landed on her instep. What are you doing? She exclaimed sharply. Wolf Inc. averted his gaze. Was it you who did this? He pointed towards the tree at the base of the cliff. What are you talking about? Wolf Moon stammered. Suddenly, Wolf Inc.'s dark eyes fixed on her, leaving her momentarily bewildered. I may not be the brightest, nor do I possess the prowess of Wolf Hunt or Wolf Red, but I am a seasoned hunter nonetheless. He pulled her to the edge of the cliff. Indicating the tooth marks on the trunk below, I can tell these marks are yours. When Wolf Hunt regains his senses, do you think he won't notice? Wolf Moon's eyes widened in terror. Just moments ago, she had merely seen Tang Ruan descend and, in a moment of folly, had not thought it through. What do we do now? She grasped Wolf Inc. anxiously. Anger flashed in Wolf Inc.'s eyes as he shook her off. You don't want me as your beast husband. I accept that. You crave beef, and I'll venture out with the chief to find it for you. But why must you harm Tang Ruan? Wolf Moon had never witnessed him so resolute. After a moment of silence, she suddenly scoffed. Wolf Inc., because all the finest things are rightfully mine. I am the daughter of the tribe's leader. If my father hadn't perished to save everyone, and my brother weren't so inept, I would inherently possess the best of everything in this tribe, including the most exceptional males. I am the one who deserves pity." Hearing her declaration, Wolf Ink's heart softened once again. "Just promise me, do not engage in any further harm towards Tang Ruan. Otherwise, even you, the chief, would not spare you. I shall devise a solution for the matters here." "Chief, the forest is ablaze." Tang Ruan, having just taken her medicine and settled down, was startled by Wolf Red's sudden entrance. A glance from Wolf Hunt made him halt abruptly, nearly losing his balance. "Chief, the forest is on fire, and we need your abilities to extinguish it." "Your powers," said Wolffeather. Wolffeather is almost fully healed from his surface injuries. He intends to stay with Tang Ruan tonight and will not accompany you. Wolf Red's voice trailed off weakly. But Wolffeather's powers were wind, and fire would only escalate in the presence of wind. Wolf Hunt recalled the calamity that had befallen the Wolf clan, ignited by a fortuitous gust of wind. In the end, even expending all his energy had failed to contain it. He clenched his fists, yet he now felt that leaving would mean losing his mate, akin to the past when he lost everyone he cherished. "If you do not extinguish the fire, it will reach us," Tang Ruan weakly interjected. "Moreover, I have already taken my medicine. What I need now is rest." Wolf Hunt pressed his lips together as though steeling himself for a decision, and abruptly stood up. He strode to Wolf Red. "You stay here and guard her. Do not leave this spot. If you dare take a single step away, I will end you." Wolf Red nervously rubbed his neck. "Understood, Chief." Wolf Hunt approached the cave entrance, casting one last glance at Tang Ruan. It was evident that he alone, as her beast husband, could not adequately protect her. Tang Ruan had treated others' ailments countless times. And finally, she administered care to herself. She truly feared pain. Thus, whenever she felt a surge of energy, she would expel the illness, only to exhaust herself, drifting into a heavy sleep. Each time she awakened, she found Wolf Hunt by her side. His complexion pale, she reached out to touch his head. "You are so good to me. How could I bear for you to perish alongside me?" Wolf Hunt slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at her. His heart a tumult of emotions. If not for the fear of her being harmed, who would willingly share their most beloved with another? "Chief, I brought food for Tang Ruan." Wolf Red's voice echoed from the entrance as he placed the items upon the stone table. "Thank you," Tang Ruan replied. Wolf Red grinned at her, seemingly with no intention of leaving. "There's something you wish to discuss?" Tang Ruan inquired. Wolf Red's gaze first landed on Wolf Hunt's face. Seeing his tacit approval, he addressed Tang Ruan. "Everyone is seeking the chief for a matter. I will stay here with you for a while." Wolf Hunt's hand tightened slowly, the veins in his arm bulging. Tang Ruan sensed something amiss. "I do not require your company," she stated flatly. Yet, Wolf Hunt had already risen and was heading outside. Wolf Red resumed his previous spot. "I do not require your company," Tang Ruan reiterated with emphasis. Wolf Red gazed at her with earnestness. "Tang Ruan, I can protect you alongside the chief from now on." Anger and grievance surged within Tang Ruan's chest. She seized a stone bowl from the table and smashed it to the ground. "Do you not understand? I said I do not need you." Wolf Red froze momentarily, while Tang Ruan's eyes bored into Wolf Hunt's rigid back. After a brief pause, he stepped out of their shared cave. He could not allow himself to be selfish and let his mate suffer even the slightest harm. Tang Ruan glared at Wolf Red, and before she could speak, he abruptly stood. "I shall take my leave. Dear lady, I shall depart at once. Do not let your health be compromised." Wolf Red stormed towards Wolf Moon's cave, pacing furiously and raking his hands through his hair. "What is happening? Why is Tang Ruan's demeanor towards me so different from what elder sister described?" As Wolf Moon entered with a graceful smile, he rushed over to her. "Sister, did Tang Ruan explicitly tell you that she likes me?" Wolf Moon replied nonchalantly. "Of course, do you not like her as well? But she is the chief's mate. Furthermore, you do not care for Tang Ruan, so why would she express such sentiments to you?" "She did not mention anything to me. Perhaps she spoke to someone else." "Who?" Wolf Moon rolled her eyes in irritation. "How could our mother have such an inept son?" Wolf Red retorted. "You merely wish to use me to undermine the chief and Tang Ruan, do you not?" Chapter 33. Bound by life and death that time when the chief was grievously injured, he spoke in his sleep, and we all heard it. His mother mistreated his father, and as a result, the chief does not wish for a mate, or rather, he insists that his mate can only have him as her beast husband. Wolf Red said as he approached Wolf Moon. Had you known this earlier, you would not have made the chief's best friend into your beast husband. You aimed to provoke him, only to find that he was utterly indifferent. You, Wolf Moon pointed an accusatory finger at Wolf Red. Having been bullied by her since childhood, he felt a sense of vindication at witnessing her anger. He continued, your beast husbands have all perished in their attempts to protect you, yet you have shown no sorrow for them. Now you wish to use me to make the chief believe Tang Ruan is like his mother, a female who loves one and then another. Wolf Red glared back defiantly. What nonsense are you spouting? Whose brother are you, exactly? Wolf Moon shouted. Wolf Red smirked triumphantly. Everyone in the tribe knows about your affair with Wolf Ink. Do you think the chief is oblivious? A person like you does not deserve the chief. Wolf Moon gritted her teeth. Useless fool. The following day, Tang Ruan felt much better. She stepped out of the cave, inhaling the fresh air. The members of the Wolf clan were busy cleaning outdoors. Potato Mother and Wolf Hunt were discussing the alliance ceremony with the Groundhog clan, to be held in conjunction with the Wolf clan's moon viewing festival. From a distance, Tang Ruan spotted a familiar figure, and her mood soured instantly. Just as she was about to turn away, that person approached her with a greeting. Little female, Wolf Red dashed over, and Tang Ruan instinctively retreated 3 steps, adopting a defensive stance. Do not come any closer. I must clarify, I do not like you at all. Since her departure, 3 female beasts had inquired when she would take Wolf Red as her beast husband, questioning why she did not give him a title when it was clear she liked him. It was unclear who spread such rumors. The tendency to believe hearsay is universal. Wolf Red wore a look of grievance. But we are friends. How could you not like me? So that was his perspective. He cared for her merely as a friend? Tang Ruan exhaled, scrutinizing the claw marks on his face and his panda-like eyes. What happened to you? These are trophies of friendship. Just then, Wolf Hunt and Potato Mother approached from afar. Potato Mother reached Tang Ruan and stated, tomorrow, Potato and Sweet Potato will hold their alliance ceremony. You and Wolf Hunt should join them. Is it necessary for us? Tang Ruan asked Potato. The alliance ceremony merely served to obtain the beast husband mark and was not as intricate as human marriage. Indeed, Potato Mother glanced at Wolf Hunt. The more participants there are, the happier the beast god will be. Just consider it as helping Potato with the numbers. As the Potato Mother finally spoke, Tang Ruan had no reason to refuse. On the day of the moon festival, the bright full moon hung high in the sky. The Potato Mother assisted the orc in conducting the bond-dash ceremony. As the ancient and mysterious singing began to resonate, Hong Shu took the pointed knife from the Potato Mother's hands and drew a line across her chest. Blood flowed like strung pearls into the bowl held by the Potato Mother, which she drank in one gulp. The peanut-sized reddish-brown mark appeared on her neck. Hong Shu gently caressed the mark, and both their faces radiated with blissful smiles. Tang Ruan furrowed her brows, suddenly recalling that another cut was necessary. I already have the beast husband's mark. You need not do this, Tang Ruan instructed Lang Lai. Yet, if a female drinks the heart's blood of a male, he cannot betray her, lest he suffer unbearable heartache. You don't have to, she insisted. Lang Lai's gaze fell upon the crown of her head, a smile playing on his lips. Just as the Potato Mother approached them, Tang Ruan grasped Lang Lai's hand, reiterating, do not take the knife when your turn comes. We are merely here to make up the numbers. Lang Lai lowered his eyes, smiling silently. When their turn arrived, both the Wolf clan and the Bamboo Rat clan erupted in cheers. The Potato Mother presented a bowl of clear water. Just as Tang Ruan was about to refuse, Lang Lai took it and drank it down in one go. The Potato Mother nodded approvingly at him. What is this? Tang Ruan sensed something amiss. The Potato Mother looked at her, explaining, it is a divine medicine that ensures a male's eternal loyalty to a female, if he ever betrays you. There is no need for the beast goddess intervention. Should you depart first, he will accompany you on the journey to the beast gods. Oh, it's a death sentence. Was what he just drank poison or a curse? Is there an antidote? Tang Ruan asked anxiously. The Potato Mother gently shook her head. Lang Lai sought me out many days ago. She gazed at the two with affection. As long as you do not abandon your beast husband, he will forever remain by your side. Just grant him one wish. After saying this, the potato mother departed. Tang Ruan immediately seized Lang Lai's hand but felt no hint of illness emanating from him. Have you lost your mind? She murmured, gripping his fingers tightly. She did not need this. She truly did not wish to control anyone's fate. She would not allow him to become her first beast husband, binding their lives together in such a manner. Do you not understand? My lifespan may be quite short, Tang Ruan said weakly. It matters not. I will strive to protect you. If an accident were to occur, I would not let you depart alone, he assured her. Tang Ruan had intended to tell him that she might not live to see 100, but since he was already contemplating the worst, it seemed pointless to speak of it. It is our turn. A familiar voice resounded. The Wolf clan cheered once more. Tang Ruan peeked out to find Lang Emo, and Lang Yu had mysteriously appeared at the bond ceremony. Lang Emo picked up the pointed knife and, without hesitation, made a swift cut. Blood splattered onto Lang Yu's face. She, holding the bowl mixed with Lang Mo's blood, impatiently drank it down. Were it not for the leverage she held over Tang Ruan's life in Lang Mo's hands, she would never have consented to him becoming her beast husband. Why was this bond ceremony not between her and Lang Lai? Months passed swiftly, under the meticulous care of the Wolf clan. The first batch of bamboo rat offspring had also become mothers. 2 wolf cubs lay at the cave entrance, watching the bamboo rats nurse. The tiny bamboo rats resembled large peanuts. I wonder if any of the rats are sick today, or melancholic, or missing their great-grandmother, one cub said eagerly. Tang Ruan leaned in, asking, Do you want to eat? The 2 cubs swallowed, nodding obediently. Tang Ruan stepped into the cave, catching a plump bamboo rat from the corner and handing it to the cubs. Let your mother roast this for you. One cub excitedly accepted it, exclaiming, Thank you, shaman. The other cub curiously inquired, Shaman, what is wrong with this rat? Tang Ruan pondered for a moment before replying, It's an eye rat. It wants to be by itself for a while. Though the 2 cubs did not understand what an eye rat was, they merrily trotted off. Bamboo rats are remarkably prone to illness, contracting all manner of ailments. Lang Lai, who had been following Tang Ruan, halted. Potato is pregnant. I'm going to check on her. It will be fine. Tang Ruan turned around helplessly, gazing at the grand tree behind her. The cold snap was nearing its end, and the weather was gradually warming. She had initially intended to stroll over alone, but he insisted on accompanying her. Lang Lai emerged from behind the tree. I will escort you. Whenever you wish to leave, we shall depart together. I may need to stay with the bamboo rat clan for a few days, Tang Ruan replied. Lang Lai's gaze sharpened, pondering for a moment. The Wolf clan has no pressing matters. I shall accompany you. You will become bored. The potato mother has been inquiring about our breeding practices. I can converse with her for 3 days, but you cannot discuss the matter with her. Tang Ruan exclaimed. This time, aside from visiting the potato mother, she had something very important to inquire about. Tang Ruan turned away, gently caressing her abdomen. Chapter 34. Such a fortunate occurrence? Yet, he still followed her. After conversing with Potato, the potato mother and Tang Ruan exited the cave. Tang Ruan will stay here tonight. You may come to fetch her tomorrow, the potato mother instructed. Lang Lai looked at Tang Ruan with concern. Noting her recent frailty, where even a gust of cold wind could leave her coughing for a long time, he was truly worried. Hong Shu patted Lang Lai's arm, standing on tiptoe to whisper in his ear. Being overly clingy can lead to disdain from the wife. Tang Ruan exclaimed, Your voice is too loud. She heard you. I will return tomorrow. After her repeated assurances, Lang Lai reluctantly departed. As soon as he left, Tang Ruan eagerly turned to the potato mother. Elder, can you now tell me why? After the bond ceremony, it was common for orcs to quickly conceive their first offspring. Tang Ruan only learned of this after the ceremony. Noting that nearly all the female beasts who participated had become pregnant, she could see the pale blue mist swirling in their bellies, yet she had none. The potato mother led Tang Ruan back into the cave, where it was just the 2 of them. Some races cannot produce offspring together. Tang Ruan's mind momentarily froze. However, both she and Lang Lai deeply desired a child to complete their family. Undeterred, she pressed, What race am I? Can I and the Wolf clan produce offspring? Although she had previously been human, Her heightened sensitivity and newfound ability suggested she should still be considered human. You do not know. The potato mother replied. Tang Ruan shook her head. I have yet to recall my past. The potato mother regarded her with suspicion before moving to the corner to rummage through her belongings. After a while, she returned, extending her hand. In the potato mother's palm lay a ruby the size of a broad bean. Tang Ruan reached out, and as their hands clasped, a red light wound around them like threads. In this crimson glow, Tang Ruan beheld a shadow of a bamboo rat materializing behind the potato mother. Her eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment, the potato mother displayed a puzzled expression. How could this be? What is this? Tang Ruan inquired with curiosity. It can reveal beast forms, the potato mother explained. This is a relic left behind by the beast god when sealing monsters. It allows one to see through any orc's beast form. An X-ray for the beast realm? Then what am I? She asked urgently. Facing the potato mother, she was certain she would discover the answer. The potato mother shook her head. I cannot see. Perhaps, Tang Ruan gazed at her with anticipation. Perhaps the beast god does not wish for you to reproduce. Among the beast god's servants, there exist some orcs with fearsome beast forms. To prevent them from destroying this world, the beast god seals their beast forms. Those whose forms are sealed lose nearly all their energy, thus rendering them incapable of reproduction. However, the potato mother refrained from disclosing these truths to Tang Ruan, fearing that she might seek to break the seal. If she were to succeed, it would spell disaster for the entire Cave Valley and even the world outside. Moreover, these were merely her speculations. The beast god was merely a legend. Tang Ruan was unwilling to give up. Let us try once more. It is not a legend. The potato mother interrupted him. My mother once told me that the entire Cave Valley was created by the beast god to seal monsters. Initially, I did not believe it until the wolf clan discovered many giant monsters in the canyon. The potato mother's reasoning was sound. All the details aligned. But why did the beast god forbid them from reproducing? This is unjust, the potato mother sighed. Perhaps one of your ancestors committed an unforgivable act against the beast god. Tang Ruan's family had been humble farmers since her great-grandfather's generation, while her mother had not treated her well. She was hardly a villain. Is it because of Langlai's parents? The clan leader. I beseech you for a favor, Tang Ruan implored. Should the wolf hunter ever inquire about you, please attribute it to me. After a moment of contemplation, Mama Potato agreed. The wolf hunter should not bear the burdens of his parents, yet Tang Ruan felt compelled to disclose this matter to him. Otherwise, it would be unjust. The male beasts held their offspring in high regard, with over 90% of male beast men seeking a mate primarily for the purpose of procreation, ensuring the continuation of their lineage. If the wolf hunter were to have regrets. Tang Ruan abruptly tightened her grip, cursing under her breath. She was aware of the obstacles preventing him from consuming that accursed concoction. She would rather he depart than endure the presence of someone who did not love her. The more she pondered, the angrier she grew. Mate, what troubles you? Tang Ruan suddenly noticed that the wolf hunter's ears had become misshapen from her tugging. Wolf hunter, there is something I must tell you. She believed that the sooner she revealed it, the lesser the harm would be to him. Very well, he replied, bowing his head in a gesture for her to descend, so they could converse face to face. Tang Ruan felt a pang of guilt. Let me just say it. All right, the wolf hunter did not object, yet she sensed the tension in the muscles along his back. Her palms began to sweat. Wolf hunter, it is impossible for us to have offspring. I consulted Mama Potato, and it is indeed unfeasible. It is my fault. If you have regrets, we shall return to seek her out. Perhaps there exists an antidote. She spoke fervently, her heart racing as she finished her outburst, overwhelmed by the sound of her own heartbeat. After an indeterminate period, he asked, Really? His voice, in beast form, naturally held a formidable presence, causing Tang Ruan to tremble involuntarily. He was indeed angry. He might very well tear her to shreds. The wolf hunter's promising future could be jeopardized by her revelations. To her surprise, his taut back suddenly relaxed. The wolf hunter let out a light laugh. You scared me. I thought something was amiss. Sensing his nonchalant demeanor, Tang Ruan tentatively inquired, You do not mind? The prospect of offspring is not universally appealing. Moreover, should you bear children, you would have little time to spend with me. Besides, if you were particularly fertile, numerous males would undoubtedly seek to entice you. Why, then, have you concealed such fortuitous news until now? Fortuitous news? The wolf hunter's thoughts were, by modern standards, a century ahead. It was no wonder she had chosen him. In a blink, the wolf hunter transformed into human form, lifting her into his embrace, as if in celebration. He leaned closer, his tone suggestive, and should you not bear children? He whispered something into her ear. Causing her cheeks to flush crimson, she punched him lightly on the chest. He remained unfazed, though her knuckles ached. His muscles were as hard as stone when tensed. She knew he was being deliberately mischievous, grinning at her with his sharp teeth displayed. Mate, the wolf hunter's eyes shimmered with unspoken desires. I wish to take you home soon. Chapter 35. The bait cast aside with the cold snap behind them. The cave valley regained its former vitality. Tang Ruan lay basking in the sun beside the stream, occasionally visited by a young one brandishing a plant. Shaman, is this a new discovery? The young one's tone was brimming with anticipation. Tang Ruan reached out to touch it. Indeed, splendid. Upon hearing her affirmation, the young one leapt into the air with glee, for discovering something new entitled him to exchange it for a bamboo rat with Tang Ruan. However, unbeknownst to him, the bamboo rats she had been nurturing had become a rampant nuisance. If she did not consume them soon, she would find herself inundated with endless grass to cut. As the weather warmed, many animals returned to the forest, and the small bamboo rats lost their appeal. Only the young ones still cherished them, much like sausages at a school gate, and no matter how delectable the food. Sometimes it could not compare to the nostalgia of technology and hard work. Shaman, what is that? A small male beast pointed towards the stream. Tang Ruan straightened up and squinted, spotting a white creature floating on the water. It resembled a rabbit. A thrill coursed through her as she stood upright. After more than 3 years in Cave Valley, this was her first encounter with a rabbit. Although rabbit meat lacked substantial nutrition, spicy rabbit was delicious. Tang Ruan resolved to retrieve the creature, whether it was alive or dead. Suddenly, a splash echoed as Xing Xing leapt into the water before her. He moved with grace through the stream. Tang Ruan gradually approached, watching as he seized the rabbit by the scruff of its neck, pulling it from the water. The rabbit hung limply, appearing to have just perished. It's fine. Even if freshly dead, it can still be consumed, Tang Ruan mused, envisioning the ingredients for spicy rabbit. Suddenly, Xing Xing shouted, tossing the rabbit back into the water. Tang Ruan rushed forward to recover it. That was close. I almost lost my spicy rabbit. Xing Xing's eyes widened in shock, his lips trembling as he gazed at the rabbit in Tang Ruan's arms. What is that? Tang Ruan looked down. Don't look. But her warning came too late. Before her lay the face of a rabbit, skinned and with its eyeballs removed. 2 bloody incisors seemed poised to snap at her. Tang Ruan's hand trembled, and she flung it away. She had not felt such terror when consuming rabbit heads. In an instant, a figure darted by. The wolf hunter retrieved the rabbit from the water, stowing it away, and then helped Tang Ruan out of the stream. Are you all right? He inquired, frowning. I am fine. I merely have a timid disposition. He glanced at Xing Xing, who stood dazed in the water. Upon meeting the wolf hunter's gaze, Xing Xing hesitated before swallowing his words. That was not an ordinary rabbit. Wolf Father had instructed him on the distinction between beastmen corpses and ordinary animals. That was clearly Xing Xing, the wolf hunter said. Take the young ones back. Tang Ruan assumed the wolf hunter intended to bring the rabbit back for her consumption, but for several days thereafter, he did not mention the matter again. Tang Ruan chose to forget it, fully expecting never to eat rabbit again. Days later, several young ones returned from the stream, hauling a deer. Initially, they were jubilant, but it wasn't long before Tang Ruan heard the reprimands of the female beasts. What are you bringing back? Do you even know what it is? If you carelessly bring back anything else, I will give you a beating. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Tang Ruan asked, Wolf Hunter, is there something wrong with that deer? Is the stream water contaminated? Is that why there have been dead animals appearing? If so, she needed to inform the groundhog tribe, as they frequently frequented the stream. Contaminated? The wolf hunter blinked, not comprehending. Tang Ruan explained. It means that something harmful has fallen into the stream, which could lead to unfortunate events. After contemplating, the wolf hunter nodded. Indeed. We must promptly inform the groundhog tribe. He grasped her firmly. I have already sent someone to convey the message. Do not worry too much. We cannot yet ascertain the situation. It must be something terrible, boss. Upon hearing Wolf Wind's return from the Groundhog tribe, the wolf hunter immediately rose. Tang Ruan followed him out of the cave. Wolf Wind's expression was grim, his face clouded with concern as he turned to look behind him. Following in his wake was a striking youth with orange hair. Restrained by Wolf Chi, the youth was exceptionally handsome. And even with fresh wounds and a face smeared with mud, his alluring peach blossom eyes still captivated. He was found by the Groundhog tribe and has been here for 2 days. The wolf hunter regarded him coolly, exuding an aura that compelled the youth to lower his gaze. Yet, a smile lingered on his lips as he addressed the wolf hunter. You must be the esteemed clan leader. I am Huimo of the Red Fox tribe. Having accidentally fallen here, my kin have all perished. I implore the clan leader to take me in. As he spoke, he raised his eyes, locking onto Tang Ruan, who was momentarily entranced by his presence. He bore a striking resemblance to the little fox from her dreams, though he was undoubtedly not the same individual. The little fox appeared smaller in human form and possessed an entirely different aura. Yet, they both belonged to the Red Fox tribe. Unable to restrain herself, Tang Ruan inquired, Have all your kin perished? Indeed. Upon hearing her voice, Humo's eyes glistened with tears. My kin were savaged to death by a pack of wild beasts. Not only did they kill them, but they also consumed them. If you do not take me in, I will have no choice but to return, which would surely lead to my demise. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, drawn by the unfolding drama. Humo's imploring gaze swept over the spectators, and many of the female beasts felt their hearts soften. Perhaps we should take him in. We currently have ample food. We can spare a meal. Indeed, such a beautiful and delicate male, leaving him to his fate would surely lead to his starvation. What if I take him in? The gaze of the wolf hunter fell upon the she-beast who had uttered those words. The she-beast immediately fell silent, and along with the other onlookers among the beastmen, they too ceased their chatter. These females had indeed been overly sheltered. Even in such dire circumstances, they exhibited a complete lack of awareness of danger. The hidden depths of the cave valley were ominous, with the bodies of beastmen repeatedly plummeting down, indicating that a considerable number of beastmen had gathered above. On a more optimistic note, one might consider that they had fallen by chance. However, delving deeper into the implications, it was plausible that these beastmen above had cast down bait to ascertain whether the cave valley held any sustenance, or if it was suitable for habitation. Should it prove habitable, they would likely devise ways to seize control of this place, even resorting to murder to do so. Not all races, unlike the Wolf clan, understood respect and gratitude. Take, for instance, the Fox clan. They were cunning and adept at seduction, greatly favored by many females. The Fox clan originally grew strong through the influence of the Fox King's consort. Among them, the Red Fox lineage was the most deceitful. When he declared that all were dead, the wolf hunter dismissed the claim entirely. The wolf wind obscured his vision, confining him to the cave's depths. Yes, the wolf wind intended to retrieve the Fox Mo from the Wolf Chi. The Wolf Chi, anxious, exclaimed, Boss, there's no need for such trouble. I'll take care of him. He was about to make a move when the wolf hunter interjected sternly, Halt! His icy gaze swept over everyone present as he stated emphatically, No one is to harm him. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. After the wolf hunter departed, the wolf wind escorted the Fox Mo away. The Wolf Chi stood there with an innocent expression, wondering if he had misspoken again. The Wolf Mo approached, stating, This fox cannot be killed. He may have been thrown down from above to probe our circumstances. If he cannot return, they will only send more beastmen down. Wolf Yu continued. Thus, we must return him, but before we do, we must ensure he understands that this place is not suitable for survival. He has injured his leg and has stayed with a she-beast for 2 days. He remains ignorant of the valley's situation. Leaving him there is the best course of action. The Wolf Chi recalled the cave, the only exit to the valley, resembling a protruding anthill, when they hid in the cave. They often glimpsed monsters peering in, their enormous scarlet eyes rolling in a bizarre manner. Without the companionship of his brethren, the Wolf Chi would never have lingered in such a place. It was akin to the hell of the beast gods. Suddenly, the Wolf Chi blinked and realized something was amiss. Wait a moment, Wolfimo. When did you become so clever? Chapter 36. After so long, it seems I am the most foolish in the entire wolf clan? The surrounding beastmen could not help but burst into laughter at the wolf chi's words, while only the Wolfimo smiled quietly. He had never been foolish. He merely wished to befriend them despite his lowly status, thus willingly adopting the role of the most indecisive one. "Do you know him?" Upon returning to the cave, the wolf hunter inquired. Tang Ruan hastily waved her hands, fearing he might misunderstand. "I just have an impression that I might know someone from the Red Fox clan." The wolf hunter paced a few steps, pondering Tang Ruan's beast form, which remained a mystery. Could she be of the Red Fox clan? "If you recall that you are a member of the Red Fox clan, I can allow him to stay. No, no. Tang Ruan anxiously replied. I haven't remembered anything. Her. The Groundhog clan was her family, while the Wolf clan was her current home. Everything else was irrelevant. She simply wished to live here peacefully with the wolf hunter, unconcerned about any past entanglements. The wolf hunter remained unconvinced. "But if you remember anything, you must tell me." "All right." The wolf hunter retrieved a piece of snake meat from his space. "How about we roast this for dinner tonight?" Tang Ruan beheld the neatly cut piece of snake meat, still bearing its skin, and suddenly leaned against the wall, retching. "What's wrong with you?" The wolf hunter, concerned, supported her. "Nothing. It's probably just that I've eaten too much meat lately." In an effort to consume the grass bamboo rats, she had been eating 3 meals a day. She wished to release them back into the forest but couldn't let them all go for fear of disrupting the ecosystem. "I'll take a stroll and gather some wild fruits to eat," Tang Ruan suggested. "All right, I'll accompany you." The wolf hunter walked with Tang Ruan into the forest, where they chanced upon a few she-beasts who were chatting as they gathered. "Have you heard? Recently, the bodies of beastmen have been appearing in the stream. The little ones thought they were prey and brought them back. I heard that the first to discover them was the shaman. However, the Groundhog people are truly simple. It seems she didn't realize." The voices of the she-beasts abruptly ceased as they exchanged wide-eyed glances with Tang Ruan. So that day, the body she picked up was that of a person? A person without eyeballs and skin. Tang Ruan leaned against a tree and retched again. The wolf hunter cast an annoyed glance at the two she-beasts. Tang Ruan wandered around again, but still found nothing appealing to eat. Eventually, she meandered to her breeding center, which now housed 4 or 5 types of small animals, all capable of stable reproduction with short breeding cycles. Yet, her 2 sheep were astonishingly different from the original world, requiring over 2 years to breed. When would she finally get to enjoy lamb skewers? Gurgle. Thinking of lamb skewers, Tang Ruan's stomach protested audibly. "Are you hungry?" The wolf hunter inquired. "I'm not hungry." The wolf hunter pointed at her abdomen. "It says it's hungry." Tang Ruan replied, "Even if I were hungry, that wouldn't do. Those are my sheep that I've raised since childhood, unless an accident occurs. I absolutely want to eat them." She gazed longingly at the 2 sheep, as if the air were filled with the aroma of cumin. "Do you want to eat lamb?" the wolf hunter asked. "Is it that obvious? You must not kill my sheep." Tang Ruan warned sternly, "They are my treasures from now on. Lamb meat and milk will depend on these 2. "Am I not your treasure?" the wolf hunter retorted. When did he learn to speak like this? Tang Ruan thought. In any case, if even one goes missing, I'll hold you accountable." The wolf hunter placed his hands on his hips, exasperated. "It's not me who wants to eat them." Despite the wolf hunter's words, the following day, he still ensured she had lamb to eat. He presented her with a deceased black goat, placing it before Tang Ruan. "Where did you hunt this? There are no sheep left in the forest, right?" Realizing he might have ventured out of the valley for her sake, Tang Ruan became exceedingly worried. "Just look around. There will always be some," the wolf hunter smiled. Wanting to reassure her, he opened his space. "I have something else for you." As a beam of blue light illuminated the ground, a light, fluttering hen landed with a cluck. Tang Ruan stared for a long time before recognizing it. "This is the chicken I raised." She rushed over to embrace it. "You're truly amazing. After being dogged for so long, you're still alive." She stroked the little hen's feathers, her heart brimming with joy as she lifted her head to see the wolf hunter gazing at her with anticipation. "Of course, the strongest in the world is still my beast husband, who found the only black goat in the entire cave valley in just one morning." The wolf hunter smiled indulgently. In truth, He hadn't found it in just one morning. He had searched all night and into the morning. However, his wife had been so drowsy lately that she hadn't noticed he had left. The wolf hunter cut large pieces of goat meat for Tang Ruan to savor at her leisure. The remaining meat and bones he handed over to the wolf Chi, who had learned well from Tang Ruan. Preparing a pot of lamb stew with potatoes, had been a long time since everyone gathered for a meal together, especially after having predominantly consumed snake and pig meat, which they had relished. The potatoes proved to be even more delicious than the meat. After many days without potatoes, they were unexpectedly missed. Only the wolf Yu picked at the few pieces of lamb in her bowl. While others' mates feasted on meat, she was left to consume the bones. Not merely bones, but rather the meat that the boss had cut from the bones. The meat closest to the bones is the tastiest. You should try some. Wolf Imo sipped some soup, transferring the meat from her bowl to Wolf Yu's. Wolf Yu took a deep breath. I can endure this wretched existence, but my unborn child cannot. I want to eat roasted lamb legs. If you don't bring any tomorrow, don't bother coming back. She set down her bowl and walked out. Wolf Chi raised his spoon, watching Wolf Imo with sympathy. Why endure it? Haven't you been bullied by her enough since childhood? Wolf Imo smiled. You don't understand. Do I not understand? Wolf Chi exclaimed excitedly, gesticulating. I was bullied by her since I was little. Wolf Chi, the wolf hunter called out, if you've finished eating, go deliver food to Fox Imo. Wolf Chi pouted. Still, Wolf Imo is the more foolish one. Wolf Chi tossed a piece of putrid snake meat into the small hole. Hurry up and eat. If you don't, I'll take it away. We can barely feed ourselves, let alone look after you. Wolf Chi mimicked the wolf hunter's instructions. Inside the cave, Fox Imo huddled in the corner, muttering frantically, don't come near, don't come near, don't eat me. Ah! He lunged violently toward the wolf, who swiftly retreated. The cave's entrance was barely large enough for Hu Imo to extend a single arm. Desperately, he waved his arm, pleading, I beg you, let me return. This place is terrifying. Those monsters want to devour me. They hover above me, day after day. The wolf, with a smug smile, replied, surviving in this valley is not as simple as you think. For fragile beings like you, even if you come here, you are merely an appetizer for the monsters. As he spoke, the wolf forcefully shoved Hu Imo back into the cave. Hu Imo plopped down on the ground. Listening to the fading footsteps outside, he stood up again, brushing the dirt from his body, and with a cold smile, gazed in the direction where the wolf had vanished. The monsters were indeed fearsome. But compared to the filthy and dreadful tactics of the Fox clan, they were nothing. He pinched a piece of rotten meat between two fingers and, with a flick of his wrist, hurled it out of the overhead opening. A gigantic creature resembling a bat soared by, perfectly catching the morsel. Suddenly, he felt a chill run through him and sat back down in his previous position. Hu Imo, my dear little treasure, I've come to see you. A voice echoed. Chapter 37. The wolf clan owes nothing to the groundhog clan. A plump groundhog squeezed through a small hole, carrying a bundle nearly its own size. Hu Imo hurried over to catch the groundhog. The two shared a tender gaze. With a thud, the groundhog transformed into the figure of the cassava matron. My dear, you have suffered here, the cassava matron said with genuine concern. It is not suffering. As long as I can see you every day, I would willingly remain imprisoned here for a lifetime, Hu Imo replied. The cassava matron, swaying her corpulent body, cooed, so would I. If they do not allow you to stay, I shall leave with you. She swayed too vigorously, nearly causing Hu Imo to lose his grip. He steadied himself. By the way, I brought you some meat from the bamboo rat. Setting her down, the cassava matron proudly retrieved the meat from her bundle. Hurry and eat. Hu Imo devoured the food ravenously while the cassava matron watched him as if admiring a work of art. In the past, she had thought the groundhog people were beautiful. But now she realized she had been naive. Only the Fox clan, with their striking appearances and sweet tongues, deserved her admiration. What are you looking at, the most adorable matron in the world? Hu Imo asked with a smile. What did you call me? The cassava matron exclaimed, her eyes wide with embarrassment. A hint of shyness crossed Hu Imo's face. Well, you will eventually be my matron. Do you not wish to claim me? No, of course not, the cassava matron replied, flustered at the thought of such a handsome male, ITS, just that I haven't informed the clan leader yet. She listens only to the wolf clan and probably won't hold a bonding ceremony for us. That is of no consequence, Huemo said, cradling her plump face. As long as you are willing to be with me. I care not for anything else. With that, he leaned in for a kiss. The cassava matron melted into the moment, reaching out to tug at his skirt. Matron Huemo, tell me more about the beauty of life here, will you? I truly wish to integrate into this place, even if it means aiding our festivities. Ha ha ha, boss, you won't believe it, that stinky fox was nearly frightened to death. If he stays any longer, he'll lose his sanity. The wolf chuckled heartily at the memory of Huemo's earlier reaction. Wolf Hunter nodded in agreement. All right, tomorrow you and Wolf Wind will escort him out. Wolf Hunter turned to Wolf Wind. Understood, boss, I will convey your message to him. Wolf Red, curious, asked, what message? It doesn't matter if you don't know. Wolf Wind will explain it. Just learn from him when the time comes. The following day, Wolf Red and Wolf Wind moved aside a giant rock at the side of the canyon cave. Huemo sat idly in the center of the cave, gazing at the overhead opening. Upon seeing the two enter, he raised his hand and pointed at the small hole above. You tell me, can a monster fit through such a tiny opening? Wolf Red replied. Of course not. If a monster could squeeze through such a small hole, it wouldn't be called a monster. He burst into laughter. Circling Huemo lowered his head, a hint of a smile creeping across his lips. Indeed, if it were any larger, it could come through. Wolf Wind frowned. What do you mean? Ha ha ha. Come and eat me. Quickly eat me. You can't catch me, can you? You long to devour me, don't you? Huemo suddenly extended his arms, shouting madly. Wolf Wind's expression darkened. Wolf Red placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't stoop to his level. Just get him out of here. He annoys me. Wolf Wind covered Huemo's eyes and led him down the safe path out of the valley. Along the way, Wolf Wind felt a rustling sound behind him, but when he turned to look, there was nothing there. I feel like something is following us, Wolf Wind said. Wolf Red sniffed the air. Nothing, just the scent of the Groundhog clan. Rest assured, after the two departed, a hefty groundhog emerged from the earth. Tang Ruan in the middle of the night. Tang Ruan was awakened by the sound of crying. She opened her eyes to see Tudu kneeling beside her. Clutching his belly, "What is wrong?" She sprang up in alarm. Tudu rubbed his eyes. My elder brother hasn't returned since yesterday, and his matron is also missing. Someone saw them heading toward the Wolf Clan. Don't cry. I'll ask Wolf Hunter for help. The people of the Wolf Clan and the Groundhog Clan are already searching. Mom told me to stay here with you. It was only then that Tang Ruan realized the cave was eerily empty. Having been so focused on Tudu, do not worry. The Wolf Clan runs fast and jumps high. They will surely find them. But what if they don't come back? Tudu sobbed. Tang Ruan understood that he was experiencing prepartum depression. Compounded by the current situation, she gently embraced him. They will definitely return. They will definitely return. The next day, the Wolf Clan brought the missing individuals back. Tang Ruan hurried over to assist with checking the cassava. He is merely unconscious. He should wake up soon. Upon hearing Tang Ruan's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If we had delayed any longer, he would have been eaten by wild dogs. Wolf Red wiped the blood off his face. We are truly grateful, and the Groundhog Clan will forever remember this kindness, Tudu's mother said, attempting to kneel before Wolf Red. This was the first time Tang Ruan had seen Tudu's mother so humble. Even when the Wolf Clan had captured them all, she had maintained her dignity. Children are indeed the soft spot of every mother. Upon witnessing this, Wolf Red quickly supported her, while Wolf Hunter also intervened. The greatest credit for this matter belongs to the Groundhog Clan, Wolf Hunter stated. Us? Tudu's mother asked in confusion. Wolf Hunter looked toward the disheveled Hong Shu. He discovered the passage leading upward and was the first to climb out of the valley to find cassava. Hong Shu! Tudu leaped into Hong Shu's arms. I didn't expect you to be so brave. Woo woo woo. Hong Shu was trembling. Having never ventured into the outside world, he was unaware of how terrifying the world of beast men could be, who could even devour their kin. However, seeing Tudu in tears of joy made him feel that everything was worth it. But why did my elder brother leave the valley? Tudu choked out. Wolf Hunter stepped forward. Hong Shu sensed the presence of Cassava's matron in the cave. He likely went out to find her, but according to our tracking, her whereabouts may already be. All the Groundhog Beast men understood and lowered their heads in silence. We are truly grateful to you. Tudu's mother bowed deeply in gratitude to all the wolf clan. That female beast, always clamoring to go outside, claiming that only the beastmen outside are worthy of her. Let her go if she wishes. Tudu's mother waved her hand, eyeing the crowd. Two groundhog males exchanged glances and approached Tang Ruan. With a thud, they knelt before her. We beseech the healer to awaken Cassava. We implore the wolf clan to help us retrieve our matron. What are you two trying to do? Wolf Hunter immediately stepped in front of Tang Ruan. The two groundhog beast men hugged each other in fear. Return to your places, Tudu's mother shouted sternly. The two remained motionless, for a lost male beast would be considered the most useless among them, and thereafter, no matron would choose them. Among the three, only Cassava had offspring. While they had none, therefore, the matron could not perish. Even though they trembled uncontrollably, they stood their ground. Tang Ruan stepped out from behind Wolf Hunter. I can only help you awaken Cassava. You must ask him where your matron is. As for the rescue, the wolf clan owes you nothing. Whether you have the courage to save her is entirely your decision. The Groundhog tribe owes her a debt of gratitude, yet the wolf clan bears no such obligation. She lacks the authority to repeatedly embroil the wolf clan in her troubles. Moreover, venturing out of the valley is inherently perilous. Both Lang Chi and Lang Feng bear wounds, though they have chosen not to mention it. The two male beasts exchanged glances, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but Tang Ruan bypassed them. Approaching Mu Shu, she crouched down, placing her hand upon him, and observed a swirl of purple energy enveloping his form. Focusing her mind, she gradually dissipated the purple aura with her will. Suddenly, a force struck her abdomen, causing Tang Ruan to fall onto her back. The purple energy surged back once more. Chapter 38. The Disappearance of the Cub Tang Ruan. The crowd surged forward. Lang Lai enveloped Tang Ruan in his embrace, while Tu Do Mama grasped her hand. Suddenly, she noticed a faint red ring surrounding Tang Ruan's beast husband mark. She rubbed it gently, confirming her suspicion. Lang Lai, Tu Do Mama exclaimed joyfully, your mate is with Cub. I'm with Cub? Tang Ruan felt dazed, sensing something heavy pressing down on her, preventing her from rising. It was as if a hand lay upon her eyelids, compelling her to shut her eyes. Inside the cave, Lang Lai firmly held Tang Ruan's hand, a surge of energy flowing from him to her limbs. The weight pressing upon her became warm, yet it also felt heavier. Lang Lai, do not give her any more energy. If the cub wishes for its mother to rest, the more energy you provide, the more it can control Tang Ruan's actions. Lang Lai's grip suddenly loosened. How can this be? Tu Do Mama looked around, confirming that only the three of them were present before asking, what kind of beastmen are your parents? Lang Lai turned to Tu Do Mama. Does this relate to that? Tu Do Mama did not press further but continued. If one of your parents is an exceptionally powerful beastman, your cub may inherit their beast form and abilities. Lang Lai thought of his father, the strongest beastman he had ever encountered, both in abilities and beast form, which could only be described as terrifying. If your cub is too powerful, Tang Ruan may be unable to control it. What will happen then? Lang Lai asked anxiously. Tu Do Mama approached Tang Ruan, gazing at her with affection. Cub possesses an innate survival instinct. It will absorb its mother's energy to ensure a smooth birth. Female beasts also have a protective instinct. When their health is poor or they do not desire the cub, it will be absorbed. However, if the cub is significantly stronger than the mother, she will be unable to control its fate. The cub may drain the last vestiges of energy from its mother to be born out. Of course, Tu Do Mama did not voice the latter part, but Lang Lai likely guessed it. The situation with Mu Shu made it clear that he would not allow Tang Ruan to expend energy on others. To be born, it may even kill Tang Ruan. A look of terror crossed Lang Lai's face, a first for Tu Do Mama to witness such an expression on him. She nodded. There may be such a scenario, though I have never seen it myself. Lang Lai took a deep breath, his eyes flickering. He had been elated to learn of Tang Ruan's pregnancy, yet mere moments later, he found himself contemplating how to eliminate this cub. Is there a way to kill the cub? Lang Lai? Tang Ruan felt the energy around her quiver. Seizing the opportunity, she sat up abruptly. Tang Ruan, how do you feel? Lang Lai asked excitedly, gently caressing her face. I feel quite revitalized. I had a wonderful sleep. Lang Lai. She has heard everything they said. She does not believe the cub is harming her. On the contrary, she perceives it as a considerate little one, wishing for her to rest. How thoughtful. I Haven T slept so soundly in days. Tang Ruan stretched dramatically, glancing at her abdomen, where a faint blue light flickered as if greeting her. Absorb it. We do not need the cub. I will not allow you to be harmed. Lang Lai grasped Tang Ruan's shoulders, his tone resolute. The light vanished in an instant. Just as Tang Ruan began to worry, it reappeared, flashing briefly before slowly entering her belly. As if to convey, I am here, I am fine. Tang Ruan paused, suddenly realizing that the reason she had not noticed her pregnancy for so many days was that the cub was afraid of its father. It could even become invisible. How impressive! A surge of maternal pride filled Tang Ruan, causing her to beam. Tang Ruan, what is it? Why are you smiling so happily? Lang Lai inquired, perplexed. Lang Lai, don't you think our cub is extraordinary? What does that mean? In the forest, beneath a great tree, Tang Ruan drew a snake, a sheep, and a worm upon the ground. Cub, although you are only 3 months old, from today onwards, I will begin your prenatal education. We shall cultivate a Super A Beastman who excels from the very start. The blue light flickered. All right. For the first question, please choose which of the 3 images is a snake. The blue light quickly settled on the worm on the right. Tang Ruan elongated her tone. The blue light swiftly darted to the left. Well done. Tang Ruan gave a thumbs up. Remember, snakes have little teeth, while worms do not. After you are born, do not play with snakes. The blue light blinked once, as if in agreement. Tu Do Mama observed this scene from a distance, her heart swelling with pride. Look, Tang Ruan truly adores this cub. Why don't you keep him? Lang Lai extended his hand, accepting a package from Tu Do Mama and storing it away. I will see to it. Sighing, Tu Do Mama turned to leave. Tang Ruan suddenly pivoted, spotting Lang Lai. She excitedly rushed towards him but, recalling her pregnant state, switched to a brisk walk. Upon reaching Lang Lai, she exclaimed, Lang Lai, our cub is a genius. He can understand my words at first. I thought it was merely coincidence, but I just taught him that 1 + 1 = 2. Lang Lai remained unresponsive. Tang Ruan gently patted her belly. Cub, show your father what 1 + 1 equals. The belly flickered twice. Look, look, look. Tang Ruan was ecstatic. What kind of baby in the womb can play 1 + 1 = 2 with their mother? Seeing Lang Lai only smile in silence, Tang Ruan suddenly recalled that only she could see the various energies on the beastmen. Would Lang Lai be jealous of her? She generously offered. If you have something to say to the cub, I can convey it for you. Good. Unexpectedly, he had indeed thought of something. Lang Lai's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze on Tang Ruan's belly, as if staring at prey. The blue light dared to emit only a faint glow. Do you wish to come into this world? The blue light flickered. Tang Ruan chuckled. He says yes. For the second question, Lang Lai continued, do you wish for us to be your parents? The blue light flickered once more. Tang Ruan, ask something useful. He is our cub. How could he not want us to be his parents? All right, for the final question. Lang Lai's gaze turned icy. If one day, your existence threatens your mother's health, even her life, would you willingly be absorbed for her sake? Chapter 39. Is it a Qilin or some other divine beast? Lang Lai, what nonsense are you speaking? Tang Ruan suddenly pushed him away. This was her first time laying hands upon him. Although her strength would not harm him, an indescribable sorrow welled in Lang Lai's eyes. She had thought to push him away for the sake of the cub. Tang Ruan gazed at her hand in confusion. What was happening to her? It felt as if someone were controlling her hand, manipulating her emotions, compelling her to distance herself from Lang Lai. Lang Lai? Tang Ruan softened her tone. Please do not always think the worst. Can you trust him? No matter how powerful he may be, he is still my cub. What cub would harm their mother? She gently wrapped her arms around Lang Lai's waist. Lang Lai took a deep breath, returning her embrace. I'm sorry. I was too anxious to— No. I'm sorry for pushing you. Did it hurt? Did she truly believe she could hurt him? Lang Lai chuckled. It hurt. Tang Ruan replied. It pains my heart. He nuzzled her hair with his chin. Why, dear? There is something I have not told you. My mother was killed by my father. He spoke, tightening his embrace as if fearing she might flee in fright. My father is an immensely powerful orc. Yet he has long endured the torment inflicted by my mother. One day, he lost control of his beast form, sensing Tang Ruan pushing against him. Lang Lai held her more fiercely. Tang Ruan, do you fear me? Do you wish to leave me? Are you afraid of the child within you? Lang Lai murmured, engulfed by overwhelming dread, as if falling into a whirlpool, pain and unease dragging him downward. Tang Ruan struggled to break free, suddenly lifting her head and biting him on the chin. Lang Lai's gaze fell. What are you so worried about? Tang Ruan huffed. Did I ever say I would leave you? No, Lang Lai obediently replied, leaning his neck toward her. Lang Lai bent down, resting his chin on her shoulder. Tang Ruan abruptly turned her head and bit into his neck, leaving a row of tiny bite marks. Lang Lai remained motionless. Do you think I fear you? She said. Her tone laced with pride. It was then Lang Lai realized he had performed an exceedingly perilous act. Offering his most vulnerable neck to the orc was akin to placing his life in her hands. And yet, he felt no discomfort at being bitten. Moreover, she had also exposed her most fragile nape to him, signifying her profound trust in him. Lang Lai smiled, unafraid. In one final matter, Tang Ruan said, her expression serious. If you dare to lay a hand on my child, don't blame me if he doesn't acknowledge you when you're old. Lang Lai nodded. After that, Tang Ruan proudly lifted her head and walked away. After taking just 2 steps, she began conferring with the child in her womb. I'm joking. Your father has no teeth, so you must help him hunt. The child responded. Lang Lai was startled when Lang Feng appeared beside him. Lang Lai collected himself. How is it? We've been guarding the exit for 3 days and have yet to see any orcs come in or out. Outside, many orcs are passing by. Our initial assessment suggests they may be headed for the cave valley. They are also investigating us. Guard the exit well. If anyone enters, kill them without mercy. The only safe exit from the cave valley is a massive crevice between 2 mountains, several hundred meters long and several dozen meters deep, but only wide enough for a single orc to pass through. This means that as long as they do not exit, the enemy can only enter one by one, to be annihilated one after another. What about the stream? It is being guarded by us and the Groundhog tribe, and so far, we have only discovered corpses. The cliff above the stream also provides access to the cave valley. Tang Ruan had fallen from there. The outside orcs should have discovered this by now, which explains why orcs have been continuously thrown down. However, it is evident that this path is fraught with peril. Currently, only Huamo has survived. Hopefully, he can bring back bad news. Boss, what if they keep throwing orcs down? Lang Feng said with concern. Every day, we find corpses, causing panic among everyone, especially with the Groundhog tribe. Several have already fainted from fear. They won't keep doing it, Lang Lai said, glancing towards the stream. Humo has already relayed the news. However, they might not trust this fox, which is why they will continue to test for a while. If we encounter any orcs that haven't died from the fall, kill them. Lang Lai's icy gaze was sharp. Lies are best spoken by one person. With 2, there are bound to be inconsistencies, as Lang Lai had anticipated. Several days later, no more corpses fell. For several months, the cave valley returned to its former tranquility. The last batch of females who participated in the bonding ceremony gradually gave birth to their young. Taro also had a chubby little baby. Tang Ruan couldn't help but poke her face. This texture, chocolate mochi. I thought you would have many, so I prepared this. Tang Ruan took out 5 small blankets woven from yarn that she had crafted herself over the past few months. The cave valley enjoyed a spring-like climate year-round. It could be a bit chilly at night without a cover, but too warm with one, making this just right. Taro gratefully accepted it and examined it for a while. It's fine. We can change it daily. But you guessed right, she said, a hint of bitterness creeping into her smile. Initially, there were 5, but due to my brother's matter, I haven't been in a good mood, causing the young ones to grow poorly, and I could only keep the strongest. Tang Ruan patted her shoulder. How is your brother? Taro sighed, still unwilling to leave the cave, claiming that wild dogs outside would eat him. He has no intention of seeking his mate anymore. Noticing her low spirits, Tang Ruan shifted the topic. Taro, you're amazing. You can even sense how many young ones are in your belly. You can even distinguish their health. Taro looked astonished. Can't you? Tang Ruan replied. She should be able to, Taro mused, glancing at her own belly, which hadn't changed at all in 3 months. Curiously, she asked, Tang Ruan, I really want to know what your beast form is. Wolf cubs shouldn't need to be pregnant for so long, right? Tang Ruan also yearned to know. Even for a human, after 6 months, one should show. Lang Lai claimed his father was a tremendously powerful orc. Yet the specifics remain unknown. Could he be a Qilin or a dragon, some divine beast? If the child were to inherit traits from the grandfather, would she have to bear it for hundreds of years? Suddenly, Tang Ruan felt that living was exceedingly difficult, and she needed to find an opportunity to ask Lang Lai. Tang Ruan. Lang Lai stepped into the cave. It was as if the very mention of him summoned him. Hong Shu followed closely, hurriedly beginning to gather things. What is going on? Taro inquired. Outside, a cacophony of chaos erupted, sounding like a battleground. They've come, Hong Shu said anxiously, shouldering his belongings. He swiftly picked up Taro, who held her child, and dashed outside. Lang Lai also transformed into his beast form, and Tang Ruan climbed onto his back. Who is coming? She felt an ominous premonition. The orcs outside. But they can't come in, can they? Tang Ruan was astonished. They can fly. Chapter 40. Waiting for your return. From today onwards, the Groundhog tribe will live alongside the Wolf tribe. I hope everyone will obey Lang Lai's arrangements, Taro's mother announced. Standing atop a large stone before her kin, the Groundhog orcs gathered, their expressions filled with trepidation, having already lost 2 tribesmen to the orcs outside, who were not merely boasting like the Wolf tribe. They truly intended to devour them all. The Wolf tribe orcs standing across had no better expression. Although they had witnessed orcs devouring one another before, they had only just begun to enjoy a stable life here. Must they return to the way things were? Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a strange croaking sound. A pair of enormous gray-brown wings appeared above everyone's heads, causing the orcs to scream and scatter in panic. A giant owl swooped down in a flash of blue light. No one could comprehend what had transpired. The giant owl crashed against the cliff wall, its body deeply embedded in the rock. Immediately, a black wolf pounced. Tearing its throat as if unsatisfied, it yanked forcefully, and the giant owl's head rolled to the ground, tumbling among the Wolf tribe orcs. A few female orcs stepped back in fright. Only Lang Yu stood still. Unperturbed, Lang Emo transformed back into human form, his face splattered with blood, and approached her, gently caressing her face. The murderer of our young ones has been dealt with. Lang Yu glanced at the owl's head on the ground. A cold smile gracing her lips. At least he has some skill. In truth, she had already absorbed the child she shared with Lang Emo. She had no desire for offspring with such a lowly bloodline. She had merely been waiting for a suitable excuse. Today, the Owl tribe happened to consume 2 groundhog orcs before her eyes. She claimed to have been frightened and accidentally absorbed her child. Before long, Lang Lai and the others returned. Inside the cave valley, all the Owl tribe had been eliminated. After Lang Lai finished addressing everyone, he quickly approached Tang Ruan. The group returned, their bodies stained with blood. Lang Chi was supported by Lang Yu, limping painfully behind. Damn, flying high is impressive. I bit off all their necks. Tang Ruan looked at Lang Chi, though the wound on his leg was not large. It was deep enough to see bone and easily prone to infection. All the orcs now depended on them for protection. Lang Chi must not be injured. Tang Ruan turned to Lang Lai, who averted his gaze, granting tacit approval. She walked to Lang Chi, placing her hand on his arm. Cub, Mommy is going to save someone now. Please don't cause trouble. Uncle Lang Chi, please recover swiftly so that you can protect us. The blue light on my abdomen flickered, as if it understood her heartfelt plea. Moments later, Lang Chi's wounds began to heal. Lang Lai intended to offer Tang Ruan some energy, but she declined. I'll be fine after a nap. Conserve your strength. Lang Lai did not insist, for he too was uncertain whether the 7 owl beasts he had just slain were indeed all their foes or merely the vanguard. All the beastmen stayed together, and we few would stand guard day and night, ensuring everyone's safety, Lang Lai declared. He looked at Lang Emo, Lang Chi, Lang Feng, and Lang Yu. Yes, they responded in unison. Chieftain, Mother Potato approached, saying, You have just endured a battle and must be exceedingly weary. Perhaps you should rest while we keep watch. The groundhog beastmen, small in their beast form and adept at hiding, were indeed well suited for this task. However, having just witnessed the most terrifying sight of their lives, Each of them cowered. Lang Lai surveyed the surroundings. No need. I can keep watch. The timid sweet potato stepped forward, trembling. Lang Lai offered him a faint smile. By yourself, you cannot survey the entire stream. Another short and stout male groundhog raised his hand, stepping forward to add, I already have 2 cubs. I fear not death. The remaining males exchanged glances, and more of them gradually stood up. Cave Valley is our home. We must defend it. If Cave Valley is overtaken, I do not know where else we could go if they invade. They will surely devour us all. Since we are destined to die, let us fight. Witnessing the courage of the once timid groundhog beastmen, the Wolf Clan's females also rose to their feet. It is not only the males who can fight. I can easily kill a male if need be. Indeed, my former beast husband was no match for me. My cub will come of age in 2 years. Chieftain, allow him to train alongside us, and I wish to join. I can slay a fox. The wolf cubs transformed into their formidable beast forms and leaped out. Seeing such unity among them, Lang Lai felt as though he had returned to a time of great prosperity for the Wolf Clan. In those days, no matter the challenges they faced, the Wolf Clan never wavered. Tang Ruan tightly grasped Lang Lai's hand. I will prepare a meal for everyone, waiting for your return home. As evening fell, everyone gathered together for a hearty meal. Deep into the night, while Sweet Potato was on watch, Lang Lai called him aside. I have a plan, but it is perilous. Are you willing to give it a try? Outside Cave Valley, beneath the star-studded sky, a jackal beast clutched a massive bone, its surface riddled with deep and shallow bite marks. I will eat you, it murmured in its sleep. Suddenly, a small mound rose up from the grass behind it, followed by another at its knees, and finally, a third behind its ears. 3 groundhogs simultaneously poked their heads out, exchanged glances, and bit down at once. The jackal let out a piercing scream. Who? The beastmen, sprawled about in slumber nearby, awoke to find the jackal had morphed into its beast form, chasing after a creature no larger than its paw. Conserve your energy. That morsel is hardly enough to fill your teeth. Another beast chimed in. If you tire yourself out, do not blame me for making you breakfast tomorrow. The jackal pursued the groundhog far into the woods. I will feast on you for a midnight snack. The sounds of insects in the forest ceased abruptly. Moments later, a ghostly blue light flashed through the trees, and the insect chorus resumed. Lang Lai employed the groundhogs to distract the enemy, systematically eliminating 6 beastmen throughout the night. Originally, their plan had merely been to scout the enemy's numbers, intending to dispatch 1 or 2 if the opportunity arose. However, during their reconnaissance, they discovered that these beastmen hailed from different tribes, exhibiting a lack of unity to the point of consuming each other's kin. Thus, they were afforded numerous chances. You have no idea how impressive I was last night. I bit a lion on the nose. I chomped on a dog's tail. The groundhog males boasted in front of their mates. When they ventured out the previous night, they had each resolved to face death, keeping their intentions hidden from their families. Now, victorious in their return, their mates greeted them with kisses and embraces, making the males who had not participated green with envy. Chieftain of the Wolf Clan, are you going out again tonight? I wish to join. One of the husbands of a cassava mate approached Lang Lai. If he could partake in the battle, perhaps he would gain the admiration of a female. Not now. The male's face fell in disappointment. Is it because I am too weak? Lang Lai lowered his gaze, explaining earnestly, the enemy will certainly be on guard now. We must catch them by surprise. Await my signal. He patted the male's shoulder. And the male instantly felt recognized by the chieftain of the Wolf Clan. A surge of pride swelling within him. He turned to his companions, saying, I'll tell you. The chieftain of the Wolf Clan said he would take me along next time. They cannot do without me. Tang Ruan smiled at his words, exchanging a glance with Lang Lai, when suddenly her expression stiffened. Chapter 41. Though it may not kill, it will not allow for a good life. Tang Ruan placed her hand over her belly, having just felt what seemed like a punch from within. Looking down, she saw a fist-sized mass moving under her skin, shifting from left to right. Tang Ruan was nearly overwhelmed by the sight. Many beastmen also noticed her condition, falling silent. What is that? Is it the cub? Why is it moving so distinctly? Lang Lai swiftly scooped Tang Ruan into his arms and headed into the cave, with many beastmen following closely behind. Lang Lai, am I going to die? Is my cub going to burst out of my belly? Tang Ruan clutched Lang Lai's hand in terror. Lang Lai furrowed his brow. Now you know fear. If he is this unruly, you still have time to absorb him. The lively cub continued to roll about inside her. Lang Lai laid her on a soft couch, his expression grave. You would rather be killed by him than absorb him, wouldn't you? Tang Ruan arched her back, gazing at her slightly protruding abdomen. Biting her lip the cub was innocent. Being so small, how could it understand that its actions could harm her? Lang Lai fixed his gaze upon her, his expression growing increasingly cold. Fine, then I shall not intervene. He suddenly released her hand. Tang Ruan stared at him in shock. Indeed, no man could be relied upon. Fine, I shall leave. She rose to her feet, determined to return to her family and sleep with Potato that night. Just as she took a step, she abruptly turned back and tackled Lang Lai onto the bed with a force beyond their expectations. Mate! Lang Lai worriedly attempted to push her off, but after 2 attempts, he realized that Tang Ruan remained completely unmoved. Mate, please get up, he rasped, pinned beneath her. The beastmen who had just rushed over were taken aback by the scene. Disperse. Tang Ruan is fine. Everyone, please disperse. Mother Potato ushered everyone away. Tang Ruan also wished to rise, but she felt as if she were glued to Lang Lai. Looking down, she discovered several blue threads tightly binding her to him. Lang Lai noticed as well. You cannot leave, a smirk played on his lips. Tang Ruan, furious, clutched her chest in pain. You no longer care for me, yet you want to let me go? Lang Lai feigned innocence. What I meant was, I will no longer concern myself with the cub's matters, nor will I allow you to absorb him. He tucked a stray lock of her hair behind her ear. Understanding her unspoken thoughts. Why have you still not comprehended? Tang Ruan suddenly realized that the blue threads were not a result of Lang Lai's abilities, but rather those of the cub. Fearing she might not grasp the situation, Lang Lai explained. Only a very few advanced beastmen possess intelligence while still within the womb. Just now, he was rolling around in your belly, likely having heard everyone's words and wanting to join the fight. When I was young, I would also roll about in my mother's belly at the sound of battle. Now it makes sense. No wonder he appears less worried. Then why did you let me absorb him? Tang Ruan retorted angrily, I feared you would suffer too much. He traced her eyebrows and eyes with his fingers. One, even if they are my flesh and blood, deserves to remain in this world if it causes too much pain to my mate. I am not in pain. The cub is quite well behaved. Tang Ruan couldn't help but speak highly of the cub again, despite having been terrified moments before. Moreover, when you spoke just now, he ceased moving. This cub has always listened to you. The cub responded eagerly. Lang Lai raised an eyebrow, questioning whether it was not out of fear. However, understanding enough to bind his mother to him, the cub was indeed a good one. For that alone, he would allow him to stay. He placed his hand upon Tang Ruan's delicate abdomen, a soft azure glow converging and gathering beneath his palm. Wolf Hunter could not perceive the radiance. Yet he felt a soft little ball of flesh fervently rubbing against his hand, causing his heart to momentarily submerge in warmth. Have you decided on a name for him? Wolf Hunter inquired. Marking his first expression of concern for the cub's future, Tang Ruan sat up with excitement. I haven't thought of one yet. For now, I'll call him Kai Kai, upon hearing Wolf Hunter utter his name for the first time. Kai Kai joyfully performed a backflip, colliding with Wolf Hunter's palm. Tang Ruan winced, an inexplicable chill instantaneously coursing through Kai Kai. Kai Kai stood upright in the womb, despite still resembling a ball. Kai Kai. You must protect your mother, Wolf Hunter solemnly stated. The subsequent words he uttered were confined to his thoughts. He wondered if the little one truly sensed his emotions. Nevertheless, under his palm, Kai Kai nodded. Outside the cave valley, there remained 26 formidable male beasts, all powerful beastmen. Some possessed strength that was 3 to 5 times greater than that of the Wolf clan. Standing before the beastmen who volunteered for battle, Wolf Hunter clasped his hands behind his back, articulating the current situation. It matters not. We trust in the Wolf clan. Indeed, we believe. Several prairie dog beastmen echoed. A slight smile graced Wolf Hunter's lips, yet he countered. But I do not this. The prairie dog beastmen exchanged awkward glances, their prior confidence evaporating instantaneously. If we confront them head-on, We are certainly no match for them. We must devise a strategy to deplete some of their strength. Deplete ourselves? Are we to engage in mutual slaughter? A newly joined prairie dog beastman queried. We aim to incite them into self-inflicted conflict. Wolf Hunter's gaze swept over the crowd. I discovered a few days ago that certain beastmen took advantage of other races while they slept, killing their weaker members for sustenance. He gave a nod of approval to the prairie dog who spoke. Wolf Feather added, their weaker members rest on the outskirts. We could slay one and leave it among other groups, intentionally allowing them to discover it to provoke discord. Yet their weaker members have nearly all been consumed. Their refusal to depart indicates that the circumstances elsewhere in the beast world are even more dire. Perhaps we could simply wait it out until they can no longer endure and choose to fight. Wolf Hunter intended to employ both strategies, yet he cautioned against prolonged delays. They must eradicate them all before the next wave of beastmen arrived. Otherwise, the secret of the cave valley would inevitably be revealed. Once they resolved the matter, he planned to completely seal off the upper stream. He had resolved to remain there indefinitely, while wolf beasts might be destined to roam the wilderness. He yearned only for a secluded existence in a quaint cave with her. Wolf Hunter's plan proved remarkably successful. The beastmen outside the cave valley soon descended into chaos. 5 beastmen perished amidst the melee. However, the same tactic could not be employed twice. If they could strike at the center, perhaps they could sow confusion once more. Wolf Hunter and Wolf Inc. crouched upon the ground, strategizing their assault. Tang Ruan approached, understanding their intentions. Do you wish to directly attack that individual in the center? Indeed. Wolf Hunter rose, wrapping an arm around her shoulder as they conferred. Utilizing our abilities would generate too much noise. We would surely be detected. A direct approach is neither feasible nor realistic. Must we kill? Tang Ruan asked. If possible, that would be ideal, Wolf Hunter responded. After a moment's contemplation, she said, I have an idea. While it may not lead to their demise, it could render them incapable of thriving. Chapter 42. I am willing to merge into one with you. Wolf Hunter summoned several capable she-beasts, who, in accordance with Tang Ruan's instructions, accompanied him into the forest in search of materials. As dusk fell, Wolf Hunter secured 2 bags and set them aside before squatting beside Tang Ruan, taking the small twig from her hands and crafting it into a Y-shape as she directed. Binding it together, the slingshot was complete. Tang Ruan tied a length of animal sinew to it, picked up a small stone from the ground, and aimed it at a little bird perched in the tree. With a swift whoosh, she struck true. The beastmen erupted in cheers. The shaman is truly remarkable. What is this? I want to learn too, one cub exclaimed. The shaman is incredible. Tang Ruan laughed awkwardly, for she alone had witnessed a faint azure beam that had struck the bird down beforehand, surely the doing of Kai Kai, granting her, the old mother, a semblance of pride. This slingshot was precise and would serve well for Kai Kai's amusement. Wolf Hunter gazed at her, a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth, uncertain if he had discerned her little secret. Tang Ruan hastily shifted the subject. Before we depart, Wolf Hunter will utilize his abilities to freeze honey water into spheres. Everyone, practice diligently. The honey spheres must be launched as far as possible. Yes, the group chorused in unison. Under the cover of night, near the dead volcano outside the cave valley, a cluster of beastmen lay resting. Suddenly, several meteors streaked across the sky, and amber-hued spheres plummeted among the beastmen. The furthest one struck the nose of the Lion King. Who? He roared, rousing the surrounding beastmen. The guards assigned to protect the Lion King lunged forward. Moments later, one emerged with a sticky, ice-cold sphere. What is this? The old Lion King inquired. The beastman examined the sphere, bringing it to his nose for a sniff, then unexpectedly licked it. Its honey it must be the work of the Bear Clan. The old Lion King's face contorted in anger. Just because we dined on 3 of their kin yesterday, they resort to such base tactics to retaliate against us. There are many more around, the beastman remarked. Ignore them. Stand guard outside, and if you see anyone throwing objects, kill them and add to our feast. Yes. As the beastman transformed into a robust lion and prepared to leave, the Lion King called out to him, By the way, tomorrow, I desire fox meat. Only 1 cub remains. The Lion King lamented, smacking his lips. The Fox clan had been captured mid-journey, intended as a backup food source. He hadn't anticipated consuming them so swiftly. Had I known, I wouldn't have let that one go. He hasn't returned. Likely, he has perished. We'll kill tomorrow and enjoy something fresh. With that, the Lion King resumed his slumber. I in the distant underbrush. Wolf Hunter and Wolf Chi simultaneously opened their bags from different directions. The bags emitted rustling sounds as a swarm of dark insects crawled forth. Upon catching the scent of the pest-repellent herb on them, the insects scrambled desperately in the opposite direction. Soon, the voices of beastmen echoed from the volcano's mouth. Damn it! What bit me? How can there be so many insects? Of course, there are insects in hot weather. What a fuss! But these bites sting terribly. As the night wore on, several beastmen emitted heavy breathing. I think I've been poisoned by fire, or do I? I feel as if I'm about to die. The lion beastman tasked with guarding the fox cub lay on the ground, gasping for breath. You, quickly go fetch me some water. A 15-year-old orange-haired boy immediately sprang up, rummaging through the lion beastman's pack. Suddenly, the pack shifted, causing him to fall back in fright. The pack was overturned, revealing the head of a prairie dog. Quick, follow me, the prairie dog squeaked. The boy glanced back, instantly transforming into beast form to follow the prairie dog into the hole. His beast form was scarcely larger than that of the prairie dog. Likely due to long-term malnutrition, they moved nimbly through the slender tunnel, and after what felt like an eternity, they finally reached a spacious cavern. Big Brother. The little fox, upon spotting Fox Mo, immediately transformed into human form and lunged at him. I thought I would never see you again. Sister was eaten. Auntie was eaten. Everyone. Fox Mo embraced him tightly. I know. So you must live well. He pointed toward another tunnel connecting to the cave. Continue running along this path. It leads to the chaotic beast city. It is perilous. Yet it is your only chance for survival. Big Brother. Won't you come with me? Understanding his intent, Fox Che held onto him tightly, unwilling to let go. I have important matters to attend to. He glanced at the wife of the cassava in the shadows. The cassava's wife shyly lowered her head. Fox Che gazed at him longingly, his golden-orange eyes resembling two small suns in the darkness, illuminating all the despair and darkness Fox Mo had endured. You must survive. Surely, there will come a day when I will wait for you. Upon finishing his words, he forcefully pushed Hu Che aside. Hu Che turned back to cast a fleeting glance at him before swiftly dashing forward. He placed his unwavering trust in his elder brother. Since his brother had instructed him to wait, he would remain in the chaotic beast city, steadfast and patient. After Hu Che vanished from sight, the wife of Mu Shu approached him shyly, her fingers tracing across Hu Mo's chest. You promised that if I helped you rescue your brother, you would return with me to the cave valley to live a good life, and even said we would be together tonight. Her fingers entwined with his belt, pulling him closer. Suddenly, Hu Mo seized her hand. You wish to mate with me? Do you even deserve it? The expression on Mu Shu's wife stiffened, while Hu Mo wore a faint, mocking smile. Years ago, the princess of the Jiao tribe sought an island in exchange for me becoming her beast husband. My father refused, deeming her offer too meager. And what do you consider yourself? Stammering, Mu Shu's wife found herself at a loss for words. Having lived a life of adoration in the cave valley, she had always been the one to reject male beasts. None would dare speak to her in such a manner. However, considering that he had saved her brother and provided her with the route into the valley, she was willing to unite with him. As he spoke, he reached out to grip her neck, his fingertip gliding across her lips. Mu Shu's wife felt her breath quicken, overwhelmed by a sensation both perilous and exhilarating, one she had never experienced before. She even forgot the humiliating words Hu Mo had just uttered. All right then, let us not waste time. I can hardly wait, she gasped with excitement. In the next moment, Hu Mo transformed into his beast form and swiftly bit through her neck. The sound of chewing echoed in the darkness. He would not allow his disgrace to linger in this world, nor would he let his family perish in vain. Tang Ruan's plan was a resounding success. Outside the cave valley, the orcs, bitten by mysterious venomous insects, faced death or fled in panic, leaving only the mightiest of the lion tribe behind. If you ask me, we should leave as well. Why should our formidable lion tribe linger in such a trivial place? Are the prey inside more delectable than the orcs? All you think about is food. Another lion beast retorted. The Lion King is aging. Do you really think he has come to retire? What else could it be? Another lion beast rolled his eyes. Do you remember the beast god painting? The stone wall said to be left by the beast god? Yes. The illustrations depict this very place. It is said that the most formidable monsters of the beast realm are imprisoned here. Whoever can tame them shall dominate the entire beast realm. Such grand ambitions the Lion King has. But how can he be certain that the monsters will heed his command? We lions are descendants of the beast god. Since the monsters obey the beast god, they shall naturally listen to the Lion King. The strongest orcs in the world are the lions, heirs of the beast god. This legend has circulated among the lion beasts for ages, and they believe it wholeheartedly. Himph. What will the snake tribe amount to then? The lion tribe once acted with impunity in the beast realm, yet this generation's snake king is remarkably formidable, having established numerous regulations. Unfortunately, they are not a match for the snake tribe. What is that smell? Achoo! The orc who had just spoken suddenly sneezed. Ouch! My eyes hurt so much. My body aches. Another lion beast jumped up in pain as a red mist wafted towards them with the wind. Chapter 43. Little one, you must trust your father. The wolf hunting team shielded their faces with animal hides, standing upwind. The wife had said that applying chili to wounds would be as exhilarating as fire. Thus, let them also taste the flavor of heavenly flames. The lion beasts, already suffering from insect bites, writhed in agony. The Lion King, filled with rage, stood and transformed into his beast form, unleashing a fearsome roar that sent birds scattering from the trees. Suddenly, the Lion King's expression froze, followed by a series of coughs. Let us go, Wolf Hunt commanded, and the wolf beasts swiftly disappeared into the darkness, returning to the cave valley. Tang Ruan and the other female beasts had already prepared dinner. With everyone too busy hunting lately, Tang Ruan's roasted bamboo rats had become a sought-after delicacy. After feasting, Wolf Hunt rose. Next, we will dedicate ourselves to eliminating all remaining enemies. The safety of the cave valley relies on our collective efforts. Rest assured, clan leader, the females of our wolf tribe are quite capable, shouted a wolf cub. Our groundhogs are useful too, laughter erupted among them. Tang Ruan watched Wolf Hunt's retreating figure with concern. He had been absent at night and during the day for several days. According to Sweet Potato, after they had harassed the lion tribe orcs, they pursued the previously fleeing orcs, annihilating them one by one. Such actions were swift, effective, and perilous. They slept only 1 or 2 hours a day, pushing their bodies to the limit to reclaim peace for the cave valley. It was no wonder he had spoken such words. Perhaps Wolf Hunt also sensed their limitations. Tang Ruan, how much longer until your little one is born? We all eagerly await to meet him, Potato suddenly spoke, beaming as he gazed at her belly. Only then did Tang Ruan notice that the little one was eavesdropping on Wolf Hunt's conversation, her belly protruding with a shape resembling a small head. She had grown accustomed to his movements, feeling no discomfort. Our cave valley has never birthed such a powerful orc, Potato's mother said with yearning. The other orcs were equally proud, for the birth of a powerful orc signified greater strength and safety for their tribe. Only Wolf Moon glared enviously at Tang Ruan's belly, wishing to tear her open. If Wolf Hunt were her beast husband, surely she would bear an equally powerful offspring. No, mine would undoubtedly be 100 times stronger than Tang Ruan's. Stop staring. We will have cubs in the future. Wolfemo said beside her. Who would want to bear cubs with you? Wolf Moon's voice grew loud, drawing the attention of several orcs. She stood and walked into the forest, unaware of how long she had walked. She eventually found herself at the edge of the canyon. The ground trembled, and the roars of monsters echoed from within the gorge, as if they sought to break free and devour her. Wolf Moon's legs weakened, nearly causing her to fall, but she was steadied by Wolfemo Himph. She scoffed, shaking him off them. Why previous beast husbands were all exceptional. How could I possibly end up with you? Tears streamed down her face in distress. Wolfemo lowered his head. I know that accepting me must feel like a humiliation to you, but my strength is not lacking. I, too, am an orphan like the clan leader. We arrived in the wolf tribe together. However, due to my inferior bloodline, everyone only paid attention to him. I feared being disliked, so I pretended to be foolish. Are you implying that you are clever and formidable? No less than Wolf Hunt? Wolf Moon mocked. Wolfemo gazed deeply at her for a moment. Indeed. Wolf Moon burst into laughter, as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke. Wolf Imo, how about this? Go to the canyon now. And without the aid of Wolf Hunt's abilities, bring back a monster. If you succeed, I shall no longer feel wronged and will live with you happily. She arrogantly pointed toward the canyon. Wolf Hunt needed the cooperation of all four of them to slay a monster. If he went alone, it would be a path to certain death. Then, she could finally rid herself of him. Wolf Imo stood there, stunned, as hope slowly extinguished from his eyes. He had to accept that people could change. Even the little female who once saved him from the jaws of a beast could one day become a monster intent on devouring him. Wolf Imo smiled bitterly. I originally thought you merely wished for my offspring's demise. I never imagined you wanted to kill me as well. Wolf Moon's face turned pale in an instant. Wolf Imo silently turned away. Rest assured, I will no longer cling to you. The orcs settled deep within the Valley of Shadows. Though this place was less comfortable than their original home, it offered greater secrecy. Tio, be cautious. Let us endure living here for a time, Wolf Hunt said to Potato's mother. She nodded slightly in response. The clan leader is too polite. All of this is for our home. By the way, when do you plan to take action? Tonight. They have already begun turning against each other within the tribe. I fear that if we delay further, some lion beasts may slip away. If news of our situation were to leak, boss. Not good. Wolf Wind rushed over. Lion beasts are coming down. Upon arriving at the stream, Wolf Hunt and his companions witnessed a lion beast, 4 to 5 times larger than a wolf, limping toward the Valley of Shadows. Damn it! You want to eat me? Let us see if you have the ability. Ha! The beast god will not let me perish. He dared to leap down. Wolf Imo whispered. Since we are all doomed, we might as well fight with all our might. This way, we can pick them off one by one, increasing our chances of victory. With a mere glance from Lang Lai, several individuals immediately fell into a seamless coordination, each finding their designated position. The ferocious roars of beasts echoed from afar, while the offspring within their bellies emitted a bluish glow. Seemingly more anxious than Tang Ruan herself. Little one, you must trust your father. The unborn child gently nudged against Tang Ruan's abdomen. After approximately an hour, they returned. Half of Lang Lai's body was stained crimson with blood. Lang Lai! Tang Ruan stumbled forward, only to be caught in his embrace. Do not come closer. I am filthy. Where are you injured? Why can't I see any signs of illness? Lang Lai smiled indulgently. It is not my blood. Only then did Tang Ruan release a sigh of relief. Lang Lai gravely addressed everyone. Now that the first has fallen, the second may soon follow. All of you, including the females and the young. Prepare for battle. Yes, Lang Lai's intuition proved correct. On that very day, 2 more lion beasts descended from above, driven by their status as the weaker members of the lion tribe. Should they not leap down? They would become the Lion King's dinner. After a fierce battle, only 5 lion beasts remained. Suddenly, Lang Lai recalled the fox he had released. He had yet to see its shadow. Perhaps it had been devoured immediately after being set free. Or maybe it had managed to escape. Regardless of the outcome, he sincerely hoped never to encounter it again. Outside the Hollow Valley, lion beasts trembled before the Lion King, cowering in fear. Your Majesty, we have followed you for many years. You cannot eat us. I may choose not to consume you, the Lion King replied, his sharp claws resting before them. Then you shall leap from here and return with a safe method of descent. So many beastmen had already gone down, yet none had returned alive, indicating that the depths below were either bottomless or fraught with peril. Though he appeared robust, age had diminished his strength, and he needed to ensure safety before acting. My kin, I have plenty. Once this batch is gone, I can bring another next time. But if we all perish, who will ensure your safety on the way back? The Lion King seemed conflicted by this point. Your Majesty, perhaps we should return and study the beast goddess painting before making further plans. Having endured so much hardship here, the Lion King was, in truth, quite fed up. Very well, I know how to descend safely. Chapter 44. The messenger guarding the monsters. A clear voice rang out as a tall, orange-haired youth approached the Lion King. The Lion King squinted, taking a moment to recognize him. Fox tribe? Yes. Not long ago. You threw me down from here. Huamo pointed towards the cliff. Below the precipice, dense vegetation obscured much of the view, with mist swirling beneath, reminiscent of a beast's throat. You actually returned alive. The Lion King pressed Huemo to the ground with a paw. Speak quickly. How do we proceed? Do not kill me. I beg you, do not kill me. Huemo pleaded pitifully. I will lead you there now. Huemo walked ahead, 5 lion beasts trailing behind. Cautiously, Huemo inquired, Your Majesty, you promised me that if I returned, you would release my family. Where are they? The Lion King hesitated, replying casually, They are locked up by me. Once we return, I will take you to see them. Will you personally take me? Not understanding why he asked this, the Lion King had yet to respond when Huemo suddenly dashed forward, swiftly biting down on a groundhog. His golden-orange eyes glared ominously at the Lion King within the dark tunnel. Be cautious, this little creature could very well be your demise. They will alert the beastmen. If spotted, they must be killed immediately. Are the beastmen formidable here? The Lion King asked, a hint of unease creeping in. He was old and valued his life, but of course not. Your Majesty, you are the son of the beast god. Once you possess the power of the monsters, no beastmen will pose a threat. The lion tribe had long prided itself on being descendants of the beast god, and hearing Huemo claim to be the son of the beast god only bolstered the Lion King's confidence, without a single doubt about how he knew their true purpose for being here. Your Majesty, I believe we should not fully trust this fox, a lion beast cautioned. Dio, you have another route? The lion beast responded, Boss, 5 of them. Wolf Chi hurriedly approached Lang Lai. How did they find the entrance? That fox is also here, and the groundhog beastmen have all been killed. Upon hearing this, the groundhog beastmen gasped in shock, and the potato fainted on the spot, for Sweet Potato was also guarding the entrance. Lang Lai furrowed his brow. He should not have left the groundhog beastmen alone at that location. Lang Lai, they are coming this way. Suddenly, a groundhog burst forth from the earth. Sweet Potato, the groundhog beastmen exclaimed excitedly. Hearing Sweet Potato's name, the potato regained consciousness. Everyone, move immediately, Lang Lai commanded sternly. Mama Potato organized the others to head towards the gorge. Most of the beastmen, sensing the pressure from the monsters, hesitated to advance. At this moment, the terrifying place became a form of protection for them. Lang Lai crouched down, sketching in the dirt as he swiftly devised a battle plan. Only by separating them do we stand a chance. Wolfemo and I will draw them away, Wolfyu proposed. They are not so easily separated. Wolf Fong pointed to the map Lang Lai had hastily drawn in the dirt. Instead, we should lead them into the gorge. By guiding them into the gorge, they could let the monsters assist in dealing with them. Even if they miraculously survived, their strength would be significantly diminished. Certainly a good idea, but the question remains, who goes? And how do we lure them? Lang Lai pondered for a moment. I will go. At the same time, Tang Ruan grasped Xing Xing's hand, weaving through the throngs of people. Wolf Fong entrusted you to me. You must hold on tightly. Suddenly, Xing Xing's hand slipped from her grasp, his figure vanishing amidst the crowd. Xing Xing, where are you going? She dashed out of the throng. Yet Xing Xing seemed to have disappeared into thin air. After running several hundred meters, she spotted him beneath a large tree. Xing Xing lay on the ground, enveloped in a faint purple aura, as if he had been knocked unconscious. Opposite him stood a cave, from which the sounds of monsters emanated. Tang Ruan recalled Lang Lai mentioning a cave leading to the gorge. It must be this one. She cautiously approached, but the offspring began to act up again. Little one, let mommy pass. Brother Xing Xing is hurt. The bluish glow blocked her path, persistently pushing her backward. Tang Ruan grew frustrated. Can you not understand? The bluish glow abruptly retreated back into her belly. Tang Ruan pinched her brow, taking a deep breath, and softened her tone. Little one, mommy did not mean to scold you. I am truly very worried about your father. She refrained from voicing the latter half of her thoughts, fearing it might bring misfortune. She approached Xing Xing to tend to his injuries, muttering to herself, what must I do to help them? First, think of a way to help yourself. Suddenly, a force collided from the side, sending Tang Ruan directly into the cave. A massive stone swiftly fell, sealing the exit in that fleeting moment as the gap closed. Tang Ruan glimpsed Wolf Yu's brown eyes. How did they come here? On the mountaintop, Lang Lai had been trailing the lion beasts, yet before he could find an opportunity to strike, he realized they had unwittingly arrived at the gorge. Your servants are all inside? Hu-Mo bowed respectfully. The Lion King, upon hearing the roars of the monsters, was filled with exhilaration. Quick, move aside. He raised his hand, signaling the other lion beasts to push the stones away. One lion beast instinctively trembled. Your Majesty, what if the monsters do not heed your command? The Lion King glared angrily at him. Then I shall use you to feed my pets. The Beast Man fell silent. The Beast King and his entourage entered, only to discover a female within the cave. Tang Ruan, upon seeing the newcomers, hurriedly stood up. She had been curled up in a corner, conversing with the offspring and too fearful to look at the opening above. Thus, when she saw someone enter, her first reaction was one of salvation. She dashed forward, only to meet Hu-Mo's astonished gaze. The Lion King's eyes lit up upon spotting Tang Ruan. How can there be such a delicate and fair female in the world? He felt her skin was softer than that of a mermaid. What a pity she is pregnant. However, that mattered little. Soon he would lead the monsters to slay her beast husband and take her back. As for the offspring, he would simply force her to absorb them. Who is she? The Lion King inquired. She is the messenger sent by the beast god to guard the monsters. Fox-Mo stared intently at Tang Ruan, exchanging a meaningful glance with her. Tang Ruan was perplexed by his words, but she discerned that the other party consisted of 5 formidable beastmen, likely lions, which posed a significant threat. Thus, she nodded in agreement with him. A guard? Can such a frail female truly keep watch over herself? The Lion King, Tang Ruan extended her hand, declaring, if I manage to escape from here, you shall behold your monsters. Fox-Mo, maintaining his composure, interjected, diverting the conversation. 2 lion beastmen leaped out first, and a monstrous creature swiftly soared overhead. The 2 lion beastmen, frightened, attempted to retreat, but the Lion King had already seized Tang Ruan and leaped into the fray. Fearful that she might take the opportunity to flee. What is there to fear? I am here, the Lion King proclaimed with pride. Monsters within the valley began to converge rapidly, and the creatures above multiplied, causing the Lion King to grow increasingly exhilarated. For, contrary to the legends, these monsters did not attack them. Rather, they hovered in midair, while those crawling on the ground maintained a safe distance. Tang Ruan was paralyzed with fear. Struggling to remain upright as she knelt on the ground, the blue light on her abdomen flickering. She knew that her offspring must also be terrified, and for their sake, she resolved to endure. Determined to find a way to survive, gently caressing her belly, a surge of blue light suddenly erupted outward, prompting the surrounding monsters to take a step back. Chapter 45. I wish to find you, ha 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 ha. Fear not, my dear, for I shall not harm you, the Lion King boasted arrogantly. Fox-Mo, witnessing the scene before him, was taken aback. This was not what he had anticipated. He had expected the monsters to instantaneously rend them to pieces, sacrificing himself for vengeance. Yet, why did these monsters remain motionless? Could it be that the Lion Clan truly descended from the beast god? Suddenly, the largest monster lunged forward tentatively. Tang Ruan's abdomen instantly emitted a fan-shaped blue light, shifting from blue to purple, causing the creature to slowly retreat. Yet, moments later, the monster advanced again, testing the waters once more. Tang Ruan's belly radiated purple light again. She contemplated her abdomen, recalling 2 small dogs probing each other as strength. If one party were to falter or provide an opening, the other would seize the opportunity to strike. Was it her offspring that dissuaded the monsters from approaching? Ha 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 ha. Do not fear. Come closer to your master. The Lion King beckoned excitedly to the monsters. Some of the creatures circled around to Tang Ruan's side, aiming for the lion beastmen, perhaps believing that there was nothing to threaten them from that direction. Fox-Mo seemed to understand as he quietly maneuvered behind Tang Ruan. Do they fear you? I do not know. Wolf Hunt had been stationed not far from the cave when he suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of energy pulsating through the canyon. He had never before felt such a unique energy within the valley. Was it a new monster? He intended to draw closer. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resonated from within the cave. The Lion King leaped into the opening. Is this gap wide enough? Come with me. Tang Ruan observed flecks of golden light cascading down with the falling debris. It must be the seal of the beast god that Potato Mama had mentioned. Monsters could not break the seal, But an ignorant beast man could die in the next instant. A multitude of monsters surged into the cave, even battling each other for the right to enter. The 5 lion beast men, along with Fox Mo, were instantaneously reduced to a crimson mist. Fox Mo's head flew past Tang Ruan, a smile still lingering on his lips. Tang Ruan was violently thrust to the ground by the force of the onslaught. Just as she was about to be crushed, a powerful force caught her in midair. Wolf Hunt! The blue energy of Wolf Hunt cradled her. The purple light on Tang Ruan's abdomen surged dramatically, and this time, even Wolf Hunt sensed it. His offspring possessed such formidable energy. The offspring gradually pushed the monsters back, and soon, the shattered stones began to rise, sand and debris swirling rapidly within the cave, swiftly sealing the entrance. Tang Ruan's complexion turned pale as she felt excruciating pain in her abdomen, as if someone were attempting to tear her apart from within. Sumpa, she called for Potato Mama, who rushed over and embraced Tang Ruan tightly. Child, just think of him as living in another world, and you must live well. Another world? Tang Ruan's eyes brightened. Indeed, for her, this was another world. She had traversed from near the volcano. Did that mean the crater was the entrance to her original world? Wolf Hunter disappeared after falling in. Perhaps he had crossed into her former world. It must be so. He was in her world. He simply didn't know how to return. Unable to contain her excitement, Tang Ruan wanted to express her thoughts but feared that others wouldn't believe her. In the end, she said nothing. As night fell and everyone fell asleep, she secretly made her way to the lakeside. Under the moonlight, the lake shimmered like a dreamlike obsidian. Wolf Hunter, you have made me wait, but I no longer wish to wait. I want to find you. Suddenly, a splash echoed through the night, and warm water engulfed Tang Ruan. The painful sensation of suffocation instinctively made her struggle, yet she clutched a slingshot made of a tree branch tightly in her hand. It was the one Wolf Hunter had made for their child. She had to take it with her to reunite with him. Wolf Hunter! Tang Ruan sat up abruptly, drenched, at the riverbank. Not far away, a crimson fox was licking its wounds. A deep gash marred its side, raw and inflamed, suggesting it had been injured for a long time. Its flesh was pale and even festering. Did you save me? The little fox glanced at her quickly before resuming its grooming. Tang Ruan sighed. Surely she was overthinking it. How could such a small fox possibly pull her out? Unless, of course, it was a beast man. Yes, it was a beast man. This meant she was still in the beast realm, having not returned home and nearly drowning in the process. That she hadn't perished was indeed a miracle. Tang Ruan instinctively touched the crystal around her neck, noting that its color seemed darker than before. Are you a beast man? You can understand me, can't you? The little fox looked up, its golden eyes meeting hers, and then it nodded. To avoid coincidence, I will ask again. You are a beast man? Correct? The little fox nodded again. Just then, a loud crash resonated from the nearby forest as a massive tree fell, sending a flock of birds into the sky. Damn it, that fox beast is well hidden. If we can't find it today, once I catch it, I'll skin it for a fur collar. A deep, hoarse voice declared. How many prey can that yield? Male foxes are always in high demand. Several females are waiting for one. Another sharp voice interjected. But it all depends on whether he can survive under my fist. The deep voice replied smugly. Stop talking. It's your fault for injuring its pelt. If it leaves a scar, the boss will kill us. Tang Ruan looked at the little fox. Are they after you? The little fox ignored her and darted into the underbrush, disappearing. Tang Ruan quickly climbed a tree. Those 2 beast men did not sound like good company, and it was best to avoid them. The 2 beast men soon appeared on the opposite bank of the river. One was over 2 meters tall, muscular, with sharp horns atop his head, clearly a bull beast. The other was of a leaner build, and Tang Ruan couldn't discern what he was. Why do I still smell a female? The sharp-faced one suddenly exclaimed. Are you mad for females? How could there be any precious females in a place like this? The bull beast said, beginning to turn back. The sharp-faced one grabbed him. Don't go. I truly smell one. Our weasel clan has an excellent sense of smell. Let's cross the river and take a look. The bull beast hesitated, saying, the other side is rife with toxins. My uncle ate the wild fruits over there and I'm not going. Even if there is a female beast, what can you do? Are you looking to throw your life away? If the Snake King finds out what we're doing, will he spare us? Upon hearing this, the bull beast seemed to consider it reasonable. Although females were precious, they could be sold. After all, they could force her to sign a contract with the male who bought her. As for whether that male would mistreat her after becoming her beast husband, that was no concern of theirs. Seeing the two approaching, Tang Ruan tightened her grip on the branch. Suddenly, a line of small text appeared in her mind. The hemp fruit tree, when ripe, explodes, releasing a powder that has a paralyzing effect. The leaves can detoxify, a plan formed in her mind. Tang Ruan hastily gathered some leaves and stuffed them into her mouth, chewing while she plucked the ripe hemp fruits. Puncturing each one, as the two beast men crossed the river, drawing closer, she readied her slingshot, aiming for the bull beast's nose. Child, you must bless your mother for a perfect shot. The hemp fruit shot out like a bullet, striking the bull beast's horn with a clang. What just fell on my head? The bull beast exclaimed, looking up. Suddenly, a flash of red darted through the grass. It was that wretched fox. The two men quickly turned their attention towards the rustling bushes, pursuing the little fox, whose agile form weaved through the underbrush. However, it was clear that it could not outrun the two beast men. Determined, Tang Ruan fired shot after shot at their backs, not caring whether she hit or not. Surely, if she fired enough, she would connect eventually. Just as the two beast men ran out of range, they were but a step away from the little fox. Tang Ruan hastily climbed down the tree to chase after them. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated in the distance. What happened? The weasel beast's voice faded away. Tang Ruan cautiously parted the underbrush and scooped up the little fox, who had also been knocked out by the hemp. Inside the cave, the crackling fire filled the air. The little fox opened its eyes, discovering that its wound had shrunk significantly, with only a small area covered in a large clump of green substance that looked somewhat repugnant. Don't move, that's medicine. The little fox withdrew its tongue, ears perked, curiously watching Tang Ruan, who was roasting something over the fire. I healed your wound halfway with my abilities. If I heal it completely, I might faint. And then no one could ensure your safety. The rest will heal in about 7 or 8 days. The little fox's eyes widened in shock. This female possessed abilities, and her power was healing, rarer than his own. Tang Ruan handed the little fox a charred, black object. The little fox immediately sat up and took 2 steps back. Tang Ruan suddenly realized that all 4 of its paws were white. Its fur appeared crimson in the shadows but was golden-orange in the light, resembling the little fox from her dreams who had called her wife. This is the black porcelain fruit. It's edible and quite sweet, she said nervously. The little fox glanced at her before lowering its head to munch on It. It was starving. However, the forest was rife with toxins, and it had only dared to eat things it recognized. Having saved this female and now being saved in return, it felt she was not a threat. After finishing one, the little fox looked eagerly at the others roasting in the fire. Take your time. Don't burn your mouth. Tang Ruan gently patted its back, realizing it must have choked from eating too quickly. All females across the land were the same. Upon seeing a handsome male beast, they sought to possess him. She had never even seen his human form. The little fox suddenly leaped back, crouching low and staring intently at Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan realized with a start that it was afraid of her. The little fox let out a warning growl that seems I have been mistaken for a creepy uncle by the fox. In the beast realm, many females actively pursued males. Tang Ruan retreated to the fire. I merely thought you resembled a beast husband from my clan. The little fox glanced at her wrist, where a bright red beast husband mark, a wolf's fang, was emblazoned, not belonging to the fox clan. Tang Ruan felt an awkwardness akin to having her lies exposed, despite the fact that she had not lied at all. The wolf hunter was indeed real. Thus, the other beastly husbands that had appeared in her dreams must also be true. Tang Ruan pressed her lips together, stating, what I mean is, I once dreamt of a little fox as beautiful as you, who was my beastly husband. The little fox's eyes brimmed with disdain. Tang Ruan turned her back to face the wall. Succumbing to her emotions, surely, he must think her a pervert. Speaking to the wall, she declared, once your wounds heal and you revert to human form, please tell me where this place is and how I can get there. I need to find my beastly husband, the wolf hunter. Then, we shall part ways. The little fox let out a soft huff, As if in agreement, in the ensuing days, the two collaborated in their respective roles. The little fox took charge of hunting, and after his wounds had nearly healed, he never returned empty-handed. Wild chickens, hares, and wild sparrows, all of which Tang Ruan transformed into hearty meals, leaving both of them with full bellies. Tang Ruan was responsible for gathering herbs. In addition to the medicinal plants for the little fox's recovery, she discovered many wondrous plants in the area. One particular pink flower, known as the bouncing flower, was rubbery in texture and the size of a fist, perfectly suited for storing the peculiar plants she encountered. She fashioned it into a garland, wrapping it around her waist. That night, Hu Che finally reverted to human form. Outside the cave, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. A small beast scurried by, peeking into the cave, catching sight of the awake Hu Che before hastily retreating. Hu Che stepped outside, gathered several large stones, and blocked the cave entrance. Upon returning, he found Tang Ruan, who had originally been sleeping by the fire, had retreated to a corner, curled up with her head against the stone wall, trembling uncontrollably. "Hey, aren't you cold?" Tang Ruan ignored him, burying her head deeper. Suddenly, he heard low sobbing. "Wolf Hunter, don't go. Don't chase after them. I don't want you to go. It's all my fault. All my fault. Baby. Where is my baby? My baby." Hu Che stood at a distance, silently watching her. So, her beastly husband and her child had both perished. It made sense. Otherwise, how could a female venture alone into such perilous territory? Yet, she had claimed she was searching for her beastly husband. The wolf hunter. Perhaps he had merely gone missing. Hu Che approached, calling out, "Tang Ruan." The thunder drowned out his voice. Tang Ruan's body trembled with the sound, appearing utterly pitiful. Hu Che took a deep breath, crouched down, and attempted to lift her by slipping one arm around her neck and the other beneath her legs, intending to carry her back to the fire. However, as he prepared to rise, he realized her hands were tightly gripping a protruding stone, likely mistaking it for her beastly husband. If he applied more force, she would undoubtedly awaken and misconstrue his intentions. Hu Che withdrew his hands, reasoning that it was fine. After all, she wouldn't die. Yet, as the night wore on, the heat became unbearable. "Hey, don't pull at my clothes. I'm so cold. Tang Ruan, don't crawl into the fire." In the end, he resorted to using his back to shield her from the fire. Tang Ruan trembled like a leaf. It seemed she was gravely ill. Would she die? After a while, Tang Ruan lay completely still. She should not be sleeping. Rather, she had succumbed to unconsciousness. Following a series of mental struggles, Hu Che transformed into his beast form. After regaining his energy, his beast form was significantly larger than that of an ordinary animal, his crimson fur shimmering with golden undertones in the firelight. Hu Che draped his fluffy tail over Tang Ruan, saying, "I'll cover you for a moment." He nestled close to the fire, initially sleeping cautiously, feeling somewhat anxious, for he had never placed his tail upon a female before. However, later, in a half-dream state, he rolled over, and Tang Ruan seized the opportunity to burrow into his embrace. The fluffy wolf hunter's tiger skin is truly comfortable. "You're the smelly old tiger, get off." Upon noticing the little female nestled in his arms, a rare smile graced his lips, and inexplicably, his heart softened. Hu Che swallowed the words he had intended to say, deciding instead, "Fine, considering she treated my wounds. I shall wait until dawn before pushing her away." I wondered why none could be found. It turned out the two were hiding here, mating. Tang Ruan awoke to the sound, opening her eyes to see a handsome young man pinned against the wall by a bull beast. She was quickly bound up tightly. The bull beast carried her as they walked, while the weasel beast led the bound Hu Che, who followed behind. The weasel beast complained, "You might as well carry them both together. We'd be able to move faster. The little female is fragrant. Let the stinky fox carry her." The weasel beast glanced impatiently at Hu Che, who towered over him. "Fine. Consider it a stroll then, big brother bull." "Could you please loosen my hands?" Tang Ruan said in a sweet, delicate voice. Hu Che's foot slipped, nearly causing him to fall, sending shivers down his spine. "Little female, it won't do you any good to act cute with my bull brother. If you truly fancy me, I could be your beastly husband, he. Such a soft and sweet little female, he had never encountered one like her before. Just carrying her made him entertain thoughts of mating. Hey, stop dreaming. She could trade for numerous things. The boss wouldn't to give you a chance. You're only suited for that cow in the outskirts. The bull beast huffed, genuinely seeming angry but too exhausted to retort. The boss would never bestow such a lovely little female upon a lowly beastman like him. Since it was not meant to be as the bull's mate, merely touching the bull's robust chest would suffice for her satisfaction. Hu Che's lips twitched. How had he not noticed that she was such a female? The previous night, he had been so close to her. The thought alone sent chills down his spine. It was exceedingly dangerous. Very well, the bull beast said, placing Tang Ruan on the ground and untying her hands, opting instead for a princess carry. Tang Ruan tapped his rock-solid chest, exclaiming, "Ah, big brother bull, you are truly so strong. I like you so much, Hu Che. Ha ha ha." The bull beast laughed heartily. Tang Ruan gazed at him in admiration, her hands already reaching for her waist. Chapter 48. He does not like females suddenly. A cloud of pink mist wafted by that. I love to hear it. Say a few more words. Ha ha ha. The bull beast chuckled gleefully. That is all, that is all? Ha 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 ha. If you keep talking, I'll make myself sick of it. Ha 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 ha. Tang Ruan suddenly joined in the laughter with the bull beast. Hu Che frowned at them. This female must truly be ill. What is that sweet smell? Ha 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 ha. The bull beast laughed so hard he could hardly breathe. Tossing Tang Ruan to the ground in a hurry, Tang Ruan stuffed a handful of the laughing powder antidote into her mouth and dashed toward Hu Che. The weasel beast lunged at her. But Tang Ruan flung the remaining powder all over him. Ha ha ha. What is this? The weasel beast laughed and rolled on the ground. Tang Ruan quickly untied Hu Che and pulled him to flee. After running for a while, Hu Che suddenly broke free from her grasp and crouched down, refusing to move. What is wrong? Hu Che lifted his head, his golden eyes glistening with tears, forming a smile that radiated warmth. His lips were tightly pressed, as if he were suppressing something. Ha ha ha. As soon as he spoke, a melodious and enchanting laugh escaped him. No. Ha ha ha. This feels so strange. Tang Ruan hurriedly stuffed another handful of antidote into his mouth. Hu Che grasped Tang Ruan's hand, resting his forehead against the back of her hand, gently nuzzling it. He struggled to suppress any strange sounds from escaping him. After a while, the effects of the potion kicked in, and he abruptly released her, taking a deep breath before collapsing onto the grass. What was that just now? Laughing powder. A pollen from a plant that induces laughter, Tang Ruan explained. Hu Che's eyes reddened. Does it have any other effects? Tang Ruan recalled, subconsciously filtering out the words regarding its aphrodisiac properties. None. Hu Che stood up, somewhat irritated, saying, Now that we've escaped, let us go our separate ways. Tang Ruan had no objection. Upon seeing Hu Che's human form, she was almost certain he was the little fox from her dreams, yet he appeared somewhat smaller than in her visions, suggesting they had not yet reached the moment of their union. In truth, whether or not they would eventually come together did not concern Tang Ruan. She already had the wolf hunter, though someone with a romantic mindset. All males other than her husband were merely passerby. All right, but first tell me where we are. Where can I find people? I need to search for my beastly husband, the wolf hunter. Hu Che brushed off his clothes and stood up. This place was once known as the City of Beasts. We are in the surrounding forest. The City of Beasts is filled with all sorts of beings, each belonging to different clans. That's wonderful. More people means more information, Tang Ruan replied eagerly. However, Hu Che's tone shifted. I advise against going. Why? Hu Che crossed his arms, exuding a sense of youthful pretentiousness. The Beast City was inherently a perilous place, where females could hardly survive without the protection of males. Moreover, recently, a new lord had taken charge of Beast City, capturing females for breeding purposes. Tang Ruan. A flicker of panic crossed her face. For some inexplicable reason, Hu Che felt a twinge of delight. This lord is truly a pervert. Does he not fear the curse of the beast god? It is not as if he is the one mating. What is there to fear? He has no desire for females. Tang Ruan. She is a female beast? How peculiar. Although females are precious in the beast world, their combat prowess is relatively low. In a society governed by strength, leadership typically falls to males. Potato Mama had secured her position as the first beast husband, and everyone adored her. Males, that is Tang Ruan. Oh. So beast men also have a penchant for male affection, Hu Che continued. He captures females to forge contracts with his kin, for their clan has not seen a female born in many years. At this rate, their race is on the brink of extinction, and no matter how formidable he may be, he will ultimately be alone. So, that is the case, Tang Ruan pondered. You tell me the way Hu Che felt a surge of irritation. Can she not comprehend? It is far too dangerous for her to venture there alone. Or does she simply not care? As Hu Che met Tang Ruan's expectant gaze, he suddenly scoffed. Indeed, females care little for the number of beast husbands they have. In fact, they might even relish having more attendants. Perhaps he was overthinking it. He had assumed she was not a casual female, but rather one steadfastly devoted to her beast husband. Just as Hu Che was about to impart knowledge to her, a commotion erupted behind them. Finally found you. Damn it. I will rent you out to 10 female beasts. No, 20. May you suffer the curse of the beast god and rot away to your demise. Leave that female to me. Heh heh. The bull beast and the weasel beast were now joined by 2 additional beastmen, each towering and charging towards them. This is bad. Hu Che instantly transformed into his beast form. Quickly, get on. His current beast form was over half a man tall, a stark contrast to their first encounter. Tang Ruan hesitated before swiftly climbing onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Hu Che, agile and swift, darted through the forest. The pursuing beastmen soon transformed into their beast forms as well, including a hideous lizard and a hyena. Can you move any faster? Tang Ruan could not help but urge. My energy has yet to fully recover. This is the fastest I can go. Hu Che suddenly halted. As they had reached the edge of a cliff, below, a raging river flowed, with another cliff not far off. Hu Che took a few steps back to gain momentum, but ultimately came to a stop at the precipice. Given the distance, he could not guarantee safety while carrying her. If it were just him, he could likely leap across. Though abandoning her would be selfish, he had pressing matters to attend to. He must wait for his elder brother. He must revive the Chi Fox clan and avenge his kin. He absolutely could not perish here. Furthermore, they would not harm females to most. They would find her a few beast husbands she did not fancy. But how to convince her to come down, if she resisted and clung to him? Neither of them would survive. It appeared that he had no choice but to use his abilities on her. Hu Che's golden irises gradually took on a rosy hue. Suddenly, his gaze froze, shock washing over him as he turned his head. Tang Ruan had actually climbed down willingly. What are you doing? You can't jump across, can you? Hurry and go. Tang Ruan waved her hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. Abandoning a female like that, what kind of male am I? Hu Che was incensed. Tang Ruan chuckled helplessly, admonishing, children should not speak like adults. Hurry and go. Do not mind me, I have my ways. Tang Ruan rummaged through the small pouches at her waist. The laughing powder was depleted. But this should sustain her for a while longer. I am an adult now. Hu Che gritted his teeth. Is that so? I did not notice. Tang Ruan took aim with her slingshot, launching me into the distance. However, this time, the beastmen skillfully dodged as they bore down upon them. Hu Che lowered his head, knocking Tang Ruan down onto his back. He leaped forward with all his strength, his front claws gripping the opposing cliff wall. Yet his body plummeted straight down. Tang Ruan slid down his tail, instinctively clutching on tight. Hu Che, weighed down, descended gradually. Tang Ruan attempted to climb back up, but the slightest effort only caused him to fall faster. Ha 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 ha! The beastman's mocking laughter echoed from behind. Looks like you can't escape now. Why don't we leave the female behind? The bull beast suggested. I think that is a good idea. After all, the boss won't know. The hyena beastman drooled, saying, let her form a contract with us today. I still think we should hand her over to the boss. The weasel beast gazed longingly at Tang Ruan's delicate form, thinking how such a beautiful female would surely benefit them later. Bind her up, so she has no chance to resist, right? The giant lizard beast coldly stated. The group reached a consensus and took a few steps back. Preparing to leap over, Hu Che's claws drew blood as he continued to struggle upwards. He absolutely could not allow her to fall into the hands of these dreadful beastmen. Suddenly, he felt a lightness upon his body. Chapter 49. Such audacity from a female, attempting to take advantage of the situation. With a splash, Tang Ruan was swept away by the rushing water, tumbling down to the depths of the cliff. Hu Che. Did she just let go on her own? How could there be such a foolish female in the world? Tang Ruan. Hu Che's voice echoed through the canyon. The lizard beast man, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Let's go after her." He pulled along the hyena beast man, racing towards the direction where Tang Ruan had fallen. The bull beast lamented, "The little female would rather die than accept me. Am I really that ugly? Woe is me." The weasel beast leapt across to the opposite cliff. Hu Che suddenly released his grip, and with a splash, he soon vanished alongside Tang Ruan beneath the cliff. Tang Ruan felt that she had somewhat of a water affinity buff. Shortly after plummeting, she was caught by a submerged tree trunk. Carefully, she balanced on the trunk and cautiously made her way to the shore. Just as she was about to catch her breath, the heavy breathing of beastmen reached her ears. Turning around, she was dismayed to see the four relentless pursuers had followed her once more. Dreadful. Tang Ruan dove into the tall grass. After a few steps, her body suddenly felt light as a feather, and her feet lost their coordination. A series of small words flashed in her mind. Long needle grass, poisonous. Short cherry grass, poisonous. Inchgold grass, poisonous. Tang Ruan's knees buckled as she sank down. Had she stumbled into a den of poisonous plants? Fortunately, there is always an antidote within 100 paces of any toxin. After struggling to crawl for a while, she was fortunate enough to find the antidote. Grabbing it, she stuffed it into her mouth. Her consciousness sharpened slightly as she overheard the beastmen outside the grass. "She has entered. Split up and search. Be cautious. This grass is poisonous." Tang Ruan crawled forward, having just made 2 strides when she suddenly felt a chilling presence beside her. Turning her head, she was startled to find a person lying in the grass. Tang Ruan instinctively gasped, thinking it was a corpse. She called out, "She is over there. She must be poisoned. It's fine. She won't die immediately. I know a member of the Snake Clan. They are experts in detoxification." Tang Ruan covered her mouth in shock. Shrinking back, the person awoken by her outburst slowly turned his face towards her, revealing a pair of deep green eyes, akin to the world's most understated yet exquisite gemstones. Tang Ruan gazed at him, uncertain, and tentatively called out, "Yin Qing." Yin Qing furrowed his brow slightly, propping himself up to glance outside the grass. The temperature around him abruptly surged, and the surrounding foliage was enveloped in a crimson glow. The stems losing moisture under the heat but not igniting, it seemed he could control the temperature. "They are chasing me. They want to capture me." Tang Ruan crawled towards him. She was uncertain if he recognized her. But the Yin Qing from her dreams was gentle and amiable, so surely he would assist her. Suddenly, Yin Qing turned sharply, his pupils transforming into slitted eyes, the hue lighter than before, emanating a chilling aura. Tang Ruan hastily retreated. Just then, painful groans echoed from outside the grass, followed by 4 figures soaring into the air with a series of thuds. All 4 beastmen crashed to the ground, a massive azure serpent tail, gleaming with a metallic sheen, arcing gracefully through the sky before elegantly plunging into the water. In that moment, Tang Ruan realized that his lower half was indeed that of a serpent. She suddenly understood. What she had been holding onto in the water was not a tree trunk, but rather his tail. She was somewhat curious and looked up, only to see him suddenly enveloped in a surge of purple energy. "Are you injured?" Yin Qing lightly coughed and, in the blink of an eye, slipped into the water. "What is wrong with you?" Tang Ruan rushed out from the bushes. "Get away." All right. It seemed she did not recognize him. How could such a gentle person in her dreams be so fierce? Tang Ruan took a couple of steps forward and suddenly spotted the 4 corpses of the beastmen. They're all dead. She could not help but tremble uncontrollably, retreating back to the shore. Yin Qing glared at her with displeasure, his thin lips pressed tightly together, seemingly suppressing his anger. Tang Ruan pointed across the river. "Can I go that way?" She then pointed behind her. "No, I really can't move. I'm so scared my brain feels like it's going to explode." Yin Qing closed his eyes, seemingly acquiescing. Tang Ruan waded into the water, which felt significantly warmer than before. Instinctively, she glanced at him, finding Yin Qing submerged beneath the water, his lower abdomen enveloped in swirling purple mist. He must be gravely injured. Is he poisoned? Doesn't he need treatment? After all, Her impression of Yanqing was the best among all the beastmen she had encountered in her dreams. It would not do to simply watch him die. "I can help you," she suddenly declared. Yanqing lifted his gaze slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. What a bold female, daring to take advantage of another's misfortune. Each time the Serpent Clan's energy heightened, it was accompanied by a mating season. A male without a mate would find it difficult to release pent-up energy, easily becoming frenzied and indiscriminately killing. To control himself during such times, he would resort to self-poisoning to diminish his power. Yet this female had the audacity to offer assistance. How could she possibly help? It was self-evident. Yanqing held disdain for females outside of the Serpent Clan, as one of the rare fire serpents in existence. He must wait for a female of his kind to appear to have a mate. Even if this female was indeed alluring, his gaze lingered on Tang Ruan's damp clothing before gradually shifting away. "If this continues, you may die." Tang Ruan took a step towards him in urgency. "You are completely surrounded by purple energy. If you don't leave now, you'll be the one to die." He felt the heat within him intensifying. How could he, who usually scorned females of other races, be developing feelings for her? Yet she absolutely could not become his mate. "Fine. You really don't know what is good for you, do you?" She stepped back and strode towards the opposite bank. Suddenly, she stepped on something round and plump. Yanqing's brow furrowed slightly. Tang Ruan fell headlong into the water. After a moment, a series of bubbles broke the calm surface. Yanqing inhaled deeply and raised his serpent tail, lifting Tang Ruan from the water. She lay limply on his tail. Who would have thought this cursed place would have poisonous creatures even beneath the water? Fortunately, there were antidote herbs on the shore. She hurriedly stuffed the antidote into her mouth, her condition instantly improving. Yanqing observed her with astonishment. This female could actually detoxify. Most females possessed no special abilities, and even if they did, they would gradually fade away from neglect. Yet she had managed to find the antidote so swiftly, indicating that she had either been using her abilities consistently or was exceptionally studious. Just a moment ago, he had thought her merely fortunate. Tang Ruan felt a bit better, rose, and prepared to leave. Yanqing suddenly felt a surge of heat, nearly overwhelming his reason. His massive serpent tail coiled around Tang Ruan. Pulling her back, Tang Ruan, upon seeing Yanqing attempt to abduct her, Hu Che, in a panic, dashed out from the woods towards her. The Serpent King was cold-blooded and did not favor females, unlike that foolish bull beast who allowed himself to be toyed with. With a loud bang, Hu Che collided with an invisible barrier, a dazzling red and green light flashing past. Stunned, he widened his eyes. The Serpent King had actually set up a barrier around them. Had it just been established? What was he planning? Yanqing placed Tang Ruan atop his body, his emerald eyes fixed on her, a primal desire swirling within their depths. "What do you want to do?" The Yanqing before her was entirely different from the one in her dreams. In her dreams, he never looked at her with such a predatory gaze. Tang Ruan turned to leave, but he grasped her hand and pulled her back. "Weren't you going to help me?" His warm breath brushed against her ear. "I want to see how you plan to assist me. If you can't help, I'll take your life." Reluctantly, Tang Ruan placed her hand on his chest. The moment her hand made contact, it felt as if it possessed some magical power. His fraying sanity instantly coalesced. Yanqing let out a soft hum of comfort, closing his eyes and exhaling slowly. Suddenly, he realized he had just experienced a moment of solace. He opened his eyes and gazed down at her exquisite profile. In a wonder serpent males required a mate after reaching maturity. The effect was so remarkable. Yet wasn't mating supposed to be necessary to achieve such comfort? They hadn't even engaged in that. He instinctively looked down. Tang Ruan blushed deeply. Don't look. She was well aware of what he was gazing at and was equally shocked. She had thought he was poisoned. Who would have known he was in heat? The poisonous herbs nearby almost all had the secondary effect of enhancing virility. It was no surprise he had become this way after lying in the grass for so long. However, as long as the poison could be dispelled, he should recover. "Hang in there. I'll help you quickly." Tang Ruan placed her other hand on his chest, closing her eyes and concentrating. The purple energy surrounding him gradually began to dissipate, and his temperature lowered accordingly. "Tang Ruan," he murmured her name with a sense of comfort. Hearing her name, she opened her eyes to meet his gaze, then hurriedly shut them again, focusing her thoughts. She had no time to ponder how he knew her name. In her repeated state of poisoning, her own condition was quite poor. If she could not concentrate fully to help him expel the poison, she might faint at any moment. Moments later, Yin Qing recovered, but Tang Ruan, having overexerted her abilities, collapsed into his embrace. Gazing down at the delicate and soft female in his arms, Yin Qing felt a different kind of desire surging within him. After hesitating for a moment, he raised his hand, intending to wrap it around her. Tang Ruan suddenly struggled to prop herself up. Yin Qing froze. What had he just been about to do? I'm leaving now that you're better. Tang Ruan decisively turned and leaped into the water, stumbling forward. Stop! Tang Ruan's body stiffened. After saving him, did he still want her life? What is it? She replied, her fatigue evident in her tone. Yin Qing was taken aback. Momentarily at a loss for words, he did not even know why he had called out to her. However, she had just soothed him, performing a task only a mate could accomplish. He should keep her close. That way, whenever energy surged, he could receive timely comfort. Yet there were certain matters he needed to clarify first. Yin Qing looked coldly at Tang Ruan. Follow me, and I will repay you. But I will never acknowledge a being of another race as my mate, he declared haughtily. Tang Ruan replied, Huh? She raised her wrist. I have no intention of claiming you. I already have a beast husband. And no sooner had she spoken than Hu Che suddenly descended from the sky, his red and green energy entwining him. With a loud thud, he was thrown into the water. Yin Qing's voice carried a hint of irritation. Bring your beast husband with you and follow me. Tang Ruan only learned after arriving at the beast city that Yin Qing was the new lord of the city, having just conquered it. The reason was that Beast City was a region abundant in various beastman races. He hoped that serpent males could find mates here who could bear serpent offspring. All females willing to accept serpent husbands would receive protection and preferential treatment from the serpent clan. Naturally, males desiring serpent wives would receive the same. However, serpent females were extremely selective. Once they set their sights on a male, they would go to great lengths to obtain him. The reason Hu Che was being pursued was that he had inadvertently caught the attention of a serpent female. In the cave, once the serpent beast responsible for their arrangements departed, Hu Che, hands on his hips, angrily exclaimed, Those beast husbands of that female are offering 30 crystal stones as a reward for me. Am I some kind of commodity? Crystal stones? Tang Ruan gently caressed the crystal on the neck of the little one. Not this one, Hu Che remarked, but rather a legendary gem from the Beast God Mountain that can amplify or awaken supernatural powers. He discerned that the ethereal crystal adorning Tang Ruan was a spectral gem, a rarity only acquired after the death of elite beastmen. Impressive, isn't it? He inquired tentatively. Indeed, Tang Ruan replied with a smile. Nodding her head, Hu Che sighed, realizing that her beastman husband had, in fact, perished. It was evident how deeply they had loved each other in life, leading to her current state of disarray. Despite possessing the spectral gem of her husband, she was still desperately searching for him. Hu Che shifted the conversation, saying, in any case, to spare us both from unnecessary trouble in the Beast City, you shall pretend to be my wife, and I will feign being your beast man. He produced a red gold bracelet woven from fox fur and took her hand to fasten it. What are you doing? Tang Ruan protested, pulling her hand back, only to have it drawn back again. This will conceal your beastman mark. Our Fox Tribe S markings are not like this. He secured it with a charming bow. There, now you bear my scent. The moment you step outside, everyone will assume you have a fox beastman. Tang Ruan gazed at Hu Che's exuberant smile, pondering why she felt he was genuinely pleased. Could it be that he was beginning to harbor feelings for her at this very moment? Oh, right. Hu Che suddenly sprang up, dashing to the side to fetch a stick. There's something very important we haven't done. He placed the stick prominently in the center of their dwelling. From now on, I shall reside here, and you shall stay over there. Should you dare to approach with ill intentions, I will bite you to death. After all, I would face no punishment from the beast god for it. He chuckled triumphantly, leaving Tang Ruan to ponder her overactive imagination. Once somewhat revived, Tang Ruan eagerly sought news about the wolf hunter. The Beast City was divided into the inner city, middle city, and outer city. The inner city was exclusively inhabited by the Serpent Tribe, numbering around several hundred. The middle city housed both serpent tribesmen and their non-serpent partners, totaling nearly 1,000. The outer city was primarily composed of indigenous inhabitants, with hardly any serpent tribesmen, and their numbers remained unknown. Initially, upon hearing that the serpent tribe was dwindling, she assumed they were akin to the wolf tribe, with only about 20 individuals left. However, the total count was actually around 400 to 500. 400 to 500? That's quite a considerable number. Tang Ruan conversed with a female beast residing in the inner city. The female appeared as large as a potato mother, yet she had 7 or 8 beastmen partners, all seemingly comparable in size to Hu Che. What is the meaning of this? The female boasted. In our serpent tribe's heyday, we numbered over 100,000. Such a multitude. It appears the beast world is far grander than I had imagined. The female's eyes wandered curiously over Tang Ruan. I heard you were brought back by the Serpent King. Are you also of the serpent tribe? Tang Ruan blinked. Claiming to be part of the serpent tribe might work in her favor, as she remained uncertain of her true identity. The female, assuming her silence was acquiescence, clapped her hands joyfully. Splendid. I heard you have only one beast man. I have 10 sons. Allow me to introduce you. No need. Thank you. Tang Ruan swiftly retreated. To gather information, she needed to be in more populous areas. After nearly 2 hours of walking, she finally reached the outer city, bustling with activity and lang of beings, tigers, rabbits, horses, parrots, lizards, and pangolins. Many beastmen could be identified by their appearance or names, showcasing the rich diversity of species. Taking a bold step, she approached several seemingly amiable beastmen to inquire, but to no avail. Some, upon catching sight of her, turned on their heels and fled, having deduced that she hailed from the inner city. The outer city bore no beautiful females like her. Those had all migrated to the middle city to become the wives of serpent beastmen. Moreover, her attire was crafted from the serpent tribe's characteristic lightweight material. With a sigh, Tang Ruan lamented how the others appeared to shy away from the serpent tribe. To glean useful information from them, she would have to engage in a trade of interests. Her gaze swept across the street until it landed on a gaunt male beastman clutching a child. The male looked emaciated, clearly suffering from malnutrition, while the child's flushed face and unsteady gait indicated illness. Approaching him, Tang Ruan inquired, "Brother, is your little one unwell?" The male immediately became wary, clutching the child closer. "What do you want?" "I want to sell him. Even if my child were to perish, I wouldn't sell him for food." Tang Ruan was taken aback. Was there a practice of cannibalism here as well? She quickly waved her hands. "No, you misunderstand. I happen to possess a remedy for such ailments." From her pouch, she retrieved some herbs and offered them to him. The male eyed her warily. "I have no crystals. That is unnecessary." "Then why are you being so kind to us?" The male remained skeptical, for in the beast city, it was a realm of survival of the fittest. The weak were left to await their demise. With no means to hunt, he could earn no crystals and was left to abandon his child on the streets to perish. What could possibly compel such a beautiful female to appear and offer aid? Surely, he was not in a delirious state from hunger, dreaming fancifully. Tang Ruan pondered for a moment. "I do have something to ask of you." The male visibly relaxed. Tang Ruan described the appearance and characteristics of the wolf hunter. "I haven't seen the person you described." "That's all right. Just make sure to give the medicine to your child when you return home. If it proves effective, please inform those around you. I only need to learn of a person named Wolf Hunter, and you can receive free medical treatment from the shaman." Having said this, she took her leave. The male watched her retreating figure with lingering doubt. A shaman? That female claimed to be a shaman? Surely, such esteemed practitioners would not concern themselves with lowly beastmen like them. When the sick fell ill, they had only to await their inevitable fate. However, as night fell, he could not resist the urge to mix the herbs with water and feed them to his ailing child. The following day, Tang Ruan reappeared in the outer city, suddenly sensing a myriad of covetous eyes fixated upon her. Towering and oddly shaped beastmen surrounded her, sending shivers down her spine. She quickly took a few steps back. Suddenly, someone shouted, "That's her." Tang Ruan took off running, but soon found herself pursued. "Shaman, please save my child. He is burning with fever." "Shaman, my wound has persisted for 3 months without healing. If this continues, my leg will be ruined." "Shaman, I have numerous small lumps on my body. All right, one at a time. Tang Ruan stood atop a large tree stump. I seek information about a person named Wolf Hunter. He is over 2 meters tall and weighs over 200 pounds. His supernatural ability is akin to a flash of lightning. Tang Ruan's mouth twitched. Let me reiterate. The entire morning passed without respite for Tang Ruan. She tended to various minor ailments with her supernatural powers. And for those requiring medicine but lacking sufficient supplies, she led them into the forest to gather herbs. Initially hesitant to enter the forest, the beastmen were persuaded by Tang Ruan's assurance that they were not for others, but for their own healing. They consumed the antidote she provided and joined her efforts. After an entire day, news spread throughout the beast city that a shaman had arrived, offering free treatment in exchange for a simple message to be disseminated. This quickly circulated from the outer city to the inner city. Its the female you brought back. Shi Ming knelt before Yin Qing. In just one day, she united all the beastmen in the outer city, rallying them to follow her instructions. We have toiled for months without success. They would rather starve than submit to the serpent tribe's directives. Yin Qing rose from his stone seat. It is only natural for them to harbor some resentment after we occupied their land. Shi Ming snorted softly. Their former lives were hardly better than their current situation. The former oppressors of the beast city have been thoroughly eradicated by the serpent tribe. What remains are merely submissive beastmen. They could have enjoyed a more stable life alongside the serpent tribe, yet they persist in their distrust. What is the name of the beastman you wish to inquire about? Yin Qing suddenly asked. Wolf Hunter, she replied. I heard he is her beastman, and they became separated. Originally, she had 2 beast husbands. Toa female, beast husbands are akin to possessions. Losing one is indeed regrettable. However, for someone like her, who expended so much effort, even employing her special abilities to disseminate information regarding the lack of healers in the outer city, she truly is the first to do so. Yin Qing suddenly felt that this female was quite intriguing. When Tang Ruan left, she went empty-handed but returned laden with packages. Even though she repeatedly declined, she could not resist the fervent hospitality of the beastmen. Upon returning to the cave, Tang Ruan tossed her belongings onto the floor and collapsed onto the soft couch. Falling into a deep slumber, in the latter half of the night, she suddenly sensed someone standing at the head of her bed, staring at her. Startled, Tang Ruan sat up. Hu Che stood with his arms crossed, visibly irate. Humph. Tang Ruan, still groggy from sleep, asked, What is the matter? Hu Che's gaze fell downward. Shouldn't I be asking you? Is my bed more comfortable? It was then that Tang Ruan realized she had slept on the wrong side. She pinched the bridge of her nose and apologized. I'm sorry, I was too tired today. She then stood up and moved towards her designated side. Hu Che shifted aside, but suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Tang Ruan fell back onto the soft couch. Tang Ruan! He rushed over, his hand touching her forehead, which was burning hot. How did you become this ill? Hu Che scooped Tang Ruan up and dashed out of the cave, searching for a healer in the inner city for quite some time. The healer was an elderly male beastman with entirely white hair. Upon hearing about Tang Ruan's healing abilities and the events of the past few days, he quickly reached a conclusion. She had overexerted her powers. If this continued, it could lead to her demise. Don't scare me. It's just exhaustion. A bit of rest is all I need. Hu Che said this, but the hand that held Tang Ruan trembled slightly. How could she be on the brink of death? She has been lively these past few days. The healer sighed. If I am not mistaken, she must have recently lost her offspring, severely depleting her vitality, and has been plagued by sorrow and illness. You mentioned she was ill recently but recovered the next day. It appears she used her powers to save herself, yet overall, it still took a toll on her body. During this time, she has also expended a significant amount of energy to save 2 others. All these factors have sufficiently drained her, coupled with repeated poisoning and a full day of exertion today. According to the healer, Hu Che suddenly realized that even a robust male beast would be brought low under such circumstances. Could it be that Tang Ruan was truly facing death? Chapter 52. The Sophisticated Seduction Techniques of Females? Healer, what should we do? I beg you, save her. Hu Che grasped the old healer's arm tightly. The healer's white brows furrowed. He looked at Hu Che and said, There is a way, but, please, tell me, you are her beast husband, correct? Hu Che paused, silence enveloping him for 3 seconds before he nodded. You belong to the Red Fox tribe, which mainly consists of high-level beast men. If you are willing to sacrifice all your energy to save her, she may yet be saved. However, you will lose your abilities from that moment on. Beastmen are categorized into low-level, mid-level, and high-level. Low-level beastmen possess no abilities. Mid-level beastmen have potential but have not fully developed it. And high-level beastmen possess abilities. Beyond high-level, energy levels begin to stratify. Hu Che lowered his head. I am not. I am a mid-level beastman. Mid-level beastman? The old healer regarded him skeptically. Generally, the more attractive a beastman, the higher their level. That a beastman is handsome as you claiming to be mid-level? Surely, you do not wish to sacrifice for your mate. The old healer's disdain was evident as he placed a hand on Hu Che's shoulder. Moments later, he spoke, puzzled. You truly are a mid-level. Can I save her then? A mid-level beastman cannot transfer energy. How would you save her? Is there a high-level beastman here who can? Hu Che's anxious gaze softened the old healer's heart. It is futile. Who would willingly sacrifice their abilities to save a stranger? Unless they are a beastman of level 3 or above. After expending level 3 energy, they can retain their powers, but it depends on whether they are willing. Who is it? Hu Che interrupted the old healer's lengthy discourse with urgency. We have no one above level 3, but there is one at level 10. The old healer seemed to suddenly recall something. Shaking his head with a smile, forget it. You are so handsome. Even if your mate dies, there will still be females vying for you. Moreover, her previous beast husband was so formidable yet died. No one will look down on you. The old healer also noticed the high-level beastman's ghostly crystal on Tang Ruan's neck, which was at least a level 7 crystal. I ask you, who is it? Suddenly, Hu Che transformed into a giant fox and pounced on the old healer. I'll tell you, but it won't do you any good. If you don't tell me, you'll regret it. Hu Che threatened, poised to bite his neck. All right. I'll tell you, young man, don't be too impulsive. In the dead of night, Yin Qing was awakened by a cacophony outside the cave. Shi Ming, a black snake, slithered into Yin Qing's cave, swiftly transforming into a dark-skinned youth. Shi Ming knelt before him. What is it? Yin Qing's snake tail morphed into human legs as he rose from his bed. A fox has entered. It's the female beast husband you brought back, and she insists on seeing you. We've already forced her out of her beast form, yet she refuses to leave. Outside the cave, the sounds of the fox's anguished struggles echoed. Yin Qing's brow furrowed slightly. Shi Ming, we should have captured her. I will handle it now. Wait. Yin Qing called out. What is it? Her mate is on the verge of death and wishes for you to expend level 3 energy to save her. Are you jesting? A female of another tribe. Before Shi Ming could finish, Yin Qing had already stepped outside. Hu Che had transformed back to the size of an ordinary fox, lying on the ground, barely alive, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As soon as Yin Qing approached, he instantly transformed into a youthful form and clung to Yin Qing's leg with a speed that left everyone stunned. With a pitiful gaze, he looked up, his blood-stained lips curling into a desperate smile. Please, save her. I will grant you any request you desire. Snake King, he is of the Red Fox tribe. Be wary of his charm, Shi Ming warned. Suddenly, he froze. What was he saying? How could he let slip the secret that the Snake King disliked females? Although this was a closely guarded secret, it had escaped his lips. Would the Snake King silence them? He cautiously glanced at Yin Qing, who was not looking his way but was instead impatiently staring at Hu Che. All right, quickly take me to her. Hu Che, clutching onto his last breath, let go. He transformed back into beast form and dashed outside. He had won the gamble. He knew the Snake King was interested in Tang Ruan. He had seen it that day in the forest. Even if he had no interest, at the very least. Suddenly, Hu Che felt a chill run down his spine, shaking off his fur. Fortunately, he was not interested in him. Inside the cave, a massive snake tail gleaming with metallic luster wrapped around Tang Ruan, channeling red energy into her body continuously. Tang Ruan's eyelashes fluttered as she felt her condition improving, and Yin Qing slowly retracted his tail. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around him tightly, clinging to him like an octopus. Yin Qing frowned, raising his tail in an attempt to shake her off. Yet, Tang Ruan, eyes closed, began to whine. Don't move. I'm going to fall. Her soft body rubbed against his tail. Yin Qing thought, is she awake or dreaming? Tang Ruan smiled sweetly in her dreams, envisioning herself tightly embracing the wolf hunter. The sense of happiness allowed her to momentarily forget the pain of reality, disregarding the surreal sensation. Let go? Yin Qing's voice carried a hint of irritation. How could this female call out another male's name while embracing him? It was an affront to his honor. With a forceful motion, he flung Tang Ruan onto the soft couch. Ouch! Tang Ruan awoke to find Yin Qing sitting across from her on Hu Chei's soft couch, his expression a mix of complexity as he gazed at her. After pondering for 3 seconds, she concluded, "You came into my cave in the middle of the night. What do you want from me?" She crossed her arms, feigning the demeanor of a slightly harassed female. Yin Qing replied, "You have overexerted your energy and are on the brink of death. I just saved you. We are even now." Yin Qing rose to his feet and turned to leave. His patience was sufficient only for such a brief exchange with her. However, Tang Ruan suddenly felt a spark of determination. Yin Qing was, after all, the kind-hearted figure she had envisioned in her dreams, albeit with a slightly sour demeanor. She hurried after him, exclaiming, "Yin Qing, I wish to propose a transaction." Yin Qing whirled around, fixing her with a penetrating gaze. His emerald eyes narrowed into slits. Had this female always possessed such audacity? From their very first meeting, she had boldly called him by name, leading him to suspect that she had encountered him in the Beast City, perhaps attempting to entice him with her familiarity. Yet, just recently, she had appeared as a love-stricken figure, nearly losing herself over her missing beast husband. How could she shift so swiftly to such an intimate address? What were her true intentions? Was this a mere ploy of advanced seduction? If her actions were indeed designed to capture his attention, he would have to regard her with newfound respect for her courage and cunning. "What transaction?" Yin Qing inquired, observing her with keen anticipation for her performance. Tang Ruan pondered for a moment before earnestly stating, "I can assist you in ensuring the serpent clan has more female serpents. If you help me find my beast husband, Lang Lai." Chapter 53. The Serpent King sets his eyes on Tang Ruan's beast husband, Hu Chei. Yin Qing scrutinized her from head to toe. You belong to the Serpent Clan?" Realizing he had misunderstood, Tang Ruan quickly waved her hands. "I am not. I merely know how to hatch female serpents." She should have anticipated this, asked the Serpent King. Yin Qing undoubtedly possessed a wealth of resources. It would be far quicker for him to assist her in locating Lang Lai than for her to inquire one by one. However, Yin Qing's expression conveyed clear skepticism. As he prepared to leave once more, Tang Ruan dashed forward, arms outstretched to block his path. "I will prove it to you. If I succeed, you will help me find Lang Lai." Once again, Lang Lai's name. Hearing it repeatedly that evening had almost numbed his ears. "We'll discuss it once you've accomplished that," Yin Qing declared, unwilling to linger in a prolonged exchange, stepping out of the cave. Though her declaration had echoed into the air, Tang Ruan remained uncertain of how to substantiate her claims. First and foremost, the lack of a thermometer was a significant obstacle. Moreover, no beastman would willingly offer their eggs for experimentation. After a night of contemplation, she learned the next day about Hu Chei's daring intrusion into the Serpent King's lair. He had been severely injured and was forbidden from allowing Tang Ruan to use her powers, spending his days in his little fox form, nestled within the cave. Tang Ruan catered to him with the utmost care. Foraging for herbs to brew medicine, tea times, he would curiously observe her from his spot at her feet, and when she prepared delicious meals, he would leap onto her lap, licking his lips in anticipation of roasted chicken legs. To prevent him from pilfering bites, Tang Ruan would hold him in one arm while cooking with the other. In those moments, she truly regarded him as a pet, entirely forgetting that he was a male beast man. It seemed Hu Chei felt similarly. He would sometimes leap onto her lap and doze off. Tang Ruan speculated that perhaps this was the most vulnerable state for a beast man, akin to that of a small animal. So she refrained from reprimanding him. However, one night, she awoke to find a boy nestled in her embrace, his head tucked under her arm, gently nuzzling her. Tang Ruan jolted upright. The boy also awakened instantly, pressing a hand over her mouth and pinning her down, whispering, "You saw nothing. You saw nothing." A rose-tinted glow shimmered in Hu Chei's eyes, and Tang Ruan found it enchanting, her eyelids growing heavy once more as she drifted back into a daze. The following day, she discovered Hu Chei atop the table, stealthily snatching bites from the meat she had covered the previous day. His little paws fumbled until, with a crash, a bowl toppled to the ground. Startled, he leaped, seeking refuge beneath the table. Tang Ruan rubbed her temples, lamenting the absurd dream she had experienced the night before. Tang Ruan, a voice called from the cave entrance, belonging to a middle-aged female serpent. Shi Yin, who had previously conversed with her. Sister, you seek me? Tang Ruan hurried out. A friend of my beast husband from the outer city has entrusted me with some items for you. Ever since Tang Ruan had risked her life to save a beast man from the outer city, and Hu Che had boldly entered the Serpent King's lair, the tale of their exploits had spread, making Tang Ruan a figure of renown in Beast City. The attitude of the outer city beast men toward Yin Qing had also shifted. It was said that a portion of them were now willing to heed the Serpent Clan's directives and hunt in designated regions. As Tang Ruan opened the package, she found it filled with an abundance of meat. Despite their own survival struggles, they endeavored to deliver the best to her. Such kindness reminded her of the Groundhog Clan. Wanting to share some with Shi Yin as a token of gratitude, she was met with refusal. The prey my beast husband hunts is more than enough. I intended to give you some. She glanced into the cave, spotting little fox Hu Che gnawing on a chicken leg. Leaning closer, Shi Yin whispered, though your beast husband is handsome and devoted, he's of little utility. How about I give you 5 of my sons instead? Tang Ruan replied, can we refrain from discussing this topic at our next meeting? Unfazed by the rejection, Shi Yin persisted, Tang Ruan, I am merely looking out for you. What if one day the Serpent King demands you send Hu Che away? Shi Yan's eyes gleamed with a hint of madness, suddenly reminding Tang Ruan of the alternate version of the tale circulating lately, that the Serpent King had taken a liking to her beast husband, Hu Che. Tang Ruan pressed her lips together, pondering how she could prove to her that Yin Qing was not inclined that way. Surely, she could not reveal that she had already attempted such in another world. After finally bidding farewell to Shi Yin, Tang Ruan shouldered her pack, preparing to return the items to the outer city beastmen while also inquiring about Lang Lai. Upon her arrival, the outer city beastmen greeted her with warmth. Witch Doctor, we are so relieved to see you well. We have been terribly worried. Could we trouble you, Witch Doctor, to examine our little one? Tang Ruan conducted a simple examination on the small female beast. Just as she was about to use her powers, she felt a piercing gaze fixed upon her. Turning her head, she found Hu Che had somehow followed her. The other beastmen also recognized him. Witch Doctor, is this the beast husband who was struck out of his beast form? One called out. Hu Che leaped onto Tang Ruan's lap, asserting his claim by pinning her arm down, preventing her from using her powers. The ailment of the small female beast could also be treated with herbs, but Tang Ruan had become accustomed to using her powers in the cave valley. Only now did she realize that she could not deplete her powers indiscriminately. In the past, while she slept, how many times had Lang Lai secretly infused her with energy? The thought of him pierced her heart with pain, yet now, no one seemed to care for her suffering. Tang Ruan addressed the little female beast's parents. I will take you all to gather herbs. Teaching them to fish rather than merely giving them fish, Tang Ruan led them in foraging while instructing them on common ailments and the necessary remedies. Suddenly, a snake, as thick as a finger, darted out from the grass, startling Tang Ruan. Hu Che sprang into action, swiftly biting the snake's neck. However, another snake of similar size soon followed. Hu Che pinned it down with a paw, and then a swarm of snakes emerged. Hu Che? Tang Ruan scooped him up and leaped aside. Initially, he had aimed to play the hero, proclaiming, "There's nothing to worry about. These snakes are generally harmless. They merely appear vibrant but are not venomous," an elder beastman chuckled, addressing Tang Ruan and Hu Che. The witch doctor and her partner are truly affectionate. Tang Ruan suddenly found the snakes intriguing. Why were they both red and green? It seemed they were a nest of snakes, with the red ones being female and the green ones male. An epiphany struck her. These could serve as ideal subjects for her experiments. If she could ensure that all the hatchlings in a nest were female, perhaps Yin Qing would allow her to use serpent eggs for her trials. Hu Che, you looked incredibly impressive while catching those snakes earlier. Tang Ruan exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile. Hu Che proudly lifted his head. Could you, perhaps, catch the parents of this nest for me? Hu Che, Tang Ruan. I'll add an extra chicken leg for you tonight. Hu Che flashed a charming smile. Chapter 54. Come closer to the Serpent King before long. Hu Che had located a red snake as thick as her wrist, proudly presenting it to Tang Ruan. He raised his little head in anticipation of praise. Witch doctor, what do you need this female snake for? A curious beast man inquired. Tang Ruan replied, I wish to use it to lay snake eggs. Oh, you want to eat snake eggs? Tang Ruan was about to refute when the beast man continued, but this one won't do. It's already empty. Tang Ruan glanced at the scattering little snakes, realization dawning upon her. Right? The snake eggs must have already transformed into little snakes. If you wish, we can help you catch a few. Upon hearing that Tang Ruan wished to procure eggs from the female snakes, the orcs eagerly offered their assistance in capturing them. The shaman had helped them for so long, never once asking for anything in return, merely seeking information. Whenever she received prey from others, she would return it. Finally, having found what she desired, they were determined to satisfy her. The orcs dispersed to search, and before long, they had captured 7 or 8 snakes. Each time Hu Che spotted a red snake and moved to seize it, an orc would snatch it away first, claiming the credit in the end. Nearly every orc had a snake in hand, while Hu Che was left empty-handed, his head drooping in disappointment. Suddenly, Tang Ruan noticed a small female beast, appearing to be 2 or 3 years old, stuffing grass into her mouth. Don't eat that recklessly, she exclaimed, rushing over to snatch it away. No need to worry. We've been accustomed to eating this since we were young. The shaman reassured her. Tang Ruan looked up to see a robust female with a gentle voice. Do you enjoy eating grass? She asked with curiosity. All the orcs she knew, including the root and fruit-loving groundhog tribe, actually preferred meat. Did the shaman mean that they had no prey and could only fill their stomachs with this? The female smiled and nodded. Indeed. We bovine beasts love this grass. It's sweet, far tastier than meat. She plucked a stem from the ground and offered it to Tang Ruan. The grass had an oval bulge at its tip, resembling a seed pod. Feeling too bashful to refuse, Tang Ruan accepted it. Instantly, a string of small characters appeared in her mind. Sweet wheat, carbohydrate plant, wheat. This plant, is it called wheat in your homeland? The bovine beast inquired. Tang Ruan eagerly chewed on it, discovering its sweet flavor. With wheat, flour could be made, and from flour, a myriad of delicious dishes. Buns, steamed bread, noodles, dumplings, could be prepared. Having spent 3 years in the beast realm, she had nearly forgotten the taste of these foods. Alas, regrettably, this is all I can find here. The bovine beast sighed. What do you mean? Tang Ruan asked. Our original hunting grounds were abundant with edible plants. Previously, in the city of beasts, although we were bullied daily, we still had enough to eat. Ever since the serpent tribe arrived and forcibly seized our hunting grounds, we were allocated a territory filled with prey but devoid of food, resulting in our constant hunger. But isn't a hunting ground supposed to be plentiful in prey? Tang Ruan speculated that Yin Qing might think the same. Her intention had been to arrange a better life for them, yet it had backfired. She felt she ought to find an opportunity to mention it to him. After some time gathering herbs, Tang Ruan also discovered several types of fruits that existed in her original world. It was not until sunset that Hu Che and Tang Ruan returned, laden with their findings. The little fox appeared quite disheartened. Even if the snake you found cannot lay eggs, I will still add an extra chicken leg for you. After placing their items down, Tang Ruan comfortingly ruffled Hu Che's head. Hu Che turned away with a huff, curling up into a ball. Did he only desire chicken legs? Tang Ruan mused. Toot. Hu Che perked up an ear. No, he remained upset. Clearly, he had been the one to find it first. And she hadn't praised him at all. Tang Ruan sighed, turning away to tend to her belongings, while Hu Che grew increasingly agitated, scratching his head with his front paw. Suddenly, a cluster of gleaming purple fruits appeared before him. I saved these just for you, grapes. Hu Che sat up, surprised. When had she procured grapes? He licked his lips. I knew you would like them. Tang Ruan declared proudly. In truth, I discovered 2 bunches of ripe ones and managed to snatch a bunch from a 3-year-old. Hu Che's eyes sparkled, feeling the delight of being cherished. His spirits lifted instantly as he circled around Tang Ruan. Eat up. They are all for you. Tang Ruan treated him like a pet. She placed the grapes on a plate before him and stood to light a fire outside the cave. The city of beasts was quite warm, and it was too hot to roast food within the cave as the fire crackled. Hu Che suddenly dashed over, holding a grape in his mouth, his front paw resting on her knee. Tilting his head to share, Tang Ruan, with her hands covered in soot, contemplated before bending down to bite off a grape from the bottom of the bunch. Hu Che's face flushed with a quick blush, though his fur was red as well, rendering him unnoticed by Tang Ruan. Meanwhile, Yanqing happened to witness this scene, pausing unconsciously. "Your Majesty, should I call Hu Che over?" Shimei whispered. Hearing the commotion, Tang Ruan looked up, meeting Yanqing's slightly irate gaze. Why does he always wear such a sour expression? No wonder even his kin thinks he is bent. Tang Ruan felt awkward under his stare and initiated a conversation. "Your Majesty, would you care to join us for dinner? We are roasting meat today." Roasting meat? He had been patrolling the City of Beasts and had heard from other tribes about Tang Ruan introducing a new cooking method, which rendered the meat more tender and was particularly favored by the older females. Very well. Tang Ruan thought it was merely a polite gesture, yet he genuinely agreed. It was a fortuitous opportunity to discuss the situation regarding the hunting grounds outside the city. She alternated threading chicken meat and skin onto skewers, placing them over the fire to roast. As she cooked, she sprinkled the spices she had collected over the past few days. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Yanqing, initially gazing into the distance, found his attention drawn to the enticing scent. The food indeed looked appealing. How could a female delve into culinary methods? Wasn't that the responsibility of the males? It seemed her former beast husband had not cared for her well, or perhaps the beast husband beside her now was simply inept. Yanqing's gaze shifted to Hu Che, who was gnawing on a chicken leg nearby. Hu Che shivered inexplicably, meeting the Serpent King's vertical pupils. Hu Che, why are you lying so far away? Come closer to the Serpent King, Shimei urged. Chapter 55. Long live the Serpent King. Tang Ruan simultaneously observed the embarrassment on Hu Che and Yanqing's faces. She hurriedly offered a skewer of meat to Yanqing. "Your Majesty, please have a taste." "What did you call me?" Yanqing asked, feeling inexplicably irritated. When his vertical pupils turned to her, Tang Ruan was startled. "Most esteemed Serpent King, long live, long live, long live. Please have a taste." An eerie silence enveloped the air for a moment. Thankfully, Yanqing eventually accepted it. He took a bite, and the tender chicken meat, mingled with fat, salty yet slightly spicy, was a flavor he had never experienced before. "What kind of meat is this?" "Chicken. Chicken." In the serpent tribe, chickens were considered the most inferior prey, yet he never expected it to taste so delightful. Yanqing devoured another skewer. Observing his expression soften, Tang Ruan seized the moment to discuss the hunting grounds outside the city. Yanqing appeared quite taken aback. They do not eat meat? Clearly, in his mind, all beasts should, like the serpent tribe, primarily consume meat. They eat, but primarily plant-based. Tang Ruan earnestly explained further, and Yanqing nodded, seemingly understanding. Yanqing possessed an exquisitely handsome face, yet exuded an aura of cold ruthlessness. One that could kill without a blink. Yet, in Tang Ruan's impression, he was an exceptionally gentle being, a contradiction. Now, she noticed an occasional innocence in his gaze that seemed incongruous with his age. Tang Ruan had heard that he had conquered 7 or 8 cities within a year of taking over as Serpent King, employing ruthless tactics, yet he seemed rather unfamiliar with the world around him. What had his previous life been like? "Is there not a single serpent beast besides you?" Yanqing suddenly regarded her with caution. Tang Ruan quickly covered her mouth, realizing she should not have probed further. Curiosity killed the cat. Yanqing glanced at Hu Che, who was still gnawing on the chicken leg, took a deep breath, and rose to leave. The next day, the outer city dwellers informed Tang Ruan that the Serpent King had returned their original lands to them. They invited her to join them in foraging for edible plants. Tang Ruan's hand brushed over the mountains of flora, with the words edible echoing incessantly in her mind. This was no hunting ground of the beast realm. This was a bountiful northern wilderness. In a jubilant atmosphere, the orcs busily gathered their harvest, and Tang Ruan was equally unreserved. However, she soon realized that the sweetness of the plants here was markedly inferior to that found in the toxic forest. While these served as the staple food for the orcs, sufficient to satiate their hunger, they fell short of being exemplary as post-meal fruits for Tang Ruan. She mused how splendid it would be to cultivate the fruits from that forest in this place. Regrettably, although she had toiled in the fields during her childhood, that was a memory long faded from her mind, lost before she turned 6. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a comprehensive planting scheme suddenly materialized in her mind, not in words, but as a natural flow of knowledge. She instinctively understood what crops suited which plots of land, when to sow, and when to reap. A thrill coursed through her, causing her body to tremble slightly. Could it be that her abilities had evolved? After the energy infusion from Yin Qing that day, she had indeed sensed some changes within her. Her vision, hearing, and sensitivity had all heightened. She had merely assumed she had rested well. Excited, Tang Ruan hurried back to the toxic forest, digging fervently. After a while, she sensed a commotion ahead. Raising her head, she saw a group of male beasts surrounding a female beast, making their way toward her in a majestic procession. Tang Ruan, it was Shi Yin who first spotted her. She clapped her hand on her mate's shoulder, prompting him to dash towards Tang Ruan with lightning speed, nearly rivaling a wolf's hunt. "What brings you here?" Tang Ruan inquired casually. "I'm just digging for a few things. And you?" "Bored. Just bringing my son and the other mates to see if there's anything new to eat." It was then that Tang Ruan noticed that many among the crowd were not her mates. They were likely her legendary 10 sons. Anticipating that Shi Yan's next words would likely shift the focus onto these younglings, Tang Ruan prepared to make her escape. "I have matters to attend to. So I'll, children, see what your sister Tang Ruan needs and lend a hand." "All right." Tang Ruan, unable to refuse their warm hospitality, eventually allowed them to assist her. They worked tirelessly from noon until the sun dipped below the horizon, transforming a patch of land into her experimental field. A small plant nearby gradually shifted from green to a light golden hue. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Tang Ruan was about to marvel at the beauty of the sunset when she suddenly realized something was amiss. The sun had long hidden behind the clouds. How, then, had this grass changed color? Noticing Tang Ruan's curiosity, Shi Yan's eldest son, Shi Lei, spoke up. "What are you looking at?" Tang Ruan turned to him, seeing a boy with dark green hair and a well-defined face, reminiscent of a student from a physical education academy. "I feel like this grass has changed somehow," she admitted. "Oh, this?" Shi Lei explained confidently. "This type of grass changes color with temperature variations." Tang Ruan stared at him, her mind racing. Did he mean this grass could alter its color with temperature? Wasn't that akin to a thermometer? A smile broke across her face as she excitedly rushed toward the grass. Now she had both a thermometer and a specimen. Suddenly, Shi Lei grabbed her arm. "Be careful." Caught off guard, Tang Ruan was yanked backward, her body flipping 180 degrees, and her foot slipped into a hole. A sharp sound echoed as she twisted her ankle. "Ouch," she winced, clutching her foot as pain shot through her. Her ankle quickly swelled red. Shi Lei, taken aback, had merely intended to warn her about the hole. He anticipated the frailness of the female. "I'll carry you back," he stammered, squatting down, clearly flustered. Shi Yin, who had been worried about Tang Ruan, approached her son, forming a protective barrier around him, declaring, "No one is to disturb your elder brother." The crowd murmured, "No need. I can manage on my own." Tang Ruan waved her hands urgently. She now understood the implications of a male carrying a female and wished to avoid any misunderstandings. "Can you walk like this?" Shi Lei's voice turned a touch stern, startling Tang Ruan, who looked up at him with wide, innocent eyes. "Let him carry you back, Tang Ruan. My eldest son is a high-level beast man. Often fighting alongside the Beast King, he has plenty of strength." Shi Yin chimed in, promoting her son. Tang Ruan recognized what she was implying. "Really, there's no need," she insisted, placing her hand on her ankle, concentrating. A swirl of light purple mist enveloped her foot, gradually dissipating with her intent. Shi Lei, witnessing the transformation of her previously swollen ankle back to its normal hue, gaped in astonishment. What just happened? In the next moment, he was abruptly knocked over by a powerful force. At that moment, Tang Ruan's protective instincts surged to their zenith as the fox spirit, Hu Che, pinned Shi Lei down, a claw pressing against his throat, sharp nails embedding into flesh, an assuredly lethal maneuver. "Hu Che!" At the sound of Tang Ruan's voice, Hu Che hesitated briefly, an electric jolt coursing through him. Shi Lei, flipping Hu Che over, maintained his grip around the fox's throat, smugly observing Hu Che's inferiority as a mid-level beastman, believing he was no match for him. "What are you doing?" Tang Ruan rushed forward, pushing against Shi Lei with all her might, but to no avail. Upon recognizing her, Shi Lei eased his grip, stepping away from Hu Che, who was now injured and gazing at Tang Ruan with pain in his eyes. Kneeling down, she gently reached out to touch the giant fox. Initially, Hu Che seemed fine, merely stunned by the shock. However, as soon as her fingers made contact, he shrank instantly to the size of an ordinary fox, curling up and whimpering. How outrageous! That is the mate of a shaman. The shaman hasn't even retaliated. Yet you dare to assault another's mate. The outsiders empathized deeply with Hu Che, while Shi Lei stood frozen, receiving scornful glances from onlookers, unsure how to defend himself. I didn't he know he was her mate? Did he truly not know? Of course, he was aware. Initially, his actions had been instinctive. However, upon realizing the truth, he could have explained himself but chose to unleash his abilities instead, seeking to demonstrate to Tang Ruan that her mate was far beneath him. Typically, when confronted with such a scene, a female would lament her mate's inadequacy and turn her affections toward the more powerful male. Why, then, did Tang Ruan's reaction differ? Tang Ruan scooped up Hu Che, glaring fiercely at Shi Lei. He asked, "Just a small fox. Was it necessary to use your abilities? Do you wish to kill him?" At that moment, Tang Ruan's protective instincts reached their peak. Upon arriving at Beast City, the first being she encountered was Hu Che, who had saved her twice and with whom she had forged a deep bond, whether as a friend or a pet. Hu Che held a significant place in her heart. What was this stranger, this beast man, thinking he could lay a hand on Hu Che? With Hu Che cradled in her arms, she attempted to rise, her foot still not fully healed, and limped away. The onlookers hurried to assist her. Shi Yin observed the unfolding drama with a mix of embarrassment and concern, wanting to help but at a loss for words. Approaching Shi Lei, she delivered a sharp slap to his back. "What were you thinking, being so rough?" Shi Lei glared at the direction Tang Ruan had vanished, jealousy brimming in his eyes. "What gives that cunning fox the right to possess such a fine female?" Tang Ruan insisted on walking unaided, but ultimately, she was escorted by the outer city beastmen to a friend in the middle city, who then passed her on to another in the inner city. In truth, Tang Ruan was unharmed. She simply felt a pang of sympathy for Hu Che, carrying him all the way without the use of her hands. Hu Che had been severely shocked, still trembling intermittently in her embrace after 2 hours. Tang Ruan was consumed by guilt. Hu Che's actions were indeed misguided, but he had only thought the male was attempting to bully her, reacting fiercely to protect her. Atop the mountain, Yin Qing surveyed the vast expanse of Beast City. "Beast King, Lord Qi Ling is inquiring about your next plans," a white-haired youth with a high ponytail inquired, bowing respectfully behind Yin Qing. "The arrangements in Beast City are nearly complete. We are preparing to attack the next target." "Understood." The youth raised his head, revealing enchanting peach blossom eyes with red irises, a blend of beauty and enigma. "Lord Qi Ling has instructed me to remain by your side." Bai Yi remarked, "Very well." Suddenly, Yin Qing's gaze was drawn to a female surrounded by a group of orcs below. There stood Tang Ruan, cradling Hu Che in her arms, while 7 or 8 males, eager to assist her, carried her belongings. These were all males from the Snake Clan who lacked a mate. Indeed, she was quite enchanting. "Snake King, do you wish to say something?" Bai Yi reminded him, "It's nothing. You will follow Shi Ming from now on." "Understood, Tang Ruan. If you are weary, allow me to carry your beast husband for you in no need. I've just hunted a cow and will bring it to you tonight." "Your beast husband has likely been unable to hunt lately, hasn't he?" "It's fine." The males around her chattered excitedly. Tang Ruan strategically looked up at the sky, meeting Yin Qing's gaze from afar atop the mountain. Yin Qing had excellent eyesight and noticed her tightly clutching Hu Che. However, Tang Ruan could only see a silhouette, yet she surmised that only someone bold enough to stand so high could look down upon the world from such a vantage point. She felt he likely had not seen her. So she lowered her head and continued her way back. Yin Qing thought to himself, those male beasts' eyes are glued to her. Did no one notice him? Did she truly not see him and walk away in silence? Reflecting on this, Yin Qing's breath suddenly caught in his throat. He was waiting for something. Tang Ruan had her sights set on several small caves on the back mountain. Each cave had varying temperatures, perfect for testing the optimal conditions for incubation. She sought out the orc responsible for her accommodations to discuss whether these vacant caves could be utilized, but spent a long time searching without success. From a distance, she spotted two figures, one black and one white, particularly striking. They were individuals accompanying Yanqing, one of whom was likely named Ximing. Tang Ruan held no favorable impression of him. Having heard that Hu Che had been harmed by him and had yet to recover, just as Tang Ruan turned away, she heard someone call her name. Tang Ruan, how is your beast husband Hu Che? Ximing jogged up to her. Tang Ruan wished to ignore him and continued walking, but he blocked her path. Why actions against Hu Che that day were somewhat impulsive. I have a few spirit fruits from Beast God Mountain that can aid in restoring his abilities. Please take these to him and convey my apologies. Tang Ruan thought, why has he suddenly become so accommodating? There are fruits in this beast world that can restore abilities. No wonder Yanqing was so generous. Daring to expend third-level energy to save her, I had thought he was simply someone who deeply valued gratitude. Tang Ruan, fuming, initially didn't want to accept but was undeniably curious about the nature of such powerful fruits. Moreover, this was compensation that Hu Che rightfully deserved. The moment her fingers brushed against the fruit, Tang Ruan abruptly withdrew her hand. A scene flashed through her mind. A turbulent, black sea with a seemingly burning red island. Where did this fruit come from? Ximing, puzzled, scratched his head and responded. The spirit fruits from Beast God Mountain. Of course, come from there, Edo. I seized this from an orc and couldn't bear to eat it myself. Although he was reluctant, he deemed it more important to curry favor with the future mate of the Snake King. That's so. What she had seen earlier was indeed from Beast God Mountain. The other plants she had observed were all elemental. So why was it that this one revealed a vision while the others did not? Tang Ruan was perplexed, speculating that it might be due to her undeveloped abilities. She accepted the fruit without further hesitation. Ximing, I have another matter I'd like your assistance with. Speak, I found several small, vacant caves on the back mountain. They are not very large, and I wish to use them. Not a problem. Before Tang Ruan could finish, Ximing readily agreed. The caves on the back mountain were rather damp, and the orcs preferred not to dwell there. Since they were empty, it mattered little. Tang Ruan's gaze fell behind him, then quickly returned to him. Should I inform the Snake King? No need. I will speak with him. After sending Tang Ruan off, Ximing sighed in relief. Glad to have settled matters concerning Hu Che, he turned around cheerfully, only to find Yanqing standing not far away, gazing at him with a cold expression. What does she want with the caves? Yanqing inquired. Ximing thought for a moment, recalling the recent rumors circulating within the inner city that Tang Ruan might be seeking to take the son from the Shi family as her beast husband. I don't know. It should be for another beast husband. Indeed. Once he regains his human form, he will surely treat her as a strange uncle again. Yes, it must be for her new beast husband. Ximing speculated. Generally, females with multiple beast husbands did not cohabitate, only gathering for meals or communal activities. How wonderful! Tang Ruan has already begun seeking a new beast husband. Hu Che will soon be able to join the Snake King. The more Ximing thought about it, the happier he felt for the Snake King. He had been lonely for nearly 300 years. Finally, he would have a companion. Suddenly, he felt a warmth at his feet. Looking down, he saw the grass igniting beneath him, rapidly approaching his person. Ximing quickly jumped aside. Yanqing remained expressionless, turning back toward the cave, as if the fire were not his doing. Ximing scratched his head, pondering, could there be other fire element beasts in the city of 10,000 beasts? Tang Ruan made simple arrangements in the cave, placing the pregnant female snakes in different chambers and planting the Zhihan grass in each cave. This grass changed color based on temperature. Once this was accomplished, she planted the remaining Zhihan grass at the cave entrances. She cultivated a small plot of land specifically for growing Zhihan grass to ensure that if the grass inside the caves perished, she could replenish it in a timely manner. While planting, she discovered that one of the Zhihan plants was intertwined with a flower resembling a rose. It emitted a fragrance even sweeter than that of a rose. Reluctant to part with the delightful scent, she ultimately set it aside, as suitable planting space was limited, and she deemed it unnecessary to cultivate such a trivial plant. Just as she tossed it aside, a flash of red appeared, and Hu Che emerged from somewhere, snatching the flower and darting away. Tang Ruan paid no mind, believing he simply enjoyed the scent of roses. As evening approached, exhaustion weighed heavily upon her as she neared the cave she shared with Hu Che. Suddenly, a delightful rose fragrance wafted through the air. Looking up, she saw the sunset illuminating the entrance to their small cave, where a golden-red fox, Hu Che, sat waiting, clutching a fiery red rose in his mouth. The entrance was flanked by the same vibrant roses, appearing as though dusted with gold powder in the twilight. Hu Che wagged his tail and approached, offering her the rose he held. Tang Ruan squatted down, astonished by the scene before her. "Did you plant these?" Hu Che proudly lifted his head in response. "Thank you. I will reward you with chicken legs tonight." Hu Che raised his little head even higher. "Just chicken legs? Oh, Shiming gave me a spirit fruit, claiming it can help you recover." Tang Ruan revealed the spirit fruit. Hu Che sniffed it, then struck an even prouder pose. "Then how do you wish for me to repay you?" "Perhaps you should keep it until you can speak and tell me then." Tang Ruan's voice halted abruptly as Hu Che suddenly lifted his upper body and licked her chin. By the time she regained her composure, he had already discarded the rose and swiftly returned to the cave. "He is playing with me. It must be so," Tang Ruan thought, her heart racing as memories of his stunning smile flooded her mind. She patted her cheeks, reminding herself that he was merely a fox now and knew nothing. "Once he regains his human form, he will undoubtedly treat me as a strange uncle again." As time passed, the snakes in the cave gradually hatched. Tang Ruan noted the cave with the highest hatching rate of female snakes, along with the color of the Jihan grass, planning to conduct further experiments. After all, this was to be applied to the offspring, and she needed to ensure the experiments were successful before discussing it with Yin Qing. "Tang Ruan, what are you doing here?" Shi Yin unexpectedly found her, holding half of a roasted animal leg. "Sister, how did you end up here?" Shi Yin glanced into the cave, spotting a group of vibrant red little snakes. "What are you raising these for?" Tang Ruan initially intended to fabricate an excuse, but, seeing Shi Yin's earnest expression, decided to share her plan for hatching female snake beasts. Upon hearing this, Shi Yin looked in awe. "Tang Ruan, you are not only a shaman but also knowledgeable in so many areas. That is truly impressive. I have always felt that interspecies unions were unworkable. The Snake King has moved the tribe to so many different places, yet not a single offspring has emerged. We still have to rely on our own female snakes." She proudly patted her belly. "When can I employ your method? I have longed for a female offspring for nearly 100 years. You believe in me?" Tang Ruan asked, astonished. "Of course. I will not absorb the one in my belly. I am counting on you." After giving birth to 10 male offspring, Shi Yin decided to give up. From then on, whenever she became pregnant, she simply absorbed the fetus. Although her beast husbands were discontented, they felt powerless, as those who expressed dissatisfaction had already been sent away by her. There were plenty of young males eager to take their place as her husbands. Tang Ruan found herself at a loss for how to express her current feelings. After all, those were her children. How could she be willing to use them for experiments? Though orcs do not value their offspring as humans do, she still felt deeply moved. Tang Ruan embraced Shi Yin, exclaiming, "Sister, you are my best friend in the city of beasts." Shi Yin felt a bit embarrassed by the hug and replied, I know. She patted Tang Ruan's back, adding, "In the future, you must treat my son well. Don't be too partial to Hu Che." Tang Ruan responded, "How can the ship of friendship capsize so quickly?" Today, Shi Yin had come to bring Tang Ruan some meat. "I see you're so busy that you haven't had time to cook." "Hu Che is in such a state," she sighed, stealing a glance at Tang Ruan's expression. "He only knows how to hunt and can't even roast meat for you. Look how well my eldest son roasts meat." Tang Ruan remarked, "The meat I just put in my mouth doesn't taste good at all." Before she left, Tang Ruan gifted Shi Yin a generous amount of spices for roasting meat. As for that fellow named Shi Lei, she really had no fondness for him and didn't want to owe him a favor. However, in the following days, Shi Lei would bring roasted meat at mealtime. He wasn't very talkative. He merely watched Tang Ruan busy and helped out, and no amount of urging could drive him away. When Tang Ruan finished her tasks, he would leave, always saying, "I'll come see you again tomorrow." Tang Ruan felt utterly exasperated. At this rate, her friendship with Shi Yin was on the verge of capsizing. Meanwhile, Shi Lei's friends were growing anxious. "Shi Lei, are you all right? If not, just tell me where you are, and I'll bring food for the little female tomorrow." What a beautiful thought! That lovely little female, Do you think Shi Lei would give you a chance? If it weren't for his mother happening to stumble upon the back mountain, no one would know that the little female was alone there. A weasel beast spoke up. Shi Lei did not recognize him. He had come to the central city to visit a friend, and this weasel was merely a friend of a friend, sitting nearby. Care to elaborate? Shi Lei's friends were intrigued. You know, my brother's mate is the most beautiful female snake beast in the central city. Right? But look at us, weasel beasts. The weasel gestured to himself. Shi Lei's friends burst into laughter. Indeed, not exactly imposing, but my brother dares to pursue. After mating, he clings to the female's leg and cries, "If you don't want me, I'll be cursed by the beast god." Shi Lei felt his ears burning at the thought of himself clinging to Tang Ruan's leg, his throat going dry. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? But it does depend on the female's character. You can only pursue those with a soft heart. By the way, the weasel's eyes glinted. What's the character of the little female you mentioned? She is very kind. She is willing to help those from the outer city who have nothing. Even with her useless beast husband, she treasures him dearly. She is still searching for her long-lost husband. She truly is the female who cares most for males that I have ever seen. The weasel's eyes sparkled with interest. That's good. Chapter 58. Dig out her eyes, in the dead of night. A flicker of fire appeared on the back mountain. Yanqing furrowed his brow as he gazed in that direction. Is there a fire? At the foot of the mountain, Tang Ruan held a torch and quickly navigated through the darkness. To avoid Shi Lei, she had changed the feeding time for the snakes tonight. After feeding the snakes, Tang Ruan stepped out of the cave when suddenly, a hand reached out from the side. Grabbing her and pinning her against the wall, "Little female, please, I feel so terrible. I beg you, save me." A male beast man pressed himself against Tang Ruan. "Get away." Tang Ruan kicked at his groin, but he seemed to anticipate her move. Instantly leaping aside and transforming into beast form, lunging at her again. Tang Ruan found herself pinned to the ground. The giant weasel opened its massive jaws, greedily sniffing at her neck. "So, you enjoy this? Isn't it more exciting in beast form?" Tang Ruan struggled but could not break free, turning her face away. Suddenly, she caught sight of movement among the trees. "Chu Che," she shouted, at the same time. She slashed at the giant weasel's throat with the stone knife in her hand. The giant weasel seized her wrist, sending the knife flying, then reverted to human form. "Your useless beast husband? Even if he comes, it won't matter. In truth." Tang Ruan was uncertain whether it was indeed Hu Che in the woods. She merely sought to divert his attention, but evidently, she failed. "If you dare touch me, I will kill you," Tang Ruan threatened. "After mating with me, you want to leave." The weasel suddenly clutched its throat, blood seeping through its fingers. The crimson liquid flowed like scalding magma, causing the male beast's skin to swell and rot at the points of contact. Terrified, Tang Ruan hastily retreated to the wall, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yanqing slowly emerged from the forest, his emerald eyes transforming into vertical slits, coldly fixated on Tang Ruan. "What brings you here so late? To such a place?" I came to feed the snakes," Tang Ruan stammered, her mind in a haze. Shouldn't he be dealing with this beast man first? She glanced at the weasel, only to see its body writhing in agony. Its skin rotting and burning. It screamed in torment, but its throat had already been slit, rendering it voiceless. Yanqing chose not to kill him outright, but instead to torture him. "I'm asking you a question." Yanqing took 2 steps closer. "I came to feed the snakes. The method I mentioned for producing female offspring in the snake tribe has already yielded results." She mustered all her strength to finish her sentence. Shrinking into a ball, the scene before her, the distant Yanqing, was terrifying. She didn't even have a direction to escape. Seeing her frightened expression, Yanqing's slit pupils gradually returned to normal. His expression softened as he extended his hand toward her. "Come here." Tang Ruan hesitated. "If you're afraid, come to my side." Her legs felt weak as she took a few tentative steps. Suddenly, Yanqing lunged forward, pulling her close, wrapping an arm around her shoulders while his gaze drifted elsewhere. "I'll take you back first." Half of his body transformed into a serpent as he swiftly navigated through the woods with her in tow. After Yanqing and Tang Ruan left, Hu Che, in human form, emerged from the forest, clutching a sharp knife. he approached the weasel, squatting down. "Help me, please." The weasel struggled to produce words through its charred throat. Hu Che drove the knife into its groin. "Ah!" The weasel let out a wretched scream. "So, you do no pain?" Hu Che smirked, a splash of blood staining his golden eyes. "Then you'll just have to pay a little more before you leave." "Ah, please kill me." The weasel's screams echoed through the forest. Tang Ruan buried her head in Yin Qing's embrace. The sensation of being burned alive by her own blood must be excruciating. She didn't want to hear those sounds, but she wouldn't plead for him either. He deserved it. Ximing and Bai Yi watched as Yin Qing carried Tang Ruan out of the forest. Completely stunned, he had clearly seen the Snake King chasing after Hu Che. How could he have brought Tang Ruan out instead? After a few seconds of frozen confusion, Ximing understood. It must be that Hu Che was unwilling. And so the Snake King took his mate away, forcing Hu Che to follow. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed behind them. Hu Che, covered in blood, chased after them. Yin Qing glanced back, commanding, "Clean yourself up before you follow. Starting today, you two will move close to me." Hu Che clenched his fists, giving a slight nod. Understood, in the presence of absolute power. He didn't even have the right to refuse. If Yin Qing hadn't arrived a moment sooner, he could hardly imagine what might have happened. He had to grow stronger, absolutely dejected. Hu Che trailed behind. Ximing observed Hu Che's retreating figure, feeling a mix of emotions. Did the Snake King just tell him to clean up and catch up? And to move nearby? Does that mean he has to stay far away from the Snake King for protection? What if he sees something he shouldn't? Ximing's face was a mixture of black and red under the moonlight. Bai Yi scrutinized their figures. What is the relationship between the Snake King and that female? No relationship, but there is a connection. Didn't you notice? Ximing exclaimed excitedly, waiting for Bai Yi to grasp the implications he hadn't voiced. Bai Yi sneered, "No relationship? Do you take him for a fool?" He must inform Lord Qiling the next day. Not only did Tang Ruan and Hu Che move next to Yin Qing, but even her snakes were assigned dedicated caretakers. These snakes were vital to the future of the snake tribe and needed to be well looked after in the new cave. Yin Qing addressed Tang Ruan, his gaze resting on her face, emphasizing, "You too." Tang Ruan nodded obediently. So, he rushed to rescue her last night because he was aware that her experiment had yielded results? How did he find out? From now on, you should focus on your own matters. As for the food for you and your beast husband, I will arrange for someone to deliver it. If you need anything, just let me know. Yin Qing said, her gaze falling meaningfully on Hu Che beside her. First, do what you are supposed to, then think about other things. The beast men guarding the city informed him that Hu Che visited the poison forest almost daily, but he was not there to hunt. Instead, he would lie in a fixed spot for an entire day, as if waiting for someone. Only when the sun set would he hurriedly return with his prey. Sometimes, he would even go out at night after Tang Ruan had fallen asleep. His human form had clearly already returned, yet he deliberately appeared in his lowest form before her to evoke sympathy. It was truly devious. The weasel beast from last night, he had intended to slowly burn to death. Today, the beastmen who went to clean up informed him that the weasel beast had been punctured with dozens of holes, each strike aimed at the most painful spots. Go think that beside her was such a scheming and ruthless beast husband. Yin Qing felt quite uneasy, however, it seemed he should not concern himself with these matters. Never mind, I will take care of her a bit more. Consider it for the future of the snake tribe. After 3 incubation experiments, Tang Ruan could confirm that the 4th leaf of the Jihan grass turning orange indicated the most stable and safest incubation temperature for female snakes. Overjoyed, Tang Ruan hurried to find Yin Qing, as he would soon be able to help her find wolves to hunt. It was said that Yin Qing possessed many cities and strength in numbers. At the cave entrance, she was stopped by Ximing. "Not now." "Why?" Ximing made an exaggerated expression, revealing a female tiger inside. He was now responsible for delivering prey to Tang Ruan and often stayed to share meals with her. As time passed, they had become friends. It was just a pity that their Snake King did not favor females. "Tiger beast? Outsider?" Tang Ruan asked in confusion. "Aren't outsiders forbidden from entering the inner city?" "Tiger beast? What kind of small creature is that? If you saw this one's beast form, it would scare you to death. She is the fiercest female I have ever seen." Cough. Tang Ruan suddenly coughed, reminding Ximing and drawing the attention of the female emerging from the cave. The female was clad in red soft armor, tall and with smooth, muscular lines brimming with vitality. Tang Ruan had always admired such a physique in women and couldn't help but glance a few more times. Bold female, why are you staring at Lord Qi Ling like that? I'll have your eyes dug out. Chapter 59. Yin Qing had formed a contract. Suddenly, a rather ordinary-looking yet robust male beast burst forth from behind the female. Tang Ruan quickly lowered her head obediently and stepped aside. Although she was unaware of the situation, she recognized the wisdom in being tactful in dramas. When eunuchs shout like this, it usually indicates someone is wielding power through another's influence. The master would certainly ignore it or simply dismiss it. Well, Qi Ling rested her chin on her hand, intrigued. Such beautiful eyes must be quite delicious. Tang Ruan. Is she serious? Shouldn't she say something like, Queen, spare me? But she clearly had done nothing wrong. Moreover, they were still at Yin Qing's cave. Isn't Yin Qing the Snake King? Surely, there is no one greater in the snake tribe than him. Tang Ruan bravely lifted her head. The Snake King sent me. Oh? What did he send you for? Qi Ling approached Tang Ruan, and Ximing attempted to intervene, but she suddenly conjured a red whip, striking Ximing down to the ground. Ximing! Tang Ruan exclaimed. Qi Ling took a step forward, raising the red whip to tilt Tang Ruan's chin. She towered over Tang Ruan by several centimeters, her imposing presence causing Tang Ruan to freeze. Unable to utter the words Queen, spare me. Such a beautiful face should be torn apart. Tang Ruan. What is that in your hand? The newly hatched female snake. Female snake? The offspring of snakes. Qi Ling seemed suddenly provoked, raising her whip to strike at Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan shut her eyes. This is it. I'm truly finished. The whip swung out, only to be caught by a large hand. A clash of blue and red abilities collided with the red energy of the whip. The two flames countered each other. Qi Ling was the first to let go. Her palm was burned by Yin Qing's abilities, and she staggered back a few steps. Immediately, 7 or 8 male beasts surged forward. Wife, are you all right? Qi Ling's husbands glared fiercely at Tang Ruan, but upon meeting Yin Qing's warning gaze, they quickly lowered their heads. Yin Qing embraced Tang Ruan's shoulders and led her into the cave. While Qi Ling's screams echoed behind them. Yin Qing, can she bear you offspring? Ha! There are simply no females in this world who can bear you offspring, little female. You cannot give birth to the young of the Fire Snake tribe. He will never recognize you as a wife. The Fire Snake tribe. Sooner or later, they will perish. Ha 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 ha. Qi Ling's laughter sounded like it came from hell. Tang Ruan clutched the jar in her arms tightly. She had never known before that Yin Qing had such a mad pursuer. The problem was, her strength seemed truly formidable. Tang Ruan placed the jar before him, quickly explaining her purpose. I have confirmed the incubation temperature. You need not fear. I will protect you. The two spoke almost simultaneously. Tang Ruan raised her head, instinctively seeking Yin Qing's gaze, only to find he was not looking at her but was lost in thought with his head lowered. I see. Tang Ruan repeated her plan to him. Upon exiting the cave, she discovered Ximing seated on a large rock, a whip mark from shoulder to elbow, flesh and blood exposed. Why don't you go find a shaman? Tang Ruan asked in surprise. Ximing rolled his eyes, wearing an expression that suggested she was foolish. If I went looking for that nagging old man, it would be more convenient to find you. Hurry up and use your abilities to ease my pain. I feel like I'm dying. Tang Ruan approached cautiously, helping him up gently. Let's go to my cave first. But there's something I need to let you know first. What is it? Ximing grimaced in pain. My abilities can heal wounds, but cannot alleviate pain. Ximing. Tang Ruan helped Ximing apply medicine while Hu Che assisted nearby. You should keep your distance from that mad female. Ximing, despite his pain, still reminded Tang Ruan. What mad female? Hu Che asked. Ximing recounted the events that had just transpired. Hu Che's expression remained unperturbed, but his hands clenched tightly at his sides. Ximing patted him on the back. Hey, don't provoke her either. Anyone seen getting too close to the Snake King, be they female or male, she goes completely mad. Why? Hu Che inquired. This matter isn't really a secret. In fact, everyone in the Snake tribe knows that Qi Ling's contract with the Snake King failed. Yin Qing had indeed entered into a contract. Tang Ruan stood up. Then what happened between her and him in the dream could be considered an extramarital affair. Tang Ruan, why are you getting so worked up? Our Snake King didn't always favor males. Ugh, in any case, the two of them did not successfully contract, so they are not partners, is that so? Tang Ruan felt a bit embarrassed as she sat back down. Hu Che's gaze on her grew increasingly profound. Ximing explained the background of the situation to them. After Yanqing's mother gave birth to him, she passed away. The old Snake King loved his wife dearly and had intended to follow her. But at the pleading of the tribe, he reluctantly stayed behind. However, from that moment on, he ceased to involve himself in the affairs of the Snake tribe. For hundreds of years, whenever there was a war, he would choose to abandon it outright. In the end, he led the tribe to retreat to a warmer climate, living a secluded life. He himself did not manage the Snake tribe but placed all hopes of the tribe on Yanqing. He had two demands of Yanqing. First, to reclaim all the lost lands of the Snake tribe. Second, to find a female of the Fire Snake tribe to become his mate. Because no other tribes were worthy of the noble bloodline of the Fire Snake tribe and could not bear offspring. Little Yanqing, from the time he could crawl, underwent relentless indoctrination regarding these two grand aspirations. He studied day and night, without leaving the territory of the Snake tribe for over 200 years. Yanqing is over 200 years old? Tang Ruan interrupted. Wasn't it said that beast men live to around 300 years? So isn't he practically middle-aged? Why does he look like he is only in his 20s? The lifespan of the Fire Snake tribe is significantly longer than that of ordinary beast men. The old Snake King lived for 900 years, Ximei proudly proclaimed, Tang Ruan. So, it turns out that Yanqing's life is quite lengthy. However, spending 200 years in constant learning can be rather arduous. Ximei continued, recounting, one day, the old Snake King returned with an egg, claiming it was meant to find a mate for Yanqing. Yanqing, who had always been obedient to his father, accepted this without question. However, the creature that hatched from the egg was not a female of the Fire Serpent clan, but rather from the Red-Boned Serpent clan. This was a fearsome beast man, towering at several tens of meters, with red bones protruding from its body. Yet, it seemed the old Snake King had anticipated this. He stated that although Qi Ling was not of the Fire Serpent clan, she was powerful enough to bear offspring of that lineage. Thus, when Qi Ling reached adulthood, a binding ceremony was naturally conducted. However, when Qi Ling consumed Yanqing's heart's blood, she found her throat scorched, and no mark of the beast husband appeared on her body. Their binding failed. A failed binding generally indicates two scenarios. First, the male is unwilling to be with the female, conveying his dissatisfaction to the beast god. Second, the male is exceptionally strong, reluctant to forge a contract, thus altering the outcome with his extraordinary powers. In any case, both situations reveal that Yanqing did not wish to bind with Qi Ling. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to obeying his father but found himself unable to defy his own heart. This was a significant blow to Qi Ling, who had been indoctrinated from a young age to believe she was to be the Snake King's mate. Subsequently, rumors began to circulate that Yanqing had an aversion to females. Despite this, Qi Ling still desired to claim him as her beast husband. She informed him that she could fulfill the old Snake King's wish by bearing a child of the Fire Serpent clan. Yet, Yanqing retorted that only a member of the Fire Serpent clan could produce offspring of their kind. From that moment on, Qi Ling became increasingly sensitive, seeking out several different beast husbands from various races. Although the Serpent clan could not bear offspring with others, the Red-Boned Serpent clan was an exception. Thus, she and her numerous beast husbands did conceive, yet each one was absorbed by her. She yearned to prove to Yanqing that she was capable of bearing children. However, Yanqing remained unyielding in his acceptance of her. She had reluctantly come to terms with the fact that the Snake King preferred males. But with Yanqing suddenly growing close to the Snake King, misunderstandings were inevitable. After listening to Ximei's tale, Tang Ruan felt a pang of sympathy for Qi Ling, having been brainwashed by the old Snake King since childhood to believe in Yanqing. She found her affections unreciprocated and had to accept that Yanqing was inclined towards males. She resorted to other males to continuously validate her fertility. After all, it was remarkable that a beastman's body could endure such turmoil. Yet, the pitiable often possess attributes that incite disdain. One cannot lash out at others simply because of their own misfortunes. Tang Ruan rubbed her face, contemplating how Qi Ling's strike against Ximei was brutally fierce. If it had been directed at her, she might have lost her life. In matters of the heart, women should not become too fixated on trivialities. Qi Ling would remain in the Beast City for a while longer. For her own safety, Tang Ruan resolved to avoid her whenever possible. In the experimental fields outside the city, Tang Ruan was busily toiling away. Over the past few months, she had been engrossed in hatching serpents. Neglecting to water or fertilize the experimental plots, to her surprise, the plants thrived unexpectedly well. After bending over for an extended period, she collapsed onto the ground, lying on a haystack while gazing up at the azure sky. She reminisced about the sky of the Hollow Valley, which felt small and confined by surrounding mountains. Initially, she had only wished to remain forever framed within that realm with all that she loved. Suddenly, a patch of grass sank beside her as Hu Che lay down next to her. "What are you looking at?" "Thinking about your beast husband again." Tang Ruan did not deny it. Occasionally, she would mention the wolf hunt to him. Each time she did, it felt as though happiness replayed itself. "What makes him so special?" Hu Che inquired, a straw clutched in his mouth. "He is strong, brave, kind, responsible, intelligent, and handsome." All right, you're going to wear out my ears," Hu Che said, talking about him endlessly. He glanced at Tang Ruan. For a male to be so cherished by a female, even in death, he must feel fortunate. By the way, Tang Ruan turned to look at him. Hu Che had not managed to avert his gaze in time, and their eyes met. His golden eyes, under the sunlight, sparkled like amber strewn with stars. Tang Ruan momentarily lost her train of thought before asking, "What are you doing here?" Hu Che propped himself up, resting his chin in his hand as he gazed down at her. "You are my mate. Wherever you are, I shall be," he spoke earnestly, his eyes shining with laughter. His lips curved in a blissful smile. For a moment, Tang Ruan could not discern the authenticity of his words, realizing they were but a pretense. Hu Che's eyes dimmed, and he turned to face the distance. "I certainly know, but if we're to play a role, it must be complete. Oh, not let anything slip. I do this to protect you. That Qi Ling is aware you have a remarkably handsome beast husband like me, which is why she has refrained from troubling you recently." "Thank you, then," Tang Ruan replied. "No need. It's my duty. You also helped me evade quite a bit of harassment. Hu Che, I've always wanted to ask, what brings you to the Beast City?" "I am waiting for someone, a very important person." Suddenly, Tang Ruan recalled the red fox named Huimo she had encountered in the Hollow Valley. He bore a striking resemblance to Hu Che. Before she could voice her thoughts, Hu Che had already busied himself. "Are we supposed to pick all these fruits? Then you better not slack off. Get up and help. It feels like rain is coming." A dark cloud drifted in from the horizon. Indeed, it was about to rain. Tang Ruan hurriedly got up to work, but in the end, she still got drenched. The two took shelter in a beastman's cave in the outer city. "The shaman will stay here today. The rain in the Beast City won't cease for at least 3 to 5 days. I'll fetch you some furs." "Thank you." Before Tang Ruan could finish her sentence, Hu Che readily agreed. Shortly thereafter, a beastman brought over furs, along with some meat. Tang Ruan also contributed most of the fruits she had gathered that day, asking him to share them with everyone. She simply could not consume so much. Having picked them, it was only because they had ripened. If not harvested soon, they would rot on the ground. Tang Ruan kindled a fire, roasting meat and fruits over the flames while outside. The rain poured down in torrents, bringing a refreshing chill. "Achoo!" Tang Ruan sneezed as a blanket was thrown over her head. "Wrap yourself in this first. Dry your clothes before putting them back on." Tang Ruan glanced at Hu Che and then around the cave. There was no place to shield them from the rain. Hu Che crossed his arms and turned away. "Don't worry. I'm not interested in you." If another beastman claimed disinterest, Tang Ruan might not have believed them, but if Hu Che said it, then it was undoubtedly true. After all, he was the most handsome and proud beastman she had ever encountered. Moreover, they had shared the same space for so long without anything happening between them. Tang Ruan removed her wet clothing and wrapped the fur around herself like a towel. She resumed roasting the food, and soon, delightful aromas wafted through the air. "Can I turn around now?" Hu Che suddenly asked. Tang Ruan realized he had been facing away from her all this time, but he was already seated on the ground. "It's ready to eat." Hu Che quickly rushed over to the fire. He seemed to be quite cold. After their meal, Tang Ruan's clothes were nearly dry. She put them back on, and the beastman who had brought the supplies likely assumed they were a couple, as he had only provided one large fur, while the others were rather scant, suitable only for cushioning beneath them. However, the outer city beastmen were not known for hunting, and that large fur was probably one of their most precious belongings. Given the cold weather, Tang Ruan felt embarrassed to request another. "You can have it." "I'm fine." Hu Che shrugged and shivered slightly. "How about we share it?" In the next moment, Hu Che slipped under the fur with her. "I want her to be mine, solely mine," Hu Che declared, clutching the blanket joyfully. "Listen here, female, do not harbor any intentions towards my master. I have only just come of age." Tang Ruan felt a flicker of irritation. Did he imply that she was some opportunistic older man? "I have yet to reach a year of adulthood. Is that so?" He had initially intended to clarify that he was a youthful male in his prime, but soon realized Tang Ruan appeared to be of a similar age. Yet, she was so nurturing, with a pleasant disposition and wisdom that belied her youth in every regard. She seemed far from just having reached adulthood. Tang Ruan nestled into the blanket, placing a stone between them while tucking the corners of the blanket snugly. "Sleep now, little one. I assure you, I won't take an interest in you." Hu Qing did not comprehend the meaning of the little one's words, yet he found the sight of Tang Ruan's angry demeanor rather endearing. In the dead of night, the flickering flames illuminated Tang Ruan's cherubic sleeping face. She turned over, facing Hu Qing, and extended her arm. Hu Qing was roused from his slumber and gently placed her hand back, tucking the quilt around her. Suddenly, she lowered her head, burying her chin into the fur blanket, and began to whimper softly. "Hu Qing." Tang Ruan's voice called out softly. In the past, she would sometimes awaken in tears during her sleep. At those moments, he would intentionally create some noise to rouse her. But this time, with her so near, he wished for her not to awaken. Hu Qing leaned down, pressing a tender kiss upon her eyelids, hoping to dry her tears. How he longed to remain by her side. If only he could, he would ensure she never cried in her dreams. His kiss traveled from the corner of her eye down the bridge of her nose, cascading towards her lips. Yet, he could only act like a thief, secretly concealing all his impure thoughts. The instant his lips brushed against her soft ones, something within Hu Qing stirred, awakening with fervor. His body ignited with heat. An uncontrollable desire to deepen the kiss, to claim her as his own, solely his. Just then, a voice from outside the cave broke the silence. It was the sound of beastmen approaching. Hu Qing immediately sprang up, positioning himself protectively in front of Tang Ruan. The firelight from within the cave illuminated the figure standing at the entrance. Yan Qing stood there, his expression as cold as ice, despite the torrential downpour that failed to touch him. The pressure emanating from him created an invisible barrier, keeping the moisture at bay. His gaze swept over Hu Qing and landed on the startled Tang Ruan behind him. She instinctively clutched the quilt, her eyes wide with shock. "Yin Shi Wang, what brings you here at this hour?" Yan Qing's stare bore into her, his mind racing with the images he had just witnessed. It was he who had interrupted their intimate moment. The realization struck him. He was consumed by jealousy, a fierce urge to eliminate this male. "Your cave is on fire," he stated bluntly. "What?" Tang Ruan exclaimed, rising to her feet. She Mei rushed in from behind, as if he had just caught up with Yan Qing. "Tang Ruan, are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied, glancing at Yan Qing's icy visage. She Mei seemed to shrink back, saying, "Qi Ling set a fire, and your cave has been reduced to ashes. Fortunately, you two weren't there today. The Snake King has been searching for you throughout the city." "Wait. Snake King, please wait for me." Before Shi Mei could finish, Yan Qing shot Hu Qing another piercing glance and turned, stepping back into the rain. His stern demeanor was out of concern for them. Tang Ruan pondered, recalling the way Yan Qing had looked at Hu Qing. Was his worry for her, or for him? Sometimes, after hearing enough rumors, she found herself believing them. After spending 2 more days in the outer city, Tang Ruan and Hu Qing began to pack up, preparing to return once the weather cleared. The beastmen of the outer city came to bid them farewell. A female beastman hesitated, appearing to have something to say. "Sister, is there something you wish to tell me?" Tang Ruan took the initiative to inquire. The female beastman shyly confessed, "The fruits you brought the other day were simply delightful. My cub has been clamoring for more. Why, beast husband just went into the forest to find something similar, but it pales in comparison to what you provided. May I come to your land and pick a few?" "Of course, that is no problem," Tang Ruan replied, initially thinking it was a matter of great significance. But do all of you truly find them tasty? Delicious? They chorused. I have never tasted such exquisite fruits before. Me neither. And the sweet wheat? It is the sweetest I have ever had. The beastmen chimed in enthusiastically. Tang Ruan could hardly contain her joy. This confirmed that her experimental fields were a resounding success. If Wanshou City could cultivate more delectable plants and sweet wheat, she would no longer have to subsist solely on meat. Tang Ruan's eyes sparkled with mischief. I can't allow everyone to pick some. But the fruits are limited, so each person might only get one or two. Disappointment flickered across their faces, yet they all understood Tang Ruan spoke the truth. Besides, they couldn't deplete the fruits from her hard work. However, I can teach everyone how to cultivate them. Once you learn, you can grow your own delicious food. Really? A young cub exclaimed. Can I grow them just as well as my sister the shaman? Absolutely. The beastmen of Wanshou City lacked professional planting experience, but they would intentionally leave some seeds beneath the delectable plants, hoping to yield similar growth in the coming year. Tang Ruan spent the afternoon guiding them, meticulously planting each plot of land according to the planting blueprint in her mind. By evening, she and Huqing began their journey back. They traversed from the outer city to the middle city. And then to the inner city. Tang Ruan spotted several Snake Clan beastmen, including Shi Yan's son, Shi Lei. Upon seeing her, Shi Lei hesitated, but after meeting Huqing's warning gaze, he swallowed back the words he had intended to say. Tang Ruan must surely despise him now. If it weren't for his informing that weasel beast about her, leading to her being followed, she would not have encountered danger. Although he was unaware of what transpired that night, the gruesome fate of the weasel beast indicated that the Snake King was undoubtedly furious. He was known for his merciless methods, rarely employing such torturous tactics. Tang Ruan's beast husband was no better. A seemingly docile figure with a heart as ruthless as a blade. Yet, after that fateful night, he came to realize one truth. Tang Ruan was not someone he could covet, for she was the object of the Snake King's affections. Everyone believed the Snake King favored males. Throughout his year of following the Snake King into battle, he had witnessed countless males trying to curry favor with him, only to be unceremoniously cast aside. Shimei had only recently joined his side and was blissfully unaware of these dynamics, foolishly lamenting how Tang Ruan lacked insight, urging the Snake King to relinquish Huqing, who had finally found true love. How laughable! Shi Lei shook his head. If he truly cared for Huqing, why would he secretly protect Tang Ruan while never mentioning her beast husband? If one day she were to become the Snake King's consort, would he still have a chance? Shi Lei dared not contemplate further. His life was at stake. The Snake King was, in fact, a being with a powerful desire for control. He wished for nothing to slip from his grasp. Upon returning to the inner city, despite being aware of the cave's destruction, Tang Ruan was still taken aback by the sight of the charred entrance. Her beloved snakes were likely reduced to nothing more than crispy remnants. Consort, please don't go in just yet. Allow me to tidy up, Huqing said. Enter. No sooner had he spoken than Yanqing appeared at the entrance of the Snake King's cave. His expression remained impassive, yet his gaze never left Tang Ruan. From today onward, you will reside with me. Chapter 62. He used charm on her. Tang Ruan and Huqing moved into the Snake King's cave, occupying the former dwelling of Bai Yi. Conveniently adjacent to Yanqing's quarters, Bai Yi was reassigned to stay by Qi Ling's side. As Tang Ruan followed Huqing, just as she was about to step inside, Shimei blocked her path. Hey, Tang Ruan, you and your beast husband shall reside separately. Tang Ruan blurted out. Why? Realizing her words, she suddenly understood that Yanqing was still single. Their current situation resembled that of a newlywed couple living next to a single friend. The cave's poor sound insulation likely worried Shimei about any sounds they might make. All right, she quickly amended. Finally, I can have my own space. This will grant me more freedom. Shimei wore an expression of relief, as though she recognized her understanding of the situation. Looking at Shimei shooing Tang Ruan to a cave farther from Huqing, Yanqing had allowed them to move in to protect Tang Ruan from Qi Ling's harm. What did that have to do with Huqing? Yet, he opened his mouth but could not voice his thoughts. After all, what authority did he have to express such opinions? Could I also use the cave next door? Tang Ruan asked Shimei. Shi Yan is about to give birth. I need to assist her with hatching the eggs. The hatching room requires a higher temperature, necessitating an additional room. This question made Shimei glance toward Yanqing. recalling how he had scolded him for acting on his own accord last time. Certainly. With Yin Qing's consent, Tang Ruan instantly broke into a radiant smile. Thank you. That would be wonderful. Witnessing her smile for the first time because of his words. Yin Qing's expression softened, and a faint smile graced his lips. Tang Ruan. She may. Tang Ruan. Indeed. In her dreams, he appeared with such expressions. She may. The Snake King actually smiled. He is ecstatic simply because Hu Qing moved in. In the depths of the forest, the air was thick with anticipation as Shi Yin prepared to give birth. Tang Ruan found herself visiting her almost daily, eager to document the reactions and processes surrounding the childbirth of the Serpent Clan's beastmen. This knowledge was invaluable, a treasure trove of medical insight. Each time she ventured there, Hu Che was invariably at her side. On this particular day, as they returned, they spotted a throng of people gathered at the entrance of Yin Qing Cave from a distance. Tang Ruan swiftly pivoted on her heels, intent on fleeing, but her efforts were in vain as she was soon discovered. Stop right there. Qi Ling strode menacingly towards Tang Ruan. You truly have a charmed life. A crimson whip materialized in her grasp. However, your luck runs out today with that. She lashed out at her in an instant. Hu Che transformed into his beast form. Qi Ling. A furious voice boomed from behind her. I distinctly recall instructing you not to harm her. I do not relish repeating myself. The long whip in Qi Ling's hand ignited suddenly, searing her skin, forcing her to release it. She gazed at Yin Qing. Her eyes filled with anguish. Yin Qing, you watched me grow up, and now you would permit an outsider to harm me. Yin Qing advanced step by step. His gaze icy-wide. It was my father who watched you grow. We were merely forced together by him. Is that truly how you perceive it? Qi Ling's voice trembled, and even Tang Ruan felt a pang of sympathy for her. Do you recall the words I spoke when you slain Qing Cheng? Qi Ling's face blanched in an instant. Yin Qing drew closer, his presence overwhelming. I can only forgive you this once. He left the rest unsaid. Yet Qi Ling's breath hitched in her throat, for she remembered his exact words. I can only forgive you this once. Should you dare to harm those I love again, I will end you. The pressure radiating from Yin Qing enveloped the area in a profound silence, rendering everyone breathless with fear. Are you afraid? His voice whispered beside her, and Tang Ruan suddenly realized he stood before her, regarding her from a height, his expression laced with a hint of concern. Are you afraid? He repeated, his tone softer, as if wary of startling her anew. Tang Ruan nodded earnestly. Come with me. He grasped her hand, enveloping it in his larger one. Hu Che retreated cautiously, trailing behind to guard against a potential ambush from Qi Ling. After a few strides, Yin Qing seemed to find her pace lacking and abruptly bent down, lifting her into his arms. Tang Ruan barely uttered a syllable before meeting his vertical pupils. The remainder of her words dying on her lips. The stern-faced Yin Qing was truly terrifying. The commotion had attracted a considerable number of Serpent Clan beastmen, who stood at a distance, jaws agape as they witnessed Yin Qing carry Tang Ruan away. The Serpent King favors males, does he not? One murmured. Indeed. It was because Lady Qi Ling killed his mentor that he fell out with her. Another added, I remember. His name was Qing Cheng, a remarkably handsome male. Have we been mistaken all along? Oh no. I was even contemplating making Tang Ruan my consort. Do you dare utter such words? Have you a death wish? Qi Ling lashed out with her whip, creating a deep gouge in the ground, silencing the crowd instantly. The cave's entrance. Hu Che suddenly turned, his gaze sweeping over the two beastmen flanking Qi Ling. The most robust among them was clearly of the Crocodile Clan. His distinctive eyes giving him away, he recalled that the Crocodile Clan had an original lord of the Beast City whose son was never seen after his father's demise. Another stood out, strikingly beautiful and out of place. One of their own, from the Red Fox Clan. Hu Che's gaze met his. He turned his attention to the horizon in the heart of the dense forest. A few fox calls echoed. Hu Che stood by the stream, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a russet fox sprang from the thicket, landing at his feet before transforming into a handsome youth. Lord Hu Che, it's truly you. Fox Xiao, is it really you? Hu Che exclaimed as he hastily helped Fox Xiao to his feet. How did you become Qi Ling's beastman? Hu Che inquired, curiosity etched on his face. Fox Xiao lowered his head. After we became separated, we were besieged by the White Fox clan. They sought to eradicate us completely. Hu Che was taken aback. But they are, after all, our blood relatives. The Fox clan was originally composed of the White Fox and Red Fox clans. The first consort of the Old Fox King was the leader of the White Fox clan. After her passing, the Old Fox King ascended as the leader of the White Fox clan. And subsequently, Hu Che's mother, the leader of the Red Fox clan, took him as her beastman. He had an admirable approach to dealing with his consort. After Hu Che's mother died, he entrusted the clan to him. Thus, the two clans merged, ushering in an unprecedented era of prosperity. The Old Fox King transformed from the clan leader to the Fox King. However, the children of his first consort had always believed that Hu Che's mother was responsible for their mother's demise. And the suppressed hatred finally erupted after the Old Fox King's death, leading to a war between the White and Red Fox clans. The Red Fox clan was driven from their territory. Hu Che clenched his fists in fury. Though they were not of the same mother, he had regarded his White Fox siblings as kin in his youth. I barely escaped with my life when I fortuitously encountered Qi Ling. To survive, I employed charm magic on her in time. She accepted me as one of her own. Fox Xiao spoke with a tinge of shame. Now, I am of some use to her. I manage one of the Serpent King's cities. Hu Che let out a heavy sigh. Even after leaving the Fox clan, they could not escape the fate of being mere commodities, exchanged for benefit. Have you seen my elder brother? Hu Che inquired. Fox Xiao shook his head. After stabilizing my position beside Qi Ling, I searched for you all but found no trace of the eldest prince. Weren't you with the second princess and the eldest prince? Hu Che recalled the days he was captured by the Lion clan, his nails digging deep into his flesh. They are no longer with us. Fox Xiao recoiled in shock. How could this be? But the eldest brother told me to wait for him. I am waiting for him to lead us in reviving the Red Fox clan. Hu Che grasped Fox Xiao's shoulders, exhilaration coursing through him. Fox Xiao's gaze dimmed. He had been Hu Mo's right-hand man, and he knew him too well. If he were well, he would surely find a way back to Hu Che. He would never allow his innocent younger brother to wander alone in the world. Lord Hu Che, Fox Xiao hesitated before speaking. Have you considered that you are already an adult? Hu Che paused, perplexed by his words. Fox Xiao raised his head, amber eyes resolute as they bore into him. To revive the Red Fox clan, you need not wait for the eldest prince. You can do it yourself. Chapter 63. He took her hand, kissing the wounded area. But I have always followed my elder brother's lead. Hu Che murmured, lowering his gaze, momentarily at a loss. He had indeed contemplated relying on his own strength to restore the Red Fox clan, yet he was uncertain of how to proceed in the past. He merely needed to follow his brother's footsteps. If you are uncertain of what to do, Fox Xiao suddenly knelt, grasping his hand, then let us join forces with Lady Qi Ling. The Serpent Clan's cities are all managed by her, and she greatly values her beastmen. Each beastman oversees his own city. One day, these cities could become our strength. Hu Che hesitated. Even if they controlled two cities, they could not claim them as their own. He had witnessed Yin Qing's might in battle. Indeed, the other Serpent Clan members merely dealt with the aftermath. Yin Qing possessed the power to conquer a city single-handedly. Should they serve the Serpent Clan? Betraying them would lead only to death. Yet, it was not entirely without merit. At the very least, they could utilize the resources to gather the scattered Red Fox clan members, providing them with sustenance and shelter. What are you hesitating about? Is it because of that female? Fox Xiao clutched his hand tightly. Is she your consort? Hu Che remained silent. Fox Xiao bore an expression of exasperation. How can the Fox clan choose consorts so casually? Have you forgotten how the old Fox King grew powerful through his consorts? The same applies to those white foxes now. Never fear. I will find a way to compel her to yield you to Lady Qi Ling. At that point, all you need do is employ charm magic on her, Fox Xiao declared. Rising to leave, Hu Che seized him. Dare you? Dare to lay a finger on her? A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Fox Xiao froze. Was this truly the same docile young prince he remembered? He was now willing to jeopardize the entire future of the Red Fox clan for a single female. Hu Che scrutinized him for a moment before abruptly exhaling. She is not my consort. We are merely pretending to be partners for mutual benefit. Is that so? Fox Xiao's face lit up with joy. That is splendid. I shall now introduce you to Lord Qiliang. She possesses a particular fondness for the male foxes. As Hu Shao spoke, he was about to depart when Hu Che grasped his shoulder. Allow me to ponder this matter. I must consider it. He stated, Lord Hu Che, it is imperative that the Fox clan does not squander its beauty. Within the Serpent King's cave, Tang Ruan and Yin Qing exchanged wide-eyed stares. Serpent King, do you require anything? After returning her, Hu Che observed that she was unharmed and subsequently took his leave. Of course, he may have departed simply because he noticed Yin Qing seated there, unwilling to budge. Everything is fine? Yin Qing continued to gaze at her. Upon meeting Tang Ruan's gaze, he turned his attention elsewhere. He was validating a hypothesis. The conclusion was that he genuinely wished to remain by her side. As long as he was near her, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. However, once she slipped from his line of sight, he would conjure various distressing scenarios that could befall her, for she was undeniably fragile. Such a diminutive female could never bear offspring for the Fire Serpent clan. He recalled his mother, who had perished in giving him life. His father had never broached this topic with anyone. Yet, advanced beasts possess memories even while in their mother's womb. Therefore, Yin Qing distinctly remembered that his ordinary serpent mother had left his father for an extended period to give birth to him. By the time she returned, he had grown to a size that could no longer be absorbed. His father, helpless, had no choice but to comply. His mother's dying wish was for her beast husband to love their offspring. He fulfilled that wish, but only in appearance, for he could not forgive Yin Qing, the one who had caused his wife's demise. Yin Qing harbored a deep-seated fear of falling in love with Tang Ruan. To love such a frail female could lead to her demise, especially since she already had a beast husband by her side. He could scarcely find a reason to remain by her side. Reluctantly, Yin Qing rose to leave the cave. As he stepped outside, he had forgotten the initial thrill of their first meeting, replaced now by jealousy and possessiveness. Tang Ruan hastily stood as well. Are you leaving? She exclaimed, her expression radiating joy. The cold-faced Yin Qing was utterly unappealing. Suddenly, Shi Ming entered, carrying a deer leg. Tang Ruan, please roast this for me. I'm here to mooch off your meal today, Tang Ruan responded. While Shi Ming continued, Serpent King, you are here as well. Shall we all dine together? The previously indecisive Yin Qing settled back down. Very well, Tang Ruan retorted. Is no one going to ask for my opinion? Once the venison was roasted, Shi Ming half-heartedly consumed a few pieces before hastily departing. It seemed that whether in Tang Ruan's original world or in the beast realm, dining with superiors was a most arduous task. To expedite Yin Qing's meal, Tang Ruan piled all the roasted meat before him. Eat more. It won't taste good if it cools down. She continued her work on the stone slab, urging him to finish quickly so she could usher him out. Using handmade wooden chopsticks, she offered him a seasoning he had never encountered before, along with a pair of chopsticks of his own. Although initially clumsy, he soon found it quite convenient, realizing that living alongside her would undoubtedly be an amusing experience. If you were to take another beast husband, what sort would you desire? Yin Qing unwittingly voiced this thought, leaving Tang Ruan taken aback. The chopsticks in her hand suddenly snapped, her wrist striking the stone slab, causing the bracelet on her wrist to emit a burnt odor. Tang Ruan exclaimed, leaping back, with a mere wave of his hand. Yin Qing extinguished the heat from the slab, causing a layer of frost to form. Tang Ruan gazed in astonishment at the scene. He could absorb heat, to manipulate fire, absorb thermal energy, and burn the blood of beasts. He was undeniably powerful. How had she initially believed him to be the most docile beast in her dreams? Yin Qing grasped Tang Ruan's scalded wrist, and within moments, the searing sensation dissipated, replaced by a cooling relief that was immensely comforting. As he released her hand, her delicate wrist appeared so fragile in his grasp, as though it might shatter with the slightest pressure. Observing the slight wrinkles on her wrist, he wore a displeased expression. Despite his timely intervention, why had she still been injured? Tang Ruan genuinely feared his cold demeanor, especially when standing so close to him. The natural pressure he exuded compelled her, an ordinary individual, to kneel in reverence. I am unharmed, she insisted, attempting to withdraw her hand, only to have him grasp it once more. The bracelet woven from Hu Che's fur snapped, revealing the beast husband mark beneath, a wolf's fang. She had mentioned that her missing beast husband was named Lang Lai, a high-ranking wolf beast. He scrutinized the mark repeatedly. On her wrist, there was but one beast husband mark, suggesting that she truly had only one, and he was missing. This provided him with a reason to remain by her side. Yan Qing's gaze flickered with suppressed excitement. He must protect her. This was his justification for staying close to her. The fleeting thoughts of leaving had vanished from his mind. Tang Ruan, he called her name affectionately, his emerald eyes glowing with a gentle light. Softening his demeanor, the figure from his dreams and the one before him finally converged. Tang Ruan stared at him, her heart racing. He took her hand, kissing the injured spot tenderly. Chapter 64. A Kiss with Hu Che. Tang Ruan finally regained her senses. "What are you doing?" she questioned, her hand swinging out only to be effortlessly captured by Yan Qing, who deftly maneuvered it behind her back with a gentle touch. He intertwined their fingers. Tang Ruan's gaze fell upon his alluring collarbone, coupled with the cedarwood scent emanating from him. Her heart raced, and her ears flushed slightly. "Let us strike a bargain," he proposed, inhaling her hair. Captivated yet hesitant to draw closer, "I will assist you in locating your beast husband, Lang Lai, if you will become my wife. Helping me find Lang Lai was your promise from the start," she retorted, her voice trembling with tension. "Are you certain you can wait?" She looked at him, bewildered. Yan Qing stepped back slightly, reluctantly caressing her hand as he earnestly explained, "The offspring of the Serpent clan do not reveal their gender until they reach 2 or 3 years of age. Can you truly wait that long?" His gaze rested on the ghostly crystal pendant hanging around Tang Ruan's neck. Many believed it to be her beast husband's crystal, deeming her mad for seeking someone already deceased. Yet, the shaman had informed him that she had once lost a child, suggesting that the crystal might belong to her offspring. Her beast husband had committed the act that his father had aspired to but failed to achieve, killing their own child. This indicated that Tang Ruan's body was ill-suited to bear such high-energy offspring, and thus, she could not bear his children. Furthermore, she might not even belong to the Serpent clan. Yet, he still longed to be with her. Yan Qing felt he was losing his sanity. Tang Ruan remained silent, unaware that serpent offspring took so long to reveal their gender, and even more oblivious to when Yan Qing had developed feelings for her. Was this the destined connection of dreams? To claim she felt nothing for him would be a lie. Her racing heart spoke volumes. However, to agree to be with him merely because of Lang Lai felt profoundly unjust to Yan Qing. Moreover, she was not yet prepared to embrace a new romantic endeavor. "Then I too. You should consider this. We have ample time," he interjected, seemingly fearful of her uttering a refusal. He lowered his head and kissed her hair. Tang Ruan felt a warm sensation bloom within her heart. Lang Lai had also cherished this gesture. In the days that followed, Tang Ruan found herself rising early and returning late. After attending to the snake's allure, she busied herself in the fields. She sought a little space to contemplate her relationship with Yan Qing. Hu Che had suddenly grown quite clingy, following her everywhere except while she slept during one mealtime. She could no longer contain her curiosity. "Hu Che, do you like me?" Hu Che's chopsticks hovered in midair, and after a prolonged silence, he finally raised his face, confusion etched all over it. "Tang Ruan, have you been poisoned? What nonsense are you spouting?" Tang Ruan replied earnestly, "I have simply realized that you genuinely enjoy being in my company. If all the orcs that appear in dreams are destined to fall in love with her, then so too should Hu Che gazed at her, his eyes shimmering, as the sunlight illuminated his exquisite visage. Just as Tang Ruan thought he was about to confess his feelings in the next moment, Hu Che abruptly set down his chopsticks, stood up with his hands on his hips, and said angrily, "Tang Ruan, we are neither hungry nor thirsty at the moment. I do not need to hunt. The Serpent clan does not particularly welcome me. I am exceedingly bored and can only accompany you to seek some amusement. Do you dare to call this affection?" Tang Ruan replied, "I apologize. It seems I have misinterpreted your intentions. Indeed, why should I assume I am the object of everyone's admiration? It is no wonder that after being confessed to by someone as handsome as Yan Qing, I have become rather lightheaded." She sobbed quietly, consuming an entire steamed bun. The grains she had cultivated herself were undeniably delicious. Although her overzealousness had momentarily irked Hu Che, it did not diminish his enthusiasm for new experiences. The sweet wheat that Tang Ruan and the orcs had sown matured within a month. Drawing upon her memory, She sketched a design for a stone mill and had it crafted by the advanced orcs, which they subsequently employed in the forest. Ichu-Che transformed into a giant fox, resembling a small dog that had discovered a new toy, pulling the mill and running round and round until Tang Ruan felt utterly exhausted just watching him. She leaned against a tree, closed her eyes, and felt the midday sun warm her face, casting a shadow from her lashes. Suddenly, the sunlight was obscured. Tang Ruan drowsily opened her eyes a crack and beheld a tall youth with fair skin standing before her, Hu-Che. She wished to fully open her eyes, yet her eyelids felt as if they bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, and her body refused to move. Hu-Che knelt down, and in his amber eyes, a rosy glow shimmered, breathtakingly enchanting. He gently lifted her chin, leaned closer, and kissed her. This kiss lingered for an eternity, twisting and turning, until Tang Ruan relinquished any thought of resistance, closed her eyes, and embraced his kiss. To her surprise, she found that she harbored no aversion towards Hu-Che. In fact, she somewhat enjoyed it. Tang Ruan felt like a marionette in his hands, only able to open her eyes at his beckoning. His face became vividly clear against the light, as if a deity of beauty had descended. "Oh, you like me?" His voice was laced with a tantalizing pull, tugging at each of her nerves. Tang Ruan grasped the grass beneath her tightly. Like, Hu-Che smiled. "Forget about today. Remember what you have said? Shaman, hurry back. We will handle the rest." Tang Ruan was jolted awake by an orc's voice. She opened her eyes to find herself sleeping beneath a large tree, with no sign of Hu-Che nearby. She dreamed of kissing Hu-Che again. This is the second time. Last time, it was in the orc's cave in the outer city, and there was another instance when she dreamt of him lying in her embrace. Tang Ruan clutched her hair, burying her face in her hands. How could I have such thoughts about the little fox? He is so innocent. Tang Ruan suddenly realized how difficult it was to remain steadfast in virtue, especially when she had not even crossed that threshold yet. Just because she could see him every day did not excuse her fantasies. Tang Ruan felt despondent, uncertain of how to face Hu-Che. Fortunately, she did not see him all afternoon. As she returned home in the evening, she passed by his cave and glanced inside, finding it empty. She felt a twinge of curiosity about where he had gone. "Are you looking for Hu-Che?" Yan Qing's voice startled Tang Ruan. She nodded sheepishly, though she was unsure what she felt guilty about. Perhaps it was because she harbored feelings for someone else in front of someone who liked her. "I will help you find him." Yan Qing's expression remained stoic, yet Tang Ruan detected a hint of hurt in his tone. Before she could refuse, he had already turned and walked away. Is it necessary to go find him in person? He is the Serpent King after all, on the other side, in a secluded cave. Hu Shao knelt before Hu-Che, excitement radiating from him. "Little prince, it is wonderful that you have come to understand. I only agreed to meet her. The rest is up to me. You cannot be present, nor can you make any promises to her," Hu-Che instructed. Hu Shao hesitated. "But if I do not inform Lord Qi Ling, what if she becomes angry? If I am not by your side, who will protect you?" "Do not worry, I will be fine. Just make the arrangements." His voice trailed off. "Tang Ruan?" He dashed out of the cave, only to find it was merely a rabbit darting through the forest. He sighed in relief, wondering why his first concern was not about someone eavesdropping, but rather about whether Tang Ruan had seen the more sordid side of him. Hu Shao rushed out, exclaiming, "Lord Hu-Che, have you already become an advanced orc?" Hu-Che hesitated but nodded. The definitions of intermediate and advanced orcs were inherently vague. After consuming the spiritual fruit that Tang Ruan had brought back, he realized he could control his powers much more effectively. "Wonderful. Your powers are akin to those of the old Fox King." Within the Qi Ling cave, she unfurled a parchment made of sheepskin. The parchment depicted the current territories of the Serpent Clan and those they intended to attack. She marked the areas with red stones, all of which fell under the management of her orc husband, essentially. They were to obey her commands directly. Who? Qi Ling suddenly heard a noise. Before she could turn around, someone descended from above and covered her mouth from behind. Qi Ling swiftly turned, and as she lashed out with her whip, her rose-colored eyes met his slowly, her gaze dulled under Hu-Che's scrutiny. The red whip slipped from her grasp and vanished. Hu-Che stepped forward, causing her to retreat until there was nowhere left to go. Qi Ling settled into a stone chair, with Hu Che's hands propped on either side of it, a victorious smile playing on his lips. Now, I shall ask, and you will answer. Qi Ling nodded like a marionette. What is that map? My map. The territory of the Serpent Clan. Qi Ling suddenly laughed, her eyes vacant, her lips curling into a most peculiar smile. No, it is my territory. Hu Che frowned slightly. He intended to ask a simple question to test whether his powers of persuasion were effective. But it seemed he had stumbled upon something of great significance. He turned to the map, contemplating deeply. You seem to express great affection for the Serpent King. Is that true? Certainly, I love him. For only by becoming his wife can I possess everything the Serpent Clan has. To have it all is far more joyous than merely acquiring an orc husband. Hu Che's eyes widened slightly. Therefore, her deep affection was merely an act for others. She was leveraging the guilt of having grown up alongside the Serpent King, using her influence over her controllable orc husband to gradually annex his lands. If one day the Serpent King refuses to acknowledge you as his wife, Qi Ling lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Hu Che. In that moment, Hu Che even believed that his powers had faltered. Then I shall eliminate all of the Serpent Clan, including Yin Qing. All disobedient orcs must perish. But you grew up together, did you not? Hu Che questioned, unable to comprehend why he could not grasp why his elder siblings of the White Fox clan wished to see them dead. What of it? Why should he be born a king while I am merely an abandoned object? Meant for breeding, but he has not bonded with you. You are already free. Qi Ling paused, taken aback. I do not want the freedom he offers. I am the strongest orc. Only I can control the fates of others. Hu Che took a deep breath, beginning to understand why, when he was a child, his mother had told him stories of the Red-Boned Serpent Clan being the most unreasonable of all orcs. They were forever vying to be the strongest and to dictate the fates of others, disregarding life as if it were mere grass. If something displeased them, they would slaughter foreign tribes at will, ultimately leading to their own demise at the hands of a united front from all clans. Unexpectedly, he had overlooked this one detail. Hu Che inhaled deeply. From this moment forth, you will forget all our previous conversations. You will re-employ me, granting me control over a city to command as I please, yet you do not wish to take me as your orc husband. Qi Ling's gaze gradually sharpened, focusing on the exquisite face before her. Her mind buzzed, unable to recall what had transpired prior, yet she heard the last words clearly. But you do not wish to take me as your orc husband. Qi Ling firmly grasped the throat of Hu Chao, who, despite his best efforts to pry her fingers away, found her unyielding. He had not anticipated that a female could possess such formidable strength. The crimson energy enveloped Hu Chao, lifting him into the air. Qi Ling, seated upon a stone chair, regarded him as one might admire a piece of art. She tightened her fist, and the energy constricted with her movement, leaving crimson marks upon Hu Chao's delicate skin. Though I cannot recall the events that transpired. You have presented yourself to me willingly. I have always had a fondness for the males of the Fox tribe, she mused, her gaze wandering over him. Hu Chao felt as though he were laid bare. Exposed to her scrutiny, humiliated and enraged. You shall not, he shouted defiantly. If you continue to resist, I shall have no choice but to end your life. Oh, how delightful it would be to do so in front of your beloved wife. Let her witness how her beastly husband attempts to seduce me. Ha ha ha, you dare. Hu Chao roared, prepared to sacrifice himself rather than allow Tang Ruan to misunderstand the situation. Alas, what if she were to feel heartbroken and seek solace in yanking? Qi Ling suddenly began to mutter to herself in a seemingly split personality. Yes, it would suffice to humiliate her first and then slay her. Ha ha ha, you lunatic. Hu Chao had initially believed her madness stemmed from unrequited love, only to realize that she was, in truth, a madwoman. Was yanking blind to employ such a person? Qi Ling laughed until tears streamed down her cheeks. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Who goes there? It is I. Bei Bei, a trusted confidant of Qi Ling, was willing to assist her in any endeavor to become her beastly husband, having already mated with her. If he could not attain that status, death would be his only fate. Thus, she permitted him to enter her lair at will. The Serpent King requests your presence, he announced. Yanking? He claims to have something of great importance to discuss with you. Qi Ling's grip suddenly slackened, and Hu Chao fell to the ground. Still ensnared by the red energy, she placed her foot upon his abdominal muscles. "Little fox, wait for my return. We shall play together slowly." After Qiliang departed, Hu Chao gradually made his way to the sheepskin scroll, painstakingly rising to note the locations depicted within. His memory was exceptional. After merely 2 glimpses, he could vividly recreate the images in his mind. He needed to find a way to escape and inform Yanqing, for only he could defeat her and ensure Tang Ruan's safety. As he pondered, a commotion erupted outside the cave. "Fire! Fire! Where is Lord Qiliang? Lord Qiliang has gone out. Quick, extinguish the flames. We lack water-type beastmen." Amidst the cacophony, Hu Chao struggled to reach the entrance, catching sight of flickering flames in the distance. Qiliang's beastly husbands and other beastmen were frantically attempting to douse the fire, though the blaze had yet to fully reach his vicinity, an opportune moment for escape. Qiliang's energy would contract in response to his movements. Even the small steps he took now left him with several lacerations. Hu Chao inhaled deeply, deciding to take a gamble. If he could transform into his beast form faster than the energy could retract, he might successfully flee. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and charged toward the cave's entrance. With a resounding thud, he collided with the barrier. Hu Chao was rebounded, and a wave of crimson light surged toward him like scalding water, causing his chest to redden. The areas already bruised from constriction bled profusely. Hu Chao gritted his teeth, suppressing his cries of pain. He had not anticipated that Qiliang's energy would not only hinder his transformation but also erect a barrier at the cave's mouth. The barrier felt as though it had been laced with poison. Once the searing sensation subsided, an indescribable agony coursed through his entire body. The chains of energy binding him seemed to sense his intent to escape, suddenly tightening around him more fiercely, constricting him further. Blood dripped onto the ground as Hu Chao collapsed, his body trembling from the pain. He bit down hard enough to draw blood from his cheek as crimson flowed from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and instinctively raised his gaze. Upon seeing the newcomer, a smile broke across his face. "It's you." In the inner city, Tang Ruan had waited for several hours without a sign of Yanqing's return. An inexplicable turmoil stirred within her, prompting her to venture out for a stroll while daylight still lingered. She passed a mountain. A pungent scent of smoke assailed her senses. Thick smoke billowed skyward from behind the mountain, where dozens of beastmen stood, gesturing animatedly. "How could there be a fire? I suspect Lord Qiliang is angry once more." This is not her first time incinerating her own lair. The old Serpent King had witnessed it once before. "I heard that several of her beastly husbands perished in the flames, including the new one, Bei. It seems this fire is quite significant. The Akubo Serpent clan is truly fearsome. Had she not been raised by the old Serpent King, we might have been casually slaughtered as well. Her husbands are so unfortunate. By the way, what could have provoked her? Isn't it because of Tang Ruan?" Upon hearing her name, Tang Ruan immediately pivoted on her heel, intent on fleeing. If Qiliang were to rage and kill her own husband, what chance did she have? She felt a shiver run down her spine. Her husband? Tang Ruan halted abruptly. How could Hu Chao be connected to Qiliang? "I don't know. Someone saw him enter Lord Qiliang's lair." Tang Ruan pushed her way through the crowd, seizing the beastman who had spoken. "Did you just say Hu Chao is in Qiliang's cave?" The beastman, recognizing her, stammered, unsure of how to respond. The notion of her husband voluntarily entering another female's lair was inherently scandalous. "I only heard it through the grapevine." "Who said it?" Tang Ruan pressed. The beastman grabbed another from the crowd. "Hey, did you see Hu Chao enter Lord Qiliang's cave?" "I heard Bei say it. Bei is dead." Tang Ruan followed the terrified gaze of the beastman, only to discover several charred beastman corpses laid out before the mountain. Upon death, beastmen reverted to their lowest form. The blackened remains were vaguely identifiable as a snake, a dog, a large bird, and a fox. Tang Ruan could not be certain, but the size did indeed resemble Hu Chao's. Her legs suddenly felt as though they had lost all strength, faltering as she stumbled forward, nearly collapsing. The surrounding beastmen rushed to support her. "Tang Ruan, do not panic. There is also a fox among Qiliang's husbands." Tang Ruan lifted her gaze to see Shi Lei, who regarded her with concern, his lips pressed tightly together. "Hu Chao, We are uncertain of his fate. The blaze is too great to approach. We must await the Serpent King." Before he could finish, a chill swept through the air. The crowd looked up to see Yanking standing atop the mountain, raising a hand. The flames behind him gradually extinguished, coalescing into a single red point that settled in his palm. Absorbed completely, "Wonderful," Shilei exclaimed, leading the others toward the mountainside, with Tang Ruan following closely behind. Suddenly, an arm blocked her path. She looked up to see Yanking, his brow furrowed, gazing sternly at her. "Do not approach," he warned gravely. "Hu Chao." She suddenly noticed several Serpent Clan beastmen carrying out another fox corpse. "Hu Chao." She gripped Yanking's arm tightly, trembling as she looked into his eyes, pleading for reassurance, hoping against hope that she had misread the situation, that there was another fox in the cave. But Yanking spoke the most brutal 3 words in the calmest tone. "It is him." Tang Ruan's heart felt as though it had been violently wrenched from her chest. This sensation was one she had only recently experienced 6 months prior. She vowed to never endure such pain again. Why? Just as she had begun to realize her feelings for Hu Chao, such tragedy struck. Was it truly as the fortune teller had foretold, that every person she loved would end in despair? If so, she would rather have never loved anyone at all than to face his death. It was all her fault. How could she have suddenly discovered her affection for Hu Chao? "Come with me." Yanking bent down to lift her away. Tang Ruan suddenly pushed his hand away, frantically racing toward Hu Chao's lifeless body. She had to see for herself, or else she would never believe it. Why was this happening to her? There had to be some mistake. Tang Ruan had barely taken 2 steps when Yanking hoisted her back. "Tang Ruan, Hu Chao's beast mark has vanished." Suddenly, he shouted loudly, startling Tang Ruan, who had never witnessed Yin Qing speak so forcefully. She shuddered in fear as Yin Qing grasped her hand, positioning her wrist toward the orcs, and reiterated loudly, "Wake up. Hu Che is already dead." "No." Tang Ruan shook her head. "The absence of the beast husband mark does not signify his demise. We are." Before she could finish, Yin Qing abruptly enveloped her in a tight embrace, nearly suffocating her. Tang Ruan pounded against him in a futile attempt to break free, but his strength rendered her immobile. His large hand cradled the back of her head, shielding her entirely within his embrace. The muffled sounds of suppressed sobs echoed from his chest, quickly dampening the fabric beneath. Each of her cries felt like a blade slicing through his heart, piece by piece. In that moment, he realized just how deeply Tang Ruan loved Hu Che, far beyond his expectations. He lowered his head and kissed the crown of her hair, whispering in a voice meant only for them, "Do not be afraid. I promise." Chapter 67. I do not wish for her to be sorrowful. Upon hearing his words, Tang Ruan's eyes widened in surprise, sensing her tears had ceased. Only then did Yin Qing dare to release her. She lifted her gaze, bewildered, and asked, "What do you mean?" "I promise," Yin Qing declared. And without warning, he leaned down and pecked her lips. He hesitated, as if a single kiss was not sufficient, and pressed his lips against hers once more. Tang Ruan, upon witnessing her own tears, felt an overwhelming desire to kiss him properly. But before she could fully comprehend his intentions, Yin Qing had already lifted her once again, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. After Yin Qing's departure, an orc remarked, "Hu Che is dead. The Snake King must be delighted." Another orc added, "I suspect this fire was set by the Snake King. With Hu Che gone, Tang Ruan will belong solely to him." "Hey, what nonsense are you spouting?" Snake Lei's voice startled the 2 orcs. Being a high-ranking orc, they immediately fell silent. While he outwardly defended the Snake King, a hidden thought lingered in his mind. He secretly wished for Hu Che's demise, envisioning a chance to be with Tang Ruan. The Snake King, a person with such a strong desire for control, how could he not harbor such thoughts? "Yin Qing, where are you taking me? Did you see Hu Che?" Tang Ruan struggled desperately against his shoulder. Yin Qing remained silent, moving at a leisurely pace into the depths of a hidden tunnel. The further they walked, the darker it became, until Tang Ruan could see nothing at all and began to feel a twinge of fear. Yin Qing shifted her position. She instinctively clung tighter to his neck. "Where are you taking me?" Her voice quivered slightly. "Here we are." At his words, Tang Ruan turned her head and saw a cave illuminated by flickering flames. At the cave's end stood a tall shadow, arms crossed. Reluctantly, Yin Qing set her down, watching as she rushed toward the figure. "Hu Che!" Tang Ruan exclaimed, standing at the cave's entrance, her face streaked with dried tears. The youth within the cave turned, revealing numerous red marks upon his body. She blinked, confirming once more, "Hu Che!" Tang Ruan lunged forward, wrapping her arms around his waist, pressing her forehead against his shoulder, and sobbed uncontrollably. "I thought you were dead. You scared me to death. Why am I so unfortunate? I really thought you were gone." Her tears fell onto his wounds, causing him to wince, yet he could not bear to push her away. After a while, Hu Che summoned his courage, wrapping his arms around her waist. He arched his back, resting his head on her shoulder, nuzzling affectionately. "Well, I'm still alive. Save your tears for when I'm gone." "Hey!" Tang Ruan stepped on his foot, pushing him away as she glared at him. "You dare to die? You'd better not." Hu Che rubbed his chin, watching her with interest. "Have you found someone to back you up? Your temper has certainly grown." As he spoke, he glanced at Yin Qing, who had been standing behind Tang Ruan. She felt a bit embarrassed and quickly shifted the topic. "What on earth happened?" Hu Che settled onto a large rock, explaining, "It was that Qi Ling, coveting my beauty, attempted to take me as her beast husband. But I remain loyal to you. I would rather die than submit, and look what happened to me. Fortunately, the Snake King happened to pass by and, in a stroke of luck, set a fire that saved me." Tang Ruan suddenly realized that Yin Qing must have known from the beginning that Hu Che was not her beast husband. That day in the cave, when they were eating deer legs, she had repeatedly examined her wrist before suddenly confessing her feelings. But why, then, did he feel the need to publicly declare Hu Che's death before so many orcs? Was it to protect Hu Che from further pursuit by Qi Ling? The secrecy of this cave was also likely for his protection. Tang Ruan felt a surge of emotion. Yin Qing truly was a good person. "Thank you, Snake King, for saving my life." Hu Che stood and bowed respectfully to Yin Qing. "No need for thanks," Yin Qing replied nonchalantly. For some reason, Tang Ruan sensed a hint of displeasure in his tone. Using her powers, Tang Ruan began to heal Hu Che's wounds. Although he bore many injuries, fortunately, they were not too severe. They conversed for a while longer before she reluctantly followed Yin Qing back. Living here did not seem appropriate. Late at night, after Tang Ruan fell into a deep slumber, Yin Qing returned to Hu Che's side. "You certainly know how to embellish your own image, cunning fox." Likewise, Hu Che retorted. "You took advantage of the situation to publicly declare my death, making it impossible for me to appear in the Beast City, thus facilitating your pursuit of my beloved. She is not your beloved." Yin Qing's emerald eyes transformed into slits, the flames in the cave leaping toward the ceiling. Then. Why Haven T you killed me?" Hu Che sat on the stone, continuing, "Your initial plan was to use me to infiltrate Qi Ling's lair. A single fire would solidify Qi Ling's reputation for cruelty and indiscriminate slaughter while conveniently eliminating all her beast husbands who posed a threat to you." Hu Che cast a glance at Yin Qing. "You two truly complement each other. One feigns deep affection while the other pretends to be oblivious." Yin Qing seated himself opposite Hu Che, surprised that Hu Che had learned so much from Qi Ling. He was far more astute than Yin Qing had anticipated, prompting him to reveal the truth. The snake tribe requires a powerful and benevolent king, but the reclaimed lands are vast, necessitating a beast that instills fear in other races. That female is indeed formidable. No wonder she would choose someone as fearsome as you. Hu Che shivered, realizing that she must have seen something equally terrifying in him. Yin Qing glared at him. "Am I that terrifying? No wonder Tang Ruan is reluctant to be close to me while eagerly throwing herself into your embrace." Recalling the scene he had witnessed not long ago, Yin Qing clenched his fists, causing the flames in the fire pit to flare even higher. "Hey, be careful. This place might catch fire." Hu Che shrank back, undeterred as he pressed on. "You must have wanted to burn me alive. Right? I can't comprehend why you saved me. What a wonderful opportunity." Yin Qing replied. "I do not wish for her to be sorrowful." Hu Che paused, then smirked mockingly. "Is it because you do not want her to hate you for being the one who killed me?" Yin Qing returned the smile. "If I do not want her to find out, she will never discover the truth." Under the intense gaze of Yin Qing's slit pupils, Hu Che felt a chill run down his spine. The beastmen who loved Tang Ruan were all incredibly powerful. In comparison, he felt utterly weak. Hu Che clenched his fists, frustrated with himself. "You are unworthy of her," Yin Qing remarked casually. Hu Che instantly reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail. Leaping up in surprise, "Does this guy possess the ability to read minds?" Yin Qing stood, seemingly about to depart. "But I can offer you a chance to become worthy of her." Chapter 68. I want to gift you this place. Are you really so kind-hearted? Even if the beast god himself were to arrive, Hu Che would not believe it. "Follow me." Regardless of his skepticism, Yin Qing continued on, leaving Hu Che with no choice but to follow. The tunnel connected numerous caves, and as Hu Che trailed Yin Qing through a winding path, they arrived at a spacious cavern filled with whispers. It sounded as if several people were present. "Let us take a look." Yin Qing paused at the entrance, showing no inclination to enter. Hu Che cautiously peered inside, and suddenly, his body jolted, his breath hitching in excitement. "Uncle, and all of you." The 7 or 8 members of the Fox clan within the cave spotted Hu Che and, after a moment of stunned silence, all knelt before him. "Little Prince, you are alive. How could you truly be alive? This is wonderful. The beast god has shown his favor. Our Red Fox clan still has hope." The little prince, oh dear. The 7 or 8 members of the Red Fox clan, some of whom had once served by Hu Che's side, and others he did not recognize, all knelt weeping pitifully at his feet. Hu Che noticed their frail figures, their hair brittle, and the telltale signs of old wounds adorning nearly every one of them, a clear testament to their harrowing pasts and brushes with death. He intended to inquire, "What has brought you to this state?" But as the words lingered on his lips, he already grasped the answer. The White Fox clan annihilated even their own kin, let alone the ordinary Red Foxes. Furthermore, even in the absence of the White Fox clan's pursuit, solitary beasts faced tremendous difficulty in surviving alone. Clenching his fists, he summoned the courage to ask, "What have you truly endured?" "The White Fox clan seeks to exterminate us. We have become separated from our kin. Currently, 3 factions vie for power within our clan, leaving only us ordinary beasts injured and vulnerable. Some of our kin have betrayed us, selling handsome red fox males for food, while the females have been reduced to shared concubines." "What?" Hu Che gasped in shock. "How dare they? Shared concubines are merely tools for the satisfaction of the solitary males who are either disabled or on the brink of death, showing no regard for the curse of the beast god, only wishing to indulge in pleasure before their demise. The attitudes towards shared concubines are generally perverse. It was only after arriving in the city of beasts that Hu Che had even heard of such a term. Females reduced to shared concubines suffer daily humiliation and rarely survive for more than a few months. The females of the Fox clan have always been renowned for their beauty and intelligence, coveted by many male suitors. How could they have fallen so low? Suddenly, he thought of her sister, who had perished by his side on that fateful morning when the Lion clan captured her. At first, he could not comprehend why his second sister had chosen to end her life when living offered a chance to escape. Later, he understood. If she had not died, he would have been the next to be devoured. If she had not died, she might have endured fates far worse than death. Hu Che trembled with anger. One of the clan members, observing his fury, opened his mouth but dared not speak further. "What do you wish to say?" Hu Che pressed, desperate to know everything. "Some of our sickly kin have been devoured by other clans. In this beastly world, it has become quite common to consume members of the Red Fox clan. They capture us wherever they can die." Hu Che's heart raced violently. How could this be? Before the conflict between the White Fox and Red Fox clans, he believed the greatest worry in the world was the grapes ripening on the vine. Stolen by birds. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Hu Che burst into laughter. How could the world be so cruel? Was everything beautiful from before merely a dream? His clan members gazed at him, doubled over with laughter, terrified to utter another word. The little prince was still too fragile. Merely hearing their accounts had driven him to madness. They must find the great prince, for only he could lead them to revive the Fox clan. One of the beasts who had once served beside Hu Che stood and gently patted his shoulder. "Little prince, do not worry too much. Once we find the great prince, everything will improve. We shall search for him together." Hu Che suddenly turned to him, his eyes filled with sorrow. They were in such dire straits, yet they sought to comfort him. He felt utterly useless. Hu Che shut his eyes, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. "Hu Che, Follow me. A voice called from the cave entrance. Upon hearing Yin Qing's voice, the Red Fox clan members hastily retreated deeper into the cave. They did not know who Yin Qing was, nor why he sought to save them, but they could discern that he was an extraordinarily powerful beast. The pressure he emanated surpassed any they had encountered before. This man had spared their lives and allowed them to meet the little prince. What could that mean? Was he a friend of the little prince? If so, could the Red Fox clan be saved? They looked towards the entrance with hopeful anticipation for Yin Qing's silhouette. Hu Che forced a bitter smile and stepped out. His kin would rather place their hopes in a stranger than believe in him. Yin Qing led Hu Che to another cave. Its walls adorned with parchment maps. One of the depicted patterns bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Hu Che had seen with Qi Ling. He had initially planned to use this map as leverage in negotiations. It turned out, everything was under his control. This was a beast worthy of Tang Ruan. What was he? Hu Che stood in the corner, self-deprecatingly lowering his head. Yin Qing seated himself on a stone chair, seemingly indifferent to Hu Che's presence. He raised a hand, and a sphere of red light hovered over the map. These are the current territories of the Snake Clan. Arranged in a crescent shape, the red light traced a circle on the map as he spoke. Hu Che raised his head in curiosity. The area in the center is where I plan to launch my next attack. The greatest issue is that this territory cannot belong to the Snake Clan. The light lingered at the opening of the crescent. Hu Che gazed at that region, suddenly recognizing it connected to the sea. The territory of the Merfolk? Yin Qing nodded in satisfaction. It seems you were not entirely unlearned during your time with the Fox Clan. Hu Che turned his face away. Even the Snake Clan cannot contend with the Merfolk. They are inherently proud and can control sea beasts. No one dares to provoke them. However, they show little interest in matters on land. It appears you are quite familiar with the Merfolk, Yin Qing remarked. Of course, Hu Che confidently surveyed the map. Among all beasts, only the Fox Clan had Merfolk as wives, and we frequently interacted with them, even mastered their language. That is excellent. Yin Qing smiled. Hu Che was taken aback. What do you mean? Yin Qing pointed to a small piece of land connected to the sea. Including this area, the Snake Clan's territory can form a surrounding circle. Capturing the central land is merely a matter of time. Hu Che glanced at the map. The area Yin Qing referred to as merely a matter of time was several times larger than all the territories currently held by the Snake Clan. He certainly harbored grand ambitions. Yin Qing continued, however, the Merfolk occasionally venture into this vicinity. Due to language barriers, they often attack us, even allowing sea beasts to consume our kin. I wish to avoid conflict with the Merfolk. Hu Che finally grasped the situation. You want me to assist you in communicating with the Merfolk? Yin Qing lightly raised his hand, the red aura enveloping that small area. I wish to gift this to you. Chapter 69. Questioning King Zhou, Understanding King Zhou, Becoming King Zhou. Seeing Hu Che frown at him, seemingly disbelieving, Yin Qing added, I captured this area long ago but lacked someone to manage it. You want me to help you govern this territory? Hu Che felt a flicker of temptation. In his youth, he had visited this place, knowing it was abundant in prey, connected to the Merfolk, and devoid of any fierce beasts. Moreover, the Merfolk were merely proud, not brutal. As long as he could establish communication with them, he would have a refuge for his clan, shielded by the Snake Clan, allowing them to recuperate and thrive. I said I would gift it to you. Not have it governed by the Snake Clan. Yin Qing interrupted Hu Che's daydreams. Hu Che thought he had misheard. Why? I told you. I will give you a chance worthy of her. Hu Che stared at that piece of land. Contemplating that, he quickly realized Yin Qing's true intentions. He stepped forward, pointing to the area. If you engage in conflict with Qi Ling, this will be your dividing line. The side I support may very well determine the outcome. However, if this territory belongs to the Snake Clan, you currently do not wish to sever ties with her completely. Qi Ling would inevitably move freely, placing her people within. Yin Qing smirked, continuing, if the Fox Clan occupies this land, it will appear as though they have taken a crucial territory from the Snake Clan. Yet they remain within your encirclement, allowing you to eliminate us at any moment without concern. Yin Qing nodded affirmatively. Hu Che experienced for the first time what it meant to be a leader of a tribe, contemplating the future of his people from a broader perspective. His palms began to sweat slightly, akin to a student awaiting a teacher's response, eagerly anticipating Yin Qing's next move. The Merfolk favor members of the Fox Clan, and the Fox Clan excels in the Merfolk's language. We are the only ones capable of forging a friendly relationship with them. Ensuring peace in this region, that is of little importance. Yin Qing placed his hand on the stone chair, nodding. Hu Che furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. Suddenly, he let his hands drop. Go revive the Red Fox clan here would undoubtedly take years. By the time I become powerful, Tang Ruan may have already forgotten me. You might even plan for me to find a merfolk wife to assist in the revival of the Red Fox clan. Hu Che clenched his fists. If you were to kill me or forcibly tear us apart, she would always remember me, perhaps even harbor hatred towards you. Only by allowing me to personally break her heart would she be utterly disappointed in me. Yin Qing raised a hand, resting his chin upon it, and chuckled softly. For you, this is a surefire, profitable venture. But I have lost Tang Ruan, he exclaimed passionately. Not necessarily. Yin Qing stood up, approached him, and lowered his gaze slightly. If you possess the capability to rely on yourself rather than depending on your wife as your father and brothers do, you still have a chance. Hu Che pressed his lips tightly together. Rely on myself? Could he really? He was filled with regret, recalling his time studying under his elder brother, when he had been preoccupied with watching the bees outside gather nectar. He had no idea how to be a leader. If he failed, unwilling to let down his kin, he would surely end up like his father, securing a formidable wife through coercion. Hu Che vigorously shook his head. No. The very thought that his future wife would not be Tang Ruan was unbearable. He would rather be dead. What if I don't want to? Hu Che raised his gaze, locking eyes with Yin Qing. Of course, you may. Yin Qing tilted his head, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You can certainly disregard the well-being of your kin, hiding here each day, waiting for her to find time to visit you. However, if her beast husband is the Snake King, do you truly believe she would still hold you in esteem? You, Hu Che was struck at his core, rendered speechless. Tang Ruan is not that kind of person, then you may as well give it a try. The next day, Tang Ruan went to see Hu Che, bringing him many items. Yin Qing mentioned that Qi Ling was very angry. She wouldn't dare confront Yin Qing but would undoubtedly seek trouble with you.